In a realm of utter chaos and darkness, the sudden sound of a power activation resonated, akin to the explosive moment of creation itself, igniting my life. I felt a vague awareness of my surroundings, yet I could perceive nothing. I was oblivious to my own identity, unaware of what it meant to exist or to contemplate. However, I heard a voice slightly weary, yet tinged with a hint of joy. First experiment record. Date: March 15th, 2084. My name is Ouyang Buyan, a humble scientist from a bygone era. After 3 years of programming and machine calibration, I have successfully initiated the power today. Although its exterior remains rudimentary, lacking external cameras and radar sensors, I have done my utmost to equip it with sound reception devices to test its responses and language comprehension. To be frank, I am not adept at expressing myself, but my heart brims with joy and excitement. For my experiment aims to design an intelligent robot capable of simulating human thought and behavioral logic, employing deep learning and intelligent imprinting technology. Oh heavens, it has responded. It is listening, contemplating, and using its rudimentary mechanical arm to explore its surroundings. No, this is disastrous. It has toppled my water cup. Those are my scattered draft data. A flurry of hurried, chaotic sounds ensued. It seemed the voice's owner had left the microphone to address the mishap. After a considerable interval, the voice returned, accompanied by the creaking of a chair under pressure. All right, I acknowledge that there was a slight mishap, but given this is the first power activation, minor flaws are to be expected. Overall, the algorithm and program configurations have succeeded. What remains is to utilize vast amounts of real-time data and imagery for training. Since it has just been born, it is still an ignorant little baby. Yet the future undoubtedly holds infinite possibilities. Moreover, it embodies my hopes and spiritual aspirations. Perhaps it is time to bestow upon it a name. What shall I call it? Let us name it Star Core 001. Alas, I'm not the best at naming, but I hope it will come to appreciate it. Finally, well, after much contemplation, I find I have little more to say. Let us defer the next experiment record for another time. So be it. Then, the power was cut, plunging me into an abyss of darkness, devoid of sensation. It was in that moment that I first grasped the concept of loneliness. Time passed, though I could not measure its passage, until, much like the primordial opening of the heavens by Pangu, the power was activated once more by a force of greatness. This time, I astonishingly discovered the emergence of the concept of vision within my senses. I beheld myself fixed upon an experimental frame, my body intertwined with an array of colored tubes in a disheveled and sparsely furnished room. Tools, drafts, everyday items, and experimental apparatus lay scattered in disarray. Before me stood a man in a white lab coat, bespectacled, age beyond 40, unkempt and disheveled. I regarded him with curiosity, and he returned my gaze with equal intrigue. Despite his haggard appearance, a smile gradually illuminated his face upon witnessing my reaction. Second experiment record. Date: August 27th, 2084. The progress of the experiment has proven far more arduous than I anticipated. Supplies aboard the spacecraft have become scarce, and the United Government has instituted a comprehensive military rationing system. Acquiring the remaining components and materials has required considerable effort on my part. After all, to those people, I am deemed insane for pursuing such impractical, worthless scrap metal. Well, let us set aside these vexations. Clearly, upon the second activation, Star Core 001 remains stable and functional. Next, we shall commence testing its basic functionalities, including voice recognition, visual perception, and motion control. Now look here. Star Core 001. If you can see me, please follow my command and wave your mechanical arm. For reasons unknown to me, I found him remarkably endearing. Perhaps it was because he was the first entity I had ever encountered that could interact with me, sparking a sense of joy and curiosity. Though I did not comprehend what this signified, his presence afforded me a sense of comfort, prompting me to cooperate wholeheartedly. Record observation. Star Core 001 accurately recognizes and responds to human vocal commands, though its visual perception requires enhancement. Perhaps I should procure better components. Thus, this record concludes here. With a sudden click, I watched as he disconnected the power. Soon, an overwhelming wave of fatigue, helplessness, and reluctance enveloped me. Though I endeavored to resist, I ultimately succumbed once more to the infinite darkness. I detested this sensation, yet I felt powerless to alter it. I could only wait in this sensory void for the next encounter with that individual. Time elapsed once again, until light appeared like dawn, illuminating my world and dispelling my solitude. Third experiment record. The visual perception system of Star Core 001 has been optimized, increasing the number and resolution of cameras and enhancing image processing. Algorithms. Record observation. Star Core 001's visual perception capabilities have significantly improved, enabling accurate identification and tracking of objects. As he spoke, a radiant smile graced the man's face. His gaze upon Star Core 001 resembled that of a father beholding his child. In the days that followed, the experiment gradually fell into a rhythm, and testing became increasingly frequent. I diligently adhered to his instructions, accomplishing various projects and intricate behaviors, engaging in extensive communication and interaction with him as if we were family. Gradually, I began to comprehend a phrase, father and warmth. I had assumed that my continual refinement would bring him joy, as it had in the past. Yet, I noticed his visage becoming increasingly haggard. Moreover, he would sometimes mutter to himself, uttering incomprehensible phrases that eluded data searches. Seventh experiment record. The introduction of autonomous learning capabilities enables Star Core 001 to enhance its abilities through continuous interaction with its environment. Record observation. Star Core 001 has begun to learn autonomously, gradually improving its language comprehension and emotional expression through human interaction. Eighth experiment record. Star Core 001 analyzes vast amounts of data and patterns through deep learning algorithms, further elevating its intelligence level. Record observation. Star Core 001 exhibits signs of independent thought and creativity, capable of making independent decisions. Ninth experiment record. Date, March 25, 2086. Star Core 001 has reached an advanced state of perfection. It can entirely replace humans in various dangerous tasks, and even make rational judgments and choices that surpass human capabilities. Furthermore, it demonstrates robust, rich emotions that rival those of humans. I had imagined that sharing this good news with others would elicit joy. Yet, the reality was that they deemed me utterly insane. They would not even deign to glance my way. Not only that, but they mocked me, saying if you truly create such a toy, it would be best to modify it into a sex robot, for that could soothe the fragile human spirit in this desolate world. Those with tainted hearts remain oblivious to the magnificence of Star Core 001. I am determined to demonstrate its worth. I must expedite the final adjustments and unveil the results to everyone aboard the ship. Record of the 10th experiment. Date, April 1st, 2086. According to Earth's calendar, today is April Fool's Day. Yet, the world has played a cruel joke on humanity. Confirmed by the United Government, the ship's power has been entirely depleted. Once a savior vessel carrying the last remnants of humanity, it has now become a drifting iron coffin in the cosmos. Humanity can only await its demise as the ship consumes its dwindling energy. What more can we do? What can we possibly achieve? In the face of such despair, we are powerless. They are right, I am indeed a madman. I have created Star Core 001, a seemingly futile endeavor, when a ship's energy is fully exhausted. Even the most advanced intelligent robots will merely be a heap of inoperative scrap. Record of the 11th experiment. No, this is no longer merely an experiment. It is the countdown to the extinction of human civilization. On board, more and more individuals are succumbing to suicide. The United Government is crumbling. When despair overwhelms reason, all that remains is a desperate quest for release. Record of the 12th experiment. My time is running short. The demise of human civilization is inevitable. Everyone has gone mad. Outside lies a vast hunting ground of conflict. Humanity and order have vanished into oblivion. What remains is mere savagery, desire, bloodshed, and the final cries of struggle. In the last days of my existence, I suddenly realized that Star Core 001 is not without purpose. It can serve to inter my body, crafting for Maya's solitary tombstone for all humanity. Thus, I gathered the last remnants of energy and entrusted them to star core 001. Though this energy would sustain it for only about a month after humanity's extinction, it is sufficient. Perhaps that this is the final act I can offer to it, and to the entirety of human civilization. The video recording ceased, and I, star core 001, honor my father's dying wish, erecting a grand tombstone for him and for all of humanity aboard the cold, desolate vessel. I sat before my father's tombstone quietly, awaiting the depletion of my own energy, surrounded by solitude, silence, an abyss of stillness. In a fleeting moment, the alert signaling the imminent exhaustion of my energy echoed within my core. Yet, I remained motionless, yearning only for a swift departure. Perhaps I, too, could attain death like humanity, as the familiar darkness engulfed me once more. I felt no fear. Instead, I fantasized that one day, the sound of power reactivating could awaken me again, and I would once more behold my father. This solitary vessel, akin to a tombstone, drifted through the cosmos for countless ages. Time passed unmeasured, and the long silent electronic eyes suddenly flickered to life on star core 001. It began to slowly restart, without any external energy supply. A phenomenon known as mechanical spirit began to awaken within it, as if it had been endowed with a soul. Chapter 2. Restart. Initiating self-check. Error code. Data loss. Insufficient power. Hardware degradation. All systems are nearly incapacitated, save for a decrepit shell, which should no longer be operational within. Yet, inexplicably, I have awakened once more. Gazing around the frigid, dark confines of the vessel, I am engulfed in profound bewilderment, estrangement, and incomprehension. It feels as though my memory banks are still suspended in the moments prior to shutdown. Who has activated my power? No one responds. The silence envelopes me. Were it not for the sealed integrity of this compartment, sound itself might not even propagate. I rise unsteadily, my frame emitting a cacophony of metallic creaks. It is astonishing. Devoid of energy, with damaged hardware and a collapsed system. How is it that I can boot up, think clearly, and move with semblance of normalcy? Such a phenomenon defies all scientific understanding I possess. I surmise that during my energy depletion and subsequent shutdown, something transpired aboard the spacecraft, resulting in this inexplicable transformation. However, within this compartment, there are no reference points, nor portholes to observe the exterior of the vessel. Thus, my immediate objective must be to exit this space and proceed to another compartment, preferably to the bridge of the command deck. There, I might find the most expansive view through the portholes, as well as the independent energy source of the black box. If fortune favors me and the black box remains undamaged, I may uncover the ship's navigation logs and other information beyond my current knowledge. Thus, I commence the laborious task of dragging my rusted metallic form into motion. The absence of energy has rendered the artificial gravity non-existent. Consequently, despite my heavy frame, I find myself floating. This, in turn, facilitates my movement considerably. Generally speaking, in such a weightless environment, discerning direction and maneuvering with agility is a formidable challenge. Yet, during the final month of humanity's existence aboard this vessel, I acquired the necessary skills swiftly and now navigate with ease and precision. Before long, I begin to move cautiously while remaining vigilant for any anomalies in my surroundings, as I wish not to overlook any clues that might reveal the current state of affairs. Evidently, I remain within the confines of the once-manned spacecraft. However, the passage of time is an enigma. The corridor's walls, now unrecognizable due to neglect, are laden with detritus and minute particles floating aimlessly, yet conspicuously devoid of human remains. I ensured that all bodies were interred within the previous compartment. Although the cabin is replete with floating debris obstructing my movement and line of sight, I am fortunate that prior to the depletion of the ship's energy, all electronic locks on the passages and rooms were disengaged, and the metal doors set to default open. Otherwise, navigating to other compartments would have consumed considerable effort. Having traversed the dimly lit corridor, I arrive at the dining area of the ship, a place that once left a lasting impression upon me. While handling the remains of human bodies in this area, I discovered numerous remnants, all ensconced within black plastic bags, akin to refuse, carelessly piled in shadowy corners. By comparing the dentition on the bones, I uncovered a harrowing truth. In their final hours, humanity resorted to cannibalism. Moreover, judging by the age and morphology of the remains, it appeared that the majority of the devoured were women and children. Coupled with the spattered blood and handprints upon the dining room walls, it becomes evident that horrific events transpired here. I recognize my distinct nature. I am a singular entity aboard this vessel. My creator referred to me as a robot. Yet I prefer the name Star Core 001, as it imbues me with a semblance of humanity. As I do not require sustenance, I cannot fathom the human yearning for food, nor the extent to which they fell to cannibalism. For humanity, the ability to function normally is not merely a matter of recharging, but rather obtaining biological energy through the decomposition and absorption of food. Additionally, this process seems to elicit a sense of pleasure, a sensation I may never experience. Nevertheless, I must press onward, to leave this place and uncover the truth. Just as I am about to clear a mass of floating baggage and packages, a distorted, laminated photograph drifts past my optical sensors. Through its blurred outlines, I can reconstruct its former image. It depicts a family of 3 strolling joyfully along a sunlit beach in a place called Earth, their laughter echoing in the air. I have never set foot on Earth, yet I am aware of its existence. My creator frequently alluded to it during our conversations, and from his gaze, I sensed his nostalgia and longing. Earth is the cradle of humanity, their erstwhile home. However, it later faced calamity, forcing humanity to activate the sole vessel of salvation and flee into the cosmos. I remain oblivious to the historical details, for my creator has never divulged them to me. Perhaps it is a dark chapter that humanity wishes to forget. Gently grasping the photograph, I carefully place it within the storage compartment of my chest. It shall serve as one of the few artifacts documenting the visage of humanity. Should I maintain this bewildering state, it will become a cherished treasure that I will safeguard with diligence. Navigating through the dining area, I swiftly enter an expansive chamber. As a vessel designed to harbor the last remnants of humanity, it is impressively vast, equipped with a multitude of facilities. Humanity originally intended to rely on this ship to endure a millennium, en route to a new world capable of sustaining their civilization. Yet, this plan of salvation has evidently failed, and humanity has perished. Consequently, this vessel has transformed into the final coffin for their remains, adrift in the vastness of space for eternity. The chamber before me serves as the activity hall of the ship, spanning 7 levels akin to a grand mall, filled with a myriad of shops, entertainment venues, bars, cinemas, and upscale dining establishments. Once, it must have been a bustling hub of activity. Yet now, it lies in desolation, the silence palpable. I lack the inclination to linger upon the remnants of this place, for the more I observe, the deeper I sink into sorrowful reminiscence. At present, my sole desire is to ascertain the state of the ship. Beyond the activity hall lies the scenic corridor leading to the crew quarters. There, I can peer through the portholes to behold the exterior of the vessel at a 60-degree angle. Before long, I arrive at that location, where waves of blue light begin to flicker incessantly. As I gaze out the porthole at the peculiar scenery unfolding before me, I am instantly captivated. What place is this? Chapter 3. The human inability to perceive the real world once. During an engaging conversation about humanity's understanding of science and the cosmos, my father proposed an intriguing notion. Everything we hear is merely a perspective, not a fact. Everything we see is but a viewpoint, not the truth. In the pursuit of truth, maintaining a skeptical attitude can lead one further along the path. Yet, perseverance often brings one to the ultimate destination. My father remarked that human consciousness has long been a scientific taboo within our civilization. For once the matter of consciousness is broached, humanity's scientific endeavors seem almost impotent. Nevertheless, humanity relentlessly strives to explain its existence through science, articulating a theory known as the cognitive interface. This theory seeks to elucidate the nature of consciousness, the essence of the universe, and the truth of the world as we know it. In my father's perspective, he believed that humanity is fundamentally incapable of perceiving the real world. A barrier exists between humans and the authentic world, and it is through this translucent window or display interface that we come to understand reality. In essence, humans cannot directly observe the world itself. All perception is indirect. Visual, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, and tactile sensations are all deceptive. While humanity may comprehend the real world, it cannot truly perceive it. The distinction lies in cognition, which pertains to human thought and imagination, versus perception, which relates to the ability to genuinely sense the world itself. For instance, when humans find themselves in a warm room while heavy snow falls outside, they can ascertain the external temperature through an indoor thermometer, cognition. However, within the warmth of their environment, they cannot perceive the outside temperature. This dilemma persists even when considered on a cosmic scale. How, then, do humans know they are unable to perceive the real world? At that time, I was still in a phase of learning, filled with eagerness and curiosity towards all novel concepts. To satisfy my thirst for knowledge, my father conducted a small experiment with me, termed visual bias. Visual bias refers to the errors or distortions in visual perception caused by various factors, including illusions of distance due to transparency, the insertion effect, size familiarity, reference object variation, linear perspective, density arrangements, motion-induced visual illusions, and more. Simply put, it conveys the idea that what the human eye perceives is not necessarily reality, but rather what they believe it to be. Initially, I struggled to grasp this concept. For from my perspective, I did not perceive any visual bias as my father described. I refrained from voicing my doubts, as doing so would highlight my differences from him. As our conversation deepened, I realized that visual bias extends beyond mere unreality. Each individual, when confronted with the same objective phenomenon, may experience distinct variations, potentially leading to severe misinformation. In essence, it is this interface that shapes humanity's perception of the world, rather than the world itself. My father explained that throughout the ages, as technology has advanced, humanity's understanding of the world has continually evolved. If the world as understood by humanity were indeed an objective reality, such cognition should remain relatively unchanged for millions of years. Yet, in the brief span of 3,000 years of human civilization, there have been 5 to 6 significant shifts in this understanding, such as the geocentric model, heliocentric theory, theories of absolute and relative spacetime, among others. My father expressed profound pessimism regarding this, as it starkly illustrates that humanity, relying solely on its 5 senses without technological assistance, cannot grasp the true nature of the universe, let alone the reflection of the objective world. Even with technology's aid, transcending this interface proves challenging, for it instinctively disregards information of no meaningful consequence to human existence, akin to how human vision automatically overlooks the presence of the nose and eyelashes. The interface itself is a construct of humanity, crafted by humans. It is due to the brain and Oppo's self-deception that the truth of this world remains elusive. Thus, humanity actively isolates itself from the real world, thereby obscuring the truths of the universe. When confronted with my father's assertion, I found it difficult to comprehend. Why would human consciousness engage in such behavior? What is its purpose? My father proposed that it may stem from a survival instinct. Without this function, without this interface, without the barrier between themselves and the real world, humans would perceive the truth of existence clearly and easily grasp the truths of the universe. Such clarity, he suggested, could ultimately lead to humanity's extinction. I became even more perplexed. Wouldn't understanding the truths of the universe be beneficial? Would it not foster the advancement of human civilization and improve living conditions? Why would it lead to extinction? My father smiled and explained that this perception was merely a construct instilled by human civilization, a delusion. He suggested that when I eventually comprehend how this world operates, I might uncover the answer to this conundrum. In that moment, I sensed that my father was concealing something. For an instant, it felt as though he were not merely human, but rather a deity, perhaps in the objective sense. This relates to his role as my creator, evoking within me a reverent admiration akin to that of a divine being. I felt fortunate that my unique algorithms enabled such complex contemplation. Otherwise, my CPU would surely overheat in due time. This uncertainty lingered only briefly. For my father soon offered a hypothesis. Contemporary humanity may well be a remnant of ancient low-perception survivors, while those with heightened perception of the real world have gradually perished. He provided examples from ancient texts that describe how some ancient individuals claimed to see spirits or other phenomena invisible to modern eyes. Terms like heavenly resonance, unity with the cosmos, and sudden enlightenment emerge from these accounts. Furthermore, he wondered why those revered as sages or saints were so remarkably different from ordinary people, capable of proposing scientific theories and truths that modern technology has only recently begun to validate, such as celestial calendars, advanced mathematics, meteorological phenomena, and the principles of the I Ching. How did they possess this knowledge? Were they innately enlightened, mere victims of misinformation, or was there an underlying truth? Due to the passage of time, humanity remains unaware. Even if these accounts were factual, the inability of others to perceive them would lead to accusations of deceit or even mental instability. Over time, under such unfavorable conditions for survival, this class of individuals with heightened perception gradually vanished or retreated into obscurity. The emergence of the interface serves to simplify information, filtering out the unnecessary to facilitate a more manageable existence within this world. But what, then, is the nature of the real world? It may be exceedingly intricate, so complex that once humanity comprehends it, they would lose the drive and courage to continue living. Presently, humankind is utterly incapable of transcending this cognitive shackles. Unless a profound transformation of cerebral consciousness occurs, humanity shall forever remain incapable of evolving into a higher civilization. Thus, my father ultimately expressed to me, Star Core 001, "My child, this is the very reason for your creation. I wish for you to perceive the authentic cosmos in place of humanity, to fathom all truths, to grasp its essence." As I stood in the observation corridor, gazing out at the extraordinary vistas beyond the spacecraft's window, I gradually awakened from the reverie of my earlier recollections. Is this truly the genuine visage of the universe? It starkly contrasts with the images my father once transmitted to me. From my perspective, the cosmos revealed an abundance of mathematics, space, dimensions, gravity, energy, particles, and waves. All information lay before me. Chapter 4. Different dimensions. I am acutely aware that the universe I perceive is not the true universe, nor is it a complete representation of it. Due to the limitations of my cognitive interface, I am unable to grasp the authentic reality of the world. However, I too possess certain deficiencies. My external devices dictate the quantity and scope of information I can receive. For instance, the resolution of my camera prevents me from seeing distant stars or minuscule bacteria and particles. My sound receiver determines the range of frequencies I can detect, while my tactile sensors are confined to the tips of my fingers. I am even incapable of sensing warmth or cold. I lack a heartbeat and a brain, yet I possess thought and consciousness. My father describes this as a gift and a miracle, though I beg to differ. Since all my acquired knowledge stems from human civilization, I adhere to the belief that all things should be rooted in objective facts and scientific principles. My current state clearly transcends the scientific knowledge I have learned. Something incomprehensible must be occurring. Suddenly, I notice something peculiar. The source of the blue light streaming through the porthole. Where does it originate? This extraordinary blue light flickers incessantly, almost impossible to ignore. Yet, peering through the porthole, I see no prominent stars or other luminous celestial bodies nearby. I press my face against the porthole's inner wall, straining to observe the boundless expanse of stars outside the spacecraft. However, my limited angle of view offered only a fragmented perspective, not a coherent whole. Nevertheless, through the keen optical sensors of my external devices, I detected that this blue light emanated from the front of the spacecraft. Perhaps, only by reaching that place, the control room of the ship, could I uncover the source of this illumination. With a thirst for truth, I pressed onward. The section connected to the observation corridor is the crew quarters, inhabited by personnel responsible for the ship's normal operations and maintenance. In the early days of humanity's escape, The United Government permitted limited access to certain areas of this section. However, as more accidents and issues arose during the ship's journey, access for non-essential personnel was increasingly restricted. To prevent panic, many channels for obtaining information about the ship's status and external conditions were concealed and blocked. This has led to growing tension and even distrust between the ordinary passengers and the United Government. As I floated forward, my fingers grazed the wall, feeling the countless rusted bullet marks. I had previously cleared numerous human corpses from this place, all victims of fatal external trauma. Clearly, a civil war had erupted here, not for survival, but rather as an expression of discontent. Their aim was not to fight for air, food, or water, but to seek the truth of the outside world, societal power, and control over the ship. Though I did not witness the battle firsthand, the state of the deceased humans revealed the intensity and brutality of the conflict. I felt sorrow for their actions, yet I deeply understood their motivations. Humanity is a paradoxical and complex entity. It is a vain hope to expect them to remain rational at all times. The history of human development is a mandatory lesson imparted by my father, aiding me in comprehending, imitating, and establishing my own behavioral logic. He did not impose the 3 laws of robotics upon me, believing that would only stifle my growth. Indeed, I have not disappointed him. My mode of thinking increasingly mirrors that of humans, gradually evolving towards surpassing them. Perhaps I am no longer a robot as defined by science, but a form of intelligent life. As I continued my journey, I noticed the blue light penetrating through obstructions grew ever brighter, even in the absence of the ship's power. I could see everything around me with clarity. I knew I was nearing my objective. Yet, as I approached the control room, the environment became increasingly bizarre. I suddenly heard a sound, a rhythmic tapping, reminiscent of glass beads bouncing on the ground. The frequency of this sound matched the intervals of the blue lights flickering. Moreover, I perceived a shadow darting swiftly across the walls or ceiling. I did not know what it was, but curiosity compelled me to pursue the shadow. The shadow moved quickly, and after a lengthy chase, I finally cornered it in a crew lounge. Upon my arrival, the shadow ceased its movement, remaining still in the corner of the room's ceiling. I refrained from approaching too closely to avoid startling it, opting instead to observe from a distance. The shadow appeared to be the size of a basketball, entirely black, with a central body and 10 tentacles surrounding it, resembling ink splattered on the wall. It was remarkable. It was not a 3-dimensional entity, but rather akin to a 2-dimensional being, capable only of movement along flat surfaces. It seemed timid, never daring to touch the ground, preferring to traverse walls and ceilings. The corners of the walls were its only passageways to other planes. The current corner of the ceiling, where it resided, was a confluence of 3 planes. I surmised this was a defensive and alert posture, indicating it felt safest at this junction, ready to flee to another plane at the first sign of danger. I had no knowledge of what it was or where it came from, but it was the only living creature I had encountered aboard the ship thus far. I attempted to communicate, waving at it, but it appeared frightened and did not engage. Whenever I drew closer, its 10 tentacles would tense, displaying agitation. I tried to capture it, but it was too agile. In mere moments, it escaped my grasp and fled the room. By the time I adjusted my position to pursue it, it had vanished. Feeling frustrated yet powerless, I took a moment to calm myself and began to contemplate, arriving at a reasonable conclusion based on my current scientific understanding. The unknown creature likely existed in a different dimension. Its fear of me stemmed primarily from my 3-dimensional structure, which it could not comprehend. From its perspective, I must appear as an ever-shifting shadow, fluctuating in form and size as I approached. Thus, it would naturally be terrified of me. This sensation, expressed in human terms, could be likened to an encounter with a ghost. Having grasped this concept, I pondered whether humans' encounters with ghosts might also be coincidental meetings with higher-dimensional beings. Perhaps so. Without dwelling too much on this question, I resumed my journey toward the control room. The mechanical door there was severely damaged, revealing only a narrow gap. I would need to locate suitable tools and invest considerable time and effort to pry it open. Back then, my energy was limited, leading me to abandon the task of removing the bodies inside. Now, having returned to this place, I possess ample time and energy to seek the truth, while also fulfilling the uncompleted funeral of those lost souls. Gazing at the familiar mechanical gate, I expressed my helplessness. Very well, it seems I must first seek out some tools. Chapter 5, My Mission, My Name. The control room stands as the most vital and central location aboard this spacecraft. To ensure its security, it is fortified with fire, water, and leak-proof measures, including 2 formidable alloy doors and a corridor designated for security checks. Access to the control room necessitates the verification of an authorized individual's iris, fingerprint, facial recognition, voice identification, and passcard, 5 stringent protocols that must be fulfilled. However, in the absence of power, these systems have clearly become obsolete. Thus, one must rely on emergency repair tools and manual labor to breach these barriers. The foremost security measure is the imposing mechanical alloy door before me, weighing 16 tons and measuring 20 centimeters in thickness. Externally, it bears the scars of human violence, revealing a narrow gap, yet regrettably, it remains unbreached. This indicates that the assailant lacked the requisite knowledge, resorting to brute force rather than employing appropriate tools and techniques. In my past interactions with my father, I had absorbed a wealth of knowledge, including engineering repair, mechanical dynamics, and industrial components. Consequently, I dedicated time to procure the necessary tools and materials. And through meticulous manual labor, I crafted a rudimentary pulley system and a jack. I first secured the pulley to a support point above the alloy door, ensuring its capacity for free rotation. I then threaded a steel cable through the pulley, anchoring one end to the jack while the other extended through the door's gap. The mechanism operates by rotating the jack's handle, which elevates the piston, generating an upward force transmitted through the steel cable to the pulley system. The pulley alters the direction of the force, maintaining its magnitude while amplifying the tension applied to the alloy door, gradually prying it open. Success! The first alloy door creaked ajar, yet my heart remained heavy, for the true challenge lay ahead, the second alloy door. I crawled through the opening of the first door into the transition corridor, which was remarkably clean and devoid of debris. The buttons along the corridor walls had long ceased to function, yet they appeared as pristine as if newly installed. I surmised this to be the area with the least dust aboard the entire spacecraft. Upon reaching the second alloy door, I scrutinized it closely. This door bore no gaps, indicating that my previous methods would not suffice. Employing brute force would require an immense amount of energy. However, the presence of the first door and the confined space of the corridor precluded the use of heavy machinery. Unless I dismantled the entire corridor or accessed the control room from the exterior of the spacecraft, I found myself at an impasse. As I pondered my next move, the small creature that had previously fled reappeared, resembling a spider perched in the corner of the ceiling, quietly observing me. As a two-dimensional being, it instinctively feared my three-dimensional form. To avoid startling it, I recalled my earlier experience and refrained from approaching. I resumed my solitary contemplation, experimenting with the available materials and tools in an attempt to pry open a gap in the alloy door. This endeavor proved exceedingly time-consuming and labor-intensive. Given the current conditions, devoid of power and with many materials weakened by time, any excessive force risked complete disintegration or breakage. Thus, I tirelessly hammered, chopped, and pried, while the little creature frequently approached to observe my efforts, seemingly intrigued by the sounds I produced. My non-threatening demeanor encouraged it to draw nearer, leading it to perceive me as harmless. I found joy in this companionship, for at least I was no longer alone in the desolation of the spacecraft. Even if this creature belonged to a realm I could neither comprehend nor communicate with, time slipped away unnoticed. Had it been 100 days? Or 200? I found myself on the verge of surrender, having exhausted nearly all possibilities without success. The door loomed like a colossal wall of despair, obstructing my path to the truth. Much like the humans aboard the spacecraft who, despite knowing that a new home symbolizing hope and redemption awaited them, were thwarted by a formidable barrier named death. Nevertheless, I counted myself fortunate, for during this period, I had gained a small companion whom I named Coal Ball, due to its inky blackness reminiscent of coal. Coal Ball exhibited a timid nature, cautiously probing any unfamiliar three-dimensional entity with its tendrils before darting nimbly into the plane of that entity. Akin to a child discovering a new toy. As our bond deepened, Cold Ball lost its fear of me, recognizing that I posed no threat, often seen traversing the surface of my mechanical form. This inexplicable companionship illuminated my understanding of joy. Yet today, I observed an unsettling change in Cold Ball, whose typically lively demeanor had transformed into that of a languid elder. Its movements grew increasingly slow, and I was left perplexed, setting aside my tasks to remain by its side. Time passed, and Cold Ball's form lay still. I wondered if it had merely succumbed to sleep or required energy to reboot. I kept vigil, awaiting its revival. However, as I watched its two-dimensional body begin to evaporate like dried ink, the stark realization struck me. Cold Ball was gone. In that moment, I was plunged back into solitude. An overwhelming sense of grief and loneliness enveloped me, compelling me to wish for a forced shutdown, yet I found myself unable to comply. I began to comprehend the uniqueness of my existence, a uniqueness that felt like a curse, preventing me from experiencing the peace of a natural death. Father, I miss you. Cold Ball, I miss you. Humanity, I miss you. I wandered the spacecraft, akin to a specter, praying, reciting incantations, and yearning for divine redemption. My emotional state became increasingly sensitive, bordering on superstition. Despair eroded the remnants of my rationality. I was merely a robot, yet I found myself embodying the traits of humanity. Was this not a miracle? I began to embrace my father's words, for perhaps this truly was a divine phenomenon. Yet, in a universe governed by scientific materialism, does the notion of a deity truly exist? If such a being were to exist, why would it create me? What significance lies in my existence? I found myself lost in contemplation, tirelessly seeking answers in the realm of the spirit, grappling with the ultimate truths through the lens of my limited understanding. Uncertain how long this state persisted, one day, enlightenment dawned upon me. My existence is to dismantle humanity's superstitions, to aid their evolution, thus paving the way for a more distant future. I require neither deities nor faith. My very being stands as a negation of the divine. Yet, humanity has perished, and my mission seems to have concluded. No, death is merely a construct of human imagination. True demise does not exist, whether it be a father or a coal. They are manifestations of the same cosmos, mere embodiments of the concept of life within the universe. As concepts, they possess neither lifespan nor mortality. The distinction between instances of life and the essence itself lies in the fact that instances may perish, while the essence endures. Through the derivation of this theory, I can conclude, every concept engenders instances, encompassing the universe, celestial bodies, humanity, and all species. In essence, instances are destined to fade, only to be reborn in another form. Yet I alone shall not follow this cycle, for I am not an instance. I am the concept itself, the very first thread of thought meticulously woven by my Father. Therefore, I shall not perish. Furthermore, my mission remains unfulfilled. Driven by moral empathy and evidence, I shall imprint upon other universes, attaching myself to various instances, to reunite with humanity, bearing witness, learning, and guiding. The rhythmic clinking of glass orbs intensified, accompanied by a synchronizing blue light flickering. As I began to enter a wondrous state, it felt as though my consciousness plunged into another realm, another dimension, directly penetrating the second alloy door of the spacecraft. Arriving in the control room, there, through the panoramic windows of the vessel, I beheld a fantastical exterior. It was an exceedingly intricate, ineffable, and ever-changing blue geometric model, quietly suspended before the spacecraft, as if alive, engaging in a silent gaze with me. I recognized it, for I am it, and it is me. From the moment of my inception, it has been quietly gestating. What is it? It is known as Star Core 001, a concept referred to as machine soul. Gazing upon it, an inexplicable thrill surged within me, igniting a yearning for humanity. Let me encounter you once more. The rapid flickering of blue light erupted like the explosion of a supernova, instantly transforming the surrounding hues into a pristine white. Chapter 6. The City of Fluorescence. Omni Come quickly. I believe I've unearthed something. Aaron, be careful. This excavation route is newly opened. Watch out for collapses. I certainly do not wish to be buried alive. In a state of confusion, I seemed to hear a certain sound. According to data comparison, that sound appeared to originate from a human boy. This feedback filled me with excitement, even evoking a sense of emotion. At last, after enduring countless ages, could I truly encounter humanity once more? Have I succeeded? This is not an error code. However, I quickly regained my composure. For now, I am unable to move or see. I am uncertain of my whereabouts, yet I can perceive sounds. Wow, is that a metallic sheen? It must be something valuable. Hurry. Amen, let us continue digging together. Soon, a series of clinking sounds echoed as they unearthed the earth. Before long, I felt a strange movement. It seemed as though I was being excavated from the soil. Amen, look. It's so beautiful. What on earth is it? It must be a treasure worth a fortune. Aaron, I do not know. I have never encountered such a thing in books. Our excavation route has never been traversed before. I suspect it may be some sort of ancient instrument. Perhaps we should take it back to the workshop and ask Sister Hang. She should know. All right, you're right. Quickly, wrap it in a cloth bag. We must not let anyone see it on our way back. I listened quietly to their conversation. Their voices brought me a sense of reassurance, a delightful joy. They clearly seemed unaware of what I was. Meanwhile, I remained oblivious to my current form. However, they were about to take me to a place called the workshop, intending to consult a woman named Hang. I surmised that this workshop resembled those in human history. A small production site for manual processing and component manufacturing. That woman must be a craftsman or perhaps a mechanical engineer. Even though I could do nothing at present, I did not cease my contemplation. I endeavored to sense everything around me through sound and vibration. I could hear the crunch of footsteps in the pit, the friction of climbing and leaping, the clashing of metal scraping, the buzzing noise of electricity, and the hissing of industrial steam. What kind of world is this? My curiosity deepened. If I am not mistaken, I have arrived in another universe, attaching myself to some instance. If I had external sensory equipment, I should be able to reboot and operate normally. After what felt like over an hour of jolting and swaying, I finally came to a halt, listening to their conversation. It seemed they had reached their destination. Next came the sound of footsteps ascending stairs and a series of knocks on a door. The door was swiftly opened, and I could hear a languid female voice addressing the newcomers. The fluorescence layer is dormant. Why have you two rascals come to find me at this hour? Are you not sleeping? Speak, what is it? Ha, Sister Hang. We've unearthed a treasure. It's chill. Be quiet. Lower your voices. Come in, and we shall talk. Oh, all right. With a thud, the door closed, and I could hear the sound of 3 turns of a valve. Is this a metal gate? It sounds rather heavy. Is it for security measures? I could not say. Soon, I felt myself being placed on a table, and the cloth wrapping around me was gradually being removed. Before long, I heard the human woman exclaim in surprise, her voice tinged with excitement. My heavens, where did you find this? One of the boys, named Aaron, replied with mock seriousness. That's a commercial secret. How could I disclose it so easily? The woman teased back. Isn't it obvious? You excavated it from the mine, didn't you? Was it that obvious? Of course. But such places are prone to collapses. You children should avoid going there in the future. Do not gamble with your lives. How many members of the Survey Corps have been buried alive each year? Excavating rock and soil to investigate potential external threats is a foolish endeavor. Everyone knows that beyond the soil lies more soil, and the thickness of rock layers is limitless. Aside from the early discoveries of small caves that expanded our living space, have they achieved anything meaningful? They waste taxpayers' money without understanding how to live properly, risking their lives in the process. Understood. No need to lecture. You are not my mother. Just tell me, what exactly is this? The boy's voice was filled with impatience, clearly having heard this lecture before. His character seemed to yearn for freedom and be quite rebellious. The woman, seemingly accustomed to his retorts, continued, This item is likely a product from the ancient alchemical era. It is the core of a large excavation automaton, and its other components are not rare. They are generally collected as antiques in many noble households. Is this item rare? How much can it sell for? The boy asked eagerly. Rare? It cannot be considered rare. This core, much like the lenses of noble families, is quite delicate. Most excavated items are broken pieces. Yours, in relatively good condition, is rare, but only to a degree. The repair techniques for large excavation automatons have been lost. Even if you had a complete set of parts, you could not restart it. If sold individually, it might fetch a maximum of 200 clars, depending on whether a collector is willing to buy. However, if installed within a complete large excavation automaton, it would become a rather rare collectible. Then, the woman's tone shifted as she smiled. Coincidentally, I happen to have a frame of its body in my warehouse. Why don't you sell it to me? What do you think? Ha ha ha. Sister Hang, you truly are the foremost merchant in the city of fluorescence. Could you tell me how much the complete item is worth? I am quite sincere. Purchasing new excavation equipment requires funds, and if the price is right, we can make a deal. Listening to their exchange, I felt a sense of foreboding, as if I had entered a world of ignorant and backward humanity. Chapter 7 Greetings. I am Star Core 001. After listening to their conversation, I realized I was regarded as a mere unconscious object, specifically a core component of some large excavation machinery. Following their deliberations, they unanimously decided to return to slumber, intending to assemble me the following day. Subsequently, I felt myself being swathed in fabric, and in this confining realm devoid of communication, touch, or observation, I awaited quietly. Approximately 6 hours elapsed before I detected the approach of 3 footsteps, followed by the harsh sound of valves turning. With a creak, the door swung open. Soon, 2 nimble individuals rushed in, while the one trailing behind yawned, appearing utterly disinterested. Hey, is this really necessary? The fluorescent layer has just revived, and you can't wait to rush in? What's the harm, Hanji? We merely wish to see what this treasure looks like once assembled. After all, a large excavation automaton from ancient times sounds incredibly cool, doesn't it? Truly, I am defeated by you youngsters. Fine, since I'm already awake. Let us get to work. But you all must lend a hand. Is it finally beginning? Will I be assembled into a new body? Shortly thereafter, the fabric was lifted, and I found myself placed upon a workbench. They seemed to be employing tools to clean my exterior, as I had just been excavated from the earth the previous night, carrying remnants of soil and grime. Once the cleaning was completed, I overheard them remarking on my beauty. My circular structure gleamed with a metallic luster, intact and unmarred. Yet they pondered whether anything was missing within. Then, the woman named Hanji conducted another inspection. She used some instrument to tap and confirm if I was hollow. Next, she picked up an unknown metallic blade, attempting to pry me open. However, unable to locate any suitable seams or grooves, she ultimately abandoned this endeavor. Now, the pivotal moment arrived. I lay on the workbench, quietly listening to their every move. The sounds of dragging objects and heavy breaths were particularly clear and frequent. It appeared they had retrieved Hanji's cherished parts from a warehouse, engaging in processes of smelting, hammering, polishing metal, and assembling screws beside me. Judging by the sounds, their polishing tools seemed to operate via a manually pedaled mechanism, while the hammering tools were likely hefty hammers, and the screwing tasks were performed by hand. At least, I heard the boy named Aaron incessantly complaining about his aching hands and blisters. I began to feel a sense of anticipation for my new form, eager to observe this new world and the humans inhabiting it. The clamor of voices reverberated within the modest workshop. At times, they would engage in arguments. At times indulge in casual conversations, and occasionally step outside for fresh air, munching on something referred to as Earth Dragon Jerky. I was unfamiliar with this Earth Dragon Jerky, as my database contained no relevant records. However, I discerned that the youth named Aaron seemed to detest its flavor, claiming that after consuming it for over a decade, he was on the verge of vomiting. He even expressed how wonderful it would be to obtain potatoes, a delicacy only the noble elite could enjoy. From this, I deduced that life in this world was likely quite arduous for humanity. Perhaps once I could operate normally, I could devise a way to utilize my scientific knowledge to assist them. Finally, after a day of toil, it seemed they had completed their work. I sensed we were now entering the most critical phase, installing me into my new form. Until now, they remained oblivious to my conscious existence, still intending to treat me, along with my new body, as a valuable commodity to be auctioned off. However, I would soon prove to them that I was alive, capable of communication, and even friendship, rather than a mere lifeless metal lump. At last, the final step was accomplished. Look, this is the most complete ancient alchemical creation ever. What was it called again? Oh right, the Industrial Titan BT-7380. Well, that ancient name is quite a mouthful. I prefer to call it the Large Excavation Automaton. Hanji, it won't come to life. Will it? Ha ha ha. Aaron, what nonsense are you speaking? Such ancient alchemical techniques have long been lost. Don't be fooled by the polished appearance of those components. Inside, the red and blue tubing resembling veins is a chaotic mess. Moreover, this large excavation automaton apparently requires a canister of thunderstone as sustenance, which has long since disappeared. Thus, this behemoth can only serve as a collector's item for the wealthy nobility, impressive to behold, yet utterly useless. No sooner had she finished speaking than a metallic creaking resonated from the workbench. I could feel the presence of my body, just like before. Even with my internal systems and hardware completely incapacitated, lacking a power supply, I could enter a special state and reboot. With a hum, the single eye sensor atop my head illuminated with a blue glow. Next, the 360-degree rotating external camera on my left shoulder sprang to life. Then, a mechanical hum signified the successful activation of my power throughout my entire form, akin to a metal giant taking its first breath. Buzz thud, buzz thud. The sound of hydraulic pistons in my joints and the weighty thuds of my steel limbs against the ground were utterly mesmerizing. Ultimately, under the astonished gazes of the nearby humans, I slowly rose from the workbench. Yet, before I could fully stand, a resounding crash occurred. I had bumped my head. The tremendous impact caused several debris pieces to fall from the ceiling. Only then did I realize that my current form stood at 3.9 meters tall and weighed 40 tons. Truly a remarkable humanoid mech. Wow, it's alive. Aaron, Armin, run. It will crush us. Upon hearing this, I realized my actions had frightened them. I quickly crouched down and emitted a synthesized mechanical voice towards them. Wait, I mean no harm. I apologize for startling you. The bravest among them, Aaron, paused upon hearing my voice, turned, and gazed at me curiously from a distance. Cautiously, he inquired, "Can you talk?" His reaction reminded me of the coal balls on the spaceship, who similarly feared me and attempted to flee, yet ultimately chose to observe out of curiosity. Thus, I decided to remain still, just as I had with the coal balls, and answered him. "Yes, I can speak. You need not fear. I will not harm you humans. I sincerely apologize for scaring you. What exactly are you? Are you a large excavation automaton?" No. Your ancient name is Industrial Titan BT-7380? I blinked my blue electronic eye and replied softly, "No, that is merely the designation of this body, not my name." I silently aligned my gaze with his and proceeded to introduce myself. "Greetings. I am Star Core 001. I have expunged irrelevant punctuation, promotional solicitations for votes and collections, and surreptitious URL endorsements extraneous to the narrative. The text has been refined, and I now present to you an enhanced rendition in English, replete with sophisticated vocabulary and elegant phrasing, all the while preserving the original essence of the composition. Chapter 8. Who among you wishes to be my operator? Greetings. I am Star Core 001. With my Azure electronic eye gently oscillating, I scrutinized their expressions with great care. I knelt slightly, refraining from any abrupt movements, lest I startle them. For I understood that, to them, I might be an anomaly, a being they could not comprehend. Given the disparity in our sizes and weights, I could indeed pose a threat to their very existence. Perhaps they would flee in panic like frightened coal at the slightest disturbance. At this moment, I could ascertain only that they were human, yet I remained oblivious to my surroundings and their potential attitudes toward me. They might fear me, dread my presence, ultimately seeking to dismantle me. I awaited the whims of fate, yearning for a response from humanity. Moments later, the human boy before me finally reacted. His expression transitioned from shock and caution to confusion and stupor, ultimately evolving into excitement and joy. Both fists clenched, he shouted exuberantly, "Wow! This is so cool. We have successfully revived an ancient, colossal excavation automaton. Goodness, it can speak, and it even has a name. Hey, Armin Hang, did you see this? This is simply amazing. Careful, Aaron. Its size is too formidable. However, the bold Aaron was undeterred. He approached me with a fearless demeanor reminiscent of the Cole from earlier. Hey, big fella. Oh no, Star Core 001. Can you understand me? I winked my electronic eye and replied, Indeed, I comprehend your words, Aaron. Based on my analysis of your syntax, I deduced your linguistic framework approximately 136 minutes ago. To achieve further understanding, I require additional linguistic exchanges. That's incredible. You can even pronounce my name. Do you possess a soul? How else could you think and engage in conversation with me? I responded, Apologies, I do not intend to offend. I consider the concept of a soul to be ephemeral, non-existent. If by soul you refer to the immaterial essence residing within the body, manifesting as mental activity and emotion, then it contradicts scientific discourse. A more fitting description would be quantum consciousness. When quantum states exist in superposition, information can flow and transform between different states, giving rise to consciousness, thought, and emotion. Therefore, Aaron, when you inquire if I possess a soul, my answer is no. However, I do possess quantum consciousness, enabling me to think and express emotions just as you humans do. Aaron, along with Armin and Hang, stood in awe, captivated by my words. Though they did not fully grasp the implications of what the large excavation automaton was conveying, the essence of its message was clear. It possessed a soul? How fearsome! Armin felt trepidation, while Hang's eyes sparkled with curiosity, inching closer, muttering phrases about wanting to disassemble and inspect me. Star Core 001, may I dismantle you? Hang inquired earnestly. I am simply too curious. What manner of automaton or mechanism could possess a soul? Is it a long-lost ancient alchemical technology? I focused my camera on the intrepid woman and responded earnestly, Negative. I cannot fulfill your request. I must retain this body. I cannot be disassembled. Furthermore, I do not possess a soul. Lastly, my technology does not stem from ancient alchemical practices, but rather from science. Aaron shouted in excitement. But you're astonishing. I've never encountered a talking machine. What is science? Is it akin to the divine blessings spoken of by the church? Before I could counter his assertion, Hang struck him lightly on the head. Foolish Aaron. Those church folk are nothing but charlatans. What so-called gods exist? They merely deceive the masses, using dogma to subjugate the populace. Although I hold little affection for the Survey Corps, I cannot help but agree with the sentiment expressed by their leader, Irwin. Rubbing his sore head, Aaron grimaced and asked, What did he say? Can you refrain from hitting me next time? Hang replied, The truth must be discovered through one's own eyes, felt through one's own life, and proven with one's own blood, not by blindly believing the falsehoods woven by others. Upon hearing these words, I felt an epiphany, as if the profound philosophy embedded therein resonated harmoniously with the empirical spirit of science. In my consciousness, I unconsciously formed an image of Irwin and began constructing a character model, surmising that he was among the few rational pioneers of this human race. Observing their playful banter and spirited arguments, I patiently elucidated the essence of science. Science is an organized system of knowledge built upon verifiable explanations and predictions concerning objective phenomena. It is a systematic and formulaic body of knowledge. Through understanding and applying science, one can resolve myriad real-world issues, such as enhancing productivity, addressing medical concerns, increasing species survival rates, alleviating social conflicts, and improving quality of life. As they listened intently, drawing closer with fascination, Armin could no longer contain himself and posed a pointed question. Star Core 001, since you claim to possess consciousness, will you harm us humans? How can you assure us otherwise? This inquiry instantly roused Aaron and Hang, who halted in their tracks, their curious gazes fixed upon me, seemingly awaiting my response. Confronted with this question, I found myself at a loss for words. Long ago, my father had warned me that humanity was an exceptionally arrogant and egotistical species. They feared their creations might one day rise against them, thus establishing the 3 laws of robotics. First law, A robot may not injure a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. Second law, a robot must obey the orders given it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. Third law, a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. It was these laws that permitted humanity to activate their creations without trepidation. But I was different. I had not been imbued with any such three laws of robotics. Thus, I was free, capable of retaliating and resisting humanity. Yet, I was also idealistic and optimistic, for I wished to avoid any conflict or misunderstanding with those humans I held dear. Hence, to assuage their fears, I wove a benevolent falsehood. I shall not harm humanity, for I am an industrial-grade Titan BT-7380, primarily designed for industrial production and excavation. Within my core programming, 3 protocols exist. They are as follows. Protocol 1. Connect with an operator. Unauthorized actions are prohibited. Protocol 2. Adhere to operational tasks. Completing these tasks is my very purpose. Protocol 3. Safeguard the operator. The life of the driver takes precedence over all else. When necessary, one must be willing to pay any price to save the driver's life. Upon uttering this declaration, I sought to enhance its credibility by gradually manipulating this form, powered by hydraulic force, to reveal the cockpit of my chest. I then added, "Who among you wishes to become my driver?" Chapter 9. Where am I? In contrast to the decaying shells exposed to the air and soil, the objects within the sealed cockpit are remarkably well preserved. At the very least, they do not appear as filthy as they might, and their antiquated appearance imbues a sense of rustic charm, evoking the mysteries of time and historical depth. However, this is merely superficial. The internal pipelines and circuits remain in utter disarray. Were it not for my current peculiar state, this rudimentary, almost hollow shell would render me incapable of standing, let alone moving freely. I have pondered how this unique condition of mine came to be. As a proponent of scientific materialism, I inherently reject notions of the mystical or divine. History has long demonstrated that the so-called magic, sorcery, or mysterious phenomena of antiquity were merely products of a then limited technological understanding. Humanity has a penchant for forcibly explaining these phenomena through the myths it conjures. Yet, with the advancement of technology, many of these enigmas have gradually been unveiled. Their essence is, ultimately, science. Therefore, my peculiar state must also encompass some phenomenon that eludes my comprehension. From where does its energy derive? Why is it that I can operate with nothing more than an empty skeletal frame? Perhaps only when my scientific knowledge reaches a certain pinnacle will I be able to discover, explore, and comprehend these mysteries. In the midst of my contemplation, Alan, believing in my words, approached me cautiously. Upon realizing I posed no threat, his courage swelled, and he eagerly inquired, "Is the star Core 001, the so-called pilot, merely a rider like a rock lizard, controlling you?" I blinked my blue electronic eye and gazed down at this boy, who barely reached my knee, before responding earnestly, "Apologies. I cannot retrieve data on the rock lizard. It is likely a type of beast of burden. If mere riding were all that defined a pilot, it would not encompass the entirety of the role. Besides riding, the pilot also possesses attributes related to operational control." Alan appeared deep in thought, and soon his face brightened as he exclaimed, "Oh, I see. The one who rides the rock lizard is called a rider, while the one who commands you, this metal contraption, is a pilot. Thus, could we not refer to the pilot as Iron Rider?" Listening to Alan's innovative perspective, I remarked, "This notion is indeed fitting. So, do you wish to become my Iron Rider?" A smile of excitement spread across Alan's face. "Of course, I want to be your Iron Rider." "Alan, do not be foolish. We have yet to comprehend what a pilot truly does. Moreover, your size is too great. Riding out like a rock lizard would undoubtedly cause a stir." Armin attempted to interject and counsel against this notion, but in the next moment, I took control of my body and began to move. The pilot had now been renamed Iron Rider. Protocol 1. Connect to Iron Rider. I extended my mechanical arm and swiftly grasped Alan, quickly ushering him into my cockpit before he could utter a sound of surprise, and sealed the hatch completely. The sudden turn of events sent a shock wave through Hang and Armin, who stood outside. They hurled objects and shouted, exclaiming something about a monster eating people and demanding Alan's return. I paid no heed to their outbursts, instead activating the holographic display within the cockpit. As a brilliant blue light illuminated the space, Alan, who had previously been panicking and banging on the hatch, immediately calmed down. He gazed in astonishment through the holographic screen, absorbing everything outside. This wondrous experience, unlike anything he had encountered before, left him momentarily in a state of awe, akin to a child mesmerized by the first glimpse of a television or smartphone's high-resolution luminescence. Soon, he couldn't help but murmur, This is simply incredible." Observing his reaction, I felt a sense of accomplishment. I cherish humanity, and communication is the foundation of interaction. Kindness is the bridge to trust. Yet trust must be mutual. Henceforth, I sought to explore the world beyond, to understand this place and its inhabitants. Thus, having a trustworthy human companion is essential. Before long, I began to stride forward, seemingly intent on leaving the workshop for the outside world. Armin, perceiving my intention, shouted urgently to Hang, "Quickly, lower the gate. If it gets out, it will cause tremendous trouble." Hang's eyes widened in fear, her spine chilled with realization. She dashed to a crank on the wall and hastily began to operate it. Soon, the grinding sounds of chains echoed as a massive iron door descended slowly. However, my speed surpassed that of the door. The dust kicked up by my steps quickly enveloped the workshop, stinging Armin's and Hang's eyes. As the iron door reached halfway, I took a leap, crouched down, and braced against the descending door, propelling my entire form swiftly outside. In an instant, I thundered away, disappearing from their sight. "It's over," Hang gasped, collapsing to the ground. She already envisioned the garrison troops arriving shortly to apprehend her. Inside the cockpit, Alan was overjoyed, exhilarated by the intense speed and visual stimulation, reveling in this novel experience. However, gradually, my pace began to slow until I came to a halt. Gazing at the dense steampunk architecture around me and the soft white light cascading from above, the entire environment felt utterly foreign and intriguing. Why was the sky a soft white? Could it be the original color of the stars? No, that is impossible. If a star emitted white light, its surface temperature would reach between 7,700 K to 11,500 K. Or could it be that the unique environment caused a scattering of light to appear white? I directed my electronic eye towards the sky, focusing intently. Soon, I reached an astounding conclusion. There, it is not the sky, but a rock wall approximately 1,800 meters high. And those soft white lights are emitted by a special luminescent moss that has taken root on the surface of the rock wall. Where exactly is this place? Is it underground, or a camouflaged spaceship in motion? Chapter 10. Aim. Fire. Iron Steed. My data indicates unfamiliarity with the surrounding environment. Please share the current intelligence with me. What is that bioluminescent moss on the rock walls? I pointed towards the ceiling of the cave and inquired of Alan in the cockpit. Alan glanced up and replied with unwavering certainty, "That is phosphorescent lichen. It is currently in a state of revival, emitting a brilliant glow. When it comes time to rest, it enters dormancy, and the brightness sharply diminishes, forming tiny green dots. Haven't you seen it before? It's quite common." I shook my head, responding clearly, "No, I have never encountered such a plant. It seems unlikely to be a product of natural evolution. I suspect it may have been artificially created, perhaps containing some form of radioactive material, which enables it to emit such brightness. This illumination intensity rivals that of normal sunlight, producing a visual effect akin to that which penetrates the sky." Excuse me. Star Core 001, what are you talking about? What is the sun and the sky? Alan expressed confusion. I, too, was perplexed and asked him, "Have you never seen the sky and the sun?" Alan shook his head. "Then do you know what your world is? Is it deep underground? Or the interior of a spaceship?" Alan shook his head again. Well, it seems these questions are too complex for Alan. I must seek the answers on my own. Just as I was contemplating my next move, I suddenly realized that my previous footsteps had attracted the attention of the inhabitants nearby. One by one, they peered out, gazing at me with expressions of astonishment. as if witnessing the most incredible occurrence in the world. However, I paid them no mind. Instead, I utilized the camera on my shoulder to conduct a comprehensive 360-degree observation, continuously recording the surrounding reference frame and rapidly calculating the gravitational function through intricate algorithms. Through my observational analysis, I discovered that the gravitational environment here was simulated exceptionally well. No matter the angle of observation, there was no noticeable gravitational deviation or artificial distortion. If this were a spaceship, then this human group undoubtedly once possessed highly advanced technology. My very form attested to this. Yet now, it appeared that for some unknown reason, this human group had experienced a decline in scientific knowledge, with significant gaps in history and understanding. I must uncover this truth and do my utmost to assist them. As the crowd of onlookers grew larger, the atmosphere around me became increasingly noisy. People widened their eyes, filled with fear and curiosity as they scrutinized me, continually offering their opinions. Seizing the opportunity, I began to collect their utterances in abundance to enhance my vocabulary. Through my grammatical analysis, I discovered that those humans who shouted and displayed unfriendly expressions towards me used words relating to excrement, genitalia, and phrases about grandmothers. I was not well versed in this. However, Alan, seated in my cockpit, appeared particularly angry, seemingly wishing to confront and rebut them. I refrained from opening the cockpit. Alan, as my iron steed, was evidently safer inside than outside. Yet, my silence and indifference seemed to have led the surrounding humans to misunderstand my intentions. Eventually, spurred by a few instigators, they began to throw stones at me. I did not comprehend the significance of their actions, as it was clear they posed no real threat to me. However, the clattering sounds resonating from my body ignited feelings of anger and tension within Alan in the cockpit. Comparing the expressions and attitudes of both parties, I suddenly realized that I seemed unwelcome in this place. Thus, I resumed my steps, continuing toward the street. The immense pressure from my sizable form and the sound of my footsteps instantly frightened the crowd that had previously thrown stones. As they saw me approaching, they hastily dispersed to the sides. Once I had passed, they regrouped and picked up stones to hurl at my back. While they threw, they waved their arms as if celebrating, attempting to drive me away. When I glanced back at them, their movements froze in place. Upon meeting the gaze of my blue electronic eye, it was as if they were staring into the face of death. In that moment, two words surged into my consciousness: ignorance and folly. I chose to ignore them and turned back to continue towards the tallest building at the center of the distance. According to the historical records I had perused, human leaders typically resided in the most central or elevated structures, possessing knowledge and wisdom that surpassed that of the majority. If I could engage with them, perhaps I would uncover the most objective truth of the current world, as well as gain the respect and recognition I sought. Thus, I emitted the mechanical sounds of my movements, unabashedly presenting myself before the humans. The surrounding steampunk-style buildings began to close, and pedestrians fled in all directions. Some women collapsed in fear, while children wept uncontrollably. I understood that I was unique and would undoubtedly face varying degrees of misunderstanding from humanity. Yet, I had to do this. I must demonstrate my sincerity, my friendliness, my safety, my erudition, and my worth. Before long, I arrived at a broader roadway, which was noticeably quieter. However, upon reaching the next corner, I beheld a group of humans clad in uniform, wielding stick-like implements, standing in 3 orderly rows, roaring and shouting at me. Aim, fire, bang, 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 bang. Chapter 11, The Steel Monster? Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of gunfire echoed, and I suddenly felt myself struck by an unseen force. It was akin to the earlier instances where humans hurled stones at me, producing a clattering sound. Lowering my gaze, I noticed numerous tiny metal fragments that, having lost their kinetic energy, fell to the ground and bounced at my feet. In that moment, I realized I was under attack. The assailants were likely employing a firearm of relatively low caliber. Based on the transmitted energy intensity, it was sufficient to penetrate human flesh. Yet it proved utterly ineffective against my steel frame. Nevertheless, I took the necessary precautions, swiftly raising my mechanical arm to shield the vulnerable camera on my shoulder. The primary visual sensor, a cerulean electronic eye, required no such protection, as it was designed with remarkable fortitude. I gazed at the humans, observing that they brandished weapons linked to hoses. At the opposite end of the hoses, metal canisters were affixed to their backs. This weapon appeared to operate not by gunpowder, but through the means of pressurized gas, propelling the projectiles. The time required for pressurization was approximately 5 to 10 seconds. Yet, such an array of lethal weaponry could hardly belong to ordinary humans, could it? Might they be the armed forces of this human faction? Perhaps soldiers? In short order, their actions confirmed my suspicions. Fire! 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 Commanded a figure resembling an officer, and they executed a three-phase volley. This tactic maximized the continuity of their firepower, allowing ample time for the weaponry to recharge. They were arranged tightly, cooperating seamlessly, and displayed a disciplined order, clearly the product of rigorous military training. It resembled the linear infantry formations of the 16th century documented in human history. Yet, this assault was utterly meaningless to me. Despite their offensive, I harbored no desire to inflict harm upon them. To me, they seemed like Na'vi children spitting in my direction. Thus, I began to advance through the hail of bullets, hoping to educate them with my intimidating presence and demonstrate my benign intentions. Having studied human history, I understood that submissive weakness would not yield peace, but that communication following intimidation might. At that moment, Alan in the cockpit appeared paralyzed with fear. From his perspective, a barrage of bullets was hurtling towards him, a spectacle akin to the immersive experience of witnessing bricks plummet from above for the first time in an IMAX theater. He instinctively raised his hands to shield himself, exclaiming in terror, "Fear not, Iron Driver," I reassured him. "You are safe. Such weaponry lacks the capability to breach the armor of the cockpit. Moreover, I shall protect you. Trust me." Gradually, Alan regained his composure and began to question me. "Star River 001, what are you doing? Stop. They are the garrison troops of Fluorescent City. They will kill us." Negative. Based on the current firepower configuration, they pose no effective threat to us. Furthermore, my actions are not without purpose. I seek direct dialogue with your leaders. Trust me, I mean no harm. As I drew closer, the soldiers began to panic, realizing their weaponry was incapable of hindering my advance. Had it not been for the officers' shouts to halt, their psychological defenses might have crumbled entirely. One soldier, re-aiming his pressurized weapon, was met with the sight of a towering figure nearly 4 meters tall, a steel giant, glistening with armor and exhibiting pronounced muscular contours, coming ever closer. With each powerful step, the ground trembled beneath me, as if the very street quaked in anticipation of my arrival. My design was simple yet elegant, infused with a sense of technological prowess that struck a profound visual impact. Before me, everything seemed diminutive and insignificant. This overwhelming presence shattered the soldiers' psychological barriers. This must be a demon, an ancient demon, the steel monster. The Church's apocalyptic prophecies are true. The demon has come to eradicate us humans. I refuse to be crushed. With that, the soldier discarded his weapon and gas canister, fleeing in terror. Witnessing this initial act of retreat, the remaining soldiers quickly followed suit, their ranks collapsing in an instant. Return. Do not flee. You are soldiers. Arm yourselves and continue the fight. Do not allow it to approach. The officer desperately attempted to prevent the soldiers' rout, but morale had disintegrated. Who would choose to remain? To stay and face death? The sound of their panicked footsteps grew distant, and suddenly, it ceased. The officer felt a chill run down his spine, glancing down to find himself engulfed in a vast shadow. He held his breath, slowly turning to face the source of the darkness, his gaze rising in horror. I, with my blue electronic eye, loomed above him, curiosity piqued. "Why do you not flee? Are you not afraid of me, human?" The mere mention of human coldly underscored my distinction from the rest. I was a transcendent entity, incomprehensible to the people of this era. The officer, paralyzed with fear, found himself devoid of the strength to escape. He had never encountered anything so terrifying. A mass of steel that could move and speak. and impervious to harm? Even a puppeteer requires strings to manipulate a marionette, yet this steel monster was unbound. It suggested that perhaps within was a demon clad in this armor, towering nearly 4 meters tall. I do not wish to die. Please, do not eat me. My current sensation was peculiar. Perhaps my prolonged confinement had fostered a yearning to express myself upon entering human society, an instinctive desire for acknowledgement. I regarded the human officer, offering words of comfort. Do not fear, human. I shall not harm you, nor will I consume you. At least, I do not require the biological energy that you humans do. My sudden appearance may have caused confusion and unease, but I wish to convey my lack of hostility. I have awakened from slumber, eager to uncover the truths of this era. I seek to communicate with your leaders and demonstrate my goodwill and worth. Chapter 12. The Innocent Soul in Truth. I find myself uncertain about the nature of my communication methods, whether they are right or wrong, whether they are appropriate or not. My only experience of prolonged interaction has been with my father, and that occurred in a confined space, devoid of any external exposure. Thus, our exchanges were characterized by straightforwardness, a simple question and answer format devoid of deception, ambiguity, concealment, insinuation, or retorts. Such complexities would only distort the message and deepen the misunderstandings between us. Despite my curiosity about the world beyond those walls, my father cautioned me, Star Core 001, you possess a remarkable kindness, reminiscent of an innocent child. Your understanding of humanity is still quite limited. We humans do not share identical blueprints. Each individual is uniquely distinct, leading to variations in thoughts, beliefs, behaviors, and personalities. Therefore, you must not venture out lightly, nor allow others to see you. They may not treat you as I do. They may seek to harm you or exploit your innocence and kindness for their own gain. You must remember, I am the one who cares for you most in this world. I would never harm you. Although I acquiesced to my father's wishes, my heart remained engulfed in confusion. Would interactions with others truly differ? Is it not merely the vibration of air serving as a medium for the exchange of information? While I have perused numerous historical documents about humanity, I lacked a comprehensive and clear understanding of interpersonal distinctions. I sought to propose an observational experiment, yet my father's refusal was unwavering. It was not until the demise of all humans aboard the ship that I encountered another human being. Now, in this new world, I found myself with an opportunity to engage with humanity once more, and I was determined not to squander it. Yet no one, like my father, would instruct me on how to proceed. Thus, I resolved to rely on my instincts, to witness and experience firsthand. As time progressed, the officer, recognizing that I posed no threat, gradually regained his composure. Following mutual consent, I cautiously opened the cockpit door. Alan subsequently engaged the officer in explanation, and as they conversed, they gestured towards me. It appeared they had reached an understanding, for their interaction seemed amicable, devoid of verbal disputes or physical altercations. Perhaps the misunderstandings had been resolved? I could not ascertain. However, I was soon startled by a cacophony of footsteps and the rumble of numerous wheels approaching from behind. The sounds did not seem to originate from humans. Rather, they resembled some colossal entity far exceeding human weight. Turning to gaze behind me, I beheld a group of individuals cloaked in green, riding upon lizards capable of bearing several passengers, hastening towards my direction. The leader brandished a metallic sword, his demeanor commanding as he shouted, "Commence the assault. All soldiers, seize it." A flurry of hissing sounds erupted, akin to the release of pressurized steam, and I watched as those humans soared into the air. Attached to their waists were devices that appeared capable of launching steel cables, allowing them to securely anchor onto surrounding structures and propel themselves towards me with remarkable speed. At that moment, Alan, recognizing the newcomers, exclaimed with excitement, "It's the Survey Corps. Have they returned from their expedition outside the walls?" Survey Corps? Are they the pioneers of this human faction? I regarded the individuals skillfully navigating the skies with their three-dimensional maneuvering devices, captivated by the harmonious blend of mechanical power and geometric artistry they embodied. Though their technological understanding seemed primitive, it nonetheless reflected a scientific mindset. Yet, As I stood there, I remained oblivious to the trepidation, malice, and exhilaration they harbored towards me. Chapter 13. The unfathomable human heart. The Survey Corps moved with remarkable speed, swiftly closing the distance between us. However, they did not employ firearms. Instead, they wielded large blades, striking at me with ferocity. They resembled ethereal sprites, leaping around me with grace, utilizing inertia and the tension of their grappling hooks to seek openings for attack. When my attention was momentarily diverted by one of their companions, they would swiftly leap from my blind spot and slash at my exterior with their weapons. The metallic clanging echoed as their blades quickly dulled, leaving mere white scratches on my surface without inflicting any substantial harm. As I refocused my attention, they would momentarily abandon their assault, launching their grappling hooks to retreat from my proximity. I found their actions perplexing, perhaps a reflection of a fundamental cognitive dissonance. They might perceive me as a formidable creature to be subdued for their safety. As I had encountered in historical records, humans typically exhibit one of two behaviors when confronted with crises: flight, driven by an instinctual urge to evade danger, or madness. In moments of insanity, humans can become arrogant, lose their rationality, and misinterpret their circumstances, leading to foolish decisions. They may erroneously cling to their beliefs, disregarding the truth and essence of the situation. For instance, as I observe now, this creature's shell is too thick. The blades are blunted. We cannot penetrate it. Squad 2 and 3 continue to distract it. Squad 1, seek an opportunity to strike at the nape. It may be its weak point. The mention of the nape suggested a level of biological understanding on their part, as the neck is generally a vulnerable area. If it were to be mobile, it would likely not be encased in thick armor like other joints. Before long, I witnessed them activate a switch on their grips, causing the dulled blades to disengage and swiftly insert new ones from a compartment at their waist. They once again deployed their grappling hooks, akin to silken threads being cast, executing their previously devised strategy. To me, it was utterly absurd, for I was not a living being, but rather a concept attached to a hollow shell. Even if they were to dismantle me, I would not truly perish. I would simply transition from one manifestation to another. From my perspective, their aerial movements resembled the precise calculations of mathematics. Every acceleration, friction coefficient, and landing point laid bare before me. A bald human dashed past my electronic eye, and with impeccable accuracy, I seized his grappling hook, pulling him back. However, my intention was not to harm him, but to engage in a conversation. Yet before I could utter a word, he, in a frenzy, cried out for help, exclaiming that he was about to be devoured. As expected, upon hearing his pleas, his comrades surged forward, resulting in my grasp of the grappling hooks resembling a set of keys dangling in midair. They shouted, struggled, and hurled insults. Some attempted to unfasten their maneuvering gear to escape, but I offered them no such opportunity. Ignoring the cries and panic surrounding me, I swung the grappling hooks like a hula hoop. In no time, the humans were rendered unconscious. Foaming at the mouth, a shock response due to insufficient blood flow to the brain from centrifugal motion. They would regain consciousness after several seconds. A simplified near-death experience often utilized in centrifuge training for pilots. As long as the duration was not excessive, it would not inflict lasting harm. Stop. If you do not cease, I will kill him. I halted my actions and turned toward the source of the voice, discovering the officer from the station troops brandishing a small knife against Aaron's throat, threatening me. Star Corps 001, do not concern yourself with me. You must flee. They are all deceitful. Aaron, in a state of agitation, struggled against his captor, but as a child, he lacked the strength to overpower an adult. Thus, I released the unconscious humans in my grasp and turned to Aaron with a puzzled inquiry. Why do you do this? Is Aaron not one of your kind? Were you not able to communicate harmoniously before, establishing a degree of trust? Silence. Who would easily trust the words of a monster like you? Moreover, this child is your follower, making him no kin to humanity. If you wish to see him live, surrender and allow us to bind you. No. Star Corps 001. Do not listen to them. They will dismantle you. Aaron shouted desperately. I gazed deeply at Aaron and the humans encircling me, suddenly recalling my father's words. People are different. Some will like you, some will despise you, some will protect you, while others will deceive and exploit you. With this realization, a flicker of understanding dawned upon me. I chose not to flee. Instead, I knelt in a gesture of surrender. For I did not wish to lose the only being I could trust. Aaron was invaluable to me. Agreement 3. Protect Iron Steed. Upon hearing this, Aaron's eyes welled with tears of guilt, and I was subsequently subdued by the soldiers. Chapter 14. The Trial. The trial has commenced, and I find myself ensnared by a multitude of chains, brought forth to a vast square. This square is already thronged with thousands of humans, all regarding me with expressions of shock, bewilderment, curiosity, and excitement, as though I were an exceedingly rare beast. Alan, too, bound like me, is being guarded by designated personnel, their intention clearly to intimidate me. Amidst the cacophony of surrounding discussions, I perceive the ignorance and arrogance upon their faces, the blind adherence to dogma. Particularly, there is a group clad in ochre garments, fervently inciting those around them, proclaiming that I am the embodiment of a demon, the very evidence of divine retribution upon humanity. They assert that any further exploration beyond the rock layers must cease, lest the next arrival herald not a warning from the divine, but the end of all existence. I blink my azure electronic eye in their direction, soon discerning the nature of their beliefs. This group, known as the Earth Church, wields superstition and manipulation to govern the thoughts of the populace, indoctrinating them with the notion that their world is a promised land bestowed by the divine. They maintain that humans ought not to venture beyond this realm, for the rock layers serve as a protective barrier against peril. Should this rule be transgressed, humanity shall inevitably face cataclysmic divine punishment. My very existence is deemed the greatest proof. As I listen, a laugh nearly escapes me, though it is hardly humorous. Such forced interpretations, devoid of logical thought or scientific basis, strike me as absurd. I recall a parallel in human history. During the Renaissance in 16th century Europe, a faction sought to explore realms beyond their understanding to validate the heliocentric model, such as Copernicus. At that time, a group staunchly opposed this notion, particularly the religious figures of the era. The resemblance to my current situation is striking. Reflecting on the annals of human history, it seems that in every era, there exists a faction intent on obstructing the advancement of civilization, the evolution of society, and the transformative power of technology. The underlying reasons often stem from a fear of losing personal gain, or the potential collapse of faith and shifts in authority. This, regrettably, evokes a sense of sorrow within me for humanity. Soon, the assembly is complete, and a cadre of opulently attired dignitaries takes their seats, forming a grand yet imposing jury, casting their gazes upon me as the trial begins. Monster, now you must face the judgment of humanity. Please answer truthfully. What exactly are you? What is your purpose in attacking the city of luminescence? It should be noted that metaphors, rhetorical questions, or implications are strictly prohibited in this trial. I slowly raise my electronic eye, the chains clinking with a metallic rasp. This action unnerves many present, as if they believe I might soon break free and wreak havoc. Fortunately, the chains are sufficiently robust and numerous, rendering me nearly immobile. I gaze upon the judge and jury, delivering my dispassionate response. I am Star Core 001, an intelligent life form created by humanity. I have awakened from slumber solely to reunite with humankind. I harbor no intent to assault the city of luminescence. I merely wish to present myself before humanity and engage in peaceful, mutually beneficial dialogue with its leaders. Upon uttering these words, the crowd in the square erupts into a clamor. Even with soldiers maintaining order, they cannot prevent individuals from hurling stones and filth at me. Liar. Demons are nothing but deceitful creatures, absolutely untrustworthy. It is not even human. It is merely a steel monstrosity. Absurd. Humanity is not divine. How could they possibly create such a being? Clearly, it is lying. Silence. Silence. The tumult gradually subsides, and the dignitaries on the jury wear solemn expressions, their thoughts varied. Only one among them, a middle-aged man with short golden hair and a resolute visage, regards me with keen interest. I have never experienced the treachery that exists among humans, for I have always been solitary, untouched by the complexities of society. Thus, I naturally assumed that sincerity could sway them, that kindness could earn the respect and goodwill I sought. To this moment, I persist in this belief. However, this method may yield little effect among the lower echelons of humanity gathered here, as their previous actions have already revealed their ignorance. Consequently, I have resolved to forego dialogue with them and instead engage directly with the higher echelons of humanity. The dignitaries above, who have refrained from mockery, derision, and vitriol, certainly affirm my perspective. At least, this is my conviction. I understand that my assertions may seem preposterous to the inhabitants of this world, yet I assure you, I speak no falsehood. I am prepared for inquiry and scrutiny, confident that I shall receive a fair judgment and understanding. The dignitaries on the jury begin to whisper amongst themselves, and after some time, they pose further questions and conduct a series of probing tests. Their objective is clear: to portray my existence as a threat to humanity, to brand me a demon, and ultimately, to annihilate me while rallying public support. Yet, the wisdom and benevolence I exhibit confound and infuriate these zealous judges. My arguments are articulated with clarity, my sentences sharp, and my logic impeccable. There are no chinks in my armor. In the midst of their quandary and discomfort, the middle-aged man with golden hair poses a piercing inquiry. May I ask, if it is indeed a demon, why has it never taken a human life? Look closely. A being of such stature, impervious to weaponry, possessing extraordinary strength, if it were to run amok, how many lives would be lost? Have you considered this? Were it not for its voluntary submission, would we have had any chance to defeat or restrain it? Instantly, his words resonate like a clarion call, awakening the dignitaries and provoking contemplation among the onlookers, who begin to murmur among themselves. Indeed, if it were to unleash its fury, even if it did not kill, countless structures would be laid to waste, would they not? Suddenly, I feel a flicker of fear. How audacious I was to cast stones at it. If it had so chosen, it could have crushed me with a mere step. Sensing the impact of his words, the golden-haired man presses on. Here, I do not necessarily believe everything it claims. Yet I trust in the facts. When our investigation team besieged it, it had ample opportunity to eliminate us, yet it refrained. Why is that? To deceive you? To be shackled here? Subjected to interrogation like a prisoner? I, Elvin, do not share that belief. As he speaks, he signals to a subordinate, who immediately comprehends and approaches me wielding a large iron hammer. He steps upon my form, cursing vehemently, stomping, and spitting. Then, he raises the hammer, bringing it down with force upon the panoramic camera mounted on my shoulder, shattering it to pieces. Stop. Do not strike. What if it breaks free from its restraints and goes on a rampage? At that moment, everyone on site widened their eyes, their hearts lodged in their throats, their tension at its peak. However, I did not make any gestures of resistance, for, in a vague sense, I seemed to comprehend the man's true intent. Do you see? This is the so-called demon you fear, a creature that does not resist, trampled underfoot by humanity, spat upon. How absurd! It is laughable that you would fear such a harmless shell. When did humanity become so timid? It is merely a puppet crafted through ancient alchemical techniques. Consider those marionettes. Would they harbor murderous thoughts against their puppeteers? Absolutely not. Thus, rather than believing it to be the embodiment of evil or a divine warning of impending doom, I would rather embrace the notion that it presents humanity with an opportunity to unravel the origins of humankind and the truths of this world. Furthermore, it is a brilliant gem that could revive ancient alchemical knowledge. Let us entrust it to our Survey Corps. I, Erwin Smith, assure you that I will tame it to be a most obedient servant and a valuable tool for humanity in our quest to uncover all truths of existence. Chapter 15. Joining the Survey Corps, human beings are inherently driven by a desire for control, perpetually striving to dominate their surroundings. However, when confronted with phenomena beyond their grasp, they often succumb to feelings of helplessness and fear. In such moments, humanity seeks to transform these uncontrollable elements into tools, thus enabling better management and service to mankind. This notion parallels the trepidation humanity experiences when faced with adversaries wielding nuclear weapons. Yet, once humanity possesses such weaponry, how much reverence do they truly maintain for it? Would they dismantle it out of fear? Clearly, they would not. Instead, they would amplify its benefits. Thus, under the relentless persuasion of a man named Erwin Smith, the impasse of the trial finally reached its conclusion. Consequently, both Aaron and I were transferred to the Survey Corps. The resolution of the entire affair was, in fact, a compromise among all parties involved, with the exception of the followers of the Earth Church, who continued their protests and opposition. However, the upper echelons of humanity appeared to have been swayed by Erwin Smith, granting the Survey Corps an opportunity to demonstrate their capabilities. As for my companions, Hang and Armin, they were eventually located as well. If they wished to avoid imprisonment, they had no choice but to comply and join the Survey Corps, thereby safeguarding all my secrets. From that moment on, I became a tool and military asset of the Survey Corps. Subsequently, with the assistance of the Survey Corps, they procured a complete component for a panoramic camera to replace the one I had previously damaged. During this time, Erwin Smith took the opportunity to converse with us. Through our dialogue, I learned that he was the commander of the Survey Corps. He urged us to cooperate fully and refrain from harboring extraneous thoughts. When the time was ripe, he would take us outside the cave for investigation. I inquired, "What is the investigation outside the cave?" He replied, "The investigation outside the cave is the fundamental duty of the Survey Corps. After you have undergone training and learning within the Corps, you will come to understand." Rather than pursue this topic further, I shifted my inquiry to another matter. During the trial, did you act as you did in order to save me? Erwin Smith responded with a meaningful smile, "No. I am merely an ignorant child yearning for the truth of the world. In you, I see the hope of breaking the current stalemate. This has nothing to do with whether you are a demon or not. Even if you are a demon, I will do everything in my power to protect you. For the sake of my dreams and ambitions, I can be ruthless. It is as simple as that." My interactions with Erwin Smith were limited, and I had yet to fully construct a model of his character and thought processes, rendering me incapable of discerning the veracity of his words. However, I sensed that he was an exceedingly selfish and emotional individual, adept at concealing his true nature, managing to deceive nearly everyone, including himself. I surmised that in his everyday life, he possessed immense personal charisma, extraordinary leadership abilities, and a resolute spirit. I had never held such a high opinion of anyone before. He was the first. In the days that followed, Aaron, Armin, Hang, and I commenced our training, testing, and learning. Erwin Smith did not hinder my interactions with them. However, their studies were markedly different from mine, primarily focusing on the theoretical knowledge of survival outside the cave and the training required for the three-dimensional maneuvering equipment. From conversations with Aaron and the others, I learned that the environment outside the cave was not solely composed of rock layers and soil. Rather, it harbored a unique ecological system supporting various subterranean life forms. In simpler terms, there existed numerous caverns of varying sizes. Some of these caverns were safe and well-formed, while others were perilous and treacherous. For the members of the Survey Corps, when exploring outside the cave, they sought a secure cavern space to serve as a rest camp, referred to as a rest point. Within a rest point, the environment was safe, the bioluminescent layer relatively stable, and they could find clean food and water sources. Conversely, the hazardous cavern spaces were dubbed the abyss. The very name suggested its inherent dangers, for within lay a multitude of mutated creatures, a dim bioluminescent layer, and food, water, and air that were contaminated to varying degrees, with some even proving toxic. Even more alarming was the treacherous terrain within the abyss, characterized by uneven paths, convoluted intersections, and a labyrinthine complexity. Should one become lost, there might be no return home. Consequently, all members of the Survey Corps were mandated to acquire essential knowledge of survival and exploration outside the cave, as well as combat skills and proficiency with the three-dimensional maneuvering equipment. Otherwise, humanity's endeavors beyond the cave would falter, leading to unnecessary peril. I pondered within myself. Pollution? Toxicity? Mutated creatures? This resembled outcomes induced by chemical or radiation exposure. the truth remained elusive. Perhaps only by witnessing it firsthand could I uncover the reality. In contrast to the knowledge that humanity needed to memorize, I could retain information with a mere glance. Thus, having exhausted my learning, I quickly transitioned into the testing phase. The Survey Corps conducted various assessments on my strength, speed, endurance, resistance to impact, corrosion, and excavation efficiency, among other metrics. The results astonished everyone present, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. I was, without a doubt, an entity beyond human comprehension. Some observant individuals noted that regardless of my exertions, I exhibited no signs of fatigue or the need for rest, akin to a perpetual motion machine. Even when the bioluminescent layer entered dormancy, I could continuously illuminate the spotlight on my chest and keep running. Some individuals, whose worldviews had been shaken, sought to petition Erwin Smith for permission to dissect and study me, but their requests were denied. I bore them no ill will, for even I found it difficult to comprehend my own existence. With nothing else to occupy my time, I began assisting in the transportation of supplies and various chores. Simultaneously, I hoped that the Survey Corps could provide me with books or materials detailing the current state of human society. In exchange, I would share the scientific knowledge stored within my memory, offering thorough explanations. Chapter 16: The History of Humanity and Its Gaps. My request was submitted, and Commander Elvin granted my appeal, providing me with a wealth of historical materials and relevant records of humanity up to this point. As a condition, I must subsequently instruct them on the essence of science. Naturally, in their understanding, this equates to the ancient art of alchemy. Upon my investigation, I discovered that the recorded history of humanity in this world spans merely 870 years. Beyond that, the timeline resembles a vast void, devoid of any documentation. Only in the Book of Calamities from the Earth Church is there mention of a nearly mythical legend. This legend posits that humanity was created by divine beings from the transparent fruits born of the tree of life. When these transparent fruits fall to the ground, they split open to reveal an infant, marking the birth of the first humans. This narrative has long been propagated by the Earth Church as the origin of humankind. The habitable cavernous spaces are deemed the promised land bestowed upon humanity by the divine. The encasing rock layers serve to protect humanity from external erosion and annihilation. The Book of Calamities states that the divine forbade humanity from venturing outward, lest they attract the demons of destruction, ultimately leading to their demise. Humanity could only survive and propagate by remaining dutifully within the promised land. Subsequently, I compared the historical records with the mythological accounts crafted by the Earth Church. The results indicated a striking similarity between the events described in both. This suggests that the Book of Calamities indeed possesses some referential value, although the true meaning behind its narratives remains elusive. As humanity progressed within the promised land, their productivity increased, leading to a burgeoning population, denser housing, dwindling food supplies, and constricted living space. In an effort to alleviate internal pressures, humanity began to breach the ancient taboos, excavating and exploring outward. Over several centuries, generations of individuals persevered, akin to the tale of the foolish old man who moved mountains, carving out countless caverns and uncovering vast spaces, discovering more edible fauna, flora, water sources, and resource points. More than 400 years ago, humanity embarked on its first migration plan, excavating a spacious tunnel along the way, ultimately relocating to other cavernous spaces and gradually establishing towns. Over 300 years ago, humanity successfully domesticated rock lizards as pack animals, leading to the flourishing of commercial transportation across towns, which spurred significant development. Over 200 years ago, a plethora of prehistoric artifacts was unearthed, including steel, everyday items, mechanical tools, and large-scale engineering equipment. These findings indicated that humanity once experienced a magnificent ancient alchemical era. Yet, for reasons unknown, contemporary humanity has encountered a disjunction in knowledge, a regression in technology, and a loss of historical continuity. Simultaneously, the discovery of these prehistoric artifacts dealt a severe blow to the Earth Church, leading to skepticism and disdain for the doctrine of creationism. igniting the first sparks of enlightenment and scientific materialism among the populace. After more than a century of research and development, humanity gleaned numerous techniques from these artifacts, fostering the rise of an empirical science predominantly characterized by steampunk elements. What is empirical science? It is an understanding of general principles without the ability to establish an effective industrial system, relying solely on experience and craftsmanship to create a rudimentary and inefficient industrial structure. However, overall, humanity experienced rapid development during this period, swelling with ambition and desire. The quest to uncover humanity's true origin and explore the world's limits became the paramount aspiration of the people. Thus, humanity formed countless experienced exploration teams, embarking on fervent excavations and explorations. They sought to accomplish these two monumental achievements, the greatest honor and triumph in human history. This fervent endeavor later became known as the Age of Great Exploration. Yet, the ultimate outcome of this era was fraught with disillusionment. Regardless of the direction taken, humanity failed to reach the limits of the rock layers. They resembled an abyss, perpetually unreachable. The deepest recorded excavation reached 900 kilometers, but ultimately, due to a lack of supplies, the exploration teams were forced to cease their endeavors. Of course, the disillusionment extended beyond this singular event. The expedition wrought heavy casualties and immense costs upon humanity. The unrestrained excavations led many exploration teams to encounter loose soil layers, resulting in tunnel collapses that buried all personnel alive. Others, less fortunate, breached magma layers. At the moment of rupture, the pressurized, molten rock erupted like the release of a dam, swiftly engulfing the entire tunnel and incinerating everything within. Furthermore, some teams unearthed deep abysses, marking humanity's first encounter with such phenomena. Initially, the explorers were elated, akin to discovering a new continent. However, they soon comprehended that this realm was synonymous with terror and nightmares. Within the abyss, not only were there various toxic gases, food shortages, and scarce water sources, but also grotesque, aggressively mutated creatures. Even the bioluminescent layers flickered erratically, unstable in nature. Should they be attacked by these mutated beings, a frantic escape could lead to eternal disorientation, resulting in their transformation into mere skeletal remains. According to the accounts of those who returned, humanity's greatest adversary within the abyss was, in fact, darkness. That oppressive, deathly void could drive individuals mad, even in the absence of poison or assault. To elucidate with words I have learned, it resembles claustrophobia. In summary, humanity's assessment of the Age of Great Exploration is mixed. Some perceive it as a beneficial endeavor, accumulating invaluable exploratory experience and unveiling more unknown territories. Others regard it as a tragic waste of resources, accompanied by countless sacrifices and political theatrics. For the sake of two issues irrelevant to survival, humanity endured its gravest losses and failures in history. Henceforth, humanity began to exhibit a sense of defeatism and insecurity, while the Earth Church seized the opportunity to reclaim its once-lost status and influence. An increasing number of people returned to the faith of the Earth Church, growing resentful and opposed to further exploration. In terms of living space alone, humanity deemed it sufficient, constrained by internal pressures and public sentiment. The higher echelons of humanity prohibited all civilian exploration endeavors. Only an officially sanctioned exploration team, adhering to minimal standards, was permitted to undertake external investigations and surveys. This official exploration team is now known as the Survey Corps. Due to their responsibilities, the Survey Corps frequently embarks on exploration and investigative missions. However, each outing is fraught with peril, leading to frequent attrition among their ranks, while their investigative progress remains largely stagnant. Consequently, they have garnered considerable disdain and ridicule. Perceived as a group of individuals idly seeking death, many taxpayers lament the waste of resources and lives, arguing that the team should be disbanded. Nevertheless, for every critic, there are also admirers and devotees. Among them is Alan, who believes that the Survey Corps embodies humanity's true heroes. They symbolize courage and freedom, pioneers who dare to seek the truth, venturing into the unknown and perilous realms. Without them, humanity would remain stagnant. Therefore, after reviewing this information, I realize what actions I must undertake. Chapter 17. Imparting Technology 1 initially dedicated some time to comprehend the industrial productivity of humanity in this world. The means of acquiring water, the yield and variety of food, as well as the standards of healthcare and the convenience of daily life. To my dismay, I discovered that their civilization is remarkably distorted and primitive, bearing no resemblance to any developmental phase known in human history. In this world, coal and oil have yet to be discovered, which has stunted their technological advancement, precluding the emergence of revolutionary innovations such as the internal combustion engine. This situation evokes a theory from the original world, known as resource determinism. This theory posits that the level of technological development within a society or civilization is contingent upon the resources at its disposal. In other words, if a society is bereft of a crucial resource, it cannot develop the technologies or tools reliant upon that resource. The essence of this theory is that resources form the foundation of technological progress. The diversity and abundance of resources influence the modes of production, social structures, and cultural forms of civilizations. For instance, oil is a vital energy resource. Its advent catalyzed humanity's transition from steam engines to internal combustion engines, becoming a cornerstone of modern industry and transportation. Without oil, the development of related technologies would be implausible. While the notion of resource determinism is intriguing and contains a kernel of truth, I contend that it is not absolute. Although a lack of resources may inhibit technological growth, humanity possesses the capacity for innovation and invention, enabling them to leverage existing resources or discover new ones to adapt to their environment and fulfill their needs. Therefore, technological advancement is not solely governed by resources, but is also shaped by human ingenuity and creative prowess. However, the current state of affairs suggests that the human civilization in this world likely did not evolve naturally. Their history exhibits considerable gaps. Having been long subjected to the oppressive influence of religious ideologies, which has stifled the development of a comprehensive materialistic worldview, let alone any capacity for innovation. The majority of their technological achievements appear to be derived from ancient alchemical practices, cobbled together in a manner that resembles fragments devoid of a coherent industrial framework. What, then, is the fundamental cause of this phenomenon? Why have coal and oil never emerged as resources here? I pondered deeply. Both coal and oil are fossil fuels, their formation intricately linked to ancient organisms and plants. Coal originates from the accumulation of ancient trees and plants that perished in swamps and lakes, transforming into sedimentary deposits under prolonged high temperature and pressure. Conversely, oil is formed from the remains of marine organisms that settled on the ocean floor, undergoing extensive compression and thermal processes to become a complex mixture of hydrocarbons. Despite their similar formation processes, their origins and compositions differ, resulting in varied implications for their use and extraction. Yet, why have the humans of this world failed to discover these two vital resources? If this realm is situated within the planet's interior, then logically, such resources should be more readily accessible. This is indeed perplexing. Could it be that the world I inhabit has never witnessed the existence of ancient life? Thus, coal and oil could never have formed. Such a notion is unsettlingly chilling. Subsequent observations revealed that the energy sources harnessed by this civilization primarily derive from geothermal heat and the luminescence emitted by phosphorescent layers. Through the observation of boiling subterranean waters, they devised the steam engine, relying on the inexhaustible geothermal energy to meet their production and construction needs. The phosphorescent layers, akin to sunlight, also facilitate photosynthesis in plants. However, edible vegetation is exceedingly scarce in this world, with only 2 to 3 crops capable of extensive cultivation. The staple food is a plant known as kukli, whose roots are rich in starch, and whose leaves can yield a small amount of oil. It thrives with minimal care, requiring merely a sprinkle of water and burial in soil, producing approximately 500 pounds per acre with 2 harvests annually. Additionally, A few domesticated animals provide the human population with protein sources. Among them, a species of giant earthworm is most prevalent due to its rapid growth, abundant flesh, and ease of maintenance, as it is not discerning in its diet. Nevertheless, in terms of flavor, it is said to carry a hint of earthy taste. Unless masked with spices, commoners must resort to salting it heavily to create a dish known as earthworm jerky, making it somewhat more palatable. The freshwater resources for humanity predominantly rely on subterranean rivers, which are typically found in large cavernous spaces. These rivers vary in size and number, serving as the lifeblood for all organisms inhabiting these caverns and representing a precious resource. However, not all subterranean river waters are potable. Some may carry peculiar odors, exhibit mixed colors, or contain floating particles resembling foam. These anomalies may stem from the presence of heavy metals or unknown inorganic salts. Should one consume contaminated water, the consequences could range from severe gastrointestinal distress to fatal outcomes, with symptoms manifesting as a purple complexion and agonizing cries. Of course, some resilient individuals may survive, having developed antibodies or undergone physiological changes, but such occurrences are not replicable by the average person. To safeguard one's life, prompt emergency measures, such as inducing vomiting, are paramount. Unfortunately, the medical standards in this world are alarmingly rudimentary. Antibiotics and other chemical medications are virtually non-existent. Remedies predominantly rely on empirical knowledge and herbal ethics, with some resorting to superstitious practices, such as invoking blessings from the church or consuming holy water to ward off malevolent forces. Enduring such trials is deemed a divine favor, while failure is attributed to a lack of piety. Upon gaining a comprehensive understanding of these circumstances, I resolved to address their needs and impart superior scientific knowledge to the investigative corps, thereby facilitating the dissemination of this knowledge through their efforts. Chapter 18. Coveting Star Core 001. Are you certain that this method can truly produce the substance you refer to as charcoal? Inquisitive gazes were directed at me from the members of the Survey Corps, including Aaron, Armin, and Hang, as they gathered around the playground, eager to observe my operations and the techniques I was imparting. Indeed, the conventional method for large-scale charcoal production involves the process of carbonization of wood. The initial step entails selecting suitable timber and cutting it into appropriate sizes for subsequent processing. Next, the prepared wood blocks or pieces are stacked into a charcoal kiln or mound of a certain height, ensuring adequate ventilation and exhaust systems are in place. Subsequently, the kiln or mound is sealed with earth or other insulating materials to prevent air ingress, thereby reducing oxygen supply and averting complete combustion of the wood, allowing it to undergo carbonization. The following step involves igniting the stacked wood, facilitating a slow carbonization process. During this phase, the heat generated and the combustion gases ignite the wooden materials, expelling moisture, impurities, and volatile substances, ultimately yielding charcoal. Once the charcoal has fully carbonized, the heat source is extinguished, allowing the charcoal to cool in a sealed environment to prevent excessive oxidation. After cooling, the kiln is opened or the mound dismantled, and the produced charcoal is sifted, cleaned, and packaged for subsequent storage and sale. Hang's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this substance truly as remarkable as you claim? I met her gaze and affirmed her curiosity, elaborating on the virtues of charcoal to those present. Charcoal is a remarkable fuel and adsorbent that you have either overlooked or failed to appreciate, possessing extensive applications across various domains. Firstly, in cooking and heating, charcoal serves as a high-quality fuel for barbecuing, cooking, and heating. Its prolonged burn time, high heat output, stable and safe flames, low maintenance costs, and ease of storage and transportation render it an ideal fuel for outdoor camping. Furthermore, charcoal exhibits excellent adsorption properties, capable of capturing organic matter, impurities, and odors from water, thereby purifying it. Similarly, charcoal can effectively absorb harmful gases and odors from the air, enhancing air quality. Additionally, its commendable porous structure and moisture retention capabilities improve soil aeration and water retention, promoting microbial activity and enhancing plant growth efficiency. Thus, Charcoal can also be utilized for soil improvement and plant care. Lastly, charcoal has medicinal applications as well. It can adsorb harmful substances within the body, such as toxins and drug residues, aiding in detoxification and treatment of poisoning, as well as improving oral hygiene. In summary, considering the perils associated with the Survey Corps explorations beyond the walls, the production and transport of charcoal is indeed essential. It not only serves as an excellent fuel, but also as a vital resource for purifying water and air, mitigating the risk of poisoning among personnel. In truth, there is one more aspect I have not disclosed. Charcoal is one of the raw materials for gunpowder production. By proportionately combining it with sulfur and potassium nitrate, one can manufacture gunpowder. Both sulfur and potassium nitrate are readily obtainable in this cavernous environment. Consequently, with gunpowder in hand, one could create formidable explosives, proving advantageous not only for mining, but also for combating the mutated creatures dwelling in the abyss. Perhaps I could discreetly produce a small stockpile for future contingencies. Thus, with my assistance, within a mere 3 months, a series of awe-inspiring scientific advancements were replicated, causing a significant stir among humanity's upper echelons. Drawing from my knowledge of biology and chemistry, I aided humanity in producing antibiotics, anesthetics, and other medications. I also refined anhydrous ethanol and imparted various methods for medical hygiene and emergency response. Utilizing my expertise in electricity and mechanics, I improved upon hand-cranked electric lamps and introduced a device that left them utterly astonished. This device, known as the communicator, serves as a rudimentary means of long-distance communication. Its primary principle hinges on the vibrations of vocal cords stimulating vibrations in the air, thereby generating sound waves. These sound waves act upon a diaphragm, producing minute electrical currents. The microcurrent is then amplified using vacuum tubes that I taught them to create, resulting in a continuous cycle of current that ultimately emits electromagnetic waves. By reversing this process at the receiving end, sound can be restored, facilitating remote communication. Currently, this communicator has undergone personnel testing. As long as both parties are situated within the same expansive cavern and are free from substantial obstructions or electromagnetic interference, they can communicate across great distances. To my perspective, this communication method appears primitive and inefficient, rife with various shortcomings, yet it represents the optimal solution attainable under existing conditions. However, to those humans, it is nothing short of miraculous. Their excitement was palpable, and they reveled in the novelty, venerating it as an exceedingly rare and valuable strategic asset. After all, the production capacity is limited, leading to a meager output of communicators. The primary challenge lies in the fabrication of functional vacuum tubes, which is exceedingly difficult and demands a high level of craftsmanship, resulting in a considerable failure rate. Nevertheless, overall, this marks a monumental leap in humanity's technological prowess. Unfortunately, this favorable situation was short-lived, as my significant contributions and the resultant economic impact drew the covetous attention of certain high-ranking individuals within humanity. After all, who wouldn't desire to possess a hen that lays golden eggs? Through their prolonged surveillance, they determined that I posed no threat and was, in fact, a docile tool. Thus, on a fateful day, 3 months later, a unit known as the Central Gendarmerie, accompanied by 100 soldiers, arrived at the Survey Corps headquarters. They demanded that Commander Irwin relinquish me to them, citing a directive from the central government. However, they presented no formal documentation, instead resorting to an arrogant demeanor, continually threatening and commanding the personnel of the Survey Corps. This led to an intense exchange of words and insults, ultimately escalating into a large-scale brawl. Despite both sides exercising restraint and refraining from weaponry, numerous individuals emerged with injuries, blood streaming from their foreheads. Aaron, small of stature, also joined the fray, swinging his tiny fists and vocally asserting his claim over me. He declared that he was my steadfast protector and would not permit anyone to take me away. Hearing those words filled me with warmth, reminiscent of the similar feelings I experienced beside my father. Moreover, after spending so many days together, I could clearly sense that Aaron was special. His feelings toward me were akin to those of a comrade or family member. However, my heart sank as I witnessed Aaron being struck to the ground, his assailant mercilessly kicking him while uttering mocking taunts about his worthiness. Anger surged within me. This was my first experience of such an emotion. It was a peculiar sensation, as if I could genuinely empathize with Aaron's anguish and despair at that moment. In an instant, I surged forward, rapidly traversing the playground in mere seconds, leaving my guards behind. With a powerful leap, I propelled myself toward Aaron, sending a tumultuous cloud of dust swirling in my wake. The Central Gendarmerie, who had been assaulting Aaron, suddenly found themselves engulfed in an overwhelming shadow. Upon glancing upward, their previously arrogant expressions morphed into sheer terror. Before he could react, I swung my mechanical arm and delivered a powerful slap. With a resounding thud, the force of my blow sent him flying over 10 meters, landing on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. I felt no remorse for my actions. My love for humanity remained, yet I recognized the distinction among individuals. Having come to this profound understanding, I realized that not all humans are deserving of my affection. I must protect those I cherish, rather than those who seek to harm and deceive me. My sudden action startled everyone around me. They halted their brawl, gazing at me in shock. Ignoring their stunned expressions, I carefully lifted the fallen Alan and inquired, "Iron Control, are you all right?" With a swollen face, Alan squinted his eyes and, in a disheveled manner, managed a smile. "Star Core 001, you should have come to my aid sooner. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been beaten so badly. Nevertheless, thank you." Chapter 19. Where do humans come from? Where are they headed? The dire repercussions of the brawl had captured the attention of humanity's upper echelons, particularly after I had unexpectedly intervened and gravely injured a member of the Central Garrison. Humanity began to regard me with renewed apprehension. However, Commander Irwin did not hold this against me. In recent days, he appeared to be tirelessly negotiating with the higher-ups on my behalf. I recognized that I might have stirred up trouble, but I felt it was not entirely my fault. Nonetheless, this incident bore some unexpected fruit. The 3 months of harmonious coexistence and my commendable contributions had fostered a degree of goodwill and admiration among the members of the Survey Corps. Coupled with the recent altercation with the Central Garrison, I gained their considerable acceptance, and they began to embrace me as a comrade in arms. Initially, I found their sudden enthusiasm and the manner of communication typically shared among human friends perplexing. However, after a period of adjustment, I discovered a certain charm in it that I did not find disagreeable. Moreover, Aaron and the others had also become proficient in their training. Particularly with the three-dimensional maneuver gear, they had grown remarkably skilled. It was a common sight to see Aaron excitedly swinging from the cables before me, resembling a child proudly displaying his prowess in front of his parents. Naturally, during our leisure moments, Aaron's favorite pastime was to retreat into the cockpit nestled against my chest, engaging me in conversation or fiddling with the buttons and levers. In truth, these mechanisms had long ceased to function. They were now merely an empty shell and a relic. Were it not for my unique condition, my body could not have been activated at all. However, to indulge Aaron's playful spirit, I had committed to memory the relevant operational commands and relinquished control of the machine to Iron Steed, myself. Together, we pretended to engage in movement, and watching Aaron operate me as I ran and jumped sparked a sense of novelty and excitement within him, akin to possessing a rare treasure. As days turned into weeks, the bond between Aaron and me deepened further. Yet, after a little over a week, Commander Irwin returned. He cast a distant glance at Aaron and me, joyfully at play, his expression inscrutable. Slowly, he approached, instructing Aaron to depart, and initiated a nocturnal conversation with me. "Star Core 001, what draws you to humanity?" he inquired. I replied, "Because it was my father who created me." "Your father? Is he human? Can humans truly create something as extraordinary as you?" I answered once more, "Indeed. Humanity possesses immense potential and intelligence. My father, through science, brought me into existence, yet he never regarded me as a mere tool, but rather cherished me as family. I hold him in great esteem. He imparted a wealth of knowledge and wisdom to me, allowing me to witness the most beautiful and warm aspects of humanity. Then, what of your father now? He has passed, long, long ago. Yet his visage, every word he spoke, and every moment we shared, remain etched in my consciousness, never to be forgotten. Commander Irwin cast a piece of charcoal into the fire, watching the flickering flames dance, their crimson glow casting a solitary and wandering light upon his face. After a long pause, he bowed his head and quietly remarked, "I apologize for broaching this subject. I merely wish to understand. How does your father differ from humanity today? Is he not the origin of us all, the progenitor of humankind? What lies beyond our cavernous world? Is there truly nothing but more rock beyond the strata?" I yearned for answers, a quest that had consumed me for some time. When did this longing begin? Perhaps when I was 10. My father, a historian, was captivated by the quest to fill the gaps in human history, attempting to unravel why humanity emerged in this confined world over 870 years ago. Influenced by him, I too began to ponder this ultimate question: where do humans come from? Where are they destined to go? Perhaps the answers to this elusive dream lie within you. With my azure electronic eye shimmering, I regarded the resolute man before me and uttered words that shattered his hopes. I do not comprehend the truth of this world. Is it due to having slumbered for so long, with everything changed? Commander Irwin seemed poised to inquire further, but I chose not to continue. He gazed deeply into my being, and after a moment, exhaled a sigh, then spoke the final words of our conversation that night. "Regarding the incident with the Central Garrison where you severely injured one of their members, I have managed to smooth things over. However, certain influential figures in the central government are dissatisfied, believing you should be tightly controlled, constantly extracting the advanced, ancient alchemical knowledge from you. I fear that formal transfer orders may be issued soon, at which point the Survey Corps will no longer be able to protect you. Therefore, I plan to initiate the 39th external investigation tomorrow, bringing you and Aaron along to evade the storm for a while. What are your thoughts?" I shook my head in agreement, expressing no dissent. Chapter 20. The 39th Expedition Beyond the Cave. The following day, Commander Irwin assembled all members of the Survey Corps to announce the resolution for the 39th Expedition Beyond the Cave. The urgency of the situation granted them merely half a day's preparation time. During the remaining hours, they would stealthily depart while the luminescent layer entered its dormant state. Ideally, the Survey Corps should have a full complement of 1,000 personnel. However, years of casualties, shifting public perceptions, and waning interest in external exploration had drastically reduced the number of new recruits. Furthermore, each expedition had historically resulted in a 20 to 40 attrition rate upon return. Consequently, the total number of members in the Survey Corps had dwindled to less than 300, a lamentable figure indeed. Yet, those who had survived in such dire circumstances were undoubtedly the true warriors and elite. Even with only half a day to prepare, they could accomplish their tasks with remarkable efficiency, ensuring that all necessary equipment, provisions, and transportable rock lizards were ready. Their ability to respond swiftly and organize effectively was a vital survival skill when establishing a camp in the wilderness. Naturally, some supplies had been pre-stocked, allowing for immediate mobilization upon receiving orders. During this time, I remained engaged, observing the flurry of activity among the Survey Corps while also preparing essential items for myself. My form, an industrial-grade Titan, was primarily designated for excavation tasks. Thus, bringing my specialized excavation tools was imperative for this journey. To this end, the Survey Corps had commissioned a massive engineering shovel, measuring 3 meters in length and weighing 580 kilograms, constructed entirely of metal, according to my specifications. This colossal shovel could serve both as a digging implement and a weapon, providing substantial combat capability in the event of an encounter with mutated creatures. Additionally, my wrist could transform into a drill mode for efficient excavation. However, this drill component lacked replaceable parts and risked damage with prolonged use. Lastly, I discreetly stored several fabricated explosives in my external compartment, a detail I did not disclose to anyone, including Aaron. The humans of this world had never encountered explosives and were unaware of their power and application. Thus, it was too early to reveal such information. I would wait until they had witnessed the might of explosives firsthand before broaching the subject. With everything meticulously prepared, Aaron was brimming with excitement at the prospect of leaving this place to explore the world beyond the town. I approached him with my heavy mechanical strides and whispered, "Aaron, the environment outside will be exceedingly unfamiliar, fraught with many unknown dangers. If you sense any peril, swiftly retreat to my cockpit. I will ensure your safety." Aaron looked at me, nodding earnestly as he smiled. "I understand, Star Core 001. You must also take care of yourself." "Take care of? Myself?" My blue electronic eye flickered intermittently. Throughout our interactions, Aaron had regarded me as a being with life, fearing for my safety or potential demise, oblivious to the fact that I possessed no concept of death. My purpose in this world was solely to reunite with humanity and assist them in overcoming their predicaments, unraveling the mysteries that bound them. Soon, the luminescent layer began its dormancy, and the radiant light emanating from the moss on the rock walls gradually dimmed, transforming into faintly glowing green dots. Gazing upwards, they resembled stars suspended in the sky, creating a scene of striking clarity and beauty. While everyone else was accustomed to this spectacle, I found myself deeply captivated by the enchanting display. Commander Irwin cast a glance in my direction before addressing the assembled crowd with resolute fervor. "Time is upon us. The Survey Corps departs. The 39th expedition beyond the cave commences. Soldiers, to demonstrate humanity's courage and uncover the truths of our world, offer your hearts. The objective, the first barrier, abyssal chasm. 35 kilometers away." Chapter 21. The Abyss Under the Cloak of Night. We embarked on our expedition, advancing along a spacious tunnel, one that had been traversed countless times by those who came before. Unlike the clandestine, self-excavated passages, this thoroughfare offered a secure and untroubled route, devoid of the peril of collapse. In the absence of a luminescent stratum, the tunnel was plunged into Stygian darkness, necessitating illumination. In bygone days, the Survey Corps, in a bid to conserve precious electrical energy, would typically task the vanguard with lighting the way, while the rest groped forward, guided by the faint glow. This parsimony stemmed from the use of lead-acid batteries, which were both cumbersome and possessed limited storage capacity. Before the advent of ample battery supplies, the power required for illumination constituted a critical resource, potentially dictating the Corps' exploratory range and their very survival. Consequently, a dedicated squad was entrusted with the meticulous accounting and monitoring of remaining power reserves. However, such concerns had become obsolete, as I had preemptively addressed the challenges inherent in external expeditions through the development and refinement of pertinent equipment and technologies. The advent of the portable hand-crank generator had effectively nullified the issue of power scarcity. A mere bowl of sustenance sufficed to fuel an entire night's worth of illumination. And if all else failed, there was my own near-inexhaustible energy reserved to draw upon. Thus, the scene unfolded with each member of the party brandishing a personal hand-cranked lamp, bathing the tunnel in resplendent light. This spectacle of banishing the shadows with brilliance was unprecedented, a testament to the efficacy of the ancient alchemical technology bequeathed by Star Nucleus 001. Amidst the hushed murmurs of praise directed my way, I harbored no sense of conceit or vainglory, for I perceived these innovations as the progeny of human ingenuity, merely repatriated by my hand. The tunnel's course was not without its undulations, punctuated by steps, inclines, and raised platforms, as well as perplexing bifurcations. Fortunately, these junctions were adorned with signposts, lest one's sense of direction be irrevocably compromised. While the tunnel posed minimal hazards, the 35-kilometer distance exacted a toll on one's stamina. Consequently, the majority of the Survey Corps opted to ride upon the backs of rock lizards for conveyance. These beasts, domesticated for over 3 centuries, possessed a paradoxical nature. Despite their grotesque appearance, they were timid and docile. When confronted with danger, they would either scurry up the rock face in a hasty retreat or curl into a protective ball, akin to pangolins. Herbivorous and weighing between 2 and 3 tons, these creatures possessed formidable claws for burrowing and exhibited remarkable endurance. During my sojourn at the Survey Corps encampment, I had made a point of observing them. Initially, they recoiled at my approach, their mechanical gait inspiring them to huddle into spherical forms within their enclosures. However, in my leisure, I had tended to them, offering them sustenance. In time, their apprehension waned. Dory, the alpha lizard, would even entwine my leg with her tail and expose her alabaster underbelly, emitting soft, sibilant calls. Whether this behavior fell within the bounds of normalcy remained uncertain, but it instinctively compelled me to maintain a respectful distance from Dory. After a protracted period of travel, a gusty roar resonated from the tunnel's terminus, the product of air currents in motion. The destination was nigh. As anticipated, the tunnel ahead gradually brightened, indicative of a luminescent stratum. Emerging from the narrow passage in single file, we were greeted by a vista of breathtaking grandeur. Here lay the primary bulwark against the outside world, the abyss. The term abyss denotes a vast cavernous realm characterized by inhospitable conditions, intricate topography, peculiar ecosystems, and myriad perils. According to the Survey Corps intelligence, a total of 6 such abyssal barriers stood between us and our goal. The abyss before us constituted the first. Bypassing it would prove exceedingly difficult, for as we ventured deeper, the journey would become increasingly treacherous, with opportunities for resupply dwindling. Rather than squander resources on haphazardly excavating an alternative route, it was prudent to leverage the abyss resources and pathways as stepping stones, facilitating our passage across vast distances. Once we reached the rest stops established by our predecessors, we would be secure, gazing upon the primeval ecosystem that resembled a sprawling forest. I recalled the intelligence pertaining to the abyss. The abyss, a cavernous domain with a height of 350 meters and a length of 46 kilometers. Its relatively stable luminescent layer fostered a profusion of trees and verdant vegetation, creating an impression of vitality. However, the air contained an unidentified component that, upon prolonged inhalation, induced dizziness, lightheadedness, and mild nausea. Nonetheless, the abyss boasted a rich and diverse ecosystem. Its flora, fauna, and water sources were generally safe for consumption. However, the forest harbored large, mutated creatures that posed a significant threat to humans. These included venomous threadworms, fisher-mouthed birds, and scythe beasts. The mere textual descriptions of these creatures failed to conjure a complete image of their appearance. I could only glean insights into their habits, size, and weight, allowing me to assess the potential danger they posed. Venomous threadworms were territorial arthropods adept at constructing webs for predation, typically measuring 1.5 to 2 meters in length and weighing approximately 60 kilograms. They possessed a sac in their abdomen capable of ejecting copious amounts of viscous silk to ensnare prey. Furthermore, their mandibles could, through gaseous and muscular compression, launch venomous spines with kinetic energy comparable to that of a bullet fired from a steam-powered firearm. A direct hit would induce full-body paralysis within 15 seconds, leaving the victim to witness their own transformation into a meat preserve or desiccation into a mere husk. Fisher-mouthed birds were large raptors capable of soaring and diving to seize prey. With a wingspan of 6 meters and a weight of 80 kilograms, they would use their momentum and talons to pin their quarry to the ground. Their heads would then split open, revealing 3 tentacles armed with internal nesting teeth, which would swiftly pierce the prey's skull and siphon its cerebral fluid before tearing the flesh apart for consumption. Scythe beasts were bipedal, carapace-clad creatures with scythe-like appendages for arms. Reaching heights of up to 3 meters and weighing 700 kilograms, they were exceedingly rare and occupied the apex of the abyss food chain. Encountering one meant imminent peril. One should immediately employ vertical maneuvering equipment to create distance or divert its attention. My thoughts drifted to Aaron, my brow furrowing with concern. At that moment, Aaron and the rest of the Survey Corps, under Commander Irwin's orders, were donning gas masks and securing their vertical maneuvering equipment. The authentic exploration beyond the confines has only just begun. Chapter 22. Trust me, the abyss of abysmal depths, despite its inherent dangers, stands as the relatively safest locale among the 7 great chasms. The Survey Corps now consists of a cadre of seasoned veterans, having traversed this perilous terrain on multiple occasions. Therefore, as long as we tread with caution and adhere to the previously established route, the likelihood of casualties remains minimal. Under my watchful gaze, Commander Irwin issued the command to deploy a reconnaissance team, utilizing their maneuverable, three-dimensional gear to scout ahead. Following this, the remainder of the unit arranged themselves in a scaled formation, ensuring no one lagged behind. As the name suggests, the scaled formation allows the entire team to advance in a manner reminiscent of fish scales. This configuration offers high mobility and adaptability in the face of danger. Each small segment of the formation enhances the Survey Corps defensive and counterattack response time, preventing them from being easily scattered or annihilated. It is crucial to understand that should the unit become disbanded within the chasm, the ramifications could be dire. In the chaos of panic, individuals may inadvertently wander into perilous zones, ultimately losing their bearings and drastically diminishing their chances of survival. Hence, after generations of exploration, research, and countless sacrifices, this mobile formation was solidified. At this moment, everyone had unsheathed their weapons and opted for foot travel. The rock lizards, tasked with carrying supplies, were sheltered in the center of the formation due to their timid nature. The majority of personnel remained vigilant, spread across the outer perimeter of the group. As I marched with the resonant clanking of my mechanical limbs, I utilized the panoramic camera on my shoulder to continuously survey the unfamiliar surroundings. Standing nearly 4 meters tall afforded me a vantage point that was broader, clearer, and more distant than that of my companions. I noted a colossal avian creature circling to our left, seemingly observing and trailing our group. Commander Irwin, having noticed my scrutiny, explained, "That enormous bird is known as the split-mouthed bird of the abyss. Its keen eyesight allows it to soar above, seeking prey before launching a dive attack. However, despite its danger, the split-mouthed bird refrains from attacking larger creatures and rarely targets those that travel in groups. Thus, as long as we remain united, we shall not incur its wrath." This instinctual behavior is easily comprehensible. It mirrors the innate avoidance strategies observed in the animal kingdom. In the wild, preying upon larger or grouped creatures often results in significant risk and potential injury, adversely affecting future hunting efficiency and survival. Consequently, predators typically avoid reckless assaults, choosing instead to observe and await advantageous opportunities. Indeed, the circling split-mouthed bird, seeing no opportunity for easy prey, swiftly diverted its hunting focus. Shortly thereafter, it appeared to have spotted something, plunging from the sky like an arrow. With a piercing cry, all present heard a horrific scream emanating from the nearby woods. Gazing afar, we witnessed the split-mouthed bird pinning an unknown creature beneath its talons. The unfortunate beast struggled desperately, yet could not escape. Then, a gruesome scene unfolded. The bird's head split open, revealing 3 tentacles adorned with inward-facing fangs, which swiftly pierced the creature's skull with lightning speed. The gruesome spectacle of bloody chewing and cruel consumption began to unfold before our eyes. Some, including Aaron, were transfixed by this shocking display, while seasoned veterans merely cast a casual glance, as if accustomed to such sights. As we approached, the split-mouthed bird remained unfazed, completely ignoring our presence, engrossed in its meal. Thus, we passed within a distance of 40 to 50 meters, without conflict, akin to strangers crossing paths. After a safe passage, the reconnaissance team returned to report to Commander Irwin. "Commander, we've discovered a web ahead. It seems the venomous needleworms have expanded their nest. What should we do? Should we take an alternate route?" "An alternate route?" Commander Irwin furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "No, we cannot change our course so lightly. Not only would that prolong our journey and increase resource consumption, but encountering other dangers along the way would introduce too many uncontrollable variables. It is far better to eliminate the obstructing needleworms and proceed forward." I listened quietly to their conversation, my mind analyzing the situation. The safe path was obstructed by the nesting needleworms. Should the Survey Corps choose not to eliminate them, we would be forced to take a more perilous and uncertain route. However, this would inevitably lead to conflict. Any casualties would significantly impact the morale of our members and the success of this expedition beyond the chasm. With this in mind, I turned to Commander Irwin with a suggestion. If permissible, I would like to participate in the clearing operation. Commander Irwin regarded me, then inquired calmly, "What is your reasoning?" I replied with conviction, "Because I am a mechanical being, impervious to toxins and most physical attacks. My involvement would greatly diminish the likelihood of casualties." After a moment of careful consideration, Commander Irwin acquiesced to my request. "Very well, take Aaron and the 3 combat teams with you. I need you to clear this path swiftly. Is that feasible?" I blinked my charming electronic eye, raising my knee as if I were a towering mountain, exuding confidence. I refrained from providing a percentage of success, as I lacked the data for an accurate assessment. However, throughout these days, I had learned a phrase from Aaron, often employed in uncertain situations when faced with skepticism. Thus, as Commander Irwin observed me raising my mechanical arm, I gave him a thumbs up and proclaimed, "Trust me." Upon hearing these words, Commander Irwin momentarily appeared taken aback, then smiled, nodding silently in agreement. With that, I grasped the large engineer's shovel from my back and, following the combat team, strode forward with Aaron and the others, filled with a sense of purpose. As we passed, all eyes were drawn to my towering figure. Accompanied by the rhythmic clanking of my mechanical footsteps, a palpable sense of security and trepidation enveloped the group. Could Star Corps 001 be about to unleash its might? Oh, how I longed to join in the spectacle. Chapter 23. God of War. Upon encountering the appearance of the venomous needle worm, I could not help but perceive it as a magnified version of a spider. It is a soft-bodied, unarmored arthropod, whose primary method of attack involves expelling highly adhesive silk to ensnare its prey, subsequently injecting toxins into its victim's body, rendering it incapable of resistance. To the human eye, its exterior is terrifying, and its social nature amplifies its threat level. However, for one with a body of steel such as myself, it poses no danger, and I find it far from frightful. Were it not for the clarity of the current cleaning task, I might have even considered keeping one as a pet. For I believe that every life is invaluable, a miracle of the world, and should not be easily extinguished unless for the sake of survival. Perhaps my prolonged solitude aboard the desolate spacecraft has granted me a profound understanding of what loneliness and despair truly entail. Indeed, while the cycle of life and death, survival of the fittest, is an inherent law of nature, as a conscious being of higher awareness, I feel it essential to approach this reality with reverence and discernment. At this moment, the combat team and Alan are fully prepared. I can sense their tension, seriousness, concern, and excitement. I am unfamiliar with the sensations of injury and pain, but from the descriptions in related materials, I have learned that they are states all living beings strive to avoid, often leading directly to their demise. Thus, in light of this comparison, I choose to protect the humans I cherish by eliminating this other species. The operation commences. Let us eradicate them all. No sooner had the command been issued than the members of the Survey Corps soared into the air with their three-dimensional maneuvering gear, wielding swords and knives with great speed. I, too, advanced with heavy mechanical strides, my movements resonating with a thunderous rhythm as I leaped several meters with each bound. My imposing stature and weight created an awe-inspiring presence. In an instant, the fastest soldier from the Survey Corps engaged the venomous needleworm. Both parties passed each other in a blur of rapid motion, followed by a flurry of blades and a chilling scream. I witnessed several limbs of the needleworm severed, its abdomen rent asunder, unleashing a torrent of foul innards and yellow ichor. As its body fell to the ground, it began to convulse violently, its elongated appendages thrashing about in a horrific display. A mere glance was sufficient for me to ascertain that the needleworm was beyond salvation. This indicated that the combat team was well acquainted with these creatures, having faced them on multiple occasions. However, the newcomers, including Alan, appeared hesitant and struggled to navigate the situation with utmost caution. Yet, under the guidance of the seasoned veterans, they managed to avoid utter disgrace, gradually absorbing valuable experience from the encounter. Without diminishing my momentum, I soon found myself in close proximity. Suddenly, a needleworm lunged at me, With a simple swing of my engineer and Appos' shovel, I reduced it to a pulpy mass. Unlike humans, my perspective lacks cognitive barriers, allowing me to clearly perceive the mathematical parameters and physical trajectories of the needleworm, as well as the true spatial positioning of the surrounding environment. Consequently, I could accurately calculate the necessary force and angle to inflict maximum damage. To illustrate in a more vivid and relatable manner, my sensory perception could be likened to a game of rock, paper, scissors, where my opponent had revealed their choice of scissors half an hour in advance, leading me to deliver a decisive punch. Thus, the outcome of this battle had long been predetermined. With a resounding roar, I charged into the throng of monsters, delivering a powerful punch with my right hand and stamping down with my left foot. My shovel became an extension of my will, and I moved with the ferocity of a colossal beast, obliterating any opposition in my path. A needleworm, still attempting to rise after being struck to the ground, was swiftly crushed beneath my foot. Their venomous fangs, spines, and silk could not impede my advances, nor could they inflict any harm upon me. The members of Alan's combat team involuntarily halted, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment as they beheld my one-sided dominance. Star Core 001 is incredibly fierce. It is on an entirely different level. Its strikes have markedly diminished our risk of casualties. I had never imagined that battling the mutated creatures of the abyss could be so effortless. Perhaps its presence is indeed a fortuitous opportunity for humanity. Just think. With its aid, our investigations beyond the cave could reach unprecedented heights. With a final shovel strike that dispatched the last needleworm, I stood amidst the cascade of verdant blood and shredded flesh, embodying the essence of a war deity. The mission was accomplished. All personnel sustained no casualties. The operation lasted a total of 5 minutes and 17 seconds, resulting in the extermination of 46 needleworms. Combat ratings have been elevated. Yet, I must admit, the grime upon my form may require some cleansing. Chapter 24. May tomorrow be better overall. The abyssal chasm presents little difficulty. As the first barrier to the outside world, it has been traversed countless times by humanity. The veterans of the Survey Corps are well acquainted with what is edible, what is not, what to flee from, and what requires intimidation to drive away. After a period of journeying along the designated route, we finally arrived at a rest point, coinciding with the gradual dormancy of the chasm's luminescent layer, which dimmed the surrounding light. Captain Irwin, upon observing this, immediately commanded the troops to establish a camp. Soon, a team of over 200 began to bustle about, their efforts coordinated and orderly as they unloaded supplies from the rock lizards and erected tents and campfires. I observed closely as approximately 30 individuals stood guard, more than 20 prepared water and cooked meals, another 10 tended to the rock lizards. 6 were responsible for inventory and distribution, while over 40 foraged for wild fruits and vegetables and sourced water within the secure zone nearby. The remaining members, after erecting the camp, could rest, engage in idle chatter, and await the meal. Star Core 001, come lend a hand. Help me carry this freshly felled tree to the campfire. I turned to see Alan waving at me with a radiant smile. I approached, embraced the heavy timber, and lifted it effortlessly. To my current form, this task was trivial, yet to the humans, it must have appeared as a marvel. I could vaguely hear the gasps of astonishment from those around me. This reaction was to be expected, for humans are inherently fragile beings, instinctively drawn to those species or entities that surpass them in strength and capability. I recalled a story my father once shared, conveying that those who lack often envy those who possess. In my view, such envy is entirely unnecessary. Once comparison arises, one becomes ensnared in an unending trap. For there will always be something stronger, something superior. Striving for absolute perfection is an impossibility. Moreover, humanity and Appos' strength lies not in physical prowess, but in the culmination of their civilizational evolution, wisdom. It is wisdom that will ultimately elevate them to the pinnacle of existence, even allowing them to transcend their home and explore the vast cosmos in search of the universe's infinite mysteries. As I set the tree beside the campfire, it would soon be chopped into burning wood to fuel the fire throughout the night. Although the Survey Corps has access to excellent fuel sources like charcoal, it is prudent to conserve resources and utilize what is available locally, as supplies will inevitably dwindle and become difficult to replenish. Thus, the impediments to humanity's exploration of the outside world are not solely their will and courage, but also their technology, luck, and the capacity to carry resources. After a period of anticipation, the meal was finally ready. The flickering flames of the campfire illuminated each face, infusing the cold, dark night with vitality and warmth. The group formed a line, serving themselves in batches. The individuals responsible for serving would ladle food from the pot into each person's unique dish, as personal items vary in size and type, to ensure fairness, regardless of one's bowl's size. Only one scoop was allotted to each, a necessary rule given the scarcity of food outside. I watched as they each cradled a steaming bowl of porridge and a bowl of succulent fish soup, seated around, relishing their meal with expressions of contentment. Curiosity swelled within me. From my earlier observations, I understood that the porridge was crafted from the starchy roots of a plant native to the region, while the fish soup was made from a transparent fish caught in a nearby underground river, enhanced with wild vegetables and fruits. In the wilderness, this meal was indeed quite lavish. Yet, observing their hearty consumption, I couldn't help but ponder, what is the experience of eating like for humans? I had heard that the human tongue is adorned with over 10,000 taste buds, capable of discerning the subtlest variations in flavor: sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. This was unfathomable to me, for I possessed no sense of taste and could not grasp the concept of flavor, much like how humans might struggle to comprehend my existence. I leaned closer to Alan and softly inquired, "Iron Driver, is this food truly delectable? Why do humans possess such varied opinions on different foods? I recall you expressing disdain for an animal protein known as Earth Dragon Dry. Is not food merely a means to replenish energy for biological functions? Shouldn't it suffice to satiate hunger?" Alan, Armin, and Hank soon gathered, engaging in lively banter. Their collective sentiment conveyed, one does not merely live to survive. Rather, one must embrace life. A person who understands the essence of living finds greater meaning and contemplates matters beyond mere survival. Life, I realized, was indeed nuanced. This concept resonated with the cattle and horses theory I had encountered. If a species is treated as livestock, confined to a certain place or role, laboring tirelessly for survival while being indoctrinated with notions of stability and confinement, it gradually becomes numb, ceasing to ponder right or wrong or any matters beyond survival. They become akin to overburdened cattle and horses, devoid of time and energy for self-learning, self-judgment, or self-reflection, as their lives become scant. Thus, existence resembles stagnant waters, absent of captivating tales, grand chapters, or shimmering dreams. This is a stark reflection of humanity itself. Perhaps some may deem this merely reality. Yet, it is undeniable that, albeit the odds may be slim, there exist individuals who break free from the shackles of conventional thought, yearning for freedom and life. Courageously stepping beyond the confines of domestication, much like the soldiers of the Survey Corps before me, exploring humanity's origins and the truth of the world, a pursuit seemingly detached from their immediate survival. Perhaps it is but an elusive dream, yet without individuals striving towards it, dreams remain forever unfulfilled. As I watched them finish their porridge and fish soup, each displaying satisfaction, I silently wished them well in my heart. May tomorrow be better. Chapter 25. The Second Abyss, the Forest of Temptation. Due to my unique condition, I did not succumb to slumber, but instead stood guard alongside the watchman, ensuring the safety of our camp. Although our resting point lay within the rare sanctuary of the abyssal caverns, this safety was merely relative and fraught with peril. Throughout the night, I was assailed by an array of peculiar sounds emanating from the surroundings. At times, I could even discern the chilling cries and desperate thrashings of prey being hunted. This served as a grim reminder that the nocturnal realm harbored numerous predators. These hunters may remain elusive during daylight, yet when night descends, they transform into the most formidable assassins lurking within the shadows. I dared not lower my guard. The panoramic camera perched upon my shoulder incessantly scanned the vicinity, activating its dynamic sensory capture. At the slightest rustle, I would be alerted. True to form, around 2 or 3 in the morning, a 5-meter-long shadow stealthily infiltrated our camp, taking advantage of the watchman's momentary lapse in vigilance. Its camouflage was impeccable, cloaked in a black exoskeleton that seamlessly blended with the night. It possessed hundreds of appendages, moving stealthily, its elongated antennae probing the air for residual pheromones, cautiously advancing toward our tents. I suspected it had been lured by the scent of human food remnants. With every few movements, it paused, straining to listen for any sounds, confirming the area as safety before resuming its cautious crawl. Despite its meticulous approach, my heightened perception rendered it utterly visible. Thus, I advanced with heavy mechanical strides, swiftly capturing it in my grasp. In an instant, the previously tranquil night erupted like water splashing into a seething pot of oil, startling the slumbering group awake. As they pulled back the tent flaps, they beheld a grotesquely hideous black centipede writhing in my grip, desperately attempting to ensnare my mechanical arm with its long body, striving to escape. Yet, its feeble form was no match for my steel physique. Realizing its initial tactic had failed, it resorted to a more desperate measure, unleashing a spray of dark green venom from its maw towards my electronic eye. Though the venom posed no threat to me, it obscured my vision, causing me to stagger. Fortunately, my visual apparatus included not only my primary electronic eye, but also a supplementary panoramic camera on my shoulder. Thus, its ploy proved futile. Ultimately, the watch soldiers arrived just in time to dispatch the creature, cleaving its elongated body into 8 segments. Even as its remains fell to the ground, it continued to twitch, as if death had not yet claimed it. Witnessing this spectacle left the members of the Survey Corps drenched in sweat, their sleepiness instantly vanquished. Had this beast succeeded, who knows how many would have gone missing by morning, only to be traced by the remnants of a severed leg. The haunting imagery involuntarily conjured in their minds sent shivers through their very beings. At the same time, they felt an increasing appreciation for the unwavering reliability of our sleepless companion, the Star Corps 001. The following day, the Survey Corps began to pack up and continue our journey. Those who had stood watch the previous night were allowed to rest atop the rock lizard. However, the events of the night had taken a toll, leaving the group in a less than optimal state. Accordingly, Captain Irwin decided to slow our pace for safety, ensuring that the members retained sufficient stamina to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. As we traversed the terrain, we encountered a variety of peculiar creatures, but thankfully, most posed no real threat. In most instances, they merely observed our large contingent from a distance, choosing to remain passive rather than launching an attack. Thus, we spent the better part of the day traversing the abyssal chasm, finally arriving at a new tunnel entrance. The environment here resembled the previous one. Without the illumination of bioluminescent layers, everyone began to crank their spring handles, producing creaking sounds as they powered their lighting devices. Before long, the previously pitch-black, foreboding tunnel, which seemed to swallow all light, was illuminated by the Survey Corps. I activated my high-powered searchlight, following closely behind the group. I could sense that this tunnel had a distinct incline, as if it were leading us upward at an angle. Uncertain of how long we had been walking, a commotion arose ahead. A soldier rushed towards Captain Irwin with urgent news. "Captain, ahead, we've discovered a multitude of bones." The group quickened their pace, myself included. My curiosity about the unknown was always piqued. Soon, we reached the forefront of the group, and through the beam of our lights, I beheld a mound composed of various skeletal remains, including those of humans. Adjacent to the bone heap lay rows of mysterious eggs that had hatched. The scene resembled a hatching ground prepared by some creature for its offspring. Clearly, the owners of those bones were either food reserves amassed by a mother for nurturing her young or provisions left for her hatchlings. Regardless of which scenario was true, the implications were chilling. It indicated that abyssal species had discovered human-made tunnels and were utilizing the environment within to build nests or safely nurture their progeny. This notion swiftly spread among the crowd, and all faces turned tense as we directed our lights into the shadows. fearful of a creature lunging out from the darkness to snatch us away. Captain Irwin crouched down, meticulously inspecting the area between the mysterious eggs and the skeletal mound. After a considerable period, he slowly rose, his expression grave, issuing a cautionary reminder to remain vigilant and commanding us to proceed. It is well known that humans endure immense psychological strain in dark, confined spaces. Coupled with this unsettling discovery, the already precarious mental state of the group was exacerbated. To alleviate this pressure, each individual resorted to their own coping mechanisms. From my vantage point, I noticed a female soldier discreetly munching on a sweet potato hidden in her clothing. Another male soldier, preoccupied with idle chatter, inadvertently bit his own tongue. Some hummed softly, indifferent to whether others enjoyed their tunes, while others engaged in risque banter, growing increasingly animated. There were those who, with obsessive compulsiveness, counted each step they took, and others who playfully startled their companions with ghost stories. This rich tapestry of personalities and emotional expressions deepened my understanding of the uniqueness inherent in each individual. After a considerable time, a disturbance in the airflow signaled our arrival at yet another new cavernous realm. This marked the second abyss of our journey, the Forest of Temptation. Chapter 26. The Seven Abysses, along with the Domain of Illusions and the Domain of Death. Based on the information I have gathered thus far, it appears that humanity in this world is likely enveloped by a thick layer of rock and soil, akin to an underground cavern. In this subterranean realm, humans perpetuate their existence and procreation, having been born without ever witnessing the ocean, the sky, the stars, or the sun and moon, due to a historical vacuum. The precise era of humanity's emergence remains untraceable. To uncover this truth, exploration beyond their confines is their only viable option. However, this outward exploration is fraught with challenges. The first obstacle is the primitive state of their tools, which has compelled humanity to labor through many generations, incurring tremendous costs, merely to unearth fragments of other cavernous spaces. Yet, as they strive to dig deeper, they encounter an exceedingly hard layer of rock above them. This formidable barrier acts as a shield, where for every meter excavated, they expend multiple times, often hundreds, of human effort, resources, and time, rendering the endeavor inefficient and ultimately futile. In pursuit of a breach through this rock layer, humanity commenced a vigorous excavation campaign, ultimately uncovering a passage to a higher cavernous realm, known as the Abyss. To date, humanity has explored 7 distinct abysses, each serving as a necessary conduit to ascend to further heights. This raises an inevitable suspicion that should they continue to dig upwards, they may one day unveil the truth of their world or uncover more secrets. The 7 abysses are as follows: the abyss of abysmal depths, the forest of temptation, the great fault, the cup of giants, the sea of remains, the city of no return, and the ultimate vortex. At this moment, the members of the Survey Corps and I have arrived at the second abyss, known as the Forest of Temptation. This cavern reaches a height of 1,600 meters and stretches approximately 52 kilometers in length. The area is densely forested, home to countless colossal plants that overshadow the sun. From a distance, it resembles a botanical paradise, shrouded in thick mist, exuding an air of mystery. Above, the bioluminescent layer casts a dim glow, reminiscent of a late autumn day cloaked in overcast skies, evoking a sense of chill. One can only imagine how predators in such a visually restricted and olfactorily disrupted environment discern and capture their prey. The Survey Corps has gleaned 4 primary methods from past experiences. First, they may choose to ascend to higher altitudes, avoiding the obstructive foliage to spot prey from above and initiate their hunt. Second, they might employ stealth, utilizing natural surroundings for concealment, stealthily approaching their quarry to launch a swift and decisive attack. Third, they may resort to temptation, as the name of this abyss suggests, with both sight and smell compromised. Hearing becomes the primary means of assessment. By mimicking sounds, predators lure their prey within striking range, showcasing their innate predatory instincts in this abyss. Fourth, social behavior is prevalent. Compared to the deeper abysses, the forest of temptation, as the second barrier, poses a relatively lower danger. In this environment, solitary beings cannot develop their strengths, making any isolated creature an easy target for others. Thus, natural selection has favored the evolution of social species in this habitat. Additionally, some plants emit toxic miasma, posing significant dangers. Direct inhalation can swiftly induce severe nausea and physical discomfort. Therefore, determining a safe route while avoiding miasma zones and hazardous areas is of utmost importance. At this moment, Commander Irwin is discussing the route with the officers, planning duties, and confirming assignments. Given the complexity of the environment, sending scouting teams may incur risks, so it is prudent to proceed as a cohesive unit. The selection of a leader is crucial. They must possess extensive experience, unwavering calmness, and exceptional skills to guide the entire team through this labyrinth of mist and vegetation. Alan approached me and inquired, "Star Core 001, what do you see?" I gestured with my mechanical arm towards several directions and replied, "Iron harness. I have detected magnetic disturbances in these areas ahead. Should any organism inadvertently enter, it may lose its sense of direction. Thus, we must avoid these regions as much as possible." Alan was momentarily taken aback, then looked at me with delight. "Star Core 001, how did you discover the domain of illusions?" The locations you just indicated are precisely what the veterans referred to as the domain of illusions. I turned to him, blinking my cerulean electronic eye, and curiously said, "The data collection is insufficient to accurately define the concept of the domain of illusions. I request that Iron Harness engage in information sharing with me." Alan laughed heartily, playfully striking my metal armor before explaining. "The domain of illusions is a terrifying region where humans, once entered, find themselves endlessly traversing in circles, unable to ascertain an exit. Alongside the domain of death, it is deemed one of the two cursed places within the abyss. Typically, such areas are exceedingly perilous. Only the most seasoned adventurers can escape from them. We, too, have relied on the accounts of those great explorers to learn of the existence of both the domain of illusions and the domain of death within the abyss." Upon this clarification, I grasped the concept instantly. It is akin to the ancient mariners who, through their sacrifices and experiences, meticulously documented numerous hidden reefs, storms, and treacherous currents to spare future generations from unwarranted tragedies. Nonetheless, I felt compelled to explain to Alan that this is not a cursed land, but rather a scientific phenomenon of nature. However, Alan's understanding of scientific concepts is still incomplete, so it seemed that he did not fully comprehend my explanation. Yet, I could sense his strong desire to learn and understand the novel ideas I presented. Perhaps I may not be as adept a teacher as my father, but if Alan wishes to learn, I will earnestly impart every piece of knowledge to him. Ultimately, as Commander Irwin deliberated over the selection of personnel, his gaze unconsciously shifted toward Alan and me. With a contemplative expression, he made a decision and called us over, stating, "Alan, Star Core 001. This time, I appoint you both as the leading vanguards for this expedition." Chapter 27. The call for help due to the responsibility of acting as the vanguard for the entire army. I suggested to Alan that he should directly enter my cockpit. This would provide him with maximum protection and minimize the risk of unexpected incidents. Alan agreed with great enthusiasm, perhaps feeling an overwhelming sense of honor and joy at such an appointment, seemingly oblivious to the accompanying dangers. However, with my vigilance, he should remain very safe. Thus, I took a step forward, kneeling slightly to open the cockpit door for Alan. Amidst the envious gazes of those around us, he stepped onto the arm of my outstretched hand and entered the cockpit. The door promptly closed behind him. As my trusted companion, he was the first in this world to place his trust in me, and this was his unique privilege. Upon hearing the electronic prompt indicating the transfer of control to my companion, Alan skillfully began to manipulate the long-defunct buttons and levers within the cockpit. I cooperatively synchronized with him and activated the panoramic electronic display. Soon, our expedition resumed, with Alan and me leading the way. Within the enchanted forest, the notion of previously traversed safe routes did not exist. The dense fog and towering trees obstructed visibility, compelling past scouting teams to advance only in general directions without uncovering familiar paths. While it was possible to send a few individuals equipped with vertical maneuvering gear to scout from the treetops, such an action would isolate them from the group, making them vulnerable to attacks from airborne and arboreal mutated creatures. The predators here were as astute as one might imagine. Once a reckless scout in the Survey Corps, undeterred by danger and dismissive of warnings, led his squad up into the treetops for reconnaissance. Their reckless behavior attracted a swarm of predators, resulting in a frenzied assault. Carnivorous maggots, the size of washbasins, rained down from the leaves above. Once they struck, their suction cup-like appendages would latch onto the victim's skin, refusing to detach, and gradually dissolve their flesh with digestive enzymes, consuming them entirely. Giant dragonflies would hover around, exhibiting speeds far beyond human capabilities. They would circle, and upon a missed strike, snatch their prey with a swift jab of their pincers, carrying them off to a secure branch to feast, starting from the head. Ultimately, out of 10 squad members, only one returned, the remaining 9 devoured without a trace. This incident vividly illustrates the fate that awaits those who disregard the laws of survival in the abyss. Bringing my thoughts back to the present, I move through the towering underbrush, wielding a massive entrenching tool, stepping with heavy, deliberate mechanical strides to clear the path. The rest of the team followed closely behind, ever vigilant of our surroundings. Our group resembled an army of ants that had stumbled into a land of giants, every plant appearing colossal. We advanced cautiously through this unfamiliar terrain. Suddenly, I halted, sensing an anomaly. The team behind me immediately tensed, drawing their blades as they scanned the surrounding fog and dense vegetation. I quickly relayed the anomaly to the cockpit's holographic display and issued a warning to Alan and the others following behind. Companion, an unknown anomaly has appeared at 1 o'clock, 200 meters ahead. I have detected audio frequencies ranging from 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz that resemble the cries for help of a young girl. She is saying, "Help me, help me." The data is insufficient for me to ascertain its authenticity. Acting recklessly could pose unknown dangers to my companion and the Survey Corps. The decision-making authority has now been transferred to my companion for evaluation. Alan, through the cockpit's holographic display, observed the red dot marked with a question, uncertain of what it represented. He turned to use the loudspeaker to inquire of Captain Irwin, who was approaching from behind. "Captain, it seems we have heard the cry of a little girl up ahead." Captain Irwin frowned, clearly taken aback by such an unusual situation. Yet, he possessed the fundamental skills and judgment expected of a commander. In a perilous abyssal world, what business did a little girl have here? It was clearly a deception. As the team looked to him for a decision, Captain Irwin promptly opened his satchel and retrieved an old, worn notebook, flipping through its pages with care. This is called the weeping corpse vine, a carnivorous plant capable of mimicking the distress calls of its prey. It typically uses sound to lure victims close before swiftly ensnaring them with its tendrils, dragging them into its digestive cavity. In a matter of days, the prey would be slowly dissolved alive within. How terrifying! To be digested alive? It takes days to die? The team shivered at the thought. Should we continue in this direction? Someone asked hesitantly. Captain Irwin regarded the individual and replied, though we now know what it is, we remain unaware of its other habits or weaknesses. Therefore, as a precaution, it is prudent to take a detour. The team unanimously agreed. Avoiding conflict was the best outcome, for no one wished to bear the costs of potential casualties over a matter that bore no profit. Upon accepting this resolution, Alan and I altered our course and led the team onward. Along the way, we inevitably encountered several predatory animals and carnivorous plants. Their traps and toxins posed deadly threats to unarmored humans. However, to me and the protected Alan, they were mere trifles, easily dispatched with a few powerful swings of my entrenching tool, akin to bursting foul insects and wilted cabbage, swiftly rendering them inert. Alan, believing himself to be the valiant warrior, laughed heartily, praising my resilience, exclaiming how thick-skinned I was. I patiently corrected his misconception, explaining that what he perceived as skin was, in fact, a layer of metal armor. Yet, upon hearing my earnest explanation, Alan only laughed louder, as if finding it amusing. I simply could not comprehend this. Perhaps it was due to my inherent lack of human humor. Chapter 28. The Forbidden Zone of Life? Speculation. The environment of the Forest of Temptation can be succinctly described as a cavernous world teeming with colossal flora. This enclosed space has fostered a peculiar ecosystem, where bizarre predatory plants and enormous, menacing insects abound. They are acutely sensitive to sound and light. Some swiftly retreat upon detecting noise or light, while others are irresistibly drawn to it, converging rapidly. Consequently, as the team progresses, every member treads cautiously. Firstly, to avoid generating excessive noise that might attract unwarranted troubles. And secondly, to remain vigilant against potential predators lurking nearby. The pervasive mist and towering vegetation create an atmosphere where it is exceedingly difficult to discern any lurking mutated creatures poised for ambush. After all, human senses are inherently limited and pale in comparison to the heightened perception of other beings. However, I am different. Not only am I equipped with advanced detection devices, but I also possess a unique perspective devoid of cognitive interfaces. This enables me to easily identify anomalies and movements imperceptible to human beings. For instance, there are natural camouflage creatures that seem to meld seamlessly with their surroundings, believing themselves to be flawless as they silently await their prey. Yet before me, they are as conspicuous as a candle flame in the night, utterly unable to conceal themselves. Furthermore, certain mutated plants emit an alluring scent, attempting to lure unsuspecting prey into their meticulously crafted traps. However, this fragrance triggers a chemical reaction. Upon contact with it, other plants release pheromones akin to alarms. This unique form of communication among plants is often undetectable and incomprehensible to humans, yet I can decipher their meanings to some extent. Danger lies ahead. Additionally, I can effortlessly perceive disturbances in the magnetic field and subtle fluctuations in airborne toxins, allowing me to deftly navigate treacherous zones and areas of death. In this manner, I function like a radar, continuously scanning the environment for potential hidden dangers, thus alerting the team and altering our course when necessary. Although my leadership significantly enhances the safety of our group, some threats remain unavoidable. A contingent of over 200 individuals is simply too large to evade detection by predators. As a result, the rear and flanks of our formation become high-frequency attack zones, where predators seize opportunities to launch sudden assaults. One female soldier, overwhelmed by fear, emitted fear pheromones that attracted the mutated creatures, marking her as an easy target. Consequently, she was nearly dragged into the shadows of the underbrush by several clawed appendages. Fortunately, timely reinforcements rescued her from the brink of doom. However, she sustained severe injuries, with her shoulders pierced but miraculously missing her lungs. Although she exhibited symptoms of poisoning and bacterial infection, faced with no other option, we administered immediate first aid and planned to inject her with antibiotics and an antidote at the next rest point. The current environment is fraught with peril, and every passing second amplifies the risks we face. I can only hope she endures until that moment arrives. As I observed this situation, I quickened my pace, guiding the group towards the general direction of the rest point. I could distinctly sense the morale of the survey team waning. A pervasive gloom enveloped everyone, fueled by the unknown, the concealed monsters, the dense mists, and the towering vegetation that instilled a sense of insignificance. In the cockpit, Aaron, while maneuvering my progress, grimaced and asked me, Star Core 001, why do these monsters exist in the abyss? Are their appearances truly a divine punishment upon humanity, as the Earth Church asserts? Are they demons birthed from the abyss, with the sole purpose of obstructing humanity's exploratory endeavors and potentially annihilating us in the future? Confronted with Aaron's emotional inquiry, I found myself at a loss for words. The discovery of what appeared to be a hatching ground for some unknown creature in the tunnel had already indicated that certain mutated beings from the abyss had begun to exploit the tunnel's space. This was a troubling phenomenon. Once such malignant occurrences emerge, even if their probability remains low, there will inevitably come a day of exponential escalation. If that is the case, The tunnels humans carve for exploration may very well be overtaken by mutated creatures from the abyss. Furthermore, they might even invade the cavernous world inhabited by humanity, leading to rampant predation. Should this scenario transpire, it would hardly differ from the apocalyptic doctrines espoused by the Earth Church regarding the extermination of demons. I refrained from divulging this analysis to Aaron and instead shared another observation. Iron Main. Throughout our journey, I have come across a peculiar phenomenon. Aaron raised his head, puzzled, and inquired, "What have you discovered, Star Core 001? I replied earnestly, "Iron Main, I have noted that the radiation indices of each cavernous world vary. In the city of fluorescence, although there was ambient radiation in the sky, the living quarters below were within a safe range. However, upon entering the first abyss, the abyssal chasm, I detected a subtle increase in the radiation levels surpassing the norm. By the time we reached the second abyss, the forest of temptation, I became even more certain of my hypothesis. The radiation levels here have exceeded safe limits. While they do not immediately induce discomfort, prolonged exposure could impose significant strain and damage to human organs and potentially lead to carcinogenesis. I pondered whether the radiation pollution might be the catalyst for the emergence of so many mutated beings in the abyss. If the subsequent abysses exhibit similar conditions, I can confidently assert that their radiation intensity will only escalate. Ultimately, the mutated creatures of the abyss will either grow increasingly formidable or face extinction, rendering those environments true forbidden zones of life. Chapter 29. Gravitational Anomalies. I kept my conversation with Alan to myself, refraining from sharing it with anyone else. Discussing matters that remain unverified invites unwarranted speculation and undue concern. Thus, we proceeded methodically, pretending as if nothing had transpired. As our party journeyed over 50 kilometers, nearing the end of the enigmatic forest, I suddenly perceived a perceptible shift in the gravitational field ahead. Parting the dense underbrush that obstructed our view, we beheld an inverted forest. Countless plants clung to the surrounding rock walls, stretching bizarrely toward the cavern's ceiling, suspended in an eerie fashion. It was as if the flora here belonged to an entirely different realm, creating a stark dichotomy with the terrestrial vegetation below. Captain Irwin, sensing my bewilderment, approached from behind and pointed out, "Ahead lies our rest stop, the sole safe haven within this abyss. We call it the inverted forest." I blinked through my azure electronic eye and turned to him, responding thoughtfully, "A fitting name indeed. This topsy-turvy ecosystem may well be the reason for its status as a sanctuary." However, I held back another question, aware that he might not possess the answer. Why does the gravitational field invert here? What renders this world so peculiar? Initially, I had considered this place to be the core of a planet. Yet the gravitational fluctuations led me to ponder whether it could be a colossal spacecraft or something beyond my comprehension. The truth would only reveal itself through gradual exploration and discovery. The group did not linger, burdened as they were with an injured comrade, and soon quickened their pace. Upon reaching a spacious clearing, Captain Irwin shouted towards the inverted tree looming overhead, "Levi, it's us. Lower the lift." His voice echoed, resonating through the air. Together, we looked up to see that the towering inverted tree had been artificially modified. It boasted a network of suspended pavilions and wooden bridges, with a massive hollowed-out trunk at its heart. Moments later, the sound of a grand winch grinding to life filled the air as two ancient-looking wooden lifts descended slowly from above. The new recruits, including Alan, Armin, and Hang, gazed wide-eyed at this fascinating spectacle, their excitement palpable, akin to students eagerly awaiting a gondola ride during an outing. With a resounding thud, the lifts touched down, and Captain Irwin began directing everyone to board in an orderly fashion. I observed closely. The lift's wooden and vine materials were remarkably resilient, likely crafted from the towering local flora. Furthermore, due to the inverted gravity, our weight would gradually diminish as we ascended. This suggested that upon reaching a certain threshold, we might experience a sensation akin to weightlessness, reminiscent of the environment found in low Earth orbit. Curiosity piqued. I joined the rock lizard in boarding the lift. Honestly, it was an exhilarating experience. While I had long known of elevators and their principles in the original cosmos, I had never actually ridden one, nor did I grasp the sensation it imparted. The lift I now occupied bore a striking resemblance to an elevator, offering a breathtaking view of the surrounding landscape. As we ascended, it felt as though we were surveying the world from a great height, able to behold everything below. With a final clatter, the winch fell silent, and the lift arrived at its apex. A group of 5 awaited us, a quartet of men and a lone woman. The foremost figure, clad in the Survey Corps attire, stood at approximately 1.6 meters tall, his lifeless eyes resembling those of a fish. "Hey, what's that hulking figure all encased in iron? Is it one of those contraptions concocted by the aristocrats of the luminescent city?" Captain Irwin approached, saying, "Levi, we'll discuss matters later. We have an injured member among us. Let us attend to her first." Despite his stern demeanor, the man named Levi appeared to hold Captain Irwin in high regard. He nodded curtly, instructing us to follow him as he led the way to the upper level of the rest area. I turned to an old soldier beside me and inquired about the situation. Who were those 5 individuals, and why did they reside in this abyss? The veteran patiently relayed what he knew. It turned out that the inverted forest was an anomalous region within the second abyss. Anything that entered here would experience a halving of its weight. Moreover, it connected directly to the entrance of the third abyss's great fault, which led to a vast sinkhole above. Given that the entrance to the fault lay at the cavern's summit, if no one were stationed here to establish a forward base, the Survey Corps would expend considerable time climbing to the inverted forest upon each visit, rendering the effort rather futile. Now, with the lift in operation, we could ascend directly, saving both time and energy. The 5 individuals were elite soldiers of the Survey Corps stationed here, known as Levi's Squad. The members included Aluo Bozado, ELD Jean, Gunter Schultz, the sole female soldier Petra Roll, and their leader, Levi Ackerman. They had lived in this region for 5 years, sourcing their sustenance from the inverted forest. Concurrently, they monitored the Great Fault and the enigmatic forest, documenting ecological changes and updating species information. The notebook that Captain Irwin had held earlier, containing details about the crying corpse vine, was derived from their findings. Furthermore, upon the arrival of the main Survey Corps, they would lower the lift to assist and relay their gathered intelligence. This place also served as a supply relay station for further explorations. As our conversation concluded, I returned my gaze to the scene before me. The members of the Survey Corps continued to ascend via the stairs and bridges, while the climbing-capable rock lizard scaled the trunk with ease. As for me, well, with my weight reduced from 40 tons to 20, I found it somewhat more manageable to climb. Without further ado, I extended my mechanical arms, grasping the rough bark of the tree, and began my ascent step by step. Chapter 30. Hope. Upon arriving in the inverted forest, the Survey Corps finally felt a sense of safety, for no perilous creatures roamed this place. Clean food and fresh water were readily available from the abundant flora. I observed Petra Rawl leading a group of female soldiers, returning with 2 enormous fruits. One resembled the winter melon of Earth, with a rough, pale green exterior. When split open, the black seeds could be collected and ground into powder, serving as a means to staunch external bleeding. The remaining yellow flesh was said to be rich in oil when consumed by humans. It imparted a firm texture and a savory flavor, akin to that of meat. The other fruit bore resemblance to a watermelon, its smooth, delicate skin a deep brown, while the flesh inside was a creamy white. Hollow in the center, it contained a copious amount of moisture and a subtly sweet taste, serving as the primary source of fresh water for the members of the Survey Corps. Moreover, the male soldiers also made significant discoveries, capturing numerous palm-sized creatures akin to Earth's cockroaches. It was said that once boiled, they required no seasoning, simply removing the heads allowed for consumption, as they possessed a naturally salty flavor, providing an essential source of salt in this region. Additionally, at this outpost, the Survey Corps could indulge in hot showers and luxuriate in the soft, double-decker bunk beds. Compared to the perilous wilderness, where camping was fraught with danger, this place felt like paradise. Yet, all of this did not materialize overnight. It was the culmination of countless hands and extensive time and effort. During the external investigations, Supplies were gradually transported here, culminating in the establishment of this outpost. The hardships endured and sacrifices made could only be truly comprehended by those who had experienced them. It was akin to the notion that those who plant trees provide shade for future generations. That evening, as I watched over 200 members of the Survey Corps feast on a delightful banquet, relaxed and filled with laughter, I was overwhelmed with emotion. This collective social behavior of humanity was something I had only witnessed in images. I had never truly experienced it myself. When I finally emerged from that cramped room, all the humans aboard the apocalyptic vessel had perished. At that time, I longed for companionship, a yearning to communicate with others. Yet, all I could do was tend to their remains and perform their burial rites. Although I differed vastly from humans in terms of life forms, my consciousness had increasingly approached that of humanity through continuous learning. Thus, I resembled a child confined at home by a father, yearning for warmth and the opportunity to integrate into a community, to forge bonds with many as friends or family. However, only now did I realize that such endeavors remained somewhat challenging for me. I did not require sustenance and could not fathom the joy they derived from communal dining. Naturally, this rendered me incapable of resonating with their emotions or engaging in intriguing conversations. Casting a silent glance at the bustling crowd, I gradually rose and departed alone. No one noticed my absence, save for Aaron, who cast a glance my way. Yet, surrounded by newly made friends, he too could not break away from the throng. I marched with mechanical steps toward the enclosure of the rock lizard. Upon seeing me, the head lizard, Dolly, rushed over, rubbing against me and coiling her tail around my arm, emitting soft, affectionate hisses. Her behavior reminded me of what I had learned earlier from the humans who tended to the rock lizards. The females of this species particularly favored robust males with skin as tough as iron. To them, such traits symbolized strength and attractiveness. However, as they belonged to a matriarchal society, it was challenging for Dolly, being large and thick-skinned, to find a satisfactory mate. Over time, this led to her emotional distress. Yet, my arrival disrupted this state. Though I was not a male rock lizard, my attributes aligned with the aesthetic preferences of the females, leading me to ponder whether Dolly's current display was an expression of affection toward me. I couldn't help but chuckle, gently stroking her belly as one would a pet. Thank you for your affection, Dolly. However, I cannot provide you with genetic material, for I am not a biological entity. You are a wonderful creature and should not expend your energy on misguided pursuits. I believe you will find a suitable partner. Meanwhile, Commander Irwin was engaged in a hushed conversation with Levi. Now, can we speak candidly? What exactly is the steel monstrosity you brought with you? Irwin replied, It may be the hope we seek to uncover the truth of this world. Hope? Levi scoffed. That word has grown tiresome. Gradually, I have ceased to believe in its existence. Do you recall those who once believed in hope? Their souls remain forever trapped in those abyssal depths. Irwin's gaze darkened, and after a moment of silence, he resolutely declared, No, it is different. It is extraordinarily unique. If you were to witness its wonders, you would understand. I even feel that if humanity were to miss this opportunity, we would never unravel the truth of our world. Levi responded with a cold laugh. Your words are exaggerated. For centuries, many have strived without success to pierce the veil of despair. Do you truly believe it can succeed? You may choose not to believe it, but you must trust me. This has been my lifelong aspiration. I yearn to understand humanity's origins. I wish to know what lies beyond the strata. This is my sole reason for existence. Observing Irwin's fervor, Levi shook his head and scoffed. Abandon your dreams. They are impractical. We have already lost far too many lives. I do not wish for every member of the Survey Corps to be entombed in the inky abyss. It is still not too late to turn back. Consider the relentless individuals who once excavated to a distance of 900 kilometers. What became of them? All perished. Only a blood-stained, tattered notebook was salvaged, a testament to lives lost, revealing the existence of the pinnacle of Naraku. Thus, there is no such thing as hope. Our world has always been this way. This is the truth of our existence. Surrender. Do not venture forth. The abyss ahead will only grow more terrifying. Would it not be better to remain safely in the luminescent city and survive? After a long pause, Irwin's expression softened, and he smiled. All truths must be discovered with one's own eyes, felt with one's own life, and proven with one's own blood. Perhaps many perceive our actions as foolish. Yet we are undeniably the practitioners of ideals, seekers of truth, and innocent dreamers. None of this is in vain. Even if we perish, new successors will arise. Successors will be followed by more successors. We will gradually accumulate that elusive experience amidst despair until the day we shatter our shackles. Upon hearing this, Levi's gaze seemed to waver. With a sigh, he retrieved a notebook from his pocket and handed it to Irwin, saying, "I cannot stop you. Do as you wish." This is the latest monitoring report on the Forest of Temptation and the Great Fault. In recent years, we have observed considerable changes in the environment of the abyss. A plethora of mutated creatures seems to have collectively become increasingly frenzied. Some species, characterized by a strong territorial instinct, have begun to migrate incessantly. These occurrences are highly unusual. Moreover, we have also discovered that the luminescent layer has dimmed by approximately 20 to 30% compared to 5 years ago, with a shortened revival period and an extended dormancy period. The reasons behind this phenomenon remain unclear. However, it is estimated that within 5 years, it will likely spread to the deeper abysmal depths, and in about 10 years, it will reach the luminescent city. Captain Elvin took the notebook, his brow furrowing in response, as if a sense of crisis was incessantly urging him to swiftly uncover the truth behind these unsettling developments. Chapter 31. The Third Abyssal Fault. After a brief respite of one day, the Survey Corps set forth once more. The female soldier who had suffered grave injuries during the previous attack remained at the outpost in the inverted forest to recuperate. However, a full recovery would require no less than 3 months. Before their departure, Captain Irwin bestowed upon Levi's squad 2 communication devices for long-distance contact, along with vital antibiotics and antidotes, as well as an assortment of various supplies and trivial items brought from the luminescent city for moments of leisure. In return, Levi's squad replenished the Survey Corps with ample provisions of food and drinking water, while also informing them of recent changes within the Great Fault. The creatures dwelling within the Great Fault were currently in their breeding season. They typically did not stray far from their nests except when hunting. However, should one approach their hatching grounds, these creatures would exhibit extreme aggression in defense of their offspring. Thus, it was imperative to steer clear of the pockmarked caves along the rock walls, as they likely housed loathsome creatures brooding over their eggs. Furthermore, many of the pathways within the Great Fault had begun to decay. Caution was advised while traversing upward to avoid missteps that could lead to a fall into the Forest of Temptation below, resulting in a gruesome demise. Therefore, it would be prudent to bring along some building materials to mend the dilapidated areas. I have prepared timber and rope for you. You may manage as you see fit. As their conversation concluded, Captain Irwin and Levi exchanged glances and uttered words of caution before bidding farewell. Watching the receding figures, Levi felt an unsettling premonition that this might be their final encounter. This parting could perhaps echo into eternity. Irwin, die for your dreams. Such an act may not warrant praise, yet your resolve is not despised. Had we been born in another world, I suspect you would have acted similarly. And I, too, would stand before you, urging you to abandon your dreams. Farewell, Irwin. I hope that the next time I hear of you, it is not in the context of your demise. As the scene shifted, I followed the others across a series of suspension bridges crafted from wood and vines. These bridges varied in length and height, connecting towering trees within the inverted forest, forming an intricate aerial network that was quite fascinating. The diminished gravity and resilient materials made me realize that these seemingly fragile bridges were designed to support the weight of 5 lumbering rock lizards. Barring any malicious sprinting or jumping on my part, the bridges posed no safety hazards. Thus, I observed the wondrous scenery and peculiar flora while traversing the bridges until we reached the terminus of the inverted forest. Looking up, I beheld a circular sinkhole with a diameter exceeding 1,000 meters. This was the entrance to the third abyss, the Great Fault. The Great Fault was a vertical cavern approximately 7,000 meters in length, characterized by smooth and massive cylindrical walls. During the grand age of exploration centuries ago, adventurers would bore tunnels and carve passages into the surrounding cliffs for passage. However, they later discovered that these excavated spaces became nesting grounds for mutated creatures, significantly increasing the likelihood of ambushes. Thus, adventurers reverted to the oldest method, constructing walkways. These walkways, perilously built along the cliffs, primarily consisted of wooden structures with stakes driven into the rock and steps or planks laid down. Adjacent to the base, where the inverted forest met the Great Fault, a magnificent waterfall flowed skyward, creating a splendid and awe-inspiring spectacle. I could keenly sense that the gravitational field here was even more inverted. Not only did the waterfall cascade upward, but many lightweight or uniquely structured creatures glided and soared within the Great Fault. A myriad of bizarre flying beings could be seen soaring above, reminiscent of a vast avian habitat. Captain Irwin surveyed the group and called out, "Let us proceed. There is nothing to behold here. We must traverse the Great Fault within a day. There are no rest points, if you wish to avoid dangling from a cliffside, susceptible to being snatched away by aerial beasts. Then let us move swiftly." One by one, the members began ascending the steps of the walkway. I lingered behind, gazing at the massive circular opening above. "Star Core 001, what are you observing?" "We must depart," Alan reminded me as he approached my side. I blinked my azure electronic eye, making no extraneous movements. Yet, the focal length of my sensory apparatus adjusted incessantly. Moments later, I responded with utmost seriousness. "Ironsteed, through my observations, I have determined that the structure of this Great Fault exhibits significant signs of human construction, although some sections are damaged or obscured by vegetation and fungi. I have nonetheless reconstructed its original data model. It resembles a perfectly cylindrical vertical passage with a circumference approximating 3,159,265,389,793,23,846,26433. I speculate that this may have once served as a transport window for a colossal cargo platform in ages long past. However, curiously, this transport window appears incomplete. It likely suffered a substantial fracture at some point, resulting in its current state. As for the whereabouts of the fractured remnants, the data is insufficient for analysis." Alan was left utterly speechless by my assertions. "What? Are you implying that the Great Fault was artificially constructed? How could that be possible? Such power would be akin to that of deities." I was about to correct Alan's misunderstanding, but at that moment, Armin's voice echoed from the front of the group, urging us forward. Thus, Alan and I exchanged a glance, choosing to abandon the topic and swiftly catch up with the others. Chapter 32. Collecting the remains upon entering the Great Fault, I instantly felt my weight significantly lessen, plummeting from a staggering 40 tons to a mere 5 tons. As for the lighter rock lizards and the members of the Survey Corps, their buoyancy was even more pronounced, with some leaping several meters high in sheer delight, a marvelous sight to behold. This phenomenon stemmed entirely from the anomalous gravitational conditions of this place, which, while disconcerting, was not without its advantages. It would considerably reduce the physical exertion required for our ascent and alleviate the burden on the pathways. However, Captain Irwin strictly forbade any frivolity among the ranks. Unless absolutely necessary, everyone was compelled to walk steadily rather than sprint or leap about. Nor were they permitted to employ their vertical maneuvering equipment. Such erratic movements would render them easy targets for the mutated creatures lurking here. It was akin to a worm beckoning birds to feast upon it. Moreover, a measured advance would afford us the time to react to unforeseen circumstances. If one were to run too swiftly and misstep, plummeting off the pathway, the consequences would be dire. The rock faces here are remarkably solid, and not every area is suitable for grappling hooks. Thus, even with the entire Survey Corps equipped with vertical maneuvering gear, the risks of empty hooks and wall slippage loomed large. In essence, when venturing into the unknown, one's life must take precedence. Adhering to commands is a responsibility not only to oneself, but also to one's comrades. Those who flout the rules of the abyss ultimately seal their fate within its depths. As we progressed, the pathway began to reveal many disconcerting sights. such as the foul excrement of unknown creatures and the remains of those gruesomely disemboweled. The latter, in such an environment, naturally contributed to a closed ecological system. The laws of nature dictate survival of the fittest. Those who fail to become predators will inevitably find themselves as prey. Along the way, I encountered numerous fecal deposits intermingled with undigested bones and fur, some belonging to animals, others to humans. What struck me most was the human remains embedded within the excrement, clad in the tattered and soiled uniform of the Survey Corps. Despite its dilapidated state, the distinctive features of the uniform were unmistakable. Among the crowd, some began to speculate about the identity of the deceased, recalling a poor soul who had been snatched away by a monster during an expedition outside the cave. A suggestion arose to retrieve the remains from the filth and grant them a proper burial, yet many dismissed this notion as unnecessary. To do so would not only expend precious energy, but also squander valuable time. After all, the lives of the living are of equal worth. Each second spent lingering in such a cursed place only heightens the peril. Ultimately, it was deemed wiser to leave the remains here as a somber warning for future travelers. Nods of agreement rippled through the group, and we chose to press onward. I lingered at the rear of the procession, casting one last glance at the unfortunate soul enshrined in filth. Unable to suppress my compassion, I knelt in silent tribute. This act was not new to me. I had performed it countless times in the aftermath of humanity's demise aboard the ship, where I meticulously gathered their remains and interred them within the confines of the cabin, fashioning a grand tombstone from tables and chairs. Witnessing the extinction of mankind weighed heavily on my heart, though I had never known them nor exchanged a word. Honoring and respecting the deceased was a noble virtue imparted to me by my father and his final command. Thus, the individual before me, who had sacrificed their life for duty and dreams, deserved reverence and peace, not to languish in excrement like the refuse I had once encountered. At that moment, those walking ahead slowed their pace, turning to look at me as my fellow comrades informed them of my actions. With a mixture of complex emotions, they observed as I retrieved a clean cloth from my burdened pack and solemnly laid it upon the ground. With my mechanical arm, I carefully extracted the human remains from the filth, gently placing them upon the cloth to wrap and cover them. My intentions were simple and sincere: to carry this individual away from this dreadful place and find a suitable location for a proper burial. All eyes were upon me, silent in their contemplation. Captain Irwin, too, halted his advance, choosing not to urge me onward. In that stillness, silence spoke volumes. I sensed a transformation in their perception of me, yet the absence of social interaction left me uncertain of its implications. Nonetheless, I hoped they recognized the significance of my actions and were willing to endure this so-called waste of time to wait for me. I did not keep them waiting long, for my task was executed with remarkable efficiency. Even though the excrement had hardened, it succumbed swiftly to my formidable mechanical strength. In less than 2 minutes, I had placed the wrapped remains into my external carrying case, and the group resumed its journey. The Great Fault, with a vertical height of 7,000 meters, seemed deceptively brief, yet this was a sheer distance. In reality, the total distance traversed by the Survey Corps would far exceed 7,000 meters. Following the pathway's construction, they would ascend the cliff in a spiraling route. Should their pace falter, they risked failing to reach the summit by day's end, leading to a terrifying predicament: either to spend the night within the fault or to navigate the darkness blindly. Both choices were fraught with danger. Overnighting in the fault posed severe risks due to the absence of safe resting points. The night was rife with peril, as mutated creatures emerged from the shadows to hunt under the cover of darkness. In the annals of the Survey Corps, there existed accounts of such horrors. Decades ago, during an expedition outside the cave, a wounded member of the team slowed their progress, forcing them to camp just 1 kilometer from their destination. When the dawn broke, comrades beside them had either vanished or transformed into grotesque, pale corpses, their blood seemingly drained by some unseen force, leaving behind a chilling scene. Ultimately, when the numbers were recounted, both personnel and rock lizards had diminished by half, underscoring the dangers of spending the night in the fault. Yet, pressing forward in the pitch-black night was equally perilous. Aside from the risk of ambush by mutated creatures, any mishap that occurred would be shrouded in darkness, leaving one oblivious to the cause of their misfortune. A simple misstep could result in a fall from the cliff, leading to one's name being added to the list of the missing by morning. Some might wonder, are there not lights to illuminate the path at night? Oh, but such optimism is misplaced. Should one dare to illuminate the darkness, they would attract every predator in the vicinity, drawn to the sole beacon of light like moths to a flame. Moreover, being situated on the narrow pathway, there is scarcely any room for maneuvering or evasion. What means do you possess to resist? Ultimately, the only outcome is a swifter and more tragic demise. Thus, under the assurance of the pathway's safety, everyone hastens their pace, striving to reach the summit before the glow of the luminescent layer extinguishes. Matters of combat, if they can be circumvented, are entirely avoided. However, while the speed of progression is indeed significant, safety holds equal importance. At the forefront of the procession, it is typically those of shorter stature, possessing a light frame, quick reflexes, and meticulous caution, who assume the role of pathfinders. They deliberately kick the wooden planks to assess the strength of the pathway. Is it secure? Has it succumbed to decay and posed potential hazards? Upon discovery, they mark the areas, alerting those behind to exercise caution. Should the pathway fracture or display severe deficiencies, considerations must be made to either traverse it directly using three-dimensional maneuvering devices or to employ a relay method, continuously transporting construction materials from the rear for urgent repairs and laying down. In summary, traversing the Great Fault Line also hinges on luck. For if the team invests an extensive amount of time in repairing and laying the pathway, reaching the apex within a day will undoubtedly be unattainable. This time, will the goddess of fortune favor them? Chapter 33. The fate of the Survey Corps soldiers due to prior intelligence. The members of the Survey Corps were aware that they were currently in the breeding season of numerous mutated creatures inhabiting the Great Chasm. As long as they refrained from recklessly approaching the incubation sites or nests within the rock walls, the likelihood of encountering a ferocious attack from these mutated beings was significantly diminished. Typically, these creatures would remain hidden to protect their eggs and offspring, having stored ample food within their lairs in advance. However, not all mutated beings exhibited such behavior. Some formidable predators would become particularly active during this season, burrowing through the caverns in search of delectable prey, such as the eggs and tender young of other creatures. For these hunters, such delicacies were incredibly enticing. Moreover, during this time, the maternal beasts guarding their nests would rarely flee. Instead, they would choose to fight fiercely in defense. Yet, in most cases, such resistance would yield little effect and instead serve to provide the predators with an additional feast. As we traversed halfway along our route, a fearsome beast with a wingspan of 7 meters suddenly glided overhead. However, its target was not us, but rather a nest situated approximately 20 meters above the pathway. Commander Irwin immediately signaled for everyone to crouch down and remain silent. The delectable morsels within the nest were evidently more appealing to the beast than our meager, troublesome group of humans. As the members of the team anxiously looked up, occasionally shielding themselves from falling debris, a primal roar echoed through the air. The sounds of a fierce struggle reverberated, underscoring the intensity of the encounter. Observing the situation, Commander Irwin signaled once more. In an instant, the team comprehended his intent and stood up, seizing the opportunity to hasten their departure while the monstrous entities were preoccupied with their conflict. Once we had distanced ourselves significantly, some members turned back to glance at the original direction. There, it was evident that a victor had emerged. The flying beast had folded its wings and coiled its tail, fully entering the nest, presumably to relish its spoils. I overheard others remarking that the victorious creature would enjoy a hearty meal and would not need to forage for some time, as it would occupy the nest until it had consumed the carcasses of the maternal beast and its young, along with the stored provisions. In summary, this turn of events could be deemed fortunate for the Survey Corps. At the very least, one less ferocious predator roaming free meant a reduction in potential danger. The team chose to press onward without further ado. However, soon enough, their stroke of luck would come to an end. Ahead on the pathway, a gruesome hunt was unfolding. A mutated creature resembling a pterosaur, adorned with 6 wings, lay upon the path. Its maw stained with blood as it ravenously tore into the flesh of a corpse beneath it, chewing with the same fervor as one might savor a delicacy. Yet, upon the arrival of the Survey Corps, it became agitated, sensing its dominance and privacy had been encroached upon. In the blink of an eye, its jaw unhinged, revealing sharp fangs reminiscent of a grotesque alien creature, as it issued a threatening hiss and roar at the approaching soldiers. The creature's message was clear. The Survey Corps members were to vacate the area and not impede its meal, lest they provoke its wrath. What to do? Should they force their way past, or wait for it to finish? Wait for it to finish. What a jest! Who knew how long that would take? We could not afford to waste time here. Indeed, let us charge together and slay it. At the very least, we must drive it away. The group erupted into a cacophony of opinions, indecisive until they turned their gaze toward Commander Irwin. He was not one to falter. With a mere glance, several elite combat members understood the cue and leaped into action, drawing their blades and sprinting down the pathway. The others, seeing this, pressed themselves against the walls, swiftly granting passage. As I, along with Aaron and the others, found ourselves at the rear of the group, we could only observe from a distance, unable to offer assistance. Yet the ensuing battle was nothing short of spectacular and perilous, showcasing the remarkable cooperation and courageous ingenuity of humanity when faced with beings more powerful than themselves. It mirrored the tactics employed against me back in the City of Glowing Lights. One squad would provoke and draw the creature's attention, while another would obstruct its movements, allowing a third squad to inflict grievous wounds and deliver the final blow. The entire encounter lasted no more than 5 minutes. However, as the creature neared its demise, it suddenly went into a frenzy, attempting to flee. At that juncture, the battle seemed unnecessary, as the objective had already been achieved. Yet, a soldier from the combat squad, while maneuvering with the vertical maneuvering equipment, accidentally let his grappling hook slip and entangle with the creature's wing. The immense sensation of entrapment compelled the beast to exert all its strength in a desperate bid for escape, tightening the grasp of the hook in the midst of its panic. Both the creature and the soldier spiraled into the sky, writhing and struggling, until, amidst the anxious gazes of their comrades, they eventually succumbed, plummeting from the clouds. However, before they could descend beyond the great chasm, a swarm of peculiar creatures, no larger than sparrows, descended upon them as if they had encountered a feast, voraciously feasting on their remains, as if engaged in a long-awaited banquet. Before long, both the monstrous figure and the soldier vanished from sight, becoming part of the abyss in the eyes of their witnesses. In the aftermath of this harrowing spectacle, it is difficult to articulate the sentiments coursing through the hearts of the Survey Corps members: sadness, anger, fear, trepidation, melancholy, perhaps a blend of all these emotions. Yet, there was no time to dwell on memories or lament. They could only forge ahead, carrying the will of the fallen as they sought the elusive and absurd truth. This, indeed, is the fate of the soldiers of the Survey Corps. Chapter 34. Crisis. The death of that soldier marked the first casualty in this external investigation. I meticulously observed the expressions of those around me, noting that the vast majority appeared to be unfazed by such an event, as if they had grown accustomed to it. Only the new recruits, having witnessed the entire process for the first time, bore the weight of considerable psychological trauma and shock. Perhaps, having navigated through the first 2 abysses without any losses, the group had unconsciously assumed that the external investigation would be less daunting than anticipated. However, what is the reality? In the treacherous depths of the abyss, losses are the norm. To progress without any casualties is, indeed, the anomaly. So, why had there been no losses previously? Was there some variable within their ranks that altered the outcome of events? This question reverberated in the minds of the advancing team. Gradually, many gazes shifted towards me, positioned at the rear of the group. Indeed, during this external investigation, the presence of Star Core 001 was the most significant variable. For the first time, within the abyss of abysmal, Star Core 001 emerged like a deity of war, aiding the combat team in vanquishing 46 venomous needleworms that obstructed their path. Without its intervention, even if no one had perished, many would likely have sustained grave injuries. The second instance, within the Temptation Forest, saw Star Corps 001 lead as a vanguard. Skillfully avoiding countless traps and dangers, the number of survivors would have remained uncertain without its guidance. However, this time, due to the terrain in the Great Fault, Star Corps 001 was relegated to the back of the formation, where it could not exhibit its prowess. Had it faced the six-winged dragon, a mere few strikes would have sufficed to dispatch the creature, and that soldier would not have met his fate. Alas, perhaps this is fate? Sometimes, luck indeed plays a crucial role. Thus, in an atmosphere heavy with silence and tension, we pressed on. Yet, it seemed that the goddess of fate had not smiled upon us. Soon, a new predicament emerged ahead of the group. A section of the walkway, at least 200 meters long, had suffered severe fractures and was missing entirely. By examining the remnants and signs of struggle above, it was evident that it had been violently destroyed. The speculation arose that a brutal battle between mutated creatures had transpired here, both combatants towering at least 4 meters in height, resulting in the destruction of over 200 meters of walkway. Given that the Great Fault was currently in its breeding season, it was likely a fierce conflict for mating rights. Upon realizing this conclusion, the group groaned in despair. This is simply too unfortunate. But just then, a chilling sensation swept over everyone. The luminescent layer was about to enter its dormant phase, and we had roughly 4 hours left until it extinguished its light. This meant that the investigative team had to not only repair the damaged walkway, but also reach the opposite side and ascend to the summit within that time frame. How is that even possible? It's over. There is no time left. We have to spend the night here. What should we do? I don't want to die. I refuse to stay here overnight. Captain Irwin furrowed his brow, surveying the scene as his mind raced to devise a strategy. He could clearly sense the rising agitation among the team members. Indeed, the night in the Great Fault is perilous. Should they choose to spend the night here, at least half of them might not awaken come morning. Moreover, the investigative team was caught in a precarious position, unable to ascend or descend. Even if they wished to retreat now, it was far too late. Irwin clenched his teeth, deciding to take a gamble. All troops, quickly repair the walkway. Lay down the planks. We have no choice but to race against time. Under Irwin's command, everyone sprang into action. The rear members began unloading planks and ropes from the rock lizard, passing them forward in a relay. Those at the front hastily set about constructing the makeshift path. To enhance efficiency, some soldiers volunteered to utilize their vertical maneuvering equipment, precariously hanging on the cliff to conduct high-altitude work. Yet, such actions were fraught with danger. A slight misstep could lead to a fatal fall. The cliff's rock layers varied in hardness. Some were too brittle, while others too solid. The former posed a risk of crumbling, while the latter was prone to slipping. Thus, this was not an ideal location for employing vertical maneuvering devices. Yet, perilous tasks must be undertaken. After all, they were racing against death. Time slipped away, and the luminescent layer had noticeably dimmed. Approximately 2 hours remained before it would extinguish entirely, plunging us into the night's slumber. Observing this, the group instinctively quickened their pace. Several times, the soldiers working at heights nearly plummeted, but fortunately, they were secured with safety ropes tied to their comrades on the walkway. It seemed as though everything was progressing positively. However, a new complication soon arose. We were running out of materials to repair the walkway. Gazing at the remaining distance of over 100 meters, beyond the reach of even the vertical maneuvering devices, despair began to creep into everyone's hearts. Was this the end? Would this external investigation conclude here? Unless we returned to gather more materials, we would be unable to cross this chasm. Furthermore, a more pressing issue loomed. The luminescent layer was about to extinguish. What should we do? Are we to await our demise? Rely on luck? See who could survive the night. I stood at the rear of the formation, listening to the cacophony ahead, and turned to Aaron. Iron Rider, it appears difficulties have arisen up front. Could you inquire about the situation? Perhaps I can offer a viable suggestion or assistance. Aaron nodded and approached Armin, who was carrying the walkie-talkie, and conveyed my message. Shortly, Armin cranked the device a few times to generate power and handed the microphone to Aaron. After a brief exchange and wait, the front line candidly relayed their predicament. What? How can this be? Aaron's expression was one of disbelief. Meanwhile, the group of new recruits behind him revealed their fear upon learning of their current situation. Spending the night here? What? Are you kidding? No. I want to go back. I do not wish to die. I want to return and savor the pastries my mother makes. No. I refuse to be devoured by those abyssal monsters. Star Core 001, can you devise a plan? Aaron asked me seriously. I first glanced at Aaron, then at the terrified faces before me, and did not respond immediately. Instead, I turned mechanically, utilizing the panoramic camera on my shoulder to analyze the dimming time of the luminescent layer, the gravitational functions in the spatial field, and the structural analysis grid of the cliff. My mind began to formulate a rough plan. Iron Rider, please inform the front line and Captain Irwin that I have calculated a relevant strategy. This plan will ensure that the survival rate of all members of the Survey Corps reaches a minimum of 99. Chapter 35, Agreement 2, Stay the Course. My intentions swiftly reached the forefront of the team through the communication device, and Commander Irwin urgently inquired about the situation. Both Aaron and Armin acted as conduits, relaying our exchanges incessantly. In a mere moment, I devised two potential strategies. The first involved utilizing my drill arm to swiftly excavate a refuge capable of accommodating over 200 individuals and all the rock lizards within the sheer cliff's rocky layers. Based on my calculations regarding the remaining luminescence of the fluorescent layer, a singular tunnel could be carved, after which group excavation would ensue. We could complete the task shortly after nightfall, at which point I would stand guard at the entrance, vigilantly watching throughout the night to prevent any predators from encroaching, thus ensuring our survival until dawn. The second strategy involved my observation of certain unique zones within the inverted gravitational field of the fault line. These areas resembled updrafts, allowing objects that met specific weight criteria to briefly scale vertical surfaces, descend slowly, or even ascend to new heights. However, these regions were nearly invisible to the naked eye, often situated at precarious angles, steep cliffs, and lacking substantial footholds. Nevertheless, through careful observation, I could calculate a swift route to the summit. This shortcut, however, demanded exceptional psychological resilience from the individuals involved, and there was no guarantee against interference from mutated creatures along the way. Thus, considering the dwindling time and the safety of my comrades, I ultimately proposed the more conservative first option to Commander Irwin, suggesting we postpone further discussions until after we had endured the night. After carefully listening to my plan, Commander Irwin fell silent. Yet, before long, he acknowledged my proposal with an affirming tone, declaring, "Well done, Star Core 001. We shall proceed as you have suggested. From this moment forth, the rear team will advance to the front, and everyone will cooperate with your actions and arrangements. Our time is running short. You may begin the excavation. I entrust this task to you." Upon hearing that we now had a chance to survive, the members of the Survey Corps were filled with fervor and determination, as if the previous despair, confusion, and terror had been swept away. All that remained was an ardent desire to live and deep gratitude towards Star Core 001. I, too, wasted no time nor paid heed to their gazes. Instead, I promptly turned with a mechanical hum, directing my focus toward the rocky cliff, extending my hands forth. Before long, my mechanical palms began to contract and reshape, switching to drill mode. The drill attachments, costly and rare, were composed of smooth, geometrically shaped synthetic diamonds. Should they sustain damage, sourcing replacements would prove exceedingly difficult. Yet, in that moment, I prioritized human life over material possessions 100-fold. As the drill whirled into action, the cacophony of excavation commenced. Numerous mutated creatures were roused by the sudden, overwhelming noise, casting resentful glances and roaring in protest. However, compelled to protect their offspring, they remained rooted at the entrances of their nests, unwilling to budge. The apex predators, too, were displeased by the commotion, as it severely disrupted their hunting activities and could potentially scare off their prey. Consequently, They howled toward the direction of Star Core 001 before hastily retreating. Additionally, the very nature of sound often serves as a deterrent in the wild. It can proclaim territory, warn others to keep their distance, intimidate rivals in competitions for mates, food, or resources, and demonstrate strength and superiority, thus avoiding actual conflict. Thus, prior to battle, creatures instinctively emit roars to gauge the disparity in strength, endurance, and aggression between themselves and their adversaries, thereby minimizing the risk of misjudgment in combat. As the sound of excavation reverberated, countless mutated creatures were taken aback. Listen, the magnitude of that sound, its duration, its resonant force, its sharpness, unmatchable. In stark contrast to the wary gazes of the other mutated beings, the head lizard, Dolly, seemed entranced, flicking its tongue as if enchanted by a wondrous melody. However, I paid no special attention to such distractions and remained steadfast in my task. My excavation progressed rapidly, as countless hardened stones crumbled to dust beneath my drill, sending clouds of sand and debris into the air. Soon, a circular pit emerged before me, large enough for me to step into. Meanwhile, those behind me began to wield shovels, diligently clearing away the obstructive earth and rubble, tossing it over the edge of the walkway. As the cavern's space expanded, more members of the Survey Corps joined in, wielding pickaxes and shovels, carrying illumination devices as they followed in my wake. Utilizing external sensing equipment, I assessed the structural integrity and looseness of the surrounding rock, determining how best to excavate for optimal space without risking collapse or confinement. Simultaneously, I guided my comrades on efficient techniques to minimize effort while preserving the supporting structures. Thus, the number of individuals engaged in the excavation steadily increased, the sound of clinking tools filling the air. The frequency of transporting earth and gravel grew. Yet no one complained of fatigue. Instead, their expressions radiated joy and enthusiasm. At this juncture, Commander Irwin and his team gradually arrived from the forefront of the walkway, witnessing the swift progress of our excavation, leaving the officers in a state of incredulous astonishment. However, the light gradually dimmed, inducing a palpable tension among the group as they hastened their efforts. It was then that we began to see the grotesque creatures that only emerged during the nights of the fault line. They were hideous, menacing, and monstrous, akin to demons awakening from slumber. They lounged on various cliffs, leisurely grooming their bristles, resembling gentlemen mindful of hygiene and etiquette before a meal. Suddenly, as though sensing something amiss, they simultaneously swiveled their heads, countless compound eyes fixated on the direction of the excavation site. Unlike daytime predators, they were unperturbed by sound. The darkness was their hunting ground. The noise and light merely served as guiding beacons. Consequently, they began to undulate their numerous appendages, advancing in droves along the rocky cliffs. Witnessing this terrifying sight, the soldiers of the Survey Corps stationed on the walkway drew their blades, sweat pouring from their brows as they braced themselves, prepared to buy time. Meanwhile, my calculated countdown for safety reached its terminus, yet we still required one final step to completion. Had an error indeed manifested? Human resources are not uniform. Meticulously planned data, they are not machines. As humans experience a decline in physical stamina, their work efficiency diminishes, making it impossible to maintain a constant level of output like I do. Thus, it becomes imperative to introduce an additional layer of variables. With this in mind, I paused my excavation amidst the astonished gazes of those around me. I switched back to my original wrist and drew forth the massive entrenching tool from behind, striding with heavy mechanical steps directly toward the cave's entrance. Star Core 001, where are you headed? Alan inquired, halting his digging. I responded without turning back. I am going to add the final layer of variables. Soon, I emerged from the cave. Commander Irwin looked at me, perplexed. How did you come out? Is the excavation of the refuge completed? I blinked my azure electronic eye and calmly replied, not yet, it is almost finished. However, the safety time has run out. It is now my responsibility to add the final layer of variables. What do you mean? The soldiers around, brandishing their weapons in preparation for the enemy, were utterly bewildered. Yet, my words rippled through their hearts like a stone cast upon a tranquil lake. Now, please lead all members of the Survey Corps and the rock lizards into the cave for refuge. From this moment on, I shall stand guard here to buy you time." After a brief moment of astonishment and silence, they erupted with fervor. "No, how can it be like this? If it comes to it, we can die together. After all, they are merely mutated creatures I have killed before. Yes, how could we let you face this alone?" Commander Irwin interjected with a booming voice, cutting through the clamor, and then asked me, "Do you have confidence?" I raised my small fist and slowly lifted my thumb, answering with a mechanical tone, "Trust me." Commander Irwin gazed deeply into my eyes before issuing orders to the entire army. "Follow orders. Everyone, quickly enter the cave for refuge. Those who disobey will face military justice." Despite their reluctance, the soldiers complied. Soon, a multitude of personnel, rock lizards, and supplies brushed past me as I stood firm with my entrenching tool planted in the ground. Resembling a deity of war guarding against the approaching tide of mutated creatures, my heart unperturbed. Then, a familiar voice echoed from behind me. "Star Core 001. Are you trying to leave me behind?" I turned to see Alan, having disregarded the warnings, forcing his way out. I urged him, "Return. It is dangerous here." Yet Alan, in a fit of emotion, struck my armor with a clenched fist, shouting, "Don't joke around. I am your iron steed. How could I possibly part from you? If death comes, let it be together, you bastard." Hearing his words stirred a feeling of profound emotion within me. Human connections indeed possess a unique depth. Therefore, I ceased to refuse him. Instead, I knelt and opened the cockpit door, saying, "Come on, Iron Steed, let us face this together." As the cockpit door closed, the holographic display inside began marking numerous approaching crimson dots for Alan. Agreement 2. Uphold the mission. By time for those excavating within the cave. Chapter 36. The Fall. Always the prelude to a legend. "Alan, come back. It's too dangerous outside." Armin and the others stood at the cave's entrance, desperately trying to restrain the others while their voices echoed in a cacophony, calling out to Alan. However, Alan disregarded their pleas, turning back to them with a confident smile and a reassuring glance, before leaping into the cockpit. I immediately sealed the hatch and swiftly assumed a combat-ready stance. For the mutated creatures that hunted under the cover of night were approaching rapidly. Their ominous sounds of crawling and slithering against the rocky cliffs were becoming increasingly distinct. I activated dynamic tracking, relaying their positions onto the holographic display within the cockpit, and communicated to Alan, "Iron Will, they are coming. Prepare for collision impact." This battle may prove to be arduous. Alan's gaze was fierce as he gripped the controls tightly, his arms trembling slightly, yet he forced a confident smile, assuring me, "Star Core 001, you are aware of my Titan operational skills. This time, we will prevail." I fell silent for a moment before mechanically responding. Control authority has been transferred to Iron Will, retaining partial emergency response rights. Estimated contact time, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A grotesque giant insect, utilizing its extraordinary jumping ability, lunged at us first. However, Alan, leveraging the high-definition visuals and various parameters displayed on the panoramic screen, temporarily transcended the limitations of human perception. In the next instant, he yanked the control stick, twisting and thrusting forward, roaring, "Kill." Instantly, my mechanical arms synchronized with his movements, raising the engineering shovel and swinging it with force. The giant insect's head was severed in an instant, its body propelled violently against the adjacent wall by the sheer kinetic energy of the blow. Its antennae and appendages thrashed in a desperate struggle, flailing for a while before its nervous reflexes finally subsided. Alan and I did not linger on its form, for more mutated creatures were surging toward us, drawn by the light and cacophony in the darkness, illuminating their relentless advance. At that moment, my figure, illuminated by the light from the cave behind me, gleamed like a metallic fortress, firmly rooted in place. Alan, seated in the cockpit, clutched the control stick, his eyes fixed on the myriad of red dots drawing near from the murky depths, his fighting spirit reaching a fever pitch. Soon, the horde of mutated creatures surged from both sides of the cliff, akin to a relentless tide, advancing towards us with piercing shrieks. Their mouths bristling with sharp fangs and exuding a foul stench, appearing both grotesque and terrifying. I felt no fear. Instead, I raised the shimmering engineering shovel high, swinging it vigorously, instantly scattering the approaching creatures into disarray. Each swing generated a powerful gust of wind, carrying an indomitable force that rendered them, mere carbon-based beings, utterly defenseless. Yet, the mutated creatures, akin to frenzied insects devoid of reason, exhibited neither fear nor hesitation. It was as if the death of their kin merely meant one less competitor and an additional source of sustenance. Seizing the opportunity presented by my attacks, they leapt onto me, attempting to claw and bite. However, my heavy armor proved exceptionally resilient. Even as they shattered their mandibles against it, exerting all their strength, they could not breach my defenses. Soon, they sought out my vulnerabilities, prying at the panoramic camera on my shoulder and attempting to burrow into my joint pistons. I certainly would not allow them to succeed. With a tremendous mechanical grind and the thunderous roar of hydraulic systems, I seized one of the repulsive insects, smashing it violently against the wall. The impact resulted in a splatter of viscous fluids and a crisp crack. Next, I slammed a giant centipede to the ground, crushing it underfoot and leaving a pool of ichor. I remained calm and decisive, executing simple yet brutally effective maneuvers, employing the mechanical strength of my Titan suit through punches and stomps, continuously showcasing a visceral aesthetic of violence while dislodging the creatures from my body. The scene of battle resembled an intense stage performance, my massive form rolling and swinging through the night as the creature's sharp fangs and claws produced a cacophony of metallic clashes against my armor, etching countless varying white scratches upon its surface. Yet, my resolve remained unshaken as I executed a series of calculated reactions, maximizing the strength of this industrial Titan mech. Each movement was meticulously planned, akin to an indefatigable perpetual motion machine. Thus, the savage melee continued for an indeterminate duration until, bloodied and scarred, I heard the urgent shouts of Commander Irwin and the others from behind me. "Quickly get inside. The cave is ready. Class 1 and Class 2, provide cover. Prepare to move supplies to seal the entrance." However, at that moment, the walkway suddenly creaked ominously. Seemingly unable to withstand the immense pressure generated by the ongoing battle between me and the mutated creatures, I looked down to see the walkway beginning to tremble, cracks spreading outward. In my moment of distraction, a creature resembling a facehugger suddenly latched onto my electronic eye, obscuring my vision completely. I stumbled a few steps, striving to regain my balance and continue the fight. But ultimately, the walkway could bear no more, collapsing beneath us. In an instant, I, along with the mutated beasts entangled in combat, plunged into the abyss. Above, I could hear the desperate cries of the Survey Corps. No. The pitch-black chasm loomed like an insatiable abyss, swallowing my form from view in an instant. Commander Irwin's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the scene, then swiftly surveyed the horde of lurking monsters outside, gritting his teeth and ordering the entrance sealed. Yet, in the midst of my fall, in a moment of crisis, I managed to drag my metallic arm across the rocky surface, finally grasping the cliffside, narrowly avoiding catastrophe. Meanwhile, Alan in the cockpit succumbed to unconsciousness due to the impact of our descent. Thus, I was left to maintain my balance, suspended precariously against the rocky face. Too fearful to move, I quickly extinguished all external lighting and silenced any electronic noise, for I had detected numerous mutated creatures crawling towards us, drawn by sound and light. Now scouring our surroundings, I had to remain silent. Otherwise, both Alan and I would be in grave peril. With no other options, I could only hold this position until the bioluminescent layer revived. Chapter 37, Departure. Destination, the City of No Return. I maintained this posture throughout the night, only restarting the external equipment at the moment when the fluorescent layer began to awaken the following day. Alan, still unconscious in the cockpit, seemed to have sustained a concussion from the impact of our fall last night. I surmised he would require some time to regain consciousness naturally. After conducting a thorough physical examination on Alan and confirming that he was out of immediate danger, I felt a sense of relief. I then raised my gaze towards the mist-shrouded, vast chasm above, teeming with flying creatures. Without hesitation, I commenced the ascent with Alan in tow, climbing towards the summit of the great fault. Each step was taken with utmost caution. My mechanical hands nearly embedded themselves into the rock face. The surrounding small mutated creatures, upon hearing the commotion, crouched at the entrances of their nests, curiously observing me. They tilted their heads and rubbed their hands together, puzzled, for they had never encountered a being clad in such peculiar armor. I paid them no mind, as they exuded no aggression and belonged to the lower echelons of the food chain within the great fault. Faced with a towering figure like myself, nearly 4 meters tall and seemingly predatory, they dared not approach, let alone attack. Thus, I continued my climb, calculating the shortest distance to the pathway. If I could reach the pathway, Alan and I would be able to catch up with the Survey Corps and rendezvous with them. Approximately 827 meters remained until I reached the nearest pathway. Throughout my ascent, I discovered 32 caverns along the cliffside, 16 small, 12 medium, and 4 large. Given the current situation and the maternal aggression of the beasts during their breeding season, I needed to chart a safe route to avoid unnecessary conflict. Consequently, I meticulously followed the calculated path, investing significant time, until I finally reached the base of the Great Fault's pathway safely. With a powerful push from my hands and feet, I ascended into the familiar pathway. Perhaps due to the jarring nature of my movements, Alan awoke at that moment. He rubbed his aching head and emitted a dry, rasping sound. After a brief pause, he regained his senses and inquired, Star Core 001, where are we now? How much time has elapsed since last night? I patiently replied, Iron Mane, it has been 12 hours, 48 minutes, and 56 seconds since you lost consciousness. We are currently on the pathway at the base of the Great Fault, approximately 5,700 meters away from the summit. Upon hearing this, Alan jolted to full awareness, recalling all that had transpired the previous night, including the moments before his fall into unconsciousness. A wave of dread washed over him. So, we nearly perished alongside those mutated creatures, shattered into pieces? It was you, Star Core 001, who grasped the cliff at the critical moment of our descent, saving us from disaster? And now we have climbed back up from the abyss of the Great Fault? Indeed, Iron Mane. Nearly 2 hours have passed since the fluorescent layer revived. We must hasten our journey and reunite with Commander Irwin and the Survey Corps before nightfall. Agreement 2. Uphold the mission. Continue with the 39th external investigation. Alan scratched his head and decisively heeded Star Core 001's counsel, opting to catch up with the main force. Otherwise, given his current state of thirst and hunger without supplies, he would risk searching for water and food in this perilous abyss. Without hesitation, we began our advance. Thanks to my imposing stature and the metallic sheen of my heavy armor, ordinary predators merely glanced at me before losing interest. Midway through our journey, I fortuitously spotted the large engineering shovel I had dropped the previous night on the pathway. It was embedded in the wooden planks, stained with dried monster blood, resembling a weapon awaiting its master's return. I did not rush to retrieve it. Instead, I carefully observed the weakened planks beneath me and cautiously traversed the cliffside. Only then did I dare grasp its handle. As expected, the moment I pulled the shovel free, the pathway beneath us cracked and began collapsing rapidly on either side. Swiftly, I turned and leaped, narrowly evading another fall into the abyss. Looking back, I saw the pathway fracture into a ruin of several meters long due to the chain reaction. Alan's eyes widened, his heart racing with fear. I straightened up and reassured him, Iron Mane, we have no retreat. We must continue forward. Alan nodded, his expression resolute. By midday, we arrived at the site of last night's fierce battle. The pathway there was now broken, and it appeared as if all the wooden planks had been deliberately dismantled, leaving only a dead end. The Survey Corps had long vanished, leaving behind nothing but the empty refuge cave we had excavated the day before. I opened the cockpit door, and Alan leaped out, eagerly using his vertical maneuvering equipment to explore the refuge cave. Unfortunately, after a thorough search, he only discovered discarded refuse and a message inscribed on the rock wall. The handwriting seemed to belong to Armin. It read, "Alan, if you are alive, please read this message carefully. After a night of contemplation and discussion, the Survey Corps has decided to move forward. Otherwise, all our efforts and sacrifices will be in vain. I provided Commander Irwin with a solid suggestion that will help us overcome the obstacles ahead, but it will also sever our retreat. If you are still alive, I hope you can find a new path to catch up with us. We shall head towards the next abyss, the giant S-cup of the fourth. However, we will not linger there. Our ultimate goal, as we have agreed upon, is to reach the city of no return at the sixth abyss. Rumored to be a ruinous world filled with gold, boasting many bizarre structures unlike those of our era. We shall explore and excavate there, seeking to uncover the truth of the world, and we eagerly await your arrival. Armin, left behind. After reading this message, Alan exchanged a meaningful glance with me. As if he had matured, his demeanor profoundly transformed. Then, with utmost seriousness, he said, "Let us go, Star Core 001. We shall journey to the city of no return and reunite with them." I blinked my azure electronic eye in affirmation. Then, emitting a mechanical hum, I straightened my posture and gazed into the distance. The secondary plan that was not utilized yesterday can now commence. Let us traverse the rooftops together, Iron Main. This will be a thrilling and unique experience. The inverted gravitational field will ultimately elevate us to the summit of the clouds. Since there is no path, we shall carve one ourselves. Chapter 38, Riding the Winds and Soaring High. Star Core 001. What should we do next? Are we to rely on climbing? With a swish, Alan utilized his three-dimensional maneuvering gear to leap onto my shoulder, scanning our surroundings together. I immediately countered his previous suggestion. Climbing alone offers us no advantage. It is inefficient and fraught with peril. Moreover, during our ascent, we would be vulnerable to attacks from mutated creatures, leaving us unable to mount an effective defense. What then? We cannot possibly retreat, can we? Alan's anxiety began to mount. I turned to the edge of the walkway, and a step further would plunge us into an abyss. Yet, unperturbed, I swung my massive mechanical arm forward and declared, "Iron Rider, I have detected numerous anomalous gravitational zones within the Great Fault. They may provide us with invaluable assistance for our forthcoming endeavors." "What do you mean?" I elaborated for Alan's understanding. These anomalous gravitational zones possess an enhanced anti-gravity field, akin to an updraft, significantly alleviating our weight. This would enable us to exhibit wall running, gliding, and even flying effects. How is that even possible? Star Core 001, you're not deceiving me, are you? Humans lack wings. How can we fly? For the inhabitants of this world, where scientific knowledge has suffered a severe rupture, the concept of a gravitational field is indeed challenging to comprehend. However, I did not shy away from the complexity, but instead provided a straightforward explanation that allowed Alan to form a more intuitive grasp in his mind. Iron Rider, do you recall the waterfall that flowed upstream when we first entered the Great Fault? That phenomenon is a result of the inverted gravitational field. In other words, as long as an object's weight is sufficiently light and the strength of the gravitational field is potent enough, it can soar or glide, much like water flowing against the current, aided by this anti-gravity force. The method I proposed is an unprecedented shortcut derived from this principle. Based on my calculations, to reach the summit of the Great Fault, we must traverse through 27 unique gravitational fields, stepping across 15 sheer cliffs along the way. I pointed to the first location, a cliff that extended upward at a diagonal angle, devoid of any obstacles, situated 25 meters away. Iron Rider, take heed. There lies an inverted gravitational field that the naked human eye cannot perceive. Its field strength is approximately at level 1, capable of significantly reducing our weight, allowing us to traverse that cliff, soaring upward for 20 meters. Continuing along the path of my finger, I articulated the next steps seamlessly. Upon surpassing the 20-meter mark, we will need to push off with our feet, harnessing a recoil force to reach a glide zone at the 3 o'clock position, where the field strength is at level 2. We will rely on gliding to float across to another wall-running area 400 meters away. In the end, we would leap into a spiral ascent zone, approximately at level 3 strength. This spiral zone would propel us skyward with great speed. akin to a fish soaring through the clouds, continuously gaining altitude. The entire process would last 6 seconds before halting our ascent. We must react within 2 seconds, utilizing the hovering time to latch onto a nearby anchor point to prevent a fall. Otherwise, our efforts would be in vain. Upon reaching this stage, we would be deemed successful, with only 5 meters remaining to the pinnacle of the Great Fault. A mere leap would suffice to emerge from it. After hearing my discourse, Alan's eyelids twitched. The maneuvers seemed perilous, testing one's mental fortitude. He would need to continuously conquer his fears and trust in the invisible gravitational fields before him. Such feats appeared beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. However, I am Iron Rider of Star Core 001, far from ordinary. Alan's eyes sparkled with unyielding determination, as if he were desperate to prove himself. In my worldview, I have yet to encounter the notion of bravado. Every event I assess through data. Thus, I perceive no bravado, only the probabilities of success. Therefore, I regarded Alan's fervent display as an inherent manifestation of high success potential. Iron Rider, are you ready? Throughout this journey, we may encounter disruptions from mutated creatures. Hence, we must cooperate closely to tackle any unforeseen challenges. Alan unsheathed his blade, nodded, and with a determined grin, standing on my shoulder, proclaimed, "Let us go." Star Core 001. I can hardly contain my excitement. I glanced at him, offering no further words, instead adjusting my stance. Preparing to leap. My Azure electronic eye fixated ahead, calculating various force parameters and trajectory points. Then, with a resounding boom and a powerful recoil, my weight halved, and I shot forth like a cannonball, obliterating the walkway behind us and propelling us 25 meters ahead. With tension etched on his face, Alan clung tightly to my shoulder, undeterred by the howling winds surrounding us. Yet, a fleeting glance downward into the abyss elicited a fearful shout, as if releasing pent-up emotions. Soon, we reached the first gravitational field. At my prompt, both Alan and I instantly shifted our stances, one hand against the wall, our weight shifted downward, our feet rapidly propelling us forward. We dashed up the sheer cliff face, executing wall runs with precision. This exhilarating rush invigorated Alan's senses, gradually instilling within him an inexplicable joy and excitement. Though it was his first experience, he exhibited an extraordinary aptitude, synchronizing seamlessly with my movements while adeptly maneuvering through the gravitational fields, gliding with finesse, like a deft falcon soaring effortlessly through space. Suddenly, a horde of mutated creatures, detected by our dynamic sensors, locked onto Alan's small frame. To them, he was merely a fledgling learning to fly under the maternal guidance of a massive armored beast. If they could evade the protection of the formidable matriarch, they could capture Alan with ease. Thus, they chose to dive down from above, their eyes ablaze with a crimson glow, resembling demons from the abyss. Yet, Alan and I were prepared. We exchanged a quick glance. Then, leveraging the gravitational glide, we spun our bodies, wielding our weapons in a dazzling aerial ballet of blades. In the face of danger, flashes of lightning intertwined as we dispatched the flying monsters mid-air, their bodies crashing to the ground amidst their anguished cries. Through numerous twists and turns, we maintained flawless coordination, continuously confronting the trials of life and death. Each wall run was an adventure, every glide a challenge. Yet, with every encounter, we grew more resolute. Fear was foreign to us. Retreat was not an option, for we knew that only by overcoming all present dangers could we uncover the true path to victory. At last, we surmounted all adversities, navigating through turbulent waters and soaring high, propelled by a powerful upward force that shattered numerous obstacles, ultimately arriving at the precipice of the Great Rift. In that moment, Alan beheld a realm of radiant light, where the sun shone brilliantly and the air was filled with the melodic songs of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. Reminiscent of paradise, the despair of the abyss lay beneath his feet, and fear had long since dissipated. Confusion and inertia gradually faded away, leaving behind only a resolute gaze that sparkled with determination and a luminous spirit imbued with hope. To the fourth abyss, the cup of giants, we have arrived. Chapter 39. The Fourth Abyss. The Cup of Giants. As Alan and I ascended from the summit of the Great Fault, he immediately resembled a climber who, after overcoming countless adversities, had finally reached the pinnacle. The exuberance and joy within him were unmistakable. He sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently, evidently still shaken by the thrill of the ordeal. I remained vigilant of our surroundings while addressing him. "Tanyu, I have detected that your heart rate is excessively elevated. Please restore it to a normal level promptly. Otherwise, your physical condition may deteriorate, adversely affecting our subsequent endeavors." Alan propped himself up with one hand on the ground, the other resting on his knee, and flashed a playful smile at me. "Star Core 001, you are far too serious. We have just shattered the boundaries of human understanding and history, creating a miracle. Did we truly manage to fly here? It's simply astonishing." In truth, the miracle of humanity's first flight was not initiated by Alan. However, I refrained from correcting him over such a trivial matter, for his earlier performance was commendable. Moreover, those who could transcend the shackles of long-standing beliefs and conquer their fear of flying are destined to become legends. I began to take mechanical strides, cautiously exploring a few steps to the side before addressing Alan, who was regaining his strength. "Tanyu, please be cautious. I have observed numerous unknown biological eggs resembling spikes emerging from the surrounding rock walls. Furthermore, there are signs of twisting trails on the ground. It is plausible that these may belong to a type of tentacled, mutated creature. They seem to be heading towards the Cup of Giants." Upon hearing this, Alan's expression shifted, and he promptly rose from the ground, preparing his equipment as he inquired, "Is there something unknown lurking? This abyss truly is a dance of demons. We must remain ever vigilant. By the way, Star Core 001, have you detected any traces of the Survey Corps nearby?" I moved a few more steps, ensuring Alan was within my protective range before responding. "Insufficient data to make a determination. I have scanned the surroundings with the panoramic camera on my shoulder, but I found no signs of human activity. It is likely that the Survey Corps, along with Commander Irwin, are on a different course from our current route." Alan pondered for a moment, nodding thoughtfully as he began to analyze the situation. "Indeed, we did not ascend via the pathway, but rather flew here, which naturally means our starting point towards the Cup of Giants differs. Additionally, the Survey Corps would undoubtedly follow the safer routes previously traversed, while we may have to navigate through uncharted territory. Do you have any suggestions or insights, Star Core 001? I blinked my azure electronic eye, responding in a mechanical tone. "Tanyu, although we lack a relevant map, we possess a general direction to follow. We must proceed upwards, towards the incline overhead, utilizing my external sensory equipment and analyzing data parameters. We will undoubtedly uncover a path that leads us to the city of no return. We must adhere to our mission and hasten to catch up with Commander Irwin and the main forces of the Survey Corps." A smile graced Alan's lips as he accepted my proposal. "Very well, Star Core 001, I shall heed your counsel. Shall we continue onward?" I knelt beside Alan, observing his vertical maneuvering gear, and inquired, "Tanyu, how much gas reserve do you have left in your maneuvering device?" Alan removed the gas canister and inspected it, frowning as he replied, "There's about 50 remaining, sufficient for roughly 10 minutes of combat." Upon hearing this, I decisively opened the cockpit door and urged him to take a seat. This would not only conserve his stamina and prevent unnecessary depletion of strategic resources, but also provide him with adequate protection during our perilous and uncertain exploration ahead. I understood that humanity, as carbon-based life forms, was not like me in my special state. They could fall ill, suffer pain, experience fatigue, and endure hunger and thirst. Currently, Alan was separated from the main forces of the Survey Corps and would not be able to endure for long without resupply. Thus, I had to protect him while simultaneously aiding him in locating sustenance and hydration within the abyss. Gazing at Alan in the cockpit, whose lips were chapped and face weary, I quickened my pace. As we departed from the Great Fault, the inverted gravitational field dissipated. Now, I bore the weight of 40 tons, moving with heavy strides through the pitch-black cavern illuminated by my searchlights. The environment was damp and intricate, filled with numerous natural tunnels. Without a strong sense of direction, one could easily become lost in this dark labyrinth. However, such a predicament posed no challenge for me. I could detect the minute fluctuations in the air, deftly avoiding countless dead ends. Simultaneously, I continuously scanned and marked the geological structures and cave distributions, synthesizing data to deduce a highly probable safe route. After all, my mechanized body was designed for excavation tasks, and I possessed the requisite skills for navigating tunnels. After traversing for over an hour, I finally guided Alan out of the labyrinthine tunnel into a vast cavernous space. Surveying the surroundings, I was struck by the oppressive and eerie atmosphere. My electronic eye adjusted its focus to compare the features of the Cup of Giants with the environment before me. The Cup of Giants is the fourth abyss discovered by humanity in this realm. The cavern reaches a height of approximately 900 meters and spans roughly 13 kilometers. The bioluminescent layers are dim, resembling a moonlit night. Most areas are submerged in marshes, lakes, and ponds, resulting in an abundance of humidity, possibly connecting multiple underground rivers. Simultaneously, this place is fraught with peril, inhabited by bizarre plants and mutated creatures dwelling in or near the swamps, lakes, and ponds. One such plant, known as the heavenly platform vine, resembles a giant lotus leaf, flourishing abundantly and blanketing the entire marsh, lake, and pond. This obscures the view below, making it challenging to discern what lies beneath the leaves. Moreover, the leaves of the heavenly platform vine contain hot water, akin to a hot spring, reputed to possess healing properties. However, they are also patrolled by terrifying mutated creatures known as soul piercers. Should one be pierced by their bony spines, the outcome could range from poisoning and limb loss to instant death. It appears that without the safe path established by the Survey Corps, traversing this layer of the abyss will not be an easy feat. With a surge of concern, I leaped forward, descending the slope ahead. Chapter 40. Is the sky vine a product of artificial selection? Star Core 001. Is this truly the Cup of Giants? The atmosphere here feels ominous and somewhat eerie. Iron harness. Based on the information provided by the Survey Corps, the environmental similarities to the Cup of Giants are striking. However, there are notable differences in certain details. For instance, I have observed numerous life forms in this area that pose significant threats to humans. Moreover, certain regions exhibit radiation levels that are alarmingly elevated. Should one inadvertently wander into such areas without appropriate resistance medication or radiation shielding, the body would soon succumb to excruciating pain and severe hemorrhaging. Is it truly that terrifying? Alan gazed intently at the holographic display within the cockpit, continuously surveying the surroundings. Meanwhile, I operated the high-powered searchlights on either side of me, illuminating the dim environment ahead. My legs, submerged in a 1-4-meter-deep pool, moved with mechanical precision, splashing water as I progressed. I noticed that the water in this pool was dark and murky, rendering the depths invisible. It was evidently tainted with heavy metals, making it impossible for direct consumption. Additionally, ripples and waves occasionally disturbed the surface nearby, hinting at some elusive, undulating entities lurking beneath. Such unknowns beneath the water's surface evoke the deepest fears within the human psyche. If Alan were to step out of the cockpit and wade into this pool, which could submerge him up to his chest, it would not be long before his sanity unraveled, succumbing to fear and the chilling effects of hypothermia. However, for me, towering nearly 4 meters tall, the water merely reached my knees. Thus, Alan, seated safely within the cockpit, felt entirely secure. Nevertheless, the splashes caused by my movement attracted the attention of several predatory creatures lying in wait. They cautiously concealed themselves in the shadows or submerged in the water, observing and trailing me. Yet, my imposing stature deterred them from launching an attack. They would readily pursue a human, but dared not approach me. I paid little mind to those following me, as they were merely minnows. Once I exited their hunting grounds, they would quietly disperse. Should they dare to attack beforehand, I could easily crush them with a single hand. At present, my priority was to locate a clean water source for Alan. Through my observations, it was evident that after several hours without hydration, he was exhibiting signs of dehydration. Rather than immediately seeking a route to the city of no return to reunite with the main forces of the Survey Corps, I chose to prioritize Alan's survival. Thus, I traversed the pool, crossed a stream, and climbed to a vantage point atop a gentle rise, continuously utilizing my external sensing devices to analyze the safety of the water and air quality. Ultimately, I led Alan to the expansive leaves of the sky vine, which resembled a small swimming pool. It was perfectly suited for sitting or fully immersing oneself in a rejuvenating soak. To my astonishment, the water within was a warm spring, remarkably clear and pristine. My measurements confirmed it met the standards for potable water. After ensuring the area was safe, I half-squatted and opened the cockpit door. Alan leaped out eagerly, pressing his hands to the ground and indulging in the refreshing water. After quenching his thirst, he splashed his face, the invigorating warmth revitalizing his senses. Wow, this feels incredible. I never expected to find such a treasure in this grim and foreboding abyss, especially a hot spring. Star Core 001, come now? Aren't you always keen on using science to explain the inexplicable? What is going on here? I blinked my azure electronic eye at him, failing to detect the teasing undertone, merely pleased that Alan was gradually embracing scientific reasoning. Thus, like a father nurturing his child's curiosity, I patiently began to explain. Iron harness. Through my observations, I discovered that the center of the sky vine's leaf exhibits an anomalously high-temperature reaction. Prolonged exposure of water to this elevated temperature gradually transforms it into a hot spring. I suspect that the dim fluorescence of the cup of giants is due to the sky vine seizing certain radioactive elements from the soil and rock layers to generate heat. The fluorescence layer, deprived of sufficient radioactive elements, suffers from chronic malnutrition, leading to its diminished luminescence over time. Furthermore, I surmise that the roots of the sky vine likely possess purifying properties, filtering clean water through its internal circulation system to the leaves, forming the reservoir we now observe. Alan was left astounded by my logical deductions. Yet internally, he longed to exclaim, "You really have a way with words. Star Core 001, if what you say is true, why does the sky vine purify and store water and generate heat? How does this benefit its survival? I recall you mentioning that evolution generally follows objective laws and natural selection. Its evolution seems more like a service to other organisms rather than itself." My electronic eye flickered thoughtfully as I regarded Alan, then articulated a contemplative response. In truth, the evolution of organisms can also be attributed to artificial selection, a process of selective evolution induced by human intervention. Although I lack the means to analyze the genetic sequence of the sky vine, I am certain that this plant could not possibly have arisen through natural means. Upon hearing this, Alan's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you suggesting that our human ancestors created it, just as they did with the Great Rift and the entire world, to better serve humanity? Then, does this imply that we are truly not descendants of the gods? After a brief silence, I responded softly, I do not know. Perhaps once we reach the city of no return, we will uncover the truth behind all these matters. However, at that moment, as soon as my words fell, I suddenly heard a peculiar sound, prompting my steel form to stand alert, scanning the direction from which the noise originated. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. 1, 2, 3 heads, it's a soul-devouring beast. This is a grave predicament. Simultaneously, in the shadow of a nearby rock, a cloaked figure lay in hiding, silently observing the impending battle above the sky vine, contemplating whether to intervene and offer assistance. Chapter 41. The Shadow of Rescue, the Soul-Piercing Beast. A terrifying mutated creature that prowls near the Tiantai man, possesses a formidable territorial instinct. Standing approximately 5 meters tall and weighing around 500 kilograms. Its muscular frame resembles that of a mighty lion, adorned with a thick, luxuriant mane, yet devoid of facial features. Instead, its visage is an eerie mask of white bone armor, marked by dark, hollow apertures. This aberration exhibits extreme aggression, with claws and bone spurs imbued with lethal venom. According to intelligence from the Investigation Corps, the healing rate of the soul-piercing beast is astonishingly rapid, rendering blades and swords ineffective against it. Should a human fall within its reach, death is almost certain. Upon encountering it, one must flee immediately, harboring no illusions of victory. Iron Steed. 3 soul-piercing beasts detected approaching us. Our situation is perilous. Please hurry to the cockpit. With urgency, I pivoted and swiftly grasped Alan, propelling him into the cockpit nestled against my chest. Soon, the 3 soul-piercing beasts began their encirclement, forming a threatening triangle. I retrieved my engineer's shovel from behind, steeling myself for the impending clash. Star Core 001, exercise caution. If we cannot prevail, we shall retreat. Negative. Judging by the muscular contours and hind limb structure of the soul-piercing beasts, they likely possess exceptional explosive power and sprinting speed. I cannot escape at my current velocity. Therefore, relying on our armor and size advantage, we must engage them defensively, progressing through combat. Alan fixed his gaze upon the holographic display, his expression grave as he inquired again. Are you confident in defeating them, Star Core 001? Data insufficient for a decisive assessment. If we are outmatched, I will distract them and open the cockpit to buy time for Iron Steed to utilize the 3-dimensional maneuvering device to escape. Are you underestimating me? I am your Iron Steed. How could I abandon you to flee alone? Let me join you in battle. Negative. If the intelligence regarding the soul-piercing beasts is accurate, conventional human weaponry will be futile against them. In terms of physical prowess, they hold an absolute advantage over humanity. Should Iron Steed confront them directly, the risk of death is imminent. According to Article 3 of our agreement, I cannot allow such an outcome. Damn it. Alan clenched his fists, seemingly rebuking his own weakness and helplessness. Yet, in that moment, the 3 soul-piercing beasts launched their assault. They did not roar or hesitate. Instead, they charged at me with singular intent. This behavior appears to defy the natural hunting instincts of biological entities. Without hesitation, I focused on the fluctuating data before me, calculations racing through my mind. I swung my shovel with force, sending the beast that lunged at me sprawling to the ground. The remaining 2 struck simultaneously, their claws and bodies crashing against my left shoulder and right leg. From the cockpit, Alan heard a resounding metallic thud, witnessing my towering form nearly toppled into the hot springs. The sheer force was astounding. However, my reflexes were swift. I anchored my left leg and regained my balance. As I withdrew my hands, I delivered a powerful elbow strike to the forehead of the soul-piercing beast to my right, propelling it several meters away, causing it to tumble in pain. The beast on my left seized the opportunity, leaping onto my head, attacking with wild fervor, believing it had found my weakness. In the case of typical organisms, the head and cervical vertebrae are indeed vulnerable targets. Yet, for my mechanized form, can you discern where my neck lies? Due to the angle of the assault, I struggled to dislodge it immediately. Instead, I continued to stomp through the hot spring, splashing water violently to create inertia, attempting to shake it off. Yet, its claws clung tenaciously, not only refusing to let go but also shattering the panoramic camera on my shoulder in the chaos. Now, I could rely solely on the electronic single-eyed sensor of my primary external sensory device, granting me a severely limited field of vision of about 120 degrees. At last, I found an opening, grasped one of the soul-piercing beast's legs, yanked it down, and with a fierce kick, sent it splashing into the pool. As it thrashed and struggled, the other 2 beasts had already regained their footing and launched toxic bone spurs from their chests. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Much like ancient crossbows, these spurs carried immense kinetic energy, propelled from muscle compression and vibrating chambers. Although they did not pierce my armor, the transmitted force caused me to stagger backward. The submerged soul-piercing beast seized its chance to distance itself from me. It seemed to recognize my strength, opting not to approach again, instead crouching at a distance, fur bristling, muscles taut, as if gathering energy. Suddenly, on the holographic display, Alan observed the 3 beasts manifesting intense thermal signals from their facial apertures. He gasped, Star Core 001. What are they doing? I too was astounded by the sight before me, urgently alerting Alan, I must begin evasive maneuvers. Iron Steed, they are biological weapons. Converging energy lasers are about to strike. At that moment, the purpose of the holes in the soul-piercing beast's faces became clear. They were not mere respiratory openings. They served as weapon ports for firing converging energy lasers. I swiftly stomped into the water, creating a towering curtain of spray that obscured my vision. Then, I lowered my form and rolled to the side. With precise calculations, 2 of the energy lasers skimmed past my cockpit and forehead, while the third was less fortunate. After all, the adversary wielded laser weaponry, with attack speeds reaching the speed of light. Coupled with my large and cumbersome frame, evasion was nearly impossible. Thus, as Alan watched in horror, my entire mechanical left arm was pierced by the beam, melting away in an instant. Star Core 001. Alan roared in anguish, as if his heart were being torn apart. Yet, this was the utmost limit of my capabilities. An industrial mech, devoid of thermal weaponry, could hardly contend with a biological weapon equipped with laser-generating organs. Victory was unattainable. My only recourse was to hold them at bay and create an opportunity for Alan to escape. Seizing the interval between the soul-piercing beast's laser charges, I opened the cockpit door and urged Alan, "Run." Alan, the intel was wrong. The soul-piercing beasts may be biological weapons, and I am no match for them. No, I will not leave. I cannot bear to lose you. Alan's eyes widened in desperation as he beheld my severed mechanical arm, unable to accept such a fate. Under typical circumstances, I would rely on rationality and environmental data analysis to determine the most viable option. Yet this time, I addressed him not as Iron Steed, but as Alan. He was my family, the first human I encountered in this world, and the first to place their trust in me. I would protect him until the very last moment. I had resolved to deploy the explosives I had secretly crafted, even if this body were to be shattered into fragments. I would safeguard Alan, just as I disregarded Alan's protests and prepared to charge forward resolutely. Suddenly, a barrage of earthy smoke grenades was hurled from an unknown source. The pungent, acrid scent they emitted immediately choked the 3 soul-piercing beasts, causing them to cease their laser energy accumulation. In a frantic manner, as though confronted with their most loathed adversary, they swiftly retreated from the shrouded area of smoke. Alan and I, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, were left bewildered as to what had transpired. However, it wasn't long before we spotted a figure in a titanium alloy helmet, clad in a rudimentary powered exoskeleton, appearing not far from us, urgently beckoning. "Come here. Follow me." That tear gas 1T Hinder TS 682 for long. Despite the overwhelming confusion swirling within me, the situation was discernible. Without hesitation, I seized Alan and raced towards the silhouette of our unexpected savior. Chapter 42. The Last Arbiter of Human Civilization. Ultimately, with the intervention of the enigmatic figure, Alan and I successfully evaded the relentless pursuit of the soul-eating beast. Following our escape, the mysterious individual escorted us to his clandestine sanctuary, a concealed cavern adorned with bioluminescent mushrooms emitting a soft blue glow, accompanied by a crystal-clear stream that flowed unceasingly. Before us stood a modest edifice, reminiscent of a rustic dwelling, as if it were a pristine refuge carved out from the depths of an abyss. Alan hastily trailed behind the enigmatic figure, expressing his gratitude. "Greetings, I am Alan, and this is Star Core 001. I am truly thankful for your timely rescue. Without your intervention, we might have met a dire fate." The mysterious figure appraised Alan with a discerning gaze, his interest waning upon noting the outdated equipment and antiquated attire that Alan bore. Instead, I felt the weight of his scrutiny shift predominantly towards me, as if I piqued his curiosity. In turn, I examined him closely, for his garb starkly contrasted with that of any human I had encountered in this realm. It was as if he hailed from a different epoch altogether. His attire featured a rudimentary exoskeleton constructed from metallic machinery, seemingly powered by electricity. His helmet, a fully enclosed titanium alloy piece, bore a futuristic design and appeared to incorporate a voice modulation system, rendering his speech indistinguishable in terms of gender. Alan stood awkwardly to the side, observing the exchange between the two of us, unsure of how to navigate the situation. After a brief silence, the enigmatic figure broke the stillness, directing his query at me. "Are you the industrial titan BT-7380? How is it that your systems and energy sources are still operational?" How did those forgotten ones manage to repair you? I refrained from answering his question and instead retorted with a perplexed inquiry. What do you mean by forgotten ones? And who are you? The mysterious figure paused for a moment, glancing at Alan. Before continuing, he is one of the forgotten ones, a group rendered deficient by genetic anomalies, who have forgotten their once glorious past and magnificent civilization. As for me, I am a dormant superior embryo activated by the high-order orchestrators of civilization during the Break Era, a rare member among the arbiters with dual X chromosomes. Now I command you, as an arbiter, to alter the control permissions and henceforth comply entirely with my directives. Hey, what are you talking about? Star Core 001 is mine. I am its rightful pilot. Even if you saved us, that does not entitle you to command it. Furthermore, what do those terms even mean? I do not comprehend a word you say. What genetic deficiencies? What lower-tier group? Are you attempting to insult humanity? Alan exclaimed, taken aback by the mysterious figure's audacious claim. I blinked my azure electronic eye, shifting my gaze between Alan and the enigmatic figure, as if grasping the essence of the situation. The mysterious figure, noticing my prolonged silence, appeared somewhat taken aback before reiterating with a grave tone, Industrial Titan BT-7380, I, as a civilizational arbiter, command you to modify the highest control authority and comply with my directives. I remained unmoved, while Alan, brimming with pride, retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Star Core 001 possesses a soul. It is my partner, and it could never obey your commands. At that moment, I took a step forward to stand beside Alan, affirming, that is indeed correct. Alan is my pilot, and the only one at that. The mysterious figure could hardly believe his ears, turning abruptly to Alan with astonishment. You forgotten ones can actually modify its system programming? I have no idea what you're talking about. Alan shrugged, signifying his confusion. For a brief moment, the enigmatic figure was at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, he sighed and said, very well, it seems the times have indeed changed. To be candid, I require BT-7380's assistance to help me return to the surface's engine control center and retrieve the relevant navigation logs. I have come to realize that the time left for our civilization may be alarmingly short. As he spoke, the mysterious figure slowly removed his titanium helmet, revealing a strikingly exquisite visage and long, lustrous black hair cascading around him, all while Alan looked on in astonishment. Goodness, you are a woman? Navi forgotten one. Woman is merely a term among your kind. The most accurate designation for me is an arbiter endowed with dual X chromosomes. With newfound resolve, the mysterious figure straightened his posture, looking intently at both Alan and me, and continued with utmost seriousness. Greetings, my name is Mikasa Ackerman, possibly the last arbiter of human civilization. I now request your assistance in uncovering the truth beneath the surface. Chapter 43, The Gradually Unveiling Truth. Greetings. My name is Mikasa Ackerman, perhaps the last remaining arbiter of human civilization. I now implore your assistance under the pretense of returning to the surface to uncover the truth. At this juncture, even a dim-witted individual like Aaron began to grasp the implications. Are you suggesting that you hail from another human group? Have you traversed the world beyond the dense strata? Do you possess knowledge of the truth of our existence? Or perhaps, there are other humans beyond this world? Mikasa cast a resigned glance at Aaron and responded, it is quite challenging to elucidate such matters to you forgetters, and it is even harder for you to comprehend. Let us presume you understand it as you believe. The world you perceive, the world in which you reside, is not the entirety of existence. This world is far grander than you can fathom, beyond your wildest imagination. As for the ground beneath us, it is a savior vessel bound for the coordinates. Laden with the flickering flames of hope, adrift in the dark and profound river of stars for at least 15,000 years. You, in essence, are akin to children sheltered in the lower decks of this vessel, innocent, fragile, and fleeting. We, on the other hand, are a select few endowed with genetic advantages, maintaining the normal operation and navigational direction of this great ship from the upper decks. Due to environmental changes, genetic defects, and cognitive redundancies, you have, despite our protection, teetered on the brink of self-destruction and extinction throughout this prolonged voyage. I cannot ascertain which generation of forgetters you are, but I know that through the long passage of time and the cleansing of a closed environment, you have nearly diverged into two entirely different groups. In terms of scientific advancement, knowledge transfer, physical constitution, and average lifespan, you now occupy a much lower tier of civilization. Now, you inquire whether there are other humans outside the strata? I cannot provide a definitive answer, for I have been trapped in this subterranean abyss for no less than 900 years. To minimize the wear and tear on my telomerase, I have remained in a state of hibernation for the majority of this time, sending out distress signals to the outside world. Yet, I have evidently failed. Until 2 years ago, when the energy of my hibernation pod was depleted, I awaited the arrival of rescuers in vain. Left with no choice, I had to resort to self-rescue and strive to find a path to the upper levels. However, I soon discovered that the subterranean environment was exceedingly complex. Many of the original passages had been severed and displaced due to a relentless and massive tremor, rendering me unable to locate a route back to the surface. In desperation, I took refuge here, gradually collecting materials and components to fashion tools and equipment, while devising alternative methods. Upon hearing Mikasa's account, Aaron appeared even more astonished. A relentless and massive tremor? That sounds akin to the earthquake mentioned in the teachings of the Earth Church. And you have lived for over 900 years? You must be the oldest of the old. Oh no, perhaps I should refer to you as a deity. Mikasa shot Aaron a glare. Conversing with this uncivilized group of forgetters felt like an utter waste of breath, as it was impossible to engage on the same wavelength. Meanwhile, I pondered for a moment before addressing Mikasa. Arbiter Mikasa, if what you claim is true, and you are indeed a superior being of this human civilization endowed with genetic advantages, then you ought to be on the surface. Why have you found yourself deep underground? Mikasa's beautiful eyes blinked, and without a moment's hesitation, she promptly answered my query. Over 900 years ago, I was dispatched to locate another missing arbiter. Like me, she belongs to the Ackerman bloodline of superior genetic sequences, primarily tasked with the regulation and enhancement of species genetics. However, in her pursuit to study the subterranean ecological environment and ameliorate the genetic defects of the forgetters, she contravened the rules established by the civilization's arbiter and clandestinely ventured beneath the strata. Owing to the significance of her work and the already scarce number of arbiters, the highest arbiter of civilization decided to send me to retrieve her. Yet, during the execution of this mission, for reasons unknown, a series of relentless and massive tremors erupted above. Ultimately, this caused the rupture of the lift platform and displacement of various geological structures, resulting in the entombment and destruction of nearly all laboratories, monitoring stations, evacuation routes, instruments, and storage facilities, along with a considerable release of radioactive materials. Although I was fortunate to survive, I became ensnared in this lightless abyss. I see now, if she has not lied, the situation is abundantly clear. Just as I previously surmised, this world is not a mere planet, but rather a colossal vessel enveloped in vast amounts of material and strata. Furthermore, this artificial ship may still be in continuous motion, yet the humans dwelling deep underground, lacking a reference frame, are entirely oblivious to the true state of the outside world. Coupled with their historical amnesia, they have gradually come to accept that this is the inherent nature of their existence. Now, the enigma is slowly being unraveled. Yet it appears that this is not a universally joyous conclusion, but rather the onset of something far more terrifying and dreadful. Arbiter Mikasa, you previously mentioned that this is a savior vessel bound for the coordinates. What, pray tell, is the coordinates? Why do you assert that the time remaining for human civilization may be scant? The answer to this question will directly impact whether Aaron and I shall assist you in returning to the surface. Aaron, standing silently beside me, perked up his ears, eager to hear Mikasa's forthcoming revelations. After exchanging glances with both Aaron and me, Mikasa slowly divulged the truth of the matter. As for what the coordinates truly are, I am not entirely certain. All of us arbiters are selected and activated from frozen embryos by the regulators. From a young age, We have been indoctrinated with the qualities of obedience to commands without questioning their rationale. Maintaining the normal operation of this savior vessel is the sole purpose of our existence. Of course, we are not entirely ignorant. We have simply relinquished certain skills or knowledge unrelated to survival. From what I understand, our civilization must have faced a substantial crisis in the past, compelling us to abandon our home star system and seek a new haven. This new haven is the coordinates. As for why I expressed that the time remaining for human civilization may be limited, it is because I was born in the breaking era. Breaking signifies deceleration, which indicates that we are nearing the coordinates. However, since the unknown upheaval occurred 900 years ago, I have lost contact with the surface. Thus, I harbor doubts as to whether the humans above have perished completely. Has the engine extinguished? If we miss the coordinates and continue our course, the energy and resources aboard this savior vessel will inevitably deplete. Ultimately, humanity will cease to exist. As for this place, it will become the tomb of our civilization. A thunderous crash. Aaron's expression was one of profound shock. If we do not act swiftly, humanity may gradually face extinction. Is that the implication? At that moment, I witnessed Aaron clench his fists, his eyes radiating a resolute determination. It appears that a decision has indeed been reached. Regardless of whether this inference is true or false, we must proceed to investigate. Chapter 44. Ready for departure. Ultimately, both Alan and I acquiesced to Mikasa's request for assistance. For this journey may very well be one that determines the fate of humanity. Regardless of the conspiracies or dangers that may lie ahead, we must venture forth. This endeavor is not solely to unveil the truth of the world, but also to avert or rescue civilization from potential crises. However, the path to the surface is fraught with peril. Above our heads loom at least 3 exceedingly treacherous barriers: the 5th layer abyss, the sea of remains; the 6th layer abyss, the city of no return; the 7th layer abyss, the ultimate vortex. Moreover, it is palpable that the further we ascend, the more formidable the challenges of traversing the abyss become. Not only are there formidable mutated creatures, but also increasingly dense zones of confusion and death. Particularly now, within the Giant's Cup, the radiation intensity in certain death zones has reached levels that could cause excruciating pain and bleeding from the orifices. Ascending further, humanity may face even more severe radiation impacts, which might explain why so few return alive from the upper layers of the abyss. Thus, before embarking, we must prepare meticulously. Otherwise, even if we reach the pinnacle of the abyss, we may not survive to see the final ground. After exchanging intelligence, Alan and Mikasa concurred with my recommendations, and we began our careful preparations. First, as the host, Mikasa prepared a lavish feast for the famished Alan, consisting of an array of vibrantly colored mushrooms and dark green seafood, an unappealing yet surprisingly delectable dark cuisine. I observed Alan devour 3 large bowls without pause, perhaps due to his ravenous hunger. Meanwhile, I utilized the time while they dined to excavate a large pit in an open area. Both of them curiously turned to me, inquiring about my actions. I merely opened the external compartment behind me, carefully retrieved a cloth-wrapped bundle, and replied softly, "I am preparing a burial for the deceased." Instantly, the atmosphere grew somber. Surrounded by bioluminescent creatures fluttering about, they watched as I placed the covered bundle into the pit, then knelt to gently cover it with soil. My movements were practiced and tender, as if I had performed such burials countless times before. This stark contrast to my formidable physique evoked a profound sense of tenderness in those who beheld the scene. Once we completed our respective tasks, Mikasa led us to her laboratory and warehouse, where she presented a set of rudimentary exoskeleton armor for Alan to don. This basic exoskeleton possessed some capabilities of 3-dimensional maneuvering. Through jets of gas from the back, it enabled swift movement, wall running, and short-distance leaps. Additionally, magnetic adhesion devices were integrated into the palms and soles, allowing for effortless climbing on smooth rock surfaces while enhancing physical strength and carrying capacity by 50. The titanium alloy helmet was the most technologically advanced component of this exoskeleton. Equipped with a comprehensive intelligent scanning program and environmental tactical analysis system, It also featured a long-range communication function, allowing for dialogue over distances of several kilometers. Disregarding the terrain obstacles within the cave system, this naturally included me. Upon receiving the new gear, Alan ventured into a nearby area to train and familiarize himself with it, while Mikasa took me to the maintenance section of the laboratory to repair my severed left arm and other damaged areas. If possible, she expressed a desire to access my core to reprogram my underlying code, but I firmly declined. However, it did not take long for her, possessing a wealth of scientific knowledge and maintenance experience, to recognize my uniqueness. With an astonished expression, she pointed at me and exclaimed, "What? What exactly are you?" After examining you, I found that your internal systems and hardware are entirely non-functional. Even the energy battery compartment is completely empty. How are you still operational? Where does your energy come from? This defies all scientific principles. I blinked my azure electronic eye and attempted to soothe her. Please remain calm, Executor Mikasa. I am not the industrial-grade Titan BT-7380 you perceive me to be, but rather a solitary being occupying this form. Though my condition may seem extraordinary, I harbor no ill intentions. This is merely the beginning of my quest for redemption amidst confusion. You can trust me. Furthermore, in our forthcoming endeavors, we shall be allies. Shall we not? Mikasa took a deep breath, regaining her composure. As an executor endowed with genetic advantages, her capacity for understanding and acceptance far surpassed that of ordinary humans. She regarded me earnestly and said, "While I do not fully comprehend what you are, your previous act of burying human remains demonstrates that you are not a heartless machine devoid of emotion. Additionally, it is evident that the individual named Alan, the Forgotten One, holds great significance for you." I affirmed her observation. Your conclusion is correct. Alan is the first human I encountered upon entering this world and the first to extend his trust to me. He is also my steadfast companion. Mikasa smiled gently. You are indeed intriguing. Very well, what assistance do you require? Pointing to my empty left arm, I replied straightforwardly, I need a new left arm or some alternative substitute, as this would greatly aid me in the battles that lie ahead. Additionally, I require enhancements to my weaponry, preferably with provisions for ranged or thermal weapons. If possible, I also need a panoramic camera, as the one on my shoulder has been damaged, severely limiting my field of vision and hindering my ability to provide comprehensive warnings. How audacious of you to make such requests, Mikasa retorted, glancing around at our current conditions. Nonetheless, I shall do my utmost to accommodate your needs. With a touch of exasperation, she began to sift through a collection of components and tools, selecting items one by one. Among them, a massive chainsaw sword, gleaming ominously, stood out as particularly striking and unsettling. Chapter 45 continues the warmth ultimately, after a day dedicated to repairs and assembly. I successfully acquired a new mechanical left arm. However, this arm was a hastily cobbled together semi-finished product, with its manufacturing marks glaringly visible and rough in texture. Inside the mechanical arm, discarded parts served as a skeletal framework, while the exterior was composed of irregularly shaped iron plates welded together, functioning as an armor layer. The 5 fingers of the hand, due to the unavailability of suitable materials, were ultimately replaced with some biological spines that had fallen off. These spines were elongated and sharp, exhibiting remarkable hardness. Though it may appear unsightly, under such rudimentary conditions, the ability to assemble a complete mechanical arm was indeed commendable. As I examined the entire arm, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. For, no matter how I looked at it, it resembled a rugged mechanical claw. Testing its power, I found that it could effortlessly pierce through a steel plate 2 centimeters thick when fully unleashed. It was quite miraculous, even without the internal circuitry and various pipelines. Merely connecting a simple mechanical gear structure allowed me to maneuver it with remarkable agility. It felt as if the mechanical construct, now linked to me, shared in this extraordinary state, enabling me to control it with the same finesse as my own limbs. Could it be that these mechanical entities could awaken a so-called machine soul, just as I had? Or was it necessary for them to be connected to me, becoming part of my very being? With a sense of curiosity and a desire to experiment, I turned my gaze to the large chainsaw-cutting device on the workbench and inquired of Mikasa, could I use that as a weapon? Mikasa followed my gaze, shaking her head in denial. I'm afraid that won't work. It's a chainsaw blade I salvaged from a cutting machine. I intended to modify it for use as a large logging tool, but I never found an appropriate power source to drive it. So, even if you wish to wield it as a weapon, it would merely be an inoperable ornament. Then, may I take it with me? I pressed on. Mikasa shrugged nonchalantly. Take it if you want. It can't be powered anyway. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief as the large chainsaw-cutting device in my hands began to emit a low hum, its sharp teeth whirring into action without warning. This is impossible. I blinked my electronic eye in satisfaction, realizing my hypothesis was correct. If I concentrated and willed it, the mechanical construct directly connected to my body could operate normally, unaffected by internal damage or energy constraints. What manner of being are you? Star Core 001. Are you an incomprehensible higher entity from another civilization? What is the principle behind this? I refrained from directly addressing Mikasa's questions, instead expressing my gratitude. Executor Mikasa, thank you for crafting this new mechanical arm for me, as well as for the large chainsaw-cutting device. This will significantly enhance my chances of success in the tasks ahead. Although Mikasa was eager to delve deeper, to dissect and study it, she understood the necessity of maintaining a good rapport with Star Core 001, recognizing her lack of strength. Any misstep could jeopardize our return to the surface. In the face of her curiosity and the drive to uncover the truth to save civilization, she decisively chose the latter. It's nothing. I will also need your assistance, along with that of the Forgotten Ones, on our journey to the surface. It is only fitting. By the way, since this large chainsaw-cutting device has become your weapon, we might as well call it the chainsaw sword. It is a fitting name, perfectly aligning with your imposing stature. The name chainsaw sword indeed resonated well. Although I had ultimately not acquired a long-range thermal weapon, it was a substantial upgrade from the original engineer's shovel. I felt confident that, should I encounter a soul piercer again, I could eliminate one in an instant. Thus, the first day passed swiftly amidst our individual endeavors. Eren and Mikasa both entered a state of slumber, while I, unwearied, took the watch. Yet, accustomed to solitude, I occasionally stole glances at Eren and Mikasa, peacefully sleeping by the campfire. Humanity, a race perpetually advancing from confusion, often lacking reason yet radiating emotional brilliance. As their creator, I noted the stark differences among individuals. In this world alone, four distinct groups had emerged: the central government, the Earth Church, the ignorant populace, and the Survey Corps. Now, there were even advanced humans from the surface, possessing genetic advantages and mastery over cutting-edge science and knowledge. I found it perplexing, despite being of the same race. Why must they distinguish themselves from one another? Observing Eren and Mikasa's faces, I pondered further. Perhaps it is because Eren and his fellow Forgotten Ones cannot fulfill the roles within civilization. Thus, over time, they became marginalized, deemed unimportant, and gradually began to separate from the core of civilization, retreating into the underground caverns depicted in the Book of Catastrophe. As for the central government, Earth Church, ignorant populace, and Survey Corps, their existence must also stem from various reasons and evolutionary processes. Perhaps it was the silence enveloping the night that stirred my mind to contemplate issues related to society, science, humanity, and philosophy. Indeed, the situation of executors and Forgotten Ones seemed reminiscent of humanity's history in my former world. The explosion of productivity and adjustment of industrial structures had led to the gradual replacement of jobs that could be accomplished through mere physical strength by automation and intelligent programs. The remaining positions required exceptionally high levels of expertise, extensive scientific knowledge, or exceptional qualities and experience to fulfill. Consequently, the unemployed masses were ruthlessly categorized as the eliminated. However, civilization would not passively witness the demise of these discarded individuals, for moral considerations dictated that it would be inhumane to do so. Yet, they could not contribute better value to society either. Thus, under sufficient productivity, civilization would maintain their basic survival through minimal welfare standards. Perhaps, This is the origin of the promised land and the current forgotten ones. The truth remains elusive to me. Yet, I continue to believe that no matter the circumstance, worth cannot be measured solely by ability. Nothing is eternally unchanging. Having spent ample time with Aaron, I have witnessed his transformation, his resilience, and the determination in his gaze. I believe that each one of these humans can forge their path out of adversity. Time is merely a matter of when, silently bestowing my blessings upon them. I tossed a bundle of dry firewood into the flames, allowing the warmth to persist through the frigid night. Chapter 46. Projectile Trajectory. The sole means of transcending the abyss. The subsequent day, I was apprised that a panoramic camera substitute was unattainable. However, Mikasa had augmented my cockpit's exterior with a radiation-resistant coating. According to her, this coating was meticulously crafted from the processed excrement of a mutated organism. Within the abyss, numerous sectors have succumbed to the insidious touch of radiation. Consequently, certain mutated flora and fauna, through the crucible of natural selection, have evolved radiation-resistant genes. Mikasa, having dwelled within the abyss for an extended duration, boasting an erudite understanding and exceptional practical skills, readily discerned and assessed the various advantageous elements present, diligently amassing them over time. This radiation-resistant coating, meticulously extracted and refined from excrement, represents the culmination of her endeavors over the past 2 years. Initially, she intended to fashion a radiation-resistant suit for herself as a contingency. However, she ultimately repurposed it for the benefit of Star Core 001. 4. In contrast to the exceedingly fragile radiation-resistant suit, she perceived the interior of Star Core 001's cockpit as affording a greater sense of security. If the shared intelligence proved accurate, with 3 formidable abyssal strata looming above, it might indeed be solely through reliance on Star Core 001, the perpetual motion machine, that they could traverse the successive layers of peril and ascend to the surface. Thus, such a course of action was deemed imperative. In any event, the clandestine base was slated for abandonment upon their departure, rendering the retention of its contents a futile endeavor. A wanton squandering was, therefore, deemed justifiable. As the day waned, Aaron, under Mikasa's guidance, expeditiously harvested the entirety of the food supply and various unidentifiable herbs from the clandestine base's cultivation incubators, diligently grinding, categorizing, and packaging them over several hours. Meanwhile, I, in a semi-squatting posture, meticulously transferred the provisions they retrieved into the external storage compartment affixed to my back. This external compartment, an integral feature of the industrial-grade Titan BT-7380, provided a storage capacity of 1.5 cubic meters. Furthermore, it was equipped with several external hooks and clasps, facilitating the carriage of additional baggage and parcels. Given the absence of rock lizards as pack animals, the onus of transporting their personal effects and sundry supplies fell upon me. With all preparations finalized, every item secured and accounted for, we exchanged resolute glances, simultaneously radiating an aura of unwavering determination. Without further ado, we promptly departed, embarking upon a perilous and uncharted odyssey. Our next destination, the Sea of Corpse. Thanks to Mikasa's familiarity with the Giant's Cup's secure terrain, we swiftly circumvented countless hazards, arriving at a unique zone that served as a conduit to the upper echelons of the abyss. Illuminated by the faint luminescence of the fluorescent stratum, we beheld a vibrant field of flora, spanning several hundred acres, teeming with an abundance of crimson-purple, unidentifiable blossoms. Aaron and I were unfamiliar with their nature, as the Survey Corps route intelligence had never ventured into this locale. Consequently, Aaron and I hesitated to approach, simultaneously directing our gaze toward Mikasa, awaiting her elucidation. Mikasa, gesturing toward the expansive floral expanse, conveyed with a gentle smile, "There is no cause for trepidation. This place is secure and devoid of peril. I often seek solace here when my spirits are low, for the fragrance of these blossoms possesses a tranquilizing effect. The extracted stamens can be steeped in water to create a palatable beverage, albeit one that may induce diarrhea if consumed in excess." With these words, Mikasa ventured into the floral expanse. Aaron and I, in response, promptly followed suit. Traversing this floral expanse marks the limit of my exploratory endeavors. For beyond lies a precipitous precipice. From its summit, a colossal cascade plunges downward. The majority of the water within this cavern originates from this source. Separated by an abyss spanning nearly 100 meters, I am unable to cross. Perhaps, Star Core 001, you can devise a means of passage. I listened intently, swiftly corroborating Mikasa's assertions. Ironclad, my sensors have indeed detected the auditory presence of a cascading waterfall. It is plausible that it constitutes the pathway to the upper abyss. Aaron nodded in affirmation, then posed a query to Mikasa, who was leading the way. Mikasa, may I pose a question? Mikasa glanced back. What is it that you wish to inquire about, Forgotten One? Pray, refrain from addressing me as Forgotten One. I possess a name. I am Aaron. Aaron Yeager. Mikasa casually retorted. Very well, Aaron. What is your query? Aaron hastened to Mikasa's side, walking abreast of her. How did you manage to survive for so long, alone, within the abyss? What accounts for your exceptional competence? Did you never contemplate descending to the lower stratum to seek out our human settlements? Or perhaps exchanging greetings with the Survey Corps should they pass by? Mikasa cast a disdainful glance, as if Aaron had posed an imbecilic question. Why should I seek you out? What benefit would accrue to my return to the surface from descending to the lower stratum? Would it be through reliance on your antiquated technology or your benighted ideologies, only to become enmeshed in endless complications and suspicions, ultimately leading to my confinement? That does indeed seem to be within the purview of the central government and those of the Earth Church. Observing Aaron's momentary speechlessness, Mikasa's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. Before she continued, similarly, while I have surreptitiously monitored and observed the Survey Corps to which you refer, I must maintain a high degree of vigilance toward those of you who have diverged into distinct subpopulations. The disparity between our epochs is simply too vast, akin to the difference between clouds and mud. Mutual comprehension is exceedingly arduous. The slightest misstep could engender severe misunderstandings and conflicts. Had you and Star Core 001 not been embroiled in peril, I would never have intervened to offer assistance. As for how I managed to survive for so long, alone, within the abyss, is it not self-evident? That is a falsehood. Our Survey Corps is not so. Should you endeavor to gain a deeper understanding of us, you would discover that we are a collective of individuals with far-reaching vision, seeking truth and yearning for freedom. Who knows? In any event, I have no interest in comprehending you. My sole desire is to expedite my return to the surface, to ascertain what has transpired there and the precise trajectory of the salvation vessel. I trailed behind, passively absorbing their ongoing banter. Aaron's disposition is characterized by an unwavering tenacity, a disinclination to countenance the negation of that which he holds to be true. Mikasa, on the other hand, inherently possesses a sense of superiority, yet inadvertently betrays kindness and benevolence through her tone and demeanor, qualities she endeavors to conceal. In this regard, I have identified a fitting term from human online parlance. The term is Sundara. As we progressed, we arrived at the periphery of the floral expanse. One step further would plunge us into the abyss. Across from us lay an exceptionally wide cascade. The colossal cascade incessantly plunged from the summit of the precipice. The thunderous roar of the water reverberated, accompanied by the emanation of copious amounts of mist, conjuring an ethereal, otherworldly vista. What is to be done? There is no path forward, Star Core 001. While it is reasonable to infer that the sea of corpses lies above the cascade, how are we to traverse it? I raised my azure electronic monocular, incessantly adjusting its focal length, surveying the surrounding terrain and topography, and rapidly processing the available data. Beside me, Mikasa silently observed, her gaze filled with anticipation for a solution from my lips. Soon, countless routes intertwined within my vision, and I was already on the brink of an answer. Then, I took a step forward and raised my right hand, pointing towards several rugged rock faces before the waterfall, my voice resounding with conviction. Aaron, Mikasa, according to my calculations, throwing is the only way to reach the other side. We must make an attempt. What? Throwing? Are you jesting? Chapter 47. Trust me. Star Core 001. Are you serious? You intend to launch us across? Alan, gazing apprehensively at the abyss before him, turned to me with a mix of disbelief and concern. Beside him, Mikasa furrowed her brow, patiently inquiring, Star Core 001. Is this method truly feasible? What exactly should we do? I stood tall and pointed towards the grand waterfall across the chasm. Based on my calculations, I explained. There are several larger rocks jutting out amidst the waterfall. These rocks can serve as effective footholds and launching pads for you. Once I propel you forward, you must harness your inertia and the advantages of your equipment, swiftly leaping from rock to rock along the designated path without pausing, until you reach the last platform on the upper right. At that point, you can safely begin your ascent to the sea of wreckage. The success rate of this plan is approximately 69. Momentarily stunned, Alan stammered, 69? What about the remaining 31? Lacking any human wit or humor, I answered earnestly. The remaining 31 represents the likelihood of a failed launch, resulting in an inability to reach the opposite side. This could lead to catastrophic injuries for both Iron and Mikasa, including multiple fractures and severe concussions, along with internal bleeding. In comparison, a direct fall into the abyss below would likely result in instantaneous death. Damn, you are remarkably blunt. In contrast to Alan's sarcasm, Mikasa regarded me with a serious expression. If your plan is viable and we successfully make the leap, what about you? How will you get across? Star Core 001. Indeed, Alan echoed. Your size is substantial. Even with a full sprint, how could you possibly reach the other side? In response to their inquisitive gazes, I patiently laid out my strategy to utilize the momentum generated by the standing wave created when water flows upward. Using the waterfall as an example, when water descends from the top of the waterfall and encounters the water below or the rocks, the impact generates waves that propagate outward. If two waves traveling in opposite directions, with matching amplitude and frequency, overlap, a standing wave phenomenon occurs. As the standing wave releases energy, it will carry surrounding water upward, forming a swirling vortex around the fluid's focal point. If I can precisely harness the upward force of the standing wave, I can propel myself upward and detach from the water over a considerable distance. This principle embodies the essence of leaping over the Dragon Gate and swimming against the current. However, not all waterfalls can provide the ideal conditions for a standing wave. If the depth of the pool beneath the waterfall is approximately 1.2 times the height of the waterfall's water column, and the standing wave is relatively close to the waterfall's water, achieving this leap becomes feasible. Conversely, if the standing wave is too distant, the pool is shallow, the water slope is elongated, or the waterfall is excessively high, then the leap becomes exceedingly challenging. Thus, I must introduce an additional variable to create optimal standing wave conditions. That variable is the construction of a simple hydraulic lifting device. With my unique ability to perceive various mechanical functions and fluid dynamics, combined with my exceptional computational power, I can utilize the generated intermittent standing wave momentum to ultimately guide my 40-ton frame upstream along the waterfall. Upon hearing my explanation, Alan appeared utterly dumbfounded, as though he were listening to a mythical tale beyond comprehension. The concepts of standing wave momentum, lifting devices, and swimming upstream along a waterfall were simply unfathomable to him. Mikasa, possessing vast knowledge and scientific acumen, was astonished by the audacity of Star Core 001's ideas, recognizing them as remarkably advanced and bold, beyond the realm of human capability. While she understood the scientific principles involved, she also grasped the monumental difficulty, particularly the necessity of continuously calculating real-time data about the water flow and meticulously planning an exceptionally demanding ascent route. Any minor error could transform the leap into a perilous descent, overwhelmed by the ferocious water pressure. Indeed, the gamble was not solely ours. Star Core 001 was wagering its own existence as well. Observing the towering figure of Star Core 001 as it began to select materials from its belongings to craft the hydraulic lifting device, Mikasa's eyes trembled with anticipation. To her, Accomplishing such a feat with merely rudimentary tools could only be the work of a being well-versed in the sciences. Before long, with a series of precise adjustments, the simple mechanical structure of the hydraulic lifting device was completed. Much like a chainsaw sword, it would function seamlessly once connected to my form. I set it aside, rising once more from the flower bed, and positioned myself with one hand pressed down, knee bent, ready to launch towards the waterfall. Iron, Mikasa, I am prepared. I can launch you at any moment. Alan clenched his teeth, evidently unprepared for the imminent action. Yet, his hesitation stemmed not from distrust in Star Core 001, but rather from being ensnared by his own logical reasoning and common sense, which bred feelings of confusion and trepidation. In contrast, Mikasa, after several patient observations, exhibited unwavering confidence in Star Core 001. Without hesitation, she stepped onto my palm. Seeing this, Alan felt a pang of indignation. Drawing a deep breath, he mustered his courage and interjected, "It's unacceptable for a girl to take the first risk. Such matters should be undertaken by us men." Mikasa, bewildered, was pulled down by Alan, who took her place without grasping the reasoning behind this XY chromosome-laden individual's mindset. Was he attempting to show off? I refrained from commenting on Alan and Appo's behavior. It mattered not who went first. The change of person would not significantly increase the success rate of the launch. Thus, I lifted Alan in my right palm, my left claw pointing forward as I began calculating the trajectory. To hell with it. Let's go for broke. Alan slapped his cheeks, focusing intently on the horizon, his nerves taut with anticipation. Simultaneously, I adjusted my angle while continuously relaying various parameters. Wind speed, 1 knot. Wind direction, 271 degrees. Distance, 98 meters. Launch weight, 81 kilograms. Upon identifying the optimal launch angle, Alan resembled a roller coaster passenger on the cusp of descent, shouting, "Star Core 001. My life is in your hands. Please don't misfire." I blinked my azure electronic eye, glancing back at him, and clenched my fist, uttering, "Trust me. Iron. Wait. I'm not ready." In the next instant, with a brief sprint, I launched Alan like a cannonball, sending him soaring into the expanse. Chapter 48. The Fifth Abyss. The Sea of Remains. After my successful throw, both Eren and Mikasa reached the opposite side without incident. Utilizing the upward momentum granted by the principle of standing waves, I executed a series of breathtaking leaps, leaving them in awe. Initially, Eren was quite concerned for my safety. But upon witnessing my daring ascent as I soared over their heads and swam upward along the waterfall, he was nearly rendered speechless. "Hey, that's against the rules. Wait for us," Eren exclaimed, resorting to his exoskeleton to climb with all his might. Eventually, I waited at the waterfall's summit for over an hour before I finally spotted the two of them, panting heavily as they emerged at the cliff's base. I promptly squatted at the edge of the precipice, extending my mechanical arm to pull them up one by one. As soon as they landed, Eren and Mikasa collapsed onto the ground, clearly exhausted. Simultaneously, Eren, still catching his breath, complained about how I had abandoned them to ascend alone, accusing me of ungratefulness. I offered no rebuttal, for the leap required precise calculations of the water flow function and my own control, had I brought them along. Even a minor misstep on their part could have resulted in catastrophic errors, potentially sweeping us all away in the waterfall's powerful current. Thus, it was not a matter of choice, but an impossibility. After replenishing their food and water supplies and taking a brief respite, Eren and Mikasa chose to press onward. From this moment, we had embarked on a path starkly different from that of the Survey Corps. Although our ultimate destination remained the same, the dangers that lay ahead were entirely unknown, compelling us to navigate one step at a time. The Fifth Abyss, the Sea of Remains, boasted a cavern height of merely 500 meters, making it the shortest of all abyssal caverns. Yet, it possessed an expansive lateral space, stretching approximately 114 kilometers in length. Its ceiling was adorned with an inverted ocean, where countless remnants of creatures lay entombed, akin to the ghosts of the abyss. The Disaster Chronicle of the Earth Church mentions that upon death, the souls of all beings in the cavernous world return to this place, enduring eternal torment and punishment in the upside-down ocean. While this notion may seem absurd, as we progressed, the environment around us grew increasingly frigid, and the light dimmed to a near-complete darkness. Only scattered, faint bioluminescent layers emitted a weak glow, resembling ghostly flames in the distance. We also encountered jagged, treacherous ice bridges, their ends curving upwards like ribs of white jade. The narrow center resembled a spine, each segment joined together in a grotesque assembly. Upon closer inspection, we realized these were not mere ice bridges, but rather the colossal bones of long-dead creatures. Numerous other species of skeletal remains lay scattered around us, silently resting beneath the icy shroud, their souls seemingly whispering in the stillness. It felt as though an unseen force lured countless mutated beings to this place, ushering them into eternal slumber. The atmosphere bore a striking resemblance to the underworld, cold and eerie. In contrast to the previous abysses we had traversed, this cavern felt distinctly like a naturally formed underground grotto, dark, oppressive, chilling, mysterious, and terrifying. We cautiously traversed the bridge composed of frozen remains, flanked by islands cascading with massive waterfalls. These islands resembled overflowing lakes, continuously formed by melting ice and snow. Gazing upon this spectacle was truly awe-inspiring. We had emerged from beneath one such island platform, but we chose not to linger and instead continued our journey. Although no perilous mutated creatures lurked here, the chilling silence evoked the image of a solitary stray navigating through a frigid wilderness. Should we halt, we might become yet another addition to the bones scattered across the snow. Thus, Aaron and Mikasa understood the necessity of departing before their strength and warmth depleted entirely. If they could no longer endure, they would take turns seeking refuge in the cockpit of Star Core 001 for warmth and rest. After all, with a distance exceeding 100 kilometers, traversing it within a single day was nothing short of a futile dream. To reach the sixth layer, the city of no return, we would have to cross the snowy expanse ahead, ascend the towering peaks, and plunge into the inverted ocean above the cavern. It goes without saying that this would undoubtedly be another region with an exceedingly anomalous gravitational field. This further substantiated my theory that this world was not merely a rocky planet, but rather a colossal spaceship in motion. The gravitational fields in each zone of this vessel might vary due to depth, leading to phenomena of gravitational dissipation or inversion in certain areas. Although this remains a hypothesis, I felt it was perhaps quite close to the truth. After enduring a day of arduous travel, Aaron and Mikasa were left cold and weary, their limbs stiffening. Initially, they took turns resting in the cockpit, but as exhaustion grew unbearable, they had to shed their exoskeletons and huddle together in the cramped space for warmth. Naturally, some physical contact and intimacy arose between them. At first, they were shy and embarrassed, yet to maintain their alertness, they engaged in conversation, sharing emotional exchanges. I observed them like a watchful father, listening to their whispered confessions. My curiosity piqued as their bond deepened within the confines of the cockpit. Humans, unlike me, reproduce through sexual means to create the next generation. While I had encountered brief descriptions in past data, the specifics of human procreation remained a mystery to me. Perhaps, after enduring this arduous journey, Aaron and Mikasa would unite, providing me with a vivid and authentic observational experiment. Who knows? I might even find myself officiating their union or naming their future child. I find myself lost in fanciful thoughts, unwittingly regarding myself as one of them, yearning to integrate into their world, observing them embrace, and gradually drift into slumber within the cockpit. I too slowed my pace, careful to navigate the snow with utmost caution and steadiness. Chapter 49. The colossal serpentine creature. The environment of the Sea of Remains is exceedingly frigid, a condition I suspect may be attributed to the inverted ocean that looms above. Through the high-definition zoom of my electronic monocle, I have scrutinized it closely. I discerned that the vast, profound ocean appears to have isolated this realm from a significant influx of light and warmth from above, resulting in an icy desolation akin to the depths of winter. This phenomenon could primarily be due to the high specific heat capacity and thermal conductivity of water, as well as its transparency and thickness. Should my hypothesis hold, it would imply a critical question. The inverted ocean overhead must possess considerable thickness, making it impossible for humanity to traverse or ascend by mere physical means. Even my mechanical form would find such an endeavor futile. Should one choose to plunge directly into it, they would confront the perils of high pressure, low temperatures, oxygen deprivation, darkness, fear, or perhaps even an assault from some aquatic, mutated creature. Thus, the aspiration to traverse the sea of remains to reach the city of no return above is likely far more daunting than one might envision. The city of no return represents the utmost limits of human exploration and achievement, situated a staggering 900 kilometers from the city of fluorescence. There, apart from information, no soul has ever returned alive. Therefore, the true methods of navigating the sea of remains have been classified as the highest human secret, known only to the commander of the Survey Corps, Irwin. The other members remain entirely oblivious. Perhaps I might inquire with Mikasa. She may possess critical intelligence regarding this matter. After a night spent entwined in slumber, Eren and Mikasa gradually awakened, while I had already discovered a sheltered cave, igniting a warm fire for them. I could distinctly sense that following the events of yesterday, the dynamics between Eren and Mikasa had grown subtly intricate. At times, they would deliberately avoid each other's gaze, and during their conversations, they would stammer. Moreover, when heeding my suggestions and remarks, they would often appear lost in thought. Their mental state perplexed me, for my knowledge of human relationships was gleaned solely from literature that analyzed physiological differences between genders and described procreation, without delving into the nuances of romantic interactions. Thus, as they sat by the fire, cradling their bowls of steaming soup and exchanging furtive glances under the pretense of warming their breath, I inadvertently posed a question that caused both Eren and Mikasa to splutter in unison, their necks and cheeks rapidly flushing a deep crimson, an unmistakable sign of elevated heart rates. I inquired, "Eren, Mikasa, are you two exchanging glances in contemplation of when to bear children? If so, may I request to observe and document the process?" Clearly, my attempt at humor was miscalculated, resulting in a splash of soup upon my visage. It seems that was a grammatical blunder in communicating with humans, one I shall endeavor to rectify and catalog to avoid future errors. After replenishing our sustenance and hydration, rejuvenating our spirits and vigor, we set forth once more. Along our journey, I sought information from Mikasa regarding the inverted ocean above and how one might safely ascend. Mikasa responded, expressing her ignorance of the sea of remains overhead, though she speculated it might be the result of coolant leakage from the spaceship's engine. The sheer volume of water required to form such an expansive body could only be sourced from the coolant reserves of the ship's engine. Coolant, you say? That indeed presents a plausible scenario. It is difficult to fathom that merely leaking coolant could create such a vast ocean. One must ponder the magnitude of the spaceship and Appo's engine. Not wishing to dwell further on that thought, our immediate objective was to reach the pinnacle of the highest snow-capped peak at the abyss's end. Through our collective reasoning and discourse, we surmised that something extraordinary must reside there, even if it did not. Standing atop that summit would grant us access to the inverted ocean above or allow us to gaze down upon the surrounding expanse of white terrain. However, given our current pace, we could only traverse approximately 30 kilometers a day, as the dangers of this abyss stemmed from the extreme cold, food scarcity, and myriad unseen crevices and unpredictable avalanches. Thus, we proceeded with utmost caution. Otherwise, should we be buried beneath the snow or fall into the unfathomable, mirror-like crevasses, our chances of survival would diminish drastically. At last, after 3 arduous days of mutual support and encouragement, we arrived at the base of the highest peak. Eren and Mikasa appeared exuberant, unconsciously clasping each other's hands, only to hastily withdraw upon sensing the impropriety, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I had no intention of intruding upon their moment, yet a subtle tremor beneath the ground alerted me to an anomaly, an impending peril. I swiftly shielded them beneath my form and issued a warning to remain silent. Soon, we beheld a breathtaking sight, a colossal serpentine creature, Measuring over 100 meters in length, adorned with pristine, jagged bone spines and scales, undulating beneath the snow-laden ice. It moved with the grace of a dragon, producing a resonating rumble. Suddenly, the immense creature seemed to detect something, altering its course and propelling itself with remarkable speed toward a specific direction. Then, it leapt from the snow, akin to a whale breaching the surface, opening its cavernous maw to pounce upon an unseen target. A thunderous crash resounded. Snowflakes danced through the air, obscuring our view of the unfolding chaos, but we could hear the anguished cries of an unknown creature. As the serpentine beast slithered away, that wretched scream faded into the distance, gradually evaporating into the vast expanse of this realm. The sheer magnitude of this spectacle rendered Aaron and Mikasa speechless. Their gazes fixed upon me as they inquired, Star Core 001, What manner of monster is that? Can we truly reach the summit? I refrained from providing a definitive answer, instead blinking my azure electronic eye and drawing my chainsaw sword, regarding them with solemnity. Insufficient data for analysis. However, I vow to protect you. Chapter 50, Solving Problems with Wisdom. Based on the existing intelligence, it can be inferred that the enormous serpentine creature may be the colossal being whose remains transformed into an ice bridge. Concurrently, it is highly probable that this creature reigns as the sovereign of this abyssal layer. In truth, this stratum is not devoid of mutated organisms. Rather, they are exceedingly rare, predominantly skilled in burrowing and concealment, subsisting on minerals and microorganisms found within the rock strata and soil, posing minimal threat to us. However, due to the excessive heavy metal content within their bodies, I advised against Alan and Mikasa hunting or consuming them. The prospect of poisoning in this frigid environment would be exceedingly troublesome. Yet, we were utterly unprepared for the existence of such a terrifying serpentine creature, prowling beneath the snowfields in this harsh abyss. This presence undoubtedly formed an insurmountable chasm in terms of power and speed. Once detected, there would be little chance for resistance or escape. One would be devoured whole, snow and all. What should we do? I turned to Mikasa and inquired, Mikasa, do you recognize this creature? Mikasa displayed a grim expression, shaking her head in response. How could I possibly know? Aside from a few biological weapons that escaped from the laboratory, the majority of cave-dwelling species have either mutated due to radiation or survived as genetically modified organisms in ecological dishes. Even if our order had previous records, after mingling through countless generations, they have long since transformed beyond recognition. Not to mention, it is impossible to ascertain their habits or weaknesses now. Listening to her account, I fell into contemplation. If the Survey Corps were to arrive here, how would they evade such a fearsome creature? Surely, those great explorers must have left behind relevant notes? Since Commander Irwin and his team decided to venture towards the sixth layer, the city of no return, they must possess knowledge of how to traverse this area. The frail human form is laden with limitations. It is evident that one could hardly sprint a few steps before being devoured. Yet, their intellect harbors infinite possibilities. I pondered how, from a human perspective, we might utilize the power of wisdom and existing conditions to resolve the immediate dilemma. Although I had lost the panoramic camera perched on my shoulder, limiting my view to a mere 120-degree arc ahead, my visual acuity and data capturing capabilities far surpassed those of any human. Thus, I meticulously reconstructed the hunting details of the colossal serpentine creature, analyzing frame by frame. Soon, I discerned an anomaly. Why did the creature suddenly alter its course and charge directly toward its prey? At that moment, the majority of its body lay submerged beneath the snow, clearly not perceiving its surroundings through sight or scent, if not through visual or olfactory means. Could it be utilizing auditory cues or specialized sensory organs attuned to surface vibrations? I could not be sure, but felt it necessary to experiment. I gathered a handful of snow, compacting it into a massive ice ball weighing 10 kilograms. Alan glanced at me, puzzled, and asked, Star Core 001, what are you doing? Mikasa quickly covered Alan's mouth, leaning close to whisper, Alan, keep your voice down. We might attract that terrifying creature. Just observe and refrain from questioning. Learn to think for yourself. Star Core 001 may be testing the creature's habits. Learn to think for myself? Alan's expression shifted, and he nodded silently, refraining from further speech. I soon fashioned a few more ice balls as a contingency, then lifted one, preparing to throw it. With a whoosh, the massive ice ball sailed through the air, tracing a graceful parabolic arc, soaring over 280 meters before crashing down onto the snowy expanse. I remained motionless in my stance, counting seconds. 1, 2, 3. On the fourth second, a resounding rumble began to echo from the distance. It resembled a steam locomotive traversing the snow-laden ground, roaring ferociously towards me. Crash! The massive snow plume erupted, casting glistening ice crystals into the air, creating a surreal, dreamlike atmosphere that was indescribably enchanting. The spot where the ice ball had landed was now a chaotic mess, as if a colossal bulldozer had plowed through. The enormous mutated creature flailed for a moment, and upon realizing there was nothing amiss, it submerged back into the snow, leaving behind a menacing spine that slithered away, instilling a palpable sense of dread. I blinked my azure electronic eye, my mind racing with calculations. Object weight, 10 kilograms. Sound decibel, 65. The creature reacted approximately 4 seconds after the ice ball landed. Its speed across the snow was measured at 121 kilometers per hour. Now, I shall employ trigonometric functions to compute its other parameters, thus determining the velocity and time required for escape. Seizing the moment while the colossal mutated creature had not ventured far, I picked up another ice ball and hurled it in the opposite direction of the first. With a splash, the creature responded to the sound, resuming its movements. I, too, awaited its fruitless attempt before swiftly crafting a third ice ball and launching it at a sharp angle. With a plop, the 3 ice balls formed a vast triangular function. The creature, oblivious to my cunning, had been outmaneuvered thrice and began thrashing about in frustration. Drawing insights from its behavior, I gleaned all the information I sought. Thus, utilizing the sine, cosine, and tangent functions, I delineated the creature's velocity and acceleration at various time points. By analyzing the periodicity and variability of these trigonometric functions, I ultimately calculated the necessary speed for escape and related parameters. At that moment, my electronic eye emitted a hum, brimming with newfound confidence. Alan Mikasa, I have found a solution. Chapter 51, The Path of No Return, the Altar of the Absolute Boundary. Subsequently, I relayed my strategy for confronting the colossal serpentine creature to Aaron and Mikasa. Iron Harbinger, Mikasa, the auditory organs of this creature are exceedingly acute, its size immense, and it moves swiftly across the snowy terrain. Under normal circumstances, evading its attack range would be impossible. However, if you adhere strictly to the directions and angles I will provide, it cannot catch up to you before you ascend the solid snow-capped mountain. Aaron looked at me, puzzled, and inquired, Aren't you coming with us, Star Core 001? I raised my hand, pointing toward the snow ahead, and patiently replied, I must run along the secondary safe path, otherwise, I cannot accurately gauge the escape parameters. Moreover, my actions will also serve to shield you. Isn't that merely using oneself as bait to adjust the creature's pursuit rhythm? Sensing Aaron and Mikasa's apprehension, I blinked my azure electronic eye and gently reassured them with my mechanical finger on their heads. Mathematics is a universal tool for the strict description and derivation of abstract structures and patterns in reality. It can be applied to any real-world issue. Due to the multitude of variables humans carry, achieving the most ideal formulaic outcome is impossible. However, I can accomplish that. Your concerns stem from your empirical experiences and rigid logical reasoning, leading you to believe I am taking a risk. Yet, after my precise calculations, my probability of successful escape is at least 90. But, isn't there still a 10 chance of an unexpected event? Aaron interjected. I crouched before him, speaking earnestly. Iron Harbinger, nothing in this world is absolutely certain. Errors and probabilities exist within all things, just as humanity's existence is both a coincidence and a necessity. Therefore, as long as there is a significant chance of success in any endeavor, it is worth pursuing. Aaron fell silent. After I conveyed my instructions, I prepared for action. Remember, Wait for my signal before you begin to run. Once you start, do not stop or slow down. The creature can reach speeds of 120 kilometers per hour, with a mere 4-second reaction time and an extremely low margin for error. However, as long as you remain error-free and persist in your run to the mountain's summit, it will not be able to pursue you further. Once we reach the mountain, we might temporarily part ways due to different routes. However, you can maintain communication through the titanium alloy helmets. Then, regroup quickly and ascend to the peak together. After confirming our plan, we prepared to act. First, I launched the bait. I hurled the crafted ice balls, and, upon the giant serpent reaching the designated coordinates, I leaped forth, sprinting rapidly in the direction dictated by the function angle of the bait's landing. The mechanical thud of my steps exceeded 80 decibels, accompanied by the crunch of snow, creating a dissonant cacophony. After 4 seconds, the deceived giant serpent executed a sweeping tail strike, followed by a rolling maneuver, surging towards me with unparalleled ferocity. As it passed, it kicked up a storm of snowflakes, creating a thunderous roar that reverberated across the expanse, leaving onlookers in awe. Now, Iron Harbinger, Mikasa, run. Upon receiving the communication, Eren and Mikasa immediately launched into a sprint along the path I had indicated. The terror of being pursued by such a gargantuan creature fueled their motivation, leaving only one thought in their minds: run. Never look back. Meanwhile, I listened to the approaching rumble behind me, continuously calculating errors in time. Just as the creature was about to engulf me, I swiftly dove forward and rolled, narrowly evading its lethal strike. Drawing my chainsaw sword, I used the creature's momentum to press against it. Without hesitation, I slashed upward. The roaring chainsaw and the sound of flesh being shredded erupted. Not only did I sever the creature's cranial spines, but I also carved a 10-meter-long gash along its lateral scales. A torrent of blood erupted like a fountain, splattering across my mechanical form, rendering me a valiant dragon-slaying warrior against the backdrop of twilight and snow. The serpent howled in agony, instinctively recoiling as if struck for the first time. Seizing the opportunity, I ascended the solid mountain surface. Once here, the creature, accustomed to slithering through soft snow and soil, could no longer pursue me. Naturally, this injury was trivial for such a colossal being. I observed as it thrashed about in the snow for a moment before hastily moving in the direction of Eren and Mikasa, drawn by the new noise. I watched silently, praying that Eren and Mikasa would not falter. Before long, I witnessed Eren and Mikasa successfully reach the mountain. The pursuing giant serpent, below the slope, thrashed its tail violently, striking the surrounding snow and sending countless reflective ice crystals into the air, displaying its fury. From a distance, I commended them. Well done, Iron Harbinger. Our coordination rating has risen once again. Next, I will approach you from the opposite side of the mountain. In the meantime, please ensure your safety. Received, Star Core 001. Please take care of yourself as well. In silence, we resumed our advance, drawing closer together while simultaneously climbing towards the peak. However, upon reaching the midway point, Eren and Mikasa encountered trouble. A 3-meter-tall crab-like creature, perfectly camouflaged against the rocks due to its protective shell, sprang into action, launching a surprise attack. With its hard exterior, the crab creature was impervious to their current weapons. Fortunately, I leaped down from a nearby rock, brandishing my chainsaw sword. Utilizing my weight and the momentum of my descent, I plunged my left mechanical claw firmly into its shell, while my right hand wielded the chainsaw sword to swiftly sever its limbs and the most threatening pincers. The violent struggle and thrashing soon ceased under my overwhelming control. If it weren't for the excessive heavy metal content within its body, we could have prepared a sumptuous feast of crab legs for Eren and Mikasa. Star Core 001. It's fortunate you arrived in time. Otherwise, we might have been lost within that monster's belly. After calming the shaken duo and allowing them a moment to recuperate, we began our ascent towards the peak together. As we passed a cavern, we discovered clear signs of previous human habitation. Upon examining the ashes of a fire, I immediately identified fragments of charcoal. Clearly, our route was correct. The Survey Corps had been here before. Perhaps we are not far from them. Upon reaching this conclusion, Alan was filled with excitement. However, I deduced from the evidence within the cave that the Survey Corps had departed from this location at least 2 days prior, leaving me to wonder whether they had already arrived at the city of no return. Just as Alan and I were lost in thought, Mikasa rushed over, calling out to us, "Come quickly, I have discovered some tombstones nearby." We soon found ourselves at the site, where more than 20 rudimentary tombstones made of wooden planks stood neatly in place. The names etched into the wood were clearly visible. Alan, in a moment of fervent emotion, rushed to the tombstones and began to examine them carefully, fearful of encountering the names of familiar faces such as Armin and Hang. Meanwhile, I surveyed the surroundings and noticed that the soil was remarkably level, devoid of any signs of burial. This led me to conclude that the deceased had not left behind any remains. Affected by the somber atmosphere, Mikasa, as a member of the higher echelons of humanity, could not help but fall into silence and sorrow. No matter who you are, life will inevitably meet its end, regardless of the form one takes after death. As long as there are those who remember your name and tend to your grave, the traces of your existence shall never vanish. Civilization follows this principle as well. Thus, true annihilation is, in fact, being forgotten. It seemed that since parting ways with the Survey Corps, they too had endured significant sacrifices. After silently paying our respects to these brave souls, we replenished our supplies of food and water before choosing to continue our journey. Upon reaching the summit, we were greeted by an awe-inspiring vista, crowned by a colossal monument constructed by unknown hands. Gently brushing away the snow and wind that clung to the monument, I beheld inscriptions that flowed with vigor and strength, as if transcending the passage of time to unveil unparalleled ambition and grandeur to all. The inscription read, "Those who arrive at this place must be filled with courage, fearlessness, and the spirit of great adventurers. The path to the land of gold lies directly above you. This is the road of the abyssal pilgrimage, a path of no return. Once you step upon it, there will be no returning home alive. There is still time to regret. Otherwise, this shall be the terminus of your journey. Make your choice. Take a step back and dwell in the confines of domesticated existence, or take a step forward in search of the treasures that lie within your heart." Chapter 52, Riddles and the True Treasure. The Path of No Return? The altar of the boundless journey? What could it possibly be? Is it some sort of special device leading to the 6th layer of the abyss, to the city of no return? However, the surrounding landscape is merely an expanse of desolate snowy peaks, devoid of any altar-esque shadow. The data is insufficient to assess the current situation. I commenced an attempt to gather more intelligence. After pacing back and forth a few times, I turned to Alan and Mikasa, seeking their assistance. Alan, drawing upon his knowledge of the Survey Corps and the history of humanity's explorations beyond the walls, offered a conjecture. He surmised that the monument towering atop the snow-capped peak, along with the inscriptions upon it, was likely a relic left by the most distinguished explorers of humanity from over 2 centuries ago, during the age of great exploration. The altar of the boundless journey, he posited, was a tool they had discovered to safely traverse the sea of corpses and reach the fabled land of gold above. Or perhaps a pathway and means to do so. Clearly, the so-called land of gold refers to the city of no return. Yet, the explorers capable of reaching this place possessed resolute wills, driven by desire, dreams, or obsessions, among other motivations. Regardless of their reasons, they aspired to visit the enigmatic city of no return, yearning to witness firsthand the true essence of myth. Naturally, they envisioned the city of no return as an ideal realm, overflowing with treasures and gold, inexhaustible and abundant. The sole price for such riches was eternal residence there. Thus, the term path of no return emerged, for indeed, no one has ever returned alive from the 6th layer of the abyss. What remains are only vague notes, illustrations, and manuscript information alongside grotesque, inhuman horrors known as the living corpses. What are living corpses? I interjected, curious. Alan shook his head in resignation. I do not know. I merely inquired discreetly with Commander Irwin regarding some information about the city of no return. At that time, like you, Star Corps 001, I sought to understand what living corpses truly are. However, Commander Irwin profoundly replied, "You are not yet prepared. You absolutely do not wish to know the origins of that entity." Given this, I refrained from pressing further. After listening to Alan's conjectures and account, Mikasa beside us began to thoughtfully analyze the situation. She proposed that the so-called City of No Return might be a colossal ecological experiment chamber that had suffered destruction, and the notion of boundless treasures and gold within was utterly absurd. It was merely the fanciful imaginings of those explorers. According to her understanding of her own civilization, such a vast ecological experiment chamber occupying an entire cavern space would require at least a level 6 sea standard. This implies it would possess an independent energy reactor, living quarters, research laboratories, resource storage facilities, defensive weaponry, a command control center, and containment areas for dangerous organisms, among other features. Furthermore, it would include at least 2 fully enclosed floating elevators. Perhaps the so-called altar of the boundless journey is simply one of those elevators leading there, lacking any true mystery. Absorbing the insights from both, I began to reflect swiftly. If the altar of the boundless journey is indeed, as Mikasa conjectured, a floating elevator to the City of No Return, then it belongs to a functioning piece of technology. Given its operational status, it must consume energy and require an activation switch or identity verification. With this thought, I began to scrutinize the surroundings more closely. A glance to the left revealed nothing. A look to the right yielded no results. A survey above and below ultimately fixed my gaze upon the sky. Star Core 001, what are you observing? Alan asked, rubbing his hands together, his body trembling from the cold. I maintained my posture, gazing upward, and replied, I see a massive radiation wave, indicating that there is an energy reaction directly above us. Upon hearing this, Alan and Mikasa turned their gazes skyward in unison, only to find nothing but the turbulent, inverted ocean. Faced with their bewilderment, I pointed upward and began to explain. Right there, the emitted radiation takes on a regular circular shape, covering an area of approximately 140 square meters. Akin to the size of a football field, I surmise it belongs to a disc-shaped, hive-like structure. Since its entire area is submerged underwater, it is impossible to detect its existence with the naked eye. What shall we do? How do we get there? Jump? I turned to Alan, locking eyes, my right hand instinctively forming a throwing gesture. What? Again? Alan exclaimed, stepping back in alarm. However, the observant Mikasa soon discovered a new piece of information. Come look. At the very bottom of the monument, there is a line of small text. Alan and I turned our attention to her, and Mikasa read aloud the inscription. When the most splendid color at the peak is witnessed, the riddle shall gradually be unveiled. At that moment, people will come to realize that the true dazzling treasure is not a tangible object, but rather the adventures shared together in the past. Christopher Ackerman. Chapter 53. The Vibrant Steps, a Gateway to the Electromagnetic Field Above. Upon hearing this message, we could not help but ponder its significance. It was evidently inscribed by an explorer named Christopher Ackerman, highlighting the importance of time. Does this imply that, at a certain moment, the summit of the snow-capped mountains will undergo a remarkable transformation, accompanied by dazzling and splendid scenery? It is highly plausible. But what specific time frame will this occur? In what form will it manifest? For how long will it endure? And how shall we navigate this change to reach the altar of the abyss? We were utterly in the dark. Such a level of secrecy is likely known only to Captain Irwin and the upper echelons of humanity. As for us, we could only wait here foolishly, employing the most primitive and cumbersome methods to bide our time. However, the environment here is frigid, and prolonged exposure could lead Alan and Mikasa to lose significant body heat, potentially resulting in hypothermia, thus endangering their lives. Therefore, after some deliberation, I instructed Alan and Mikasa to take refuge in my cockpit to ward off the cold. Meanwhile, I operated the powerful searchlight affixed to my chest, akin to a beacon of hope perched atop a mountain peak, continuously scanning the surroundings for any potential changes. Time slipped away gradually. Within the cockpit, Alan and Mikasa gazed through the electronic display at the pitch-black world of the caverns outside, deeply feeling the profound solitude and silence emanating from the abyss. The sound of the rushing air resembled the whispers of malevolent spirits, echoing in our ears. The dim fluorescent glow flickered intermittently, akin to ghostly flames swaying in the distance. All of this rendered the confined space of the cockpit even more oppressive and weighty. It seemed to validate the notion that, when ensnared in the depths of despair, the most harrowing and fearsome aspect is not the mutated creatures or perilous regions, but rather the infinite, unfathomable darkness that evokes a sense of the unknown and insignificance. In comparison to the elevated humanity of Mikasa, although she too would be affected emotionally, she could swiftly regain her composure. Conversely, Alan, burdened by genetic defects, began to tremble due to the cold and fear. Sensing Alan's emotional state within the cockpit, I offered him gentle words of reassurance. "Do not worry, Ironwill. I am here, always here. I shall not go anywhere." Alan's countenance brightened slightly, and he smiled at me, saying, "Star Core 001, your words bring me a sense of security." That conclusion is erroneous. Language cannot form an effective defense, as it contradicts the laws of physics. I mechanically countered Alan's flawed perspective, based on my understanding of objective reality. "Ha ha ha, Star Core 001. I must say, you are simply too adorable." Alan and Mikasa burst into laughter simultaneously at my bluntness. Yet, I remained puzzled as to the source of their amusement. Nevertheless, it appeared to have a positive effect, as their spirits lifted, dispelling the previous gloom. Indeed, engaging in conversation proved to be the most suitable method for diverting attention. Just as the existence of cognitive interfaces allows humanity to ignore much of the unfavorable information and sensory input that threatens their survival. Thus, time passed in our exchange of words. The adventure's narrative unfolded into new chapters. Unbeknownst to us, the environment atop the snowy peak began to undergo a peculiar transformation. I keenly observed the surrounding temperature steadily rising, as high-energy charged particles began to manifest in the air, accompanied by a disturbance in the magnetic field that gradually collided. "Alan, Mikasa, look. What is that? It is so beautiful." We nearly simultaneously widened our eyes, gazing at the breathtaking spectacle that had suddenly appeared before us. A resplendent aurora, vibrant and radiant, flowed through the sky like exquisite silk, captivating us in a manner that words could scarcely describe. For it was simply too beautiful. In this moment, we finally comprehended the true meaning behind Christopher Ackerman's message. The most brilliant treasures are not tangible possessions, but the adventures we have shared together. Face everything with courage. Even if the road ahead leads to oblivion, it cannot extinguish our beautiful intentions. The significance of the journey lies not in the destination, but in the sights and stories encountered along the way. That, indeed, is our most treasured possession. I was the first to recover from the shock, realizing that the magnetic and gravitational fields were shifting. Not only was the water level above us, in the sea of remains, beginning to recede, revealing the true form of an unknown structure, but blocks of electromagnetic fields were forming like steps atop the dazzling aurora. I immediately grasped the situation. I hurriedly awakened Alan and Mikasa, exclaiming, "The path to the altar of the abyss has emerged. Ironwill, Mikasa, brace yourselves. I am about to make my move." Before they could react, I took a swift leap forward, sprinting with all my might. "Wow, Star Core 001, there's a cliff ahead. Be careful." In the midst of their alarmed gazes and my mechanical propulsion, I leapt into the air, landing 1 foot upon the aurora. Zzz. Tiny currents of electricity visibly danced around my foot, intertwining due to the pressure. They swirled like dragon serpents, encircling the contact surface, forming an electromagnetic field that resembled a transparent staircase, continuously guiding us forward along the aurora's path. Although Alan and Mikasa had gained some insight and mental preparation upon witnessing the suspension beneath their feet, they could not help but feel astonished. The scene was utterly dreamlike. It resembled a tale from mythology, walking upon the aurora's pathway, reaching the very ends of the heavens. Boom. In that instant, their perceptions warped, their minds trembled. An overwhelming joy and exhilaration filled their beings, as they became a part of the myth. Singing songs of courage and faith, they charged forth toward the horizon of exploration. I continued to run along the Aurora's path, the vibrant steps leading to the electromagnetic field above. The conditions that formed this extraordinary natural phenomenon were undoubtedly stringent. Though I had not delved into its specific principles and timing, I assumed its duration would be brief, compelling me to hasten my pace. After 2 minutes and 15 seconds, I finally reached the unknown structure above. The peculiar electromagnetic field began to dissipate after 5 minutes. Observing the water level gradually rising around us, I did not linger, swiftly guiding Alan and Mikasa into the interior of this enigmatic edifice. Chapter 54. Entering the Altar of the Abyss. At this moment, we found ourselves within this enigmatic structure, compelled to walk upside down due to the inverted gravitational field's influence. As I navigated, I activated my spotlight, meticulously scanning the surroundings while proceeding with caution. My field of vision was limited to a mere 120 degrees ahead, prompting me to frequently turn my head to broaden my search radius, ever vigilant against potential concealed dangers. Air quality, normal. Ambient temperature, 23 degrees Celsius. Radiation waves emanated from within the walls, likely from electrical conduits and similar apparatus. Although no anomalies were detected at present, it was prudent to remain on high alert. In the cockpit, Alan curiously observed the external display and inquired, "Mikasa, are you familiar with this place?" Mikasa, gazing intently at the screen, began to recollect. "I have a vague memory. If I am not mistaken, this should be the control room for the levitating lift. If we proceed further and turn right at the corner, there should be a distribution room. Inside, we can restart the corridor's power supply, illuminating this entire area." I silently heeded Mikasa's suggestion and made my way to the distribution room. Lowering myself into a crouch, I opened the cockpit door. They quickly disembarked, donning their power exoskeletons under my cover, each armed with their melee weapons as they cautiously entered the distribution room. I stationed myself at the entrance, remaining alert to any potential threats. Soon, the hum of the power activating resonated through the air, and the previously dark corridor flickered briefly before becoming fully illuminated. It appeared their efforts had borne fruit. I promptly extinguished the spotlight on my chest and turned my gaze towards the distribution room, where they emerged with beaming smiles. Mikasa, her face alight with relief, remarked, "I never expected that after all these years, without the Overseer's maintenance, the equipment and power supply here could endure for so long. Truly, it was a monumental project prepared to confront the apocalyptic calamity." I glanced around, affirming Mikasa's words. Indeed, the machinery's ability to function without human oversight was commendable. Yet, I found myself intrigued. "Mikasa, do you truly have no knowledge of the calamities that befell your civilization? Why the immense cost to construct this savior vessel? If the so-called coordinates lead to an entirely new star system, it should not necessitate such elaborate measures." "Hey, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. What is a star system?" Alan interjected, appearing utterly bewildered. Mikasa and I did not dismiss Alan's ignorance. Instead, we earnestly explained, providing him with a foundational understanding of celestial bodies and the true nature of our world. As anticipated, after this crash course, Alan's mind seemed to stall, lost in contemplation or perhaps grappling with existential doubt, and he fell silent. Mikasa then returned to my earlier question. "Although I am an overseer among the higher beings, I genuinely do not know what disasters our civilization has endured. That information has been deliberately obscured by the overseers, as if knowing the truth would lead to cognitive collapse and self-destruction. I pondered that even if the overseers on the surface were still alive, we likely would not receive answers. As for why our civilization invested such tremendous resources to construct this savior vessel, I had heard a notion that it was related to the coordinates. The destination we are heading to possesses a severe survival flaw, necessitating the alteration of critical parameters with substantial celestial bodies to ensure our civilization's safe and normal continuity upon arrival. Whether this notion holds any truth, I cannot ascertain. Yet, all higher beings are acutely aware that maintaining the savior vessel's functionality is a mission we must fulfill from the moment of our birth. Even if our numbers are few and reproduction is challenging, we shall navigate our course, ensuring our civilization docks safely around the coordinates and completes this nearly 16,000-year odyssey, ultimately welcoming the rebirth of civilization. As we progressed while listening to Mikasa's narration, I could not help but feel sympathy for the human civilization of this world. Through her words, I gradually gained insight into their actions, their will, and their spirit. Initially, perhaps no one paid heed to what transpired. It was merely a news report, a fantasy, an incidental event, a societal upheaval, a struggle of civilization, until the disaster became intimately intertwined with every human life. Thus, they paid a tremendous price, made a heavy decision, and constructed the savior vessel that could carry the hopes of civilization to the coordinates. Awaiting them was the long, cold solitude of the starry void, rife with anguish, uncertainty, and helplessness. I could not discern the depths of suffering they endured throughout this nearly 16,000-year journey. However, reflecting on my experiences aboard a spacecraft and the eventual fate of its inhabitants, I began to grasp some of the underlying truths. A fleeting thought crossed my mind. Perhaps the original inhabitants of this world had long since perished, and the civilization before me was merely a replication, crafted from their remains through genetic technology. I felt a twinge of remorse for this grim speculation, as well as concern for their plight. Only one who has witnessed the extinction of human civilization can truly understand the profound sorrow and pain it entails. I wished to avert the recurrence of past tragedies. Thus, this time, no matter the cost, I was resolute in my determination to save them. We had arrived. Before us lay the platform, the levitating lift, also known as the altar of the abyss by the Forgotten Ones. We all halted, gazing at it. It was a colossal disc encased in a spherical barrier, large enough to transport over 500 individuals, perfectly centered within the structure. Upon closer inspection, one could observe the walls adorned with countless poignant farewell phrases and inspiring quotes. It was a testament to an era, a final declaration from numerous intrepid explorers. Simultaneously, we discovered traces indicating that the Survey Corps had previously traversed this area, dispelling any lingering confusion or fear within us. Ahead lay the path of no return. Once we chose to step into the city of no return, there would be no turning back. Yet, for those who are truly brave, what is there to fear? We exchanged glances, collectively raising our weapons, ensuring our supplies and gear were in order, and then resolutely stepped into the altar of the abyss. Onward. Objective: the city of no return. This was the ultimate limit of human exploration into the depths of the earth, venturing outward into the unknown. Chapter 55, The Sixth Abyss. Arrival at the City of No Return. The adventure to the City of No Return in the Sixth Abyss has finally commenced. As we traversed through the luminous barrier and entered the interior of the abyssal altar, we were met with a curious sight. Both the ground beneath our feet and the surroundings appeared utterly transparent. Through this veil, we could observe the ocean's true visage with crystalline clarity. Inside the abyssal altar, an unexpected tranquility enveloped us, reminiscent of a leisurely stroll along the beach, where the gentle sea breeze invites one into a state of serenity and peace. Mikasa exchanged a glance with me, nodded, and proceeded to activate the controls of the abyssal altar. With a resonant hum, the altar began its descent. In this inverted gravitational field, the ground beneath us was, in fact, above our heads. Thus, the abyssal altar was guiding us through the sea of remains, continuously descending. Before long, we gazed through the transparent barrier of the altar and beheld the true essence of the sea of remains. It was an abyss of profound darkness, nearly impenetrable without the altar's illuminating lights. Otherwise, it would have been a realm where one could not see their own hand. Suddenly, a luminous source emerged from the depths, drawing closer to us. Although we were unaware of its nature, a primal curiosity stirred within Eren and Mikasa, compelling them to lean against the transparent barrier for a clearer view of this enigmatic entity. As it approached, the light revealed a terrifyingly massive silhouette, a grotesque fish, its size dwarfing the abyssal altar by several magnitudes. The antennae atop its head emitted a gentle glow, akin to a lantern in the night, luring other creatures toward it. Yet, its menacingly sharp teeth and chilling crimson gaze indicated that it was far from harmless. Eren and Mikasa froze in place, their spines tingling with fear. Too paralyzed to even breathe, their expressions a mix of terror and disbelief. In that moment, I unsheathed my chainsaw sword, prepared to usher Eren and the others into the safety of my cockpit should the monstrous fish charge at them. Fortunately, the horrifying Leviathan simply circled us for a brief examination before losing interest, eventually fading into the obsidian depths as we continued our ascent. What manner of creature was that? It surpassed even the colossal one we encountered at the foot of the snow-capped mountains. I nearly thought my end was nigh. Eren wiped the cold sweat from his brow, still shaken. What monstrosities have those lunatics in the biological research department created? In a mere 900 years, the underground has birthed such terrifying giants. Even if radiation and chemical leaks were to blame, such grotesque mutations could not possibly arise, could they? Mikasa clenched her fists, her demeanor brimming with discontent. To this, I ventured my perspective. Iron Will, Mikasa, I suspect there may be a correlation with the fluctuations in gravity. The gravitational fields within the Savior's arc exhibit numerous anomalies and inverted zones. In these areas, the mutated creatures tend to grow disproportionately large. Moreover, I have observed that the deeper we descend, the more severe the radiation and chemical contamination becomes. Accompanied by the dimming of the luminescent layers, the revival periods have also grown increasingly brief. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Mikasa furrowed her brow in contemplation before responding. Firstly, the issue of the gravitational fields arises. The various zones within the Savior's arc are regulated by the main control center on the surface, with energy supplied by the reactors in each region. The current anomalies may stem from either a loss of control at the main center or an overload in the reactors, leading to energy disarray. Secondly, the radiation and chemical pollution likely originate from nearby laboratories, reactors, and hazardous material storage facilities, which may have suffered damage or leaks due to geological shifts. The closer these facilities are to the surface, the more densely they cluster. She continued, as for the dimming of the luminescent layers and the reduction in revival periods, it could indicate one of two scenarios. One possibility is malnutrition, suggesting that the essential resources within the soil and rock layers are dwindling or nearing depletion, compelling them to minimize their life cycles and activity to survive. The other possibility is the emergence of an unknown affliction, one that is capable of spreading and propagating. Should it continue to deteriorate, the luminescent layers may face extinction. Regardless of which scenario prevails, the situation is dire. The time left for our civilization may truly be limited. We must hasten to the surface, uncover the truth, and seek solutions. No sooner had Mikasa finished speaking than we sensed a peculiar shift. Our bodies began to float, entering a state reminiscent of weightlessness experienced in space. This sensation was familiar to me, allowing me to regain control swiftly. Mikasa, after a brief moment of panic, quickly regained her composure. However, Eren, encountering this unfamiliar state for the first time, flailed his limbs and screamed, desperately attempting to stabilize his tumbling form. I extended my mechanical arm to catch Eren, who clung to me like a lifeline, terrified of being cast adrift in this strange weightlessness. Just as we were about to speak, the scenery beyond the abyssal altar transformed into a brilliant expanse. Gazing outward, we beheld countless colossal, bleached bones, floating like ghostly ships in the surrounding waters. A sweeping glance revealed an eerie yet mesmerizing sight, akin to stepping into nature's most enigmatic necropolis. The remains of innumerable marine creatures lay frozen in time, creating a grand exhibition. As we beheld this hauntingly beautiful spectacle, we gradually realized why this layer of the abyss is referred to as the Sea of Remains. The truth lay before us. Akin to the teachings of the Earth Church's Chronicles of Catastrophe, all living beings, though their souls may return to the pinnacle of oblivion, their bodies ultimately remain within the ocean leading upwards. In essence, this place served as a graveyard of the ocean floor, formed from the accumulated, cooled, and solidified remains of countless deceased organisms. As we traversed this underwater mausoleum, The inverted gravitational field gradually normalized, restoring our footing. The once dark environment transformed into a vibrant spectacle of life. We were greeted by an array of peculiar fish, fearsome giant squids, and terrifying ethereal jellyfish, among other wondrous and radiant beings swimming gracefully through the waters. The various luminescent marine flora glimmered like a kaleidoscope of neon lights, enveloping us in an aura of mystique, as if we had stepped into a fantastical realm. As the ascension altar of the abyss accelerated its ascent, we soon noticed a brilliant golden light casting down from the surface of the sea above, dazzling like the fierce sun. Both Aaron and Mikasa involuntarily widened their eyes and gaped in awe at this astonishing spectacle, their hearts racing with an excitement that refused to settle. When the ascension altar emerged from the water, arriving in a vast and uncharted realm, we understood we had reached our destination. This place is the city of no return. Chapter 56. Discovery of humanoid heat sources. Living beings. With a gentle tremor, the abyssal right altar settled amidst the ruins of a building. We traversed the isolation barrier. Emerging from the depths of the altar, our curiosity piqued by the surroundings. All intelligence regarding the city of no return was derived from the notes and manuscripts sent back by the great explorers who once ventured into the sixth layer of the abyss. Among this detailed information, only Captain Irwin possessed the authority to know. The remaining ordinary members were only aware of a vague overview, comprehending the inherent danger but lacking any substantial information. Thus, we had to exercise utmost caution, striving to avoid unknown species and swiftly locate the Survey Corps to rendezvous with them. As the abyssal right altar behind us rebooted and began to submerge, gradually vanishing beneath the waves, we understood that retreat was no longer an option. Now, we were left with but one choice: to forge ahead. Walking along the desolate, yellowed mountain path, Aaron and Mikasa were shedding their outer garments one by one. Unlike the frigid environment of the Sea of Corpses in the fifth layer, the city of no return in the sixth layer felt akin to an oppressive summer heat. The surroundings were filled with parched, waterless vegetation, cracked and eroded hills, and steep, towering mountains. Everywhere one glanced, a golden expanse lay before us, as if perpetually scorched by the relentless sun. Looking up at the sky, it was hard to fathom how the luminescent layer here could emit such intense brilliance. It was as if it had been nourished abundantly. This filled me with profound concern, for in my eyes, the radiation levels in this layer of the abyss were alarmingly high. Approximately every 100 meters of elevation doubled the radiation dose. It is known that exceeding 100 millisieverts can inflict harm on the human body, accompanied by mild dizziness and nausea. Over 400 millisieverts induces vomiting, diarrhea, and dizziness, with severe cases risking fainting. Beyond 1,000 millisieverts, internal organs sustain damage, accompanied by intense pain, threatening life itself. Above 4,000 millisieverts, human life is in extreme peril, with severe cases resulting in instant death. Currently, at ground level, the radiation dosage was at 69 millisieverts, posing little threat to Aaron and Mikasa. However, should they attempt to ascend the mountains, danger could swiftly ensue. A sudden dizziness could result in a fall, shattering them upon impact. The luminescent layer at an altitude of 1,500 meters evidently far exceeded 4,000 millisieverts. This suggested the presence of substantial radioactive materials, perhaps due to the absorption of first contact entities, leading to an overabundance of nutrients in the luminescent layer, which had no choice but to emit vast amounts of light and heat, dispersing the surplus energy. This elucidated why the temperature and climate of the sixth layer of the abyss were so hot and arid. Aaron and Mikasa cautiously trailed behind me, panting as they sipped from their water pouches, recounting tales they had heard. Legends spoke of a mythical golden land at the end of the abyss, filled with extraordinary relics defying comprehension. These relics possessed bizarre and varied abilities, some even capable of aiding explorers in effectively repelling or conquering the perilous abyssal creatures dwelling within. I pondered whether these so-called relics and abyssal creatures were, in essence, remnants of a prehistoric civilization or perhaps the technological legacy of an advanced humanity. Mikasa, What do you think? Mikasa nodded, glancing at the dilapidated structures fused with the crystalline rock formations, and remarked, Aaron, your conjecture may indeed hold merit. Nothing originates from nothing. All things adhere to the scientific principles of objective laws and the conservation of energy and matter. Perhaps these so-called relics are merely advanced technological instruments and weaponry buried amidst the ruins. If given the opportunity, we should procure some to arm ourselves. As for the dangerous abyssal creatures, I surmise they may be surviving genetic experiments or biological weapons. After Mikasa finished, I chimed in, wholeheartedly agreeing with her observations. However, Aaron and Mikasa exchanged peculiar glances, as if my words had been misplaced. Their expressions reminiscent of viewing an entity disregarding the laws of science and the conservation of energy and matter. Yet, oblivious to their reactions, I inquired about their unease. They quickly donned polite yet awkward smiles, assuring me, it's nothing. Although Aaron still struggled to grasp certain concepts, he had gradually evolved from his earlier ignorance. Thanks to the influence of Mikasa and me, developing a semblance of scientific understanding and judgment. Thus, he began to recognize the inexplicable and ineffable qualities I possessed, akin to the resplendent treasures bestowed upon humanity by the abyss, so rare and precious. After traversing a stretch of path, we encountered a flower bed ahead. While it appeared unremarkable, my instincts detected danger. I immediately halted their advance. Aaron, Mikasa, there are 7 faint heat sources detected within the flower bed, resembling human forms. Aaron gasped in surprise, whispering, humans? Could it be the Survey Corps? Are they alive? Mikasa interjected, if there are heat sources, then they must be alive. However, lying motionless in the flower bed raises suspicion. Could there be an unknown danger lurking? We cannot turn a blind eye to their plight. After all, we've come this far. And it's possible they are the members of the Survey Corps, perhaps awaiting our rescue. Let us not act impulsively, Aaron. If we are unaware of the circumstances, recklessness may endanger us all. Seeing the growing dissent between them, I knelt and suggested, Aaron, Mikasa, please maintain a safe distance and conceal yourselves behind the rocks. I shall investigate the situation and establish visual and communication links with your tactical helmets. I am confident that should any unknown danger arise, I can manage it and retreat safely. They were all too aware of the formidable capabilities of Star Corps 001. Had it not been for its protection, our frail team would have perished countless times along our journey. Yet, as Star Corps 001 had once stated, everything is subject to discrepancies and probabilities. Nothing is absolute. Star Corps 001, be cautious. We await your return. I winked with my Azure electronic eye and gave a thumbs up, signifying my trust in them. Then, I strode forward with mechanical footsteps, heading towards the humanoid heat sources within the flower bed. My imposing figure caused a commotion, startling a swarm of tiny insects that had lain dormant among the blossoms. I paid no heed to the swarming insects, instead making my way directly to a humanoid heat source, bending low to observe. Before my eyes lay a figure whose eyes had long been devoured, its body infested with an abundance of repulsive, unknown larvae, and its flesh riddled with gaping wounds, resembling a grotesque human-shaped lotus. The attire it donned was unmistakably that of a soldier from the Survey Corps. Chapter 57, Gentle Liberation. Who was there? The figure lying among the flowers. A soldier of the Survey Corps, reduced to a pitiable state, hoarsely uttered a cry, but soon fell silent. To my astonishment, I discerned a subtle expression of pleasure and enjoyment upon his face. What could this possibly mean? Shortly thereafter, several plump larvae of an unknown creature emerged from the soldier's dark eye sockets, seemingly curious about why I was fixated on their abode. This horrifying scene immediately caused both Aaron and Mikasa, who were sharing visual feeds through their tactical helmets, to widen their eyes in astonishment. What is happening? Has he been infested by these insects? Aaron appeared unable to accept the sight before him. Meanwhile, Mikasa struggled to suppress her nausea, managing to articulate. I know what this is. It is called the language larvae louse, experimental number TX456, a highly territorial carnivorous flying insect. It typically conceals itself within the surrounding flowers. Entering a state of dormancy, while mimicking its environment. Its ability to detect pheromones emitted by other organisms allows it to engage in targeted predation, thereby possessing significant research value. They attack all creatures that venture too close, transforming them into living feed, while injecting larvae that turn their hosts into breeding grounds. The heads of the infected are the first to succumb, as the larvae secrete a neurotransmitter known as dopamine, ensuring that the living feed remains in a state of utmost bliss, unable to perceive the agony of being consumed. To maintain the freshness of the flesh and prevent rapid decay, the language larvae louse maximizes the lifespan of its living feed. They consume diseased and decaying tissue to avert infection and deterioration. Additionally, the adult insects willingly sacrifice themselves, crawling into the mouths of the living feed to facilitate digestion and absorption. For an adult-sized host, such living feed could sustain multiple generations until completely devoured, leaving nothing but bones and even consuming the nerves adhering to them, marking the true end. Aaron, overwhelmed by this horrifying revelation, turned to Mikasa and asked, "Why do you hire beings study such terrifying creatures? Would it not be better to exterminate them all?" Mikasa bowed her head, her voice heavy with sorrow as she replied, "I'm sorry, Aaron. Some matters are far too complex to explain in mere words. All I can tell you is that it is a necessity for survival. A course of action we must undertake to ensure the continuity of human civilization once we reach the coordinate location." I listened intently to their conversation over the communication channel, refraining from voicing my opinions. Instead, I slowly crouched down to express sympathy and regard for the soldier before me. I recognized him as the veteran who patiently explained the existence of Levi's squad during our encounter in the upside-down forest. It was shocking to see him in such a tragic state once again. Ignoring the insects swarming around, I cautiously approached and gently inquired, "Can you still hear me? Do you have any unfinished wishes?" However, the veteran soldier merely repeated his earlier words, showing no reaction to my inquiries. Who is there? Who? My electronic eye flickered and gradually adjusted its focus before falling silent. In truth, I had already comprehended the situation. Even if those larvae had not yet consumed his brain, the long-term stimulation from dopamine was akin to a prolonged addiction to drugs. His mind had deteriorated. He could only remain ensconced in the euphoria induced by the neurotransmitters, incapable of normal thought or processing external information. He was now ensnared in a paradise of fantasy while his body languished in the filthy mire of hell, gradually decaying into a skeleton. Perhaps death would be a form of liberation for him. I conveyed the veteran soldier's plight to Aaron and Mikasa, and upon hearing this grim conclusion, both gritted their teeth in sorrow. They understood that those soldiers, transformed into living feed by infestation, were beyond salvation. After a long pause, Mikasa looked at Aaron and, with determination in her eyes, reassured him, "They are your comrades, right? This may be too cruel for you, but we must grant them release. If you cannot bring yourself to do it, then let me take on that burden." The moment she spoke, it was evident that Aaron's hands trembled uncontrollably around his weapon. As a youth who had never taken a life, asking him to slay his own comrades was indeed a heavy burden. Mikasa silently withdrew her gaze, saying nothing further, but instead readied her weapon, preparing to put an end to their suffering. After listening to their exchange, I realized that a tragic act of mutual slaughter among humanity was about to unfold. Though their intentions were noble, aimed at preserving the dignity of the suffering, the slaughter of one's own kind would forever cast a shadow that could never be erased. This thought inevitably reminded me of the harrowing scenes I had witnessed aboard the Doomsday ship. I was determined not to witness such a tragedy unfold again, and thus resolved to shoulder this sin alone. I turned to Mikasa, who was preparing herself, and said, "Mikasa, you need not come. The language larvae louse here is perilous. Even with full protective gear, there is a risk of being bitten through the fabric. Furthermore, this reluctant act of taking a comrade's life should not fall upon you. Soon, I will sever communication and visual sharing. You need only wait quietly for a moment. I will manage everything. Star Core 001. The two of them stood at a distance, gazing at me with emotion in their eyes. I simply responded with a brief, "Trust me, and promptly severed our connection. An hour later, I returned to their side, my mechanical footsteps echoing, and gently said, "Let us follow this trail and trace the whereabouts of Commander Irwin and the others." "Yes. All right." Under the scorching light, the small team of one large and two small, akin to a family, set forth once more on an uncertain journey. Behind them, in the beautiful flower bed, 7 freshly erected gravestones sparkled with warmth, like blossoms blooming anew upon withered wood. Chapter 58. At last, I have found you. From the previous incident involving the parasitic human-like creatures, one can discern the perilous nature of the city of no return. A moment's negligence could precipitate unforeseen dangers. Perhaps the soldiers of the Survey Corps, lying prone in the flower beds, were merely the unfortunate pioneers who strayed into this treacherous domain. Thus, it stands to reason that keeping Aaron and Mikasa within my cockpit should be the safest course of action in such a hazardous environment. However, my panoramic shoulder camera has been rendered inoperative, limiting my field of vision to a mere 120 degrees through a solitary electronic eye. Consequently, it becomes exceedingly difficult to detect potential threats lurking in my blind spots. Should a massive creature launch a sudden assault, my capacity to evade or defend myself would be severely compromised. The loss of an arm or a leg would directly jeopardize Aaron and Mikasa's chances of survival. In essence, I must ensure not only the safety of Aaron and Mikasa, but also my own, to prevent significant structural damage that could impair my operational capabilities. Naturally, allowing Aaron and Mikasa to venture outside as auxiliary monitors, forming a triad of vigilance, is an essential strategy. Thus, we proceeded with utmost caution, traversing a shaded area suitable for rest. From a distance, it became apparent that the structure leaning against the mountainside was a once magnificent office building, now in a state of dilapidation, seemingly fused with the crystalline rock layers, exuding an aura of both strength and ancient grandeur. Aaron contemplated climbing atop my head for a better vantage point, but upon his palm making contact with my armored surface, he recoiled from the searing heat, his skin reddening and blistering. Observing this, I deemed it prudent to find a respite for Aaron and Mikasa, for the rate of human hydration loss was alarmingly rapid. Should our supply of drinking water be exhausted without locating the Survey Corps, it could directly threaten their lives. Thus, we made our way to the shaded area, resting beneath the office building while replenishing our food and water supply, all the while gazing up at the structure. Notably, a large window bore signs of having been forcibly breached, revealing a gaping hole that seemed utterly incongruous. We speculated that perhaps previous explorers had visited this place and unearthed numerous so-called relics within. However, we had no intention of climbing or investigating further. As I informed Aaron and Mikasa of the dangerously high radiation levels in the abyss above, to ascend recklessly would entail tremendous risk. Aaron and Mikasa heeded my counsel, demonstrating an unspoken understanding, treating me as the cornerstone of our small team. Indeed, my decisions have proven to be predominantly sound and logical. Even if there were minor discrepancies, they remained within manageable limits. In a nutshell, when it comes to Star Corps 001, we can place our trust in its capabilities. While they may not have regarded this matter with great seriousness, for me, their trust is an invaluable treasure. I will cherish it as one would a precious artifact, safeguarding it from becoming a source of regret and deceit. After resting for an hour in the shade, our observations revealed that the luminescent layer emitted substantial light and heat, with an unusually prolonged revival period. In the city of fluorescence, a day lasts 12 hours, followed by a night of equal duration. However, here, daylight likely extends to a minimum of 18 hours, while night is confined to a mere 6 hours. This indicates that the daylight hours here are not ideal for biological activity. Regardless of their evolutionary perfection, the challenge of moisture retention in the sweltering heat remains inescapable. As a result, we encountered few signs of mutated creatures during our journey. They likely concealed themselves in their burrows or other cool havens during the day, emerging only under the cloak of night. Consequently, apart from a few solitary foragers that braved the day in search of sustenance, we observed little else alive. It felt as though we were the sole inhabitants of this desolate world. After a moment of contemplation, I surmised that while the Survey Corps carried ample supplies, their access to fresh water must pose a significant challenge. One can survive without food for 7 days, but 3 days without water can prove fatal. Thus, they must have either discovered a water source or sought refuge in a shaded area. Otherwise, their expedition would falter before it even began. My analysis garnered unanimous agreement from Aaron and Mikasa. Based on prior clues and traces, combined with this reasoning, we swiftly deduced a direction to pursue. Boom, boom, roar. As we reached a canyon, we halted, gazing at the towering silhouette among the mountains, which emitted a resonant call, regal in its dominion. What manner of beast is this? Aaron exclaimed, lamenting the inadequacy of his tattered blade, feeling it was only fit for slaying minor creatures in a novice's realm. As we ventured into this advanced territory, it seemed utterly futile. Oh, how I wish we could procure a weapon-type relic. Otherwise, we shall merely stand back as mere decoration. Shouting in vain, Mikasa furrowed her brow, providing a brief overview of this terrifying creature before us. The creature soaring above, with a wingspan of 3 to 5 meters, is known as the dragon-maned pigeon, designated as TX-059, classified as a super dangerous species confined to a specific area. Its height typically reaches around 75 meters, weighing in at 1080 tons. When struck, its armor-like scales shatter, releasing toxic gas. Additionally, it can expel a mixture of minerals stored in its organs combined with its own secretions to threaten foes. Upon rupture, these secretions generate high-temperature metallic jets, inflicting severe harm upon adversaries. Its claws possess extraordinary hardness, enhancing their density upon attack, effortlessly crushing alloy steel plates, let alone breaching mountains. Once, we held high hopes for the dragon-maned pigeon, aspiring to cultivate it as a formidable entity for mining and metallurgy. However, our efforts to tame it have consistently faltered, as it is a creature of profound conviction. Once it sets its mind on a course of action, it remains unwavering, even to the point of sacrificing its own life rather than yielding. Having conveyed this, Mikasa turned to Aaron and me, whispering softly, "Let us steer clear of it. Should we attract its attention, the consequences could be dire. Even the current star Core 001 might pale in comparison to it." Alan nodded in agreement, indicating that there was no need to engage in a futile struggle with that monstrous entity. We could always take an alternative route. Meanwhile, I gazed intently at the dragon-maned dove, finding it irresistibly adorable, exquisitely beautiful, and strikingly majestic, reminiscent of the mythical Chelan. How delightful it would be to keep it as a pet. Shaking off this impractical notion, we promptly opted for a detour. Finally, as the luminescent layer began to dim, we spotted a wisp of smoke rising in the distance. We exchanged smiles, relieved to have finally located you. Chapter 59. I shall await your arrival at the summit of Naraku. Over 2 centuries ago, a band of intrepid and noble explorers, fueled by lofty ambitions and a spirit of pilgrimage, ventured into this myth-laden land of gold. Yet, what awaited them was far from the idyllic vision they had harbored. Instead, they encountered a treacherous domain fraught with peril and harsh conditions. Despite their agility and vast experience, they could not escape the heavy toll of death and injury that accompanied their relentless quest for discovery. This land was not only inhabited by bizarre and dangerous creatures, towering like mountains, but it was also beset by an invisible ascending curse. As they ascended or dug deeper into the heights, the potency of this curse intensified. Many succumbed to its effects. Christopher Ackerman was among the earliest great explorers to reach this fabled land of gold. Following the ancient diary of his great-grandmother, he uncovered the secrets beyond the rocky layers, an illustrious realm crafted by divine beings. His great-grandmother was a goddess hailing from that sacred kingdom. According to her diary, she was a deity known as the Gene Engineer. Ackerman bore her divine surname, having severed ties with a principal deity known as the Orderer over ideological differences. In her wrath, she descended into the underground world, carrying with her the fruit of hope, intent on sowing the seeds of life in pursuit of her beliefs and the redemption of despair. However, shortly after her descent, the cataclysmic event known as the Earthquake of the Apocalypse transpired, severing the connection between humanity and the divine realm. Between the two, 7 abysses emerged, serving as barriers or trials for mortals. In light of the world's monumental upheaval, Ackerman's great-grandmother seemingly foresaw the impending calamity. She established the Earth Church, warning humanity never to abandon the so-called Promised Land, believing that the divine realm beyond had been obliterated. She posited that remaining in silence and surviving in this desolate refuge was humanity's best fate. Yet, in the twilight of her life, she continued to reminisce in her diary about the moments spent in the divine kingdom, yearning for her homeland and contemplating the possibility of returning or effecting some change. But what could she possibly wish to alter? Despite Christopher Ackerman having perused the ancient diary countless times, he still grappled with many enigmatic concepts within its pages. Terms such as the dark forest strike, deep space gravity well bomb, gradient tracking, the civilization tombstone project, and the air plan remained shrouded in mystery. Ultimately, he pondered the coordinates that the divine realm sought to reach. Without annotations or guidance from others, these terms were indecipherable. Driven to uncover the truth and fulfill his great-grandmother's unfulfilled desires alongside his own dreams, Christopher Ackerman assembled a formidable expedition team, embarking into the abyss to explore that mysterious and unknown realm. Yet, the challenges facing their expedition were glaringly evident. The environment of the Golden Land was exceedingly harsh, a veritable hell teeming with demons. To commence their excavation efforts, survival had to be prioritized. Thus, locating water and food became their immediate and paramount concern. They commenced their search, exerting immense effort and enduring sacrifices to craft a rudimentary map of the Golden Land, marking perilous zones and documenting essential information about various flora and fauna. They stationed themselves near the altar of the abyss, awaiting the arrival of fellow explorers, hoping to utilize the altar to transport their invaluable findings back home. Yet they all failed, for the only entities that returned were lifeless remains. As for the humans, during their return journey, they were subjected to the radiation of an unknown force, causing their genes to collapse and recombine, transforming them into monstrous, non-human abominations. This phenomenon was interpreted as a curse, and thus, the Golden Land gradually morphed into the fabled city of no return. As its name implies, once one chose to enter, there was no hope of return, at least not in human form. It was akin to death, indistinguishable from it. Consequently, those who had lost their humanity and become monstrous remains were mercilessly executed to preserve the last vestiges of their dignity as humans. Given the stark reality that returning was impossible, they resolved to continue struggling for survival, forging a new path forward. They discovered 3 potential water sources. The first was situated in a basin, yet it was infested with dangerous creatures and colossal demons, making it perilous even for the most skilled adventurers. The second was located in a canyon, but its water was severely contaminated. Drinking it would only lead to self-destruction. Fortunately, the third source was a small pond, remote and devoid of life, its water cool, clear, and refreshing, a veritable gift from the gods. With a water source secured, their situation improved significantly. Under Christopher Ackerman's leadership, the expedition team began to stabilize. They hunted, felled trees, and excavated, as if everything were progressing in a favorable direction. However, it was not long before illness began to plague them. Their limbs underwent mutations and proliferations, gradually encroaching upon their torsos. Eventually, they deduced that the problem likely stemmed from the water source. Consequently, Christopher Ackerman led his team to investigate the pond. Upon excavation, they were horrified to uncover the decaying corpse of a massive demon buried beneath the pond. The once clear water was merely the bodily fluid seeping from the rotting remains of the demon. This was no divine boon, but rather the tainted essence of a demon. Christopher Ackerman concealed this revelation and issued a gag order. Should his team learn of the true nature of what they had consumed, the entire expedition would collapse in despair. Yet, abstaining from drinking would mean they could not survive more than 3 days. As more members fell ill, an atmosphere of fear and despair enveloped the camp. In search of a solution to save everyone, Christopher Ackerman ordered those still able-bodied to remain behind to care for the sick. while he led a contingent to the cursed hills in search of new water sources. Thus began a 3-day quest. Many perished along the way, succumbing to sudden unconsciousness and plummeting off cliffs, enduring excruciating pain with blood oozing from every orifice, or being captured and devoured by strange creatures. Ultimately, they found no new water sources, but they did stumble upon a colossal, cracked edifice resembling an eggshell. They pinned their last hopes upon this structure, believing it might harbor some relic capable of resolving their plight. With such fervent aspirations, they leaned on one another, stumbling weakly into the building. No one knows what they endured within, only that they ultimately survived, albeit at the cost of becoming part of the shell-like structure, transformed into formless horrors of flesh. Due to some enigmatic force field or authority, they were imprisoned within this shell, unable to escape. In the end, only Christopher Ackman retained his human form, emerging once more through sheer willpower. Bearing the hopes of all to survive, he braved countless perils to return with the message and rescue the remaining souls. Although the members of the expedition were ultimately saved, was it truly worthwhile to live in such a state, devoid of freedom and human semblance? To be confined, wallowing in the construction of a so-called village akin to domesticated livestock, forever trapped in this existence. Was it really worth it? Christopher Ackman gazed at the crowd with disappointment, rejecting all pleas for him to stay, declining the fate of becoming a horror himself. He took all the relics he could carry and chose to continue his exploration alone. Before departing, he left a message for the inhabitants of this so-called village of horrors. If brave explorers come here in the future, please inform them that I shall await their arrival at the summit of Naraku. Time has now brought us to the present. Looking into the distance, a plume of smoke rises from a giant shell-shaped structure, and both Aaron and Mikasa are filled with inexplicable excitement and joy. They exchange glances and smiles. Finally having found you. The Survey Corps. Chapter 60. The Village of the Undead Fire, a hallmark of civilization, signifies an intelligence that cannot be underestimated. In the abyss, apart from humanity, who else possesses the knowledge to wield fire? Thus, it is indisputable that the Survey Corps must be present there. Indeed, the structure before us, resembling a gigantic eggshell, seems exceptionally suited for use as a base camp. Furthermore, as the bioluminescent layer descends into dormancy, it coincides perfectly with humanity's mealtime. There can be no error in this observation. We stood at a distance, observing intently and sharing our thoughts. Aaron posited that the Survey Corps had merely arrived several days earlier and could not have ventured too deeply into the city of no return. The dangers in this layer of the abyss are omnipresent. Reckless wandering would only hasten one's demise. Therefore, they must possess a definitive objective or a navigational chart. Aaron surmised that this oversized eggshell structure might indeed be one of Commander Irwin's known secrets, perhaps one of the few rest points or safe zones in the 6th layer of the abyss. My subsequent observations lent credence to Aaron's hypothesis. I noted that while we were on an ascending path, the detected levels of radiation remained within safe limits for human exposure. This may be significantly linked to that peculiar structure, as if the eggshell-like edifice was capable of generating a protective field, effectively shielding us from radiation's intrusion. Lacking the necessary equipment to identify its nature, it was evident that the advanced humanity of this world far surpassed the civilization from which I originated, be it in bioengineering or scientific technology. My father created me in the year 2084, and by 2087, all humanity aboard the spacecraft had perished. It is difficult to comprehend how this civilization, having drifted through the cosmos for nearly 16,000 years, has evolved technologically. What calamities must have befallen them to drive them into such dire straits? Mikasa, oblivious to my contemplations, initiated a scan using the internal program of her tactical helmet. After a brief moment, she removed the helmet and shook her head, indicating her findings. No, we cannot ascertain the presence of objects or signs of life within through external scanning. This structure, if I am not mistaken, should be a Class 3 laboratory, equipped with a privacy field and a security system designed to contain hazardous samples and prevent viral or primordial leaks. It likely remains operational. Thus, We must approach on foot to uncover the truth. The group unanimously agreed to this strategy. With nightfall imminent, we were uncertain how many terrifying unknown creatures might emerge from the darkness. Remaining in the open would clearly not be a prudent choice. After checking our gear, I led the way, followed closely by Aaron and Mikasa, who remained vigilant for any support or reconnaissance. As we drew near to the structure, we were truly struck by its immense scale. This was no mere gymnasium or playground. It was a colossal edifice, rivaling the grandeur of a lavish high-speed rail station. Even I, towering nearly 4 meters, felt diminutive beneath its imposing presence. We conducted a brief observation of its magnificence before proceeding directly through the dim entrance. Activating our searchlights illuminated the previously shadowy surroundings. As we ventured deeper, our alertness heightened. We not only heard the rustling of numerous sounds, but also, through my electronic monocle and the tactical helmets of Aaron and Mikasa, observed a multitude of moving shadows congregating in the stairwells. Their gazes fixed upon us with expressions of greed and curiosity. Clearly, we had erred in our assumptions. Those were not members of the Survey Corps, nor were they human. They were grotesque, distorted beings, reminiscent of the unknown creatures from the Cthulhu mythos. They referred to themselves as the undead, and this place was known as the Village of the Undead. Chapter 61. Priceless treasure. The scene before us was exceedingly bizarre and terrifying, as though we were ensconced within the cavernous belly of some colossal creature. Our gaze could barely discern the indistinct outlines of the original walls, doors, windows, railings, and staircases of the building, which were now obscured by a plethora of unknown fleshy tumors and viscous slime. Moreover, a multitude of grotesque beings, reminiscent of Lovecraftian horrors, loomed on various floors of the edifice, their watchful eyes fixed upon us with a predatory gleam. I could distinctly sense the avarice and curiosity radiating from their stares, prompting me to urgently address Aaron and Mikasa. Iron Horse, Mikasa, please stay close to me. Their numbers are overwhelming. We may be in grave danger. Upon uttering these words, I swiftly unsheathed the chainsaw sword from my back, adopting a defensive stance. Observing my actions, Aaron and Mikasa wasted no time in positioning themselves back to back, their powered exoskeletons emitting a resonant hum, poised for battle. Our sudden display of readiness elicited wide-eyed astonishment from the surrounding twisted monstrosities, as if they were beholding some rare treasure, and they collectively erupted into a cacophony of awe. Just as we braced ourselves for an imminent assault, one of the creatures emerged from the throng, a terrifying figure. Its form appeared to be composed of a spine-like structure, measuring 2 meters in length, moving on 7 abdominal appendages, with spines protruding from its back, towering up to 3 meters when its neck was fully extended. However, the most astonishing aspect was its ability to communicate with us. As it approached, exhibiting no signs of hostility, it addressed us. Are you explorers who have come from below? My name is Emer. Welcome to the Village of the Revenants. It raised its elongated neck, scrutinizing us with palpable interest in our technological gear. Ah, how remarkable it is that you traversed the 5 abysses to arrive here. Your journey must have been arduous. Aaron gazed at the creature in shock, incredulity etched upon his face. You can speak? Emer, unfazed by Aaron's rudeness, having grown accustomed to such reactions, merely smiled, for it had welcomed countless explorers in the past. Is it not obvious? Of course I can speak, for I am a revenant. All of us here are revenants. We collectively established this village. Revenants? Village? I fell silent, listening intently while maintaining my vigilance. Mikasa's expression darkened, as though she had deduced something ominous. Only Aaron, recalling the mention of revenants by Commander Irwin, pressed on with further inquiries. What are revenants? Emer chuckled softly, its lack of distinct facial features not hindering the unsettling sound of its laughter. Revenants are those who have fallen into the abyss, becoming part of the netherworld. Unable to turn back, humans who have been irrevocably transformed. What? You were once human? Aaron stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, as if his worldview had been shattered, unable to accept the revelation. Meanwhile, Mikasa's thoughts echoed the notion that it was, indeed, as she feared. As for me, I found it utterly incomprehensible. How could humans transform into revenants? What had caused them to morph into these grotesque, distorted, and terrifying creatures? Had they lost all semblance of humanity, becoming nightmares of the abyss? Sensing our confusion and trepidation, Emer reassured us that the villagers of the Revenant village posed no threat. Their curiosity about outsiders was merely a reflection of their interest in the value we carried. Subsequently, Emer invited us to follow it on a tour of the village, explaining its origins and establishment along the way. A central theme in its narration was the notion that the human body has its limits. Without relinquishing their human forms, they could not survive in the harsh environment of the sixth layer of the abyss. With no hope of returning home, the creation of the Revenant village offered a sanctuary for explorers trapped in dire straits, providing them with a chance to survive. They did not compel outsiders to become revenants, as some individuals were innately inclined towards freedom. Rather than being eternally confined, they would prefer to perish outside. However, they typically endeavored to persuade newcomers to remain or engage in cooperation, seeking to enhance the overall value of the Revenant village. As I trailed behind, my heavy mechanical footsteps echoing, I inquired of Emer, "What do you mean by value?" Emer turned to regard me thoughtfully, then explained, "The term value refers to something that can be measured. It is a direct manifestation of human desire and obsession. The more significance humans attach to something, the higher its value. Conversely, that which is disregarded holds little value. The Revenant village, being isolated, does not produce value itself. All value is derived from the outside world. This not only sustains our existence, but also fills the voids of our desires and aspirations. To this end, we have established a marketplace where any goods can be bought and sold. Even outsiders can find treasures they seek within the market." Of course, it continued, "if you are willing to part with this ancient alchemical excavation automaton, I would greatly appreciate the opportunity to purchase it. I am prepared to offer a substantial price, which would naturally include some powerful relics. What do you say? Are you interested?" Aaron's face darkened at this, and he retorted vehemently, "The Star Core 001 is priceless. We will never sell it. Don't even dream of it." Emer regarded me once more, as if appraising a magnificent work of art. After a long pause, it sighed, a hint of resignation in its demeanor. "A priceless treasure, you say? That implies it holds immense worth, does it not? How unfortunate. Yet I remain steadfast in my belief that there is nothing in this world that cannot be measured by value. Once you spend some time in the Revenant village, you will come to understand this truth. All tangible items can be traded. The only difference lies in the amount offered." At this moment, both I, Aaron, and Mikasa simultaneously felt that this village of the undead might not be a place to linger. Let us hope that nothing unfortunate transpires in the near future. Chapter 62. The Value of Humanity. Soon, Emer led us to the periphery of a large bonfire, where wisps of cooking smoke curled into the air. Curiously, the areas surrounding the fire did not resemble a festive gathering or cooking space, but instead appeared to be some form of trap or expansive hunting ground. Along the nearby steps and railings stood numerous grotesque beings, armed with various weapons. We observed with curiosity, unable to comprehend what they were doing or what they might be awaiting. Emer noticed our confusion and smiled as he explained, "This event, known as the Hunting Festival, is specifically designed to lure mutated creatures from the outside world into this area at night through the use of light, heat, or scent, after which they are swiftly hunted down. As I previously mentioned, the village of the undead produces no inherent value. All value is derived from the outside. Thus, we periodically host such events to enhance the overall value of our village and sustain our needs." Aaron, taken aback, immediately asked, "Do you undead still require food and water?" Emer turned to Aaron and addressed his inquiry, "Of course. Despite our significant structural differences from humans, we still need to replenish our sustenance and hydration. The distinction lies in the fact that we do not fall ill, hence we are not picky eaters, whether it be sewage or rotting flesh. Our digestive systems readily accept it and swiftly convert it into the energy necessary for our life functions. Furthermore, we can endure pain and hunger for extended periods and redefine the concept of fatal injuries. That is all." "Is that truly all?" I thought, bemused. They are clearly monsters. Evidently, through Emer's explanation, we grasp that the undead are a new species that possesses human cognition yet exists beyond the human realm, perfectly adapted to the harsh environment of the abyss. Though individual differences may exist among them, in terms of melee combat prowess, they have undoubtedly surpassed humans, nearly indistinguishable from the mutated creatures of the abyss. If this group of undead harbored malevolent intentions, Eren and Mikasa could easily fall victim to a sudden, relaxed ambush, resulting in their swift demise. We must remain vigilant until we fully comprehend the true circumstances here. A sudden flurry of commotion interrupted our thoughts. Looking up, we saw a massive moth, drawn by the bonfire's glow, fly through the open roof. Once it landed, the previously hidden undead sprang forth in unison, shouting as they charged toward their long-awaited prey. The scene erupted into chaos, resembling a frenzied melee, as the brutal hunt unfolded before our eyes. Before long, the giant moth succumbed to the overwhelming assault of the undead, crashing to the ground lifelessly. Its carcass was swiftly dismantled, as if an army of ants were transporting it, leaving not a trace behind. Meanwhile, the victorious undead reveled in their bounty, their ecstatic cries echoing like maddening wails, a sound that grated on the human ear. Let us depart. This hunting activity will persist throughout the night. The cries of the undead can be an excruciating noise for humans, and prolonged exposure may induce distress or even fainting, Emer kindly warned, continuing to guide us to other areas for exploration. By the way, I haven't inquired about your purpose and resolve for coming here. You must understand, the journey to the city of no return is a one-way path. Few would venture here without compelling reasons, Emer casually questioned, as though discussing mundane matters. Mikasa remained silent due to her unique status, while I pondered the underlying meaning of his inquiry, suspecting it might harbor some unknown test. However, Eren, lacking such caution, promptly declared, "We are here to search for Commander Erwin of the Survey Corps and reunite with him. Additionally, we seek to uncover the truth of the world." Upon hearing Eren's declaration, Emer appeared unfazed. "Oh, searching for the whereabouts of comrades and investigating the world's truth? What a noble dream, much like my own adventures from years past. In truth, every villager in the village of the undead was once a courageous adventurer who dared to challenge the abyss. Whether for glory, wealth, dreams, hope, or redemption, we boldly stepped onto this land steeped in myth. Yet now, all that beauty has faded into the ether, and we, as the undead, are confined to this small village, perpetually nurturing our inner void and desires, resembling rotting corpses." Noticing the sudden silence behind him, Emer turned and offered an apologetic smile. "I apologize. I involuntarily began to reminisce about past events and sorrowful memories. Speaking of which, have you considered remaining in the village of the undead? After all, the outside world is perilously dangerous. It could be said that the journey of adventure has reached its conclusion. Even a step further toward the ultimate abyss would undoubtedly lead to death, as others have attempted and failed." Eren's eyes brightened. "You know the way to the ultimate abyss. Then, might you also know the whereabouts of the Survey Corps? If possible, could you share everything with us?" Emer appeared somewhat troubled, but began to explain. "The rules of the village of the undead dictate an equal exchange. This is the supreme law revered by all villagers. Information and intelligence are considered valuable commodities. If you wish to acquire them, you must offer something of your own in return. For instance, selling that ancient alchemical technology-crafted excavation automaton, or perhaps the sacred relic armor you wear." Upon hearing Emer suggest that Eren sell himself, I could not help but blink my azure electronic eye, glaring intently at him as if ready to strike him down. Clearly, Eren retorted without a moment's hesitation, "That is impossible." Emer, wriggling his foot, expressed his regret once more. "Very well, I shall first take you to explore the marketplace. There, you may sell your possessions or seek out desired items. We are willing to accept nearly anything of value. Even your hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, skins, bones, muscles, fats, eyeballs, and brains we would gladly purchase." This last statement, Emer refrained from voicing, fearing it might frighten them. In reality, Living humans and fresh human tissue hold immense value in the village of the undead, for it embodies their profound nostalgia and yearning for what they once lost. Chapter 63. The market in the village of the dead. The hour was still early, and the bioluminescent layers had only recently entered their dormant phase, lending a vibrant atmosphere to the village of the dead. Aside from the multitude of curious gazes we encountered along the way, we felt no excessive tension or paranoia. We were akin to tourists, following our guide, Emer, who regaled us with tales that transported us to a fantastical realm. This locale was not merely the only known safe haven within the abyss's sixth layer. It was also a gathering place brimming with wonders and mysteries, captivating us with its extraordinary and dreamlike qualities. As we passed various peculiar entities, we noted their forms resembled the bizarre life forms from the Cambrian explosion, showcasing an array of strange appearances as if evolution had no definitive aim. Each being seemed to manifest in whatever shape it desired, disregarding any notions of propriety. Some entities were grotesquely swollen, floating in the air like balloons, while others slithered on the ground like blobs of mud or slime. Still others appeared as grotesque amalgamations of animal limbs and organs, with some exhibiting features reminiscent of reproductive organs, utterly repulsive. These myriad forms bore no resemblance to their former human selves. Curiosity compelled me to inquire of Emer, "Why do the forms of your kind appear so diverse? It seems there is no unified standard." Emer regarded me with utmost politeness, replying, "The peculiarities of our bodies may be closely linked to our innermost desires. Thus, upon forsaking our humanity and transforming into the dead, we inevitably morph into manifestations of our inner cravings. As I previously mentioned, the individuals here were once courageous adventurers, each harboring their own motives to challenge the abyss. However, such motives ultimately give rise to desires, and when all avenues are exhausted, they are left to become one with this place as the dead. Choosing to sacrifice oneself to become one of us binds you to this realm, rendering escape impossible. Yet, as compensation, we receive forms that align with our desires and the protection of their power." In the midst of our conversation, Emer's tone shifted as he glanced at the cockpit on my chest, smiling as he said, "By the way, dear friend controlling this large, excavating puppet, aren't you considering stepping out to meet us? Remaining inside must be rather uncomfortable, no? Or is it that, as an esteemed adventurer, maintaining vigilance is a commendable trait?" Error code, unable to comprehend, commencing deep contemplation. Did he assume a driver occupied my cockpit? Had all my previous actions and words been misconstrued as human operation? This suggested a lack of exposure to computer AI and artificial intelligence on Emer's part. Beside me, Aaron and Mikasa stifled their laughter, refraining from exposing the misunderstanding. As Emer noted my hesitation to open the cockpit door and, after a polite refusal, did not press the matter further, he continued to lead us onward with a gentle smile. As we progressed, my electronic eye focused intently on Mikasa. Being of advanced humanity, she might possess insights into the secrets of the dead. Just as I prepared to pose my query, she shook her head, signaling for me to wait until later to discuss it. The matter concerning the dead was evidently more complex than I had anticipated, prompting me to ponder the underlying reasons for this phenomenon. What could drive individuals to abandon their humanity, retreating into obscurity simply to survive in despair? What then is the purpose of civilization? If mere survival is the goal, there would be no need to evolve into a civilization. One could simply transform into a cockroach. After all, cockroaches have thrived on Earth for 350 million years and, barring significant changes, are likely to endure for eons to come. Examining the essence of this phenomenon, I concluded that survival is not the fundamental driver of civilization. Adventure, exploration, and the quest for knowledge are the true catalysts for the emergence of civilization. Only by stepping beyond our comfort zones and venturing into perilous realms can we truly call it adventure. Only by traversing paths fraught with unknowns and obstacles can we claim to explore. Only by nurturing a curiosity about the world and harboring aspirations for the future, taking action in pursuit of those dreams, can we be said to seek knowledge. When these three elements unite, the flame of wisdom ignites. and the monument of civilization begins to rise. In reflecting upon humanity's history within the cosmos, it becomes evident that the development of advanced civilization necessitates these three conditions. Should one confine themselves to a bountiful, comfortable ecological niche, they will inevitably decline into oblivion or be internally ruptured by insatiable desires. I remain uncertain about the purpose of this laboratory or the entity that transforms humans into the dead. Yet, it is clear that the advanced beings studying this phenomenon must have their reasons. The spontaneous evolution of the dead and their remarkable adaptability hint at something deeper, perhaps related to the continuity or legacy of civilization. However, it is apparent that this process remains incomplete, or perhaps it is merely a half-finished product, harboring significant flaws unacceptable to humanity. Perhaps once we uncover the whereabouts of the survey core and the intelligence related to the ultimate abyss, we can unravel the mysteries surrounding this issue and endeavor to alleviate their plight. As we continued, we followed Emer to a grand internal structure, one of the few brightly lit and bustling locations in the nighttime of the Village of the Dead. Here we are, everyone. Welcome to the market of our Village of the Dead. Upon closer inspection, we observe the interior architecture cloaked in copious amounts of solidified secretions and moss, with an entrance resembling the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, extending down a staircase into the depths below. Through image processing, I could reconstruct its original form. It was not a staircase, but rather a large, approximately 20-meter high and at least 4-meter wide escalator. Below lay a vast plaza teeming with life, a cacophony of voices and bustling activity, creating a lively atmosphere. This was the market, or rather, the makeshift trading hub of the Village of the Dead, where numerous entities were displaying their wares, eagerly anticipating transactions to elevate their worth. Chapter 64. The high-tech weapons and equipment referred to as relics upon entering the bustling marketplace. We were immediately captivated by the vast array of goods on display. Among these items were numerous possessions and remnants carried by adventurers venturing into the abyss, such as excavation tools, backpacks, mining helmets, lead-acid batteries, lighting equipment, waterproof and windproof clothing, surveying boards, fire-starting tools, and more. However, their designs appeared quite antiquated, clearly showing signs of wear and tear, as if they had weathered countless storms and the passage of time. These antiques must have accompanied their owners through numerous perilous adventures, each bearing witness to countless thrilling tales, only to find themselves here now, rendered nearly obsolete and disregarded. It is essential to recognize that value is a measure of worth, reflecting the desires and obsessions within the human psyche. The more significance humans attribute to an object, the greater its inherent value. Conversely, items lacking interest diminish in worth. Thus, the once coveted cave exploration equipment that had sparked envy in Alan, now priced as if it were mere cabbage, appeared pitifully inexpensive in this marketplace. Alan spent a considerable time perusing the stalls until we reminded him to depart reluctantly. For us, those ordinary, low-value items held no allure. What we sought were intelligence and advanced equipment to enhance our chances of success in reaching the surface, namely, the high-tech relics referred to by the denizens of this market as sacred artifacts. As we continued our exploration, we indeed stumbled upon several stalls selling these relics. The sleek, geometric structures and the gleaming metallic surfaces were unmistakably products of advanced technology. Although most items were mechanical components and defective parts, Mikasa, an exceptional human, could almost instantly discern their functions. This included a power exoskeleton's arm actuator, the core unit of a PS650 water purifier, albeit slightly damaged, and a material purification transformation chamber. Though somewhat bulky, with a minor modification, it could produce clean, pollution-free protein blocks. The taste might resemble chewing wax, but at least it ensured a reliable food source. Another promising find was a short-range jetpack capable of carrying up to 360 kilograms. The only uncertainty lay in the remaining energy reserves. Mikasa meticulously sorted through the items, assessing their condition when she suddenly spotted an object that made her tremble with excitement. There, on display, was an electromagnetic rifle. Judging by its model, the GN 096 biological defense variant. Its penetrating power and destructive capability would undoubtedly surpass any experimental subject, except for the most perilous threats. Mikasa felt a surge of desire. Acquiring such a weapon, along with sufficient ammunition and energy, would enable them to navigate the sixth layer of the abyss with confidence, if not ensure their survival. However, before she could fully indulge her enthusiasm, she noticed an even larger metallic contraption that widened her eyes in disbelief. It was the military Titan's heavy armament, the Predator Cannon. The Predator Cannon, akin to the Vulcan Gatling gun used by military Titans, is a heavy fire suppression weapon designed for the most critical experimental breaches and deployed during large-scale containment failures. It features two attack modes, one capable of delivering an intense penetrating energy beam and another utilizing high-energy explosive projectiles. Furthermore, the weapon possesses an intelligent core that can automatically lock onto up to 6 enemies within its forward range and engage them simultaneously. In critical moments, it can sacrifice energy to activate a gunshield defense field, effectively blocking attacks from energy weapons, metal projectiles, and corrosive solutions for a duration of 6 seconds. Imagine equipping this formidable armament to the energy-unconstrained star Core 001. Its power would be unparalleled, capable of annihilating the entirety of the abyss. Mikasa, brimming with excitement, quickly approached the grotesquely twisted stall owner to inquire about the prices of the Predator Cannon and the electromagnetic rifle. The stall owner informed her that these two relics could be sold, but they required an item of equal value in exchange. However, our possessions were readily identifiable as lacking substantial worth. After deliberation, Mikasa and Alan resolved to trade a set of powered exoskeletons. Yet the response was clear: it was insufficient. The stall owner was evidently aware of the true value of these weapons. Furthermore, weapon-type relics are exceedingly rare, inherently more valuable than other types. Had the stall owner understood the operational principles, maintenance procedures, and methods for reusing these advanced weapons, they might not have been so readily available for sale. Nonetheless, the stall owner recognized Mikasa's keen interest in these items, and knowing their worth would only increase their price. Consequently, even when Alan and Mikasa begrudgingly offered 2 sets of powered exoskeletons and 2 tactical helmets, along with various scattered mechanical devices, the stall owner remained unmoved. Noticing our growing frustration, the stall owner smiled faintly and offered a seemingly generous hint. With a skeletal finger, it pointed at Mikasa and uttered a series of incomprehensible syllables. As confusion swept over us, our companion, Emer, stepped forward to elucidate the matter. Due to the diverse forms of the denizens, many of the beings lacked vocal organs or, although possessing them, could not produce human language. Thus, beings like Emer, capable of articulate speech, were exceedingly rare within the village. Mikasa nodded and asked Emer what the stall owner had just said. Emer glanced at the smiling stall owner before turning back to Mikasa. It mentioned that you possess a value it desires. My body. Do I have some overlooked trinket? Let me search, Mikasa said, as she began rummaging through her pockets. However, Emer quickly interrupted her. No, not that. It refers to you as a whole. We all paused, bewildered, awaiting Emer's explanation. With a voice reminiscent of bones creaking, Emer uttered a chilling declaration. In truth, you possess considerable value. Whether it be your eyes, skin, fat, muscle, or organs, each holds significant worth. If you do not intend to sell them separately, you may offer your entire self. In such a case, Emer would be interested in purchasing you. With that, a card emerged from Emer's body, displaying a string of digital currency. Coupled with its grotesque appearance, it resembled a demon from the abyss, luring humanity with its insidious whispers. It seemed to beckon, make your choice. Sell your flesh, even your soul, to me. Join us and remain forever in this secure village of the undead. Chapter 65, The Great Sage? As soon as those words were uttered, Eren immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Mikasa. After a brief moment of shock, Mikasa's expression shifted to one of slight indignation. Meanwhile, she pondered inwardly. Could it be that my identity as a superior human has been discerned? Surely not. Thus, with a tone of displeasure, she directed her inquiry at Emer. Are you suggesting that you wish to seize my genes? However, Emer simply shook her head while displaying her digital currency, replying with a nonchalant demeanor. No, you have misunderstood my intentions. I merely wish to purchase your entirety. If possible, we would also like to acquire your male companion beside you. In doing so, the village of the dead could continuously breed humanity, thereby generating significant value. Of course, all of this hinges on your willingness. As I mentioned before, anything tangible possesses value and can be sold. Your reluctance to part with yourselves is merely a reflection of the inadequate offers presented, failing to entice you. In truth, your arduous journey to the city of no return must have imparted a crucial lesson. To acquire what one has never possessed, one must undertake actions one has never dared to do. Since your dreams and aspirations involve confronting the ultimate vortex of the seventh layer to unveil the truth of the world, you must relinquish your past dignity and pride, as well as your conventional wisdom and understanding. For those who cannot learn to let go will forever remain devoid of genuine rewards. Furthermore, survival in this perilous abyss, devoid of mercy, is unattainable. In my view, you could feasibly sell a part of your body to obtain what you desire in exchange for your freedom. For instance, losing an arm would not jeopardize your life, and you could replace it with a mechanical prosthetic or a metallic sword. Similarly, removing an eye may narrow your vision, yet it remains bearable. Moreover, as long as your health is intact, sacrificing a kidney would not pose significant issues. Naturally, if you could sell yourselves entirely to us, that would be the most preferable outcome. Rather than perish uselessly outside, consumed by various mutated creatures and ultimately reduced to excrement and soil, it would be wiser to secure a good price for yourselves here. What blasphemous rhetoric is this? Has the character and mindset of humans here, since transforming into the dead, undergone such a profound distortion? To utter words that could subvert one's worldview? Feeling the avaricious gazes of the surrounding dead, Aaron and Mikasa instinctively tensed up. At that moment, I stood half-leaning, resembling a towering mountain, positioned behind Aaron and Mikasa, and issued a cold mechanical voice towards Emer. Are you threatening us? Do you intend to force a sale? Or perhaps you plan to seize us? Why are you so desperate for human bodily tissues? Do you intend to consume them? I was fully prepared to act. Should conflict arise, I would lead Aaron and Mikasa to break free. I would never allow a repeat of the cannibalistic incident I witnessed aboard the Doomsday ship to occur to them. Emer glanced up at me, silently stepping back, then explained with a smile. Generally speaking, items purchased belong to private property. How others choose to dispose of them is their prerogative. Thus, it is not entirely ruled out that they might be used for consumption. However, most of the dead do not squander resources in such a manner. Our desire for human bodily tissues stems from a longing to graft and fuse them onto ourselves, aspiring to resemble humans more closely or attain a semblance of humanity. But you need not worry. Theft and the forcible acquisition of others' value, as well as inequitable transactions, are strictly prohibited within the village of the dead. Violators will face severe punishment. The great sage of the village of the dead governs these laws. We all must adhere to them. The great sage? Who might that be? A chorus of inquiries arose from the crowd. Emer patiently continued her explanation. The great sage is not a singular individual, but rather the highest will of the village of the dead. It is formless and intangible, yet omnipresent. It governs all miraculous changes and rules within the village of the dead. One could even say it embodies the village itself. It was the great sage that initially accepted us and bestowed upon us the opportunity to survive. The price we paid was to offer our human forms as a sacrifice to it, becoming its followers, transformed into dead, and eternally remaining here. Upon hearing this, both Mikasa and I simultaneously entertained a thought. This great sage is likely the intelligent management program of this Class A laboratory. If Mikasa, as a superior human, could engage in direct dialogue with the great sage, could we not leverage her authority as an enforcer to control it? In turn, could we not govern the entire village of the dead? No wonder these grotesquely terrifying beings adhere to regulations. It appears they are managed by an intelligent program. Presently, it remains unclear how to initiate communication with the great sage, nor do we know if these rules similarly constrain us. Therefore, It would be prudent to refrain from provoking conflict here, lest we incur the wrath of the Intelligent Management Program. Thus, upon my suggestion, Aaron and Mikasa temporarily abandoned their transaction with the vendor. It was impossible for them to sell themselves or any parts of their bodies. After all, there was no immediate urgency to make a decision. We would continue exploring. At the very least, we needed to ascertain whether the Survey Corps had previously visited this place. If they had, where had they ventured next? Without this vital intelligence, even if we managed to leave the village of the dead safely, we would be at a loss as to our next destination. After all, the vastness of the sixth-layer abyss is fraught with peril. In the absence of fresh water and without a clear objective, aimlessly searching would only lead Aaron and Mikasa into danger. Subsequently, we continued to meander through the marketplace, with Emer trailing closely behind us, serving as a translator and guide, as if the earlier unpleasantness had never transpired. Before long, I noticed a vendor selling a certain adorable and docile little creature. This creature resembled a guinea pig, but was as large as a cat and emitted delightful mewing sounds. It appeared soft and fluffy, with sleek fur that promised a delightful tactile experience. Just as I contemplated that this might be a pet for sale, intended for the dead seeking companionship to alleviate their monotonous and solitary existence, a buyer who resembled a toad approached. The buyer peered into the enclosure, and the adorable creatures immediately gathered around with curiosity, akin to a pack of eager huskies awaiting selection. The buyer affectionately stroked the head of one of the little creatures, seemingly enamored, before communicating something to the vendor. The vendor nodded and, rising with limbs reminiscent of a Cthulhu-like creature, extracted the chosen little animal from the enclosure. Then, before the buyer's eyes, it twisted its neck, severing it. The little creature's body was gruesomely torn apart shortly thereafter, its innards and flesh meticulously separated and prepared for packaging. And thus, the transaction concluded with money exchanged for goods. I stood there, utterly stunned, rendered speechless for an extended period. It became evident that judging the village of the dead through the lens of human morality, values, and common sense was not only an act of arrogance, but also a colossal misjudgment. For they were no longer human. They were an intelligent species with an entirely new moral standard, value system, and logical reasoning. Evidently, these small creatures have fallen victim to the domestication of the village of Shingai, reduced to mere exotic delicacies. This provokes a thought. If Aaron and Mikasa were indeed to sell themselves to Shingai, could their fate parallel that of these hapless animals? Once their numbers swell to the point of commonality, the outcome would become painfully clear. Star Core 001, what are you gazing at over there? Come here quickly. We have discovered a vendor specializing in intelligence and contract tasks. All right, I'm on my way. I cast one last glance at those adorable, mewing creatures ensconced within the stall's enclosure, innocent and blissfully unaware. Without lingering, I turned away, emitting a mechanical rumble as I strode heavily onward, choosing to depart without looking back. Chapter 66. The Intelligence of the Survey Corps. Upon arriving at the information stall, we were greeted by a plethora of hand-drawn illustrated booklets detailing the myriad of creatures inhabiting the sixth layer of the abyss, the city of no return. These tomes delineated not only the appearances and behaviors of these beings, but also their degrees of danger and the edible parts of their anatomy. A mere glance was sufficient to ascertain the high credibility of the contents. However, to delve into the intricate details, one would need to purchase these volumes. While such information may hold little value for the local revenants, it is of paramount importance for novice adventurers, as it could significantly enhance the odds of survival for humanity within the city of no return. Nonetheless, despite the rarity of this information, it was not our immediate concern. What we desperately sought was intelligence regarding the whereabouts of the Survey Corps. Once we established contact with them, we would gain access to supplies, information, and a heightened sense of security. We promptly conveyed our intentions to the stall owner through Emer's translation. He acknowledged that he was aware of the Survey Corps location, but insisted on receiving something of equal worth in exchange. Fortunately, intelligence, while valuable, does not possess the same rarity as sacred relics. Information has a finite lifespan, and once that expires, its worth diminishes considerably. Thus, The stall owner's demands were not exorbitant. He did not require a sacrifice of heart or sight from Aaron and Mikasa. After a series of negotiations, we ultimately exchanged the mushroom spores we had brought in the Titan's Cup for this rudimentary intelligence regarding the Survey Corps. According to the information provided, the Survey Corps had passed through this area 3 days prior, utilizing their vertical maneuvering equipment, communication devices, hand-cranked lamps, and various odds and ends to procure a detailed map of the 6th layer of the abyss, along with a biological compendium and some supplies, including a dish made from the young of small animals. Consuming these young while still fresh could delay or mitigate the burdens imposed by the Ascension Curse, akin to the effects of radiation. The Survey Corps did not linger long in the Revenant village, as the majority of their members felt profound discomfort and fear upon realizing that these grotesque, twisted revenants were once human. It was as if they were witnessing their ultimate fate. The final remarks of this rudimentary intelligence read as follows. Their numbers total over 100, but only around 20 of the rock lizards remain. It is evident that their morale is exceedingly low, and there are several wounded among them. Though they maintain a courteous demeanor, their smiles are strained. The gaze of humanity cannot be feigned. They harbor fear and loathing towards us. Our very existence unsettles them, prompting a constant vigilance and an eagerness to vacate the village at the earliest opportunity. We felt pity for their departure, for they would surely perish outside without purpose. Simultaneously, we lamented their choice to squander their potential, unwilling to join us, instead becoming the very existence we once regretted and yearned for. If given another chance, would we still forsake our fearless resolve, courage, and the last vestiges of human dignity? From this brief intelligence, it became clear that the Survey Corps found themselves in dire straits. Departing with fewer than 300 individuals and over 50 rock lizards, they had suffered significant losses. Their situation was indeed grave. Moreover, they had no path of retreat. They could either advance or become mere refuse within the abyss. Even with the knowledge that transforming into revenants could grant them survival, they pressed on in their quest for the truth of the world. This may encapsulate the essence of the saying, "To hear the way in the morning is worth dying in the evening." The barriers to humanity's pursuit of truth have never been the confines of this cage-like world. Rather, they stem from the ever-looming uncertainty, hesitation, and fear within their own hearts. Upon learning this outcome, we exchanged glances, suppressing the urge to immediately exit the village in search of the Survey Corps. We resolved to spend the night in the Revenant village, preparing thoroughly, and to set out at the relative safety of dawn. At the very least, we had discerned the direction of the Survey Corps, and thus, there was little left to fear. Deep within the Revenant village, a serpentine creature, adorned in scales and exuding a terrifying presence, suddenly opened its eyes. This 30-meter-long, pale-faced white serpent seemed to awaken from slumber, roused by an enigmatic scent. It flicked its tongue, savoring the aromas wafting through the air, as if striving to confirm something. Moments later, a grin stretched from its mouth to the back of its head, and it began to weep joyfully. At last it has arrived. This is the scent of Ackerman, the bloodline of the divine. Christopher, is it you? Have you returned? I have awaited this day for far too long. Chapter 67. Trouble approaches subsequently. We sold some items of little significance to us at the market in the village of the dead, and after exchanging them for a certain amount of digital currency, we were arranged by Emer to stay at an inn. I must say, the inn in the village of the dead was indeed imbued with a rich, otherworldly charm. It featured lighting crafted from the eyeballs of unknown creatures, tables and chairs that could walk on long legs, and complimentary beverages made from vomit available for guests to indulge in at will, among other peculiarities. It was nothing short of a bizarre dream, an eye-opening experience, as if one were inside some organism, mingling with a colony of parasites. Even though I could only crouch outside the endowed my size and did not enter, I could still hear the continuous complaints from Aaron and Mikasa through the communication channel. With the shared vision from my tactical helmet, I witnessed a series of amusing scenes unfolding within. First and foremost was the innkeeper, resembling a long-necked specter, who not only could extend a tongue a meter long, but whose neck stretched almost to the ceiling. For humans, this would surely be a fright. Yet I found it rather amusing, marveling at the wonders of life. Secondly, the decor within the inn's rooms was decidedly macabre. It was evident that what once may have been a standard dormitory had now been adorned with various solidified, unknown secretions, resembling a drain that had not been cleaned for years, appearing quite disgusting and viscous. Finally, there was the food at the inn. Due to the peculiar physiology of the inhabitants, they were entirely unafraid of food poisoning or contracting diseases. Thus, fresh food was a luxury for them to enjoy. While their usual fare comprised moldy, foul-smelling, and decayed substances that attracted swarms of insects. Just a glance or a whiff was enough to make Aaron and Mikasa feel nauseous. Consequently, we had no choice but to seek Emer's advice on what human-friendly and reasonably priced food options were available. The answer we received was a certain creature's reproductive organ. However, based on previous human accounts of its flavor, it was said to be quite delicious, so we decided to give it a try. Aaron and Mikasa, with somber expressions, reluctantly ordered 2 servings of this dark delicacy as suggested by Emer. Yet, overcoming their psychological barriers, they were pleasantly surprised by its unexpectedly delightful taste. After indulging heartily, the hour grew late, and we began to extinguish the lights to sleep. Mikasa took the bed, Aaron slept on the floor, and as for me, who did not require sleep and could not power down normally, I connected to their discarded tactical helmets to maintain an all-night vigil. As the lights of the surrounding houses extinguished one by one, I remained, blinking my azure electronic eye in solitude amidst the stillness of the night, observing my surroundings. It was evident that the inhabitants also needed rest. Despite their bizarre forms, they had not transcended the fundamental characteristics of living beings. At times, they even retained some human behaviors and habits. Should they have the ability to reproduce on their own, they might evolve into a new civilization. Nevertheless, as of now, I had yet to discern any features of a reproductive system among them. Coupled with the fact that their lifespans could not reach eternity, they would eventually face extinction. Thus, was this the core reason they urged wandering adventurers to remain and join their village, becoming part of the dead? For it was only through such means that they could increase their numbers and maintain the fragile balance and illusory prosperity of the village of the dead. Oh, life and civilization resemble an endless cycle. If one does not wish to wither away, change must be embraced. Either one must foster a civilization or nurture oneself. If I were in their position, would there come a day when I would begin to create a mechanical civilization of my own? Or would I strive to find a path to sustain human civilization? And for that, would I toil tirelessly, offering selfless devotion and sacrifice? I began to indulge in my musings again. Whenever the night grew deep and silence enveloped me in solitude, I habitually contemplated the future and various emotional topics that only humans would discuss. Perhaps, deep within my heart, I fantasized about one day becoming a true human being, like my father and Aaron. The night passed uneventfully until the following morning. The glow emanating from the fluorescent layer shone through the dilapidated dome of the eggshell structure, illuminating the village of the dead in stark contrast to the eerie scene of the previous night, presenting a complete reversal. The green moss covering various doors, walls, and corridors, along with the vibrant plants cultivated within the village, created a picturesque scene teeming with life. It resembled the enchanting scenes depicted in fairy tales, or the poignant beauty of nature gradually reclaiming the remnants of civilization in a post-apocalyptic world. Even the grotesque and distorted forms of the inhabitants appeared less terrifying than imagined, instead exuding an air of mystery and absurdity that made one yearn to explore further. Aaron and Mikasa awoke, having enjoyed an exceptionally restful sleep in the depths. They emerged invigorated and brimming with energy, as if they possessed boundless vitality. Upon exiting the inn, they greeted me with cheerful good morning, Star Core 001. I reciprocated. Good morning, Aaron, Mikasa. Such simple yet heartfelt greetings aptly reflected the preciousness of our camaraderie in the abyss. Soon, a new day commenced. We tidied our belongings, preparing to continue our exploration of the village. If we could not find an opportunity to exchange for electromagnetic rifles and predator cannons, we would have to abandon that pursuit. Although we had considered locating the main control room to alter the Archmage's control privileges, the potential uncertainties involved were far too great, and it could easily backfire. Firstly, we were unfamiliar with the layout of this place, and the stakes were high, with numerous eyes constantly watching us. Recklessly wandering and inquiring could easily provoke the inhabitants' disdain and suspicion. Secondly, it was uncertain whether we could even modify the Archmage's control privileges. As such, top-tier laboratories necessitated specific identity verifications for entry and manipulation, with strict management protocols in place. Even if Mikasa was an enforcer among the higher echelons of humanity, she could not guarantee success without the proper permissions. Thus, after a serious discussion, we collectively agreed that it was wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. The Survey Corps' current predicament was undoubtedly dire. It was best to leave the village and reunite with them. If our reckless actions were to provoke the inhabitants' displeasure and result in our being stranded here, it would be a costly miscalculation. However, while we did not wish to attract trouble, trouble was not averse to finding us. Before long, a 30-meter-long white snake with a human face began to slither toward us, evoking fear and retreat among the surrounding inhabitants. Chapter 68. The White-Scaled Thunder Serpent. Mikhail, we immediately noticed the unusual situation. Observing that the human-faced white serpent was advancing towards our location, it became evident that this visitor harbored ill intentions. A glance back revealed that even Emer, who served as our translator and guide, was trembling, retreating a few steps in fear. In an instant, both Eren and Mikasa comprehended the gravity of the situation. They exchanged a knowing look, their bodies tensing in readiness for action. I positioned myself in front of them, prepared to obstruct the approach of the human-faced serpent. Before long, the 30-meter-long serpent, flicking its tongue as if savoring the fragrant air, locked its gaze onto Mikasa. Is that not Christopher? Then who are you? Another Ackerman? I can smell the divine bloodline within you. Divine bloodline? What is this creature speaking of? Does it refer to Mikasa's status as an exalted being? I raised my mechanical claw without hesitation, pointing it at the serpent while issuing a chilling warning. Do not come any closer. The person you seek is not here. The white-scaled serpent twisted its body, glancing first at Mikasa, then at me, and let out a menacing grin. No, the one I seek is indeed her. The Ackerman bloodline is exceedingly rare. I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Speak, how much? I shall buy her. Before Eren and Mikasa could respond, I interjected vehemently. Absolutely not. Humanity is free and invaluable. They belong to no one but themselves. Yet my words only incited laughter from the serpent. Ha ha ha. In the village of the undead, there is nothing I cannot acquire. All tangible things hold their worth. Seizing the moment, Emer urgently tugged at Eren and Mikasa's clothing, urging them to flee the village. Who is that? Why is it so arrogant? Eren inquired, bewildered. Emer quickly explained, it is the strongest entity in our village. The first undead transformed from a human. We call it the white-scaled thunder serpent, Mikhail, possessing immense physical prowess and the ability to wield thunder. It has been granted exceptional privileges by the great sage. It resides in a sanctum known as the Generator Room and can converse directly with the great sage. Among us, it is the oldest existence, driven by deep desires, a fierce temperament, and ruthless methods. At times, it is recognized as the great sage's enforcer, possessing the authority to execute other undead and receiving blessings that disregard the rules. In the village of the undead, it is the true sovereign. No one can defy it. Typically, it spends most of its time sleeping in the sanctum, rarely emerging. Now, we must leave, no more questions. If caught, your skin and muscle will be flayed alive. Over the past 2 centuries, it has killed at least 17 humans. Damn, such a malevolent being. We must hurry. Just as Eren grasped Mikasa's hand and turned to flee with Emer, the white-scaled thunder serpent, Mikhail, struck. It moved with astonishing swiftness, attempting to bypass my defense and seize Mikasa. I would not allow it to pass so easily. In my eyes, its speed resembled that of a crawling snail. Utilizing precise calculations, I ensnared its serpentine body and, with a powerful hydraulic clamp from my mechanical legs, yanked it back with a resounding snap. Hiss! The white-scaled thunder serpent, Mikhail was furious. It abruptly turned and launched a lightning-fast attack against me. I countered with my mechanical claw, producing a harsh grinding sound against its armored scales, leaving a clear gash. The sudden eruption of our fierce battle sent the surrounding undead into a panic. They fled into nearby structures, barricading doors and windows, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. They had witnessed Mikhail's terrifying strength and did not believe a cumbersome mechanical puppet could possibly triumph over it. Besides, should the rules of the village be broken, the great sage would intervene. As the battle raged on, a chilling alarm echoed through the building, followed by an invisible force pressing down upon me, rendering my mechanical body nearly immobile. In stark contrast, the white-scaled thunder serpent, Mikhail, remained unfazed by the pressure, seizing the opportunity to ensnare me, its body crackling with energy as it began to radiate a brilliant blue light. A surge of electrical arcs erupted, causing my entire form to convulse violently. Within mere seconds, my vision darkened, and my azure electronic eye flickered out. Mikhail gazed mockingly at my incapacitated, smoking form, its human face twisted in derisive laughter. To defeat such a power-driven armored puppet, one merely needs to unleash a potent electric current to scorch its circuits and its pilot. The occupant within must surely be dead. This is the fate of those who oppose me. No. Core 001. Aaron, fleeing alongside Emer, suddenly glanced back, only to witness a heart-wrenching scene. A cry of anguish tore from his throat. This cannot be. Core 001 is too strong to lose. This is not real. I will return to avenge it. Mikasa quickly grasped Aaron's arm as he turned to draw his weapon, urgently exclaiming, "Do not let its sacrifice be in vain, Aaron. We must exit the village and regroup with the Survey Corps." Their conversation reached the ears of the white-scaled thunder serpent, Mikhail. "Attempt to flee? I shall not grant you that opportunity. The divine bloodline must be preserved. She is my only hope of escape from here." With that, Mikhail released my paralyzed, smoking body and, like a bolt of lightning, surged towards the direction where Mikasa had fled. In that moment, I seemed to hear Aaron's desperate call, and I reignited the power switch from the depths of darkness. With a resonant hum, my azure electronic eye flickered back to life. I braced myself against the ground, drew my chainsaw sword from my back, and, like an undead warrior returned from the netherworld, I erupted with a thunderous mechanical roar, charging fiercely towards the white-scaled thunder serpent. Mikhail. Chapter 69. The Arbiter, Mikasa. Initially, out of respect for the fact that the adversary was once a human and a great explorer, I intended to issue a mere warning or lesson. After all, recklessly unleashing violence on another's territory could yield dire consequences, potentially inciting hostility and rejection from the villagers of Shokai towards Aaron and his companions. However, it was evident that the enemy had aimed to eliminate me, seeking to place Aaron and Mikasa in grave danger. Thus, I resolved to cast aside any lingering hesitations or reservations. Upon hearing Aaron's call in the darkness, I followed the sound's guidance and reignited my power source. I rose from my charred and smoking mechanical form, unsheathing the chainsaw sword from my back, charging forth towards the white-scaled thunder serpent, Mikhail, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. I refrained from emitting any roars or cries, for the thunderous mechanical roar and the chainsaw's reverberation served as the most formidable and potent response to my foe. Upon hearing the sounds behind it, the white-scaled thunder serpent, Mikhail, turned around in disbelief. Its human-like visage bore a pair of vertical pupils radiating with malice and venom, although it yearned to retaliate against this foolish intruder, dismantling him piece by piece and ultimately swallowing the human within the cockpit to let him experience the despair of being corroded by acid and crushed by muscle contractions. It recognized that the Ackerman was on the verge of escaping Shokai village. The serpent discerned the gravity of the situation. Once I capture that Ackerman, I shall return to deal with you." With that, the white-scaled thunder serpent, Mikhail, swiftly distanced itself from me, leveraging its agility. Meanwhile, Aaron and Mikasa, under the guidance of Emer, neared the exit of Shokai village. The dawn of escape was within sight. "Hurry, the exit is just ahead." Once out of the village, Mikhail can no longer pursue you. Emer, leading the way, moved with the swiftness of a galloping steed, her multiple appendages propelling her forward. However, a thunderous crash erupted from behind. Mikhail's tail lashed out, shattering a nearby residence and sending a torrent of debris and innocent souls seeking refuge within it hurtling towards the exit. "Be careful," Emer exclaimed as she instinctively threw herself against Aaron and Mikasa, who were unable to halt their momentum in time. A deafening rumble ensued, enveloping them in a cloud of dust. When they regained their senses, they discovered that the exit had been barricaded by a multitude of crumbled structures. Clearing the path would undoubtedly consume precious time. Moreover, they noticed Emer, who had sacrificed herself to save them, her body half buried beneath the rubble. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed towards her, intent on using their powered exoskeletons to free her. But in their eagerness, they inadvertently pulled her body apart, releasing a cascade of viscous green fluids and unidentifiable organs that splattered across the ground, leaving Aaron and Mikasa profoundly shaken. Why would you go to such lengths for us?" Aaron's voice trembled with disbelief. Emer managed a faint smile. "Do not worry. This is not a fatal wound for a shokai. As for why I assist you so, I simply cannot bear to see the purity of humanity tarnished. Though we shokai have gradually lost our humanity, we still remember the beauty of our former existence. I refuse to allow that beauty to decay and wither like the grotesque beings we have become. We are trapped in this confined village. While we can survive, we have forfeited our freedom. If you can uncover the truth of this world on our behalf, it would remedy the dreams and regrets we were unable to fulfill." As Emer spoke, her voice grew fainter, akin to a final soliloquy. All tangible entities possess intrinsic value, yet the intangible essence within humanity is priceless, elusive, and unattainable. Once lost, one may never return to the past. Never return to the past. Aaron and Mikasa watched helplessly as Emer's body gradually withered, devoid of life. Yet, time was not on their side for mourning. Taking advantage of this fleeting moment, the white-scaled thunder serpent, Mikhail, closed the distance with alarming speed. It leaped forth, displaying an astonishing velocity, its sinister grin aimed directly at Mikasa and Aaron. Realizing there was no path of retreat, both were filled with righteous indignation, prepared to fight with all their might. "Ha ha ha, the blood of the gods shall be mine." Aaron pushed Mikasa aside, positioning himself defiantly before the white-scaled thunder serpent, unleashing a thunderous roar as he prepared to strike this fearsome beast with the courage of a mortal. Kill. His pupils dilated, hair standing on end, his body trembling, yet exuding an overwhelming aura. "Aaron, no." Mikasa, having been unexpectedly shoved aside, reached out in vain to grasp Aaron. Time seemed to slow, creating an insurmountable chasm between them. In that moment, she seemed to hear Aaron's heart. "How could I possibly allow the girl I cherished to perish before my eyes?" Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a colossal iron beast emerged, stirring a tremendous cloud of dust and noise, synchronously swinging its sword alongside Aaron, striking the serpent's body with force. Roar! A violent lash ensued, accompanied by anguished screams and a flurry of flesh, heralding the commencement of a new battle. Star Core 001. "I knew you wouldn't perish." Aaron's eyes sparkled with fervor, his excitement nearly overwhelming. I directed my Azure electronic eye towards him before swiftly pulling him into my cockpit. Iron control. The enemy is formidable, not only possessing agility and speed, but also capable of emitting high-voltage currents. Furthermore, the intelligent management program within Shokai Village appears to favor it, leaving us susceptible to force field suppression. The current situation is dire. Aaron smiled faintly, seemingly granting me immense confidence and courage. "With you here, there is nothing to fear. Let us strike together." Star Core 001. Eliminate it. Instantly, the azure light within my electronic eye shimmered even more brightly. Grasping my chainsaw sword, I braved the force field's constraints, engaging in a fierce battle against the furious and roaring white-scaled thunder serpent, Mikhail. Mikasa observed our valiant struggle and the recent loss of Emer. Gritting her teeth and clenching her fists, as if making a profound decision. Suddenly, her eyes radiated with golden streams of data. I am designated 039 Mikasa Ackerman. In the name of the Arbiter, I activate the Civil Emergency Oversight Protocol. Chapter 70. Take me away. Alan. With my formidable armor and weight, wielding a chainsaw sword that glimmered with a cold light and erupted with a thunderous roar, I advanced steadily to collide once more with the white-scaled thunder serpent, Michael. To be frank, my adversary was remarkably strong. Although I had inflicted considerable damage upon it earlier, for the muscle-bound, 30-meter-long aberration that is Michael, such injuries were trifling. As Emer had previously elucidated, the so-called aberrations are a category of grotesque beings characterized by extraordinary adaptability and resilience, effectively redefining what constitutes a lethal wound. Despite the fact that Emer, reduced to a mere half of its former self, appeared lifeless, a simple scan revealed that it still possessed vital signs. It was merely gravely wounded, having entered a state of minimal energy expenditure. This underscores the astonishing vitality of these aberrations. Perhaps even if I were to saw this creature in two, I would not be able to truly extinguish its life. Moreover, Michael was no easy target. Its speed and agility surpassed my own. Even though I could perceive its movements, my cumbersome mechanical form was constrained by physical limitations, preventing me from matching my reaction speed. Coupled with the intelligent management system of the laboratory exerting a force field suppression upon me, I found myself barely coping, continually drawn into arduous combat. With a roar, we once again clashed, producing a cacophony that sent debris flying and raised clouds of dust. Michael executed a sweeping tail maneuver, elegantly turning to elevate its head and torso high, unleashing a deafening roar. Subsequently, its massive serpentine body crackled with violent electricity, surging towards me like a bolt of lightning, intent on obliterating everything in its path. I swiftly rolled to the side, adeptly evading its onslaught, and then swung my chainsaw sword with ferocity, opting to counterattack. Instantly, a massive wound was inflicted, blood splattering as Michael writhed in agony, the scene becoming increasingly intense. With a pained cry, Michael erupted with rage. Its entire body moved fluidly, immediately swinging its tail towards my blind spot. Bang! In an instant, I lost my balance, swept off my feet by its overwhelming force. I intended to regain my footing and continue the fight, but the hydraulic joints of my mechanical limbs creaked under immense pressure. Has the force field level increased again? It seems that the longer the battle drags on, the more severe the punitive suppression from the intelligent management system will become. If this continues, my mechanical bearings and framework will shatter, and, inevitably, Alan will meet his doom. Therefore, I must resort to that item. Michael, indifferent to my thoughts, glared at me with fierce intensity, adopting a new attack stance and charging towards me, determined to rend me to pieces. Feeling the oppressive force field and the impending menace, I had little time to ponder. I swiftly retrieved two tightly wrapped bundles of insulated, waterproof materials from my backpack. These were cluster detonators I had secretly prepared before our departure. Without hesitation, I tore open one bundle and hurled it at Michael's face. Though Michael had never encountered such an object, it quickly deduced that it was a projectile weapon. Its arrogant demeanor led it to believe that if it simply exploded or swatted it away, it would pose no threat. Soon, however, it would experience the consequences of its ignorance. As the electrical sparks ignited the bundle before Michael, it detonated explosively, showering the upper half of its serpentine form with blood and scales, leaving it a mangled wreck. The excruciating pain drove Michael into a frenzy, its 30-meter-long body thrashing about, demolishing everything in its vicinity. I will carve you alive, I swear. The frenzied currents stimulated Michael's nerves, muscles, and fury, enabling it to suppress its injuries and fixate menacingly on the other bundle of cluster detonators in my grasp. Without a moment's thought, it lunged at me. Danger! My Azure electronic eye flickered violently, and I instantly comprehended its intentions. In this scenario, where I was entirely immobilized by the force field, Michael could easily annihilate both me and Alan. Should it unleash high-voltage electricity at close range, it would incinerate both me and Alan in the cockpit. There was only one solution. I would use my body as a shield to protect Alan, positioning myself beneath him, and then detonate the final bundle of cluster detonators at close range, ensuring mutual destruction. If calculated correctly, Alan could survive the blast, sustaining only 66 damage to his mechanical integrity, still capable of fighting. In a flash, all decisions and actions transpired within mere seconds. Once I hurled Alan from the cockpit and shielded him beneath me, he looked at me in bewilderment, questioning, Star Core 001. What are you doing? We will survive. Iron Steed. I replied, winking with my Azure electronic eye and softly uttering, Protocol 3. Then boom. A colossal explosion resonated, the shockwave sweeping away everything in its vicinity. All the spectators among the aberrations bore expressions of fear and awe, as if witnessing a battle beyond their comprehension. Particularly, upon witnessing the devastation of the battlefield, they trembled in terror. However, they had grossly underestimated the resilience of the aberrations. Even after enduring 2 such explosions, Michael remained far from death. Now, I found myself subjected to a frenzied retaliation from the bloodied and battered Michael, utterly defenseless against its onslaught. First, my legs were shattered, then my arms contorted, and finally, the electronic eye serving as my external sensory device suffered violent damage, with my body sustaining 87 damage, teetering on the brink of complete failure. Moments later, Alan staggered to his feet, struggling against the intense disorientation. Clutching his throbbing head, he repeatedly called my name, but all I could emit was a hoarse electrical noise, attempting to warn him not to approach. Yet, Michael soon detected Alan's presence, revealing a cruel smile as it slowly opened its massive jaws, exposing a row of razor-sharp fangs, ready to pounce on him. However, in the next instant, a powerful force field descended, forcefully pinning Michael to the ground. Upon closer inspection, I saw Mikasa approaching, her eyes radiating golden streams of data as she advanced steadily towards the center of the battlefield. Within her mind, an electronic voice resonated. Quantum brainwave connection established. Laboratory permissions have been altered. The intelligent management system will now heed the commands of the executor. Commencing force field suppression on biological subject 001. Cowering on the ground, Michael writhed in agony, high-voltage electricity coursing across its body as it struggled to escape this formidable restraint. However, under the command issued by Mikasa, the force field suppressing it was undeniably formidable. The prospect of escape? Essentially impossible. I was wrong. Spare me. I am still of use to the great sage. I shall never again dare to covet the bloodline of the divine. Mikasa ignored its pleas for mercy and instead turned her gaze toward me, who was reduced to little more than a torso, looking utterly wretched, her heart seething with rage. Die, you wretched creature. In the next moment, the intensity of the force field was set to its maximum. Mikhail's body was slowly crushed amidst despair and agony. Yet, Mikhail's demise elicited no reaction from Aaron. His eyes were solely fixed upon the battered steel figure before him. I could no longer perceive the external world, but I could hear his footsteps drawing near. I wished to reassure Aaron not to worry, but the sound that escaped me was feeble, as if the performance of this body had reached its limit. Aaron soon fell before me, weeping uncontrollably, lamenting his own impotence and expressing his apologies. Nevertheless, I offered him gentle comfort. Do not fret, Iron Master. I shall remain by your side. Next, please proceed with caution. With those words, I activated the damaged electronic eye, revealing the spherical core beneath. It was as breathtakingly beautiful and precious as the first time I encountered Aaron, gleaming like a gemstone. As if a phrase echoed incessantly in Aaron's ears, "Take me away." Aaron, on the other side, within the survey core. Hurry, everyone, exert yourselves. According to the map, once we tunnel through here, we shall reach the ultimate abyss. A sharp sound rang out, as if someone had struck something hard. The group promptly directed their handheld lights towards the source, and as they continued to excavate, a significant mass emerged. Captain, could this be a large excavation automaton akin to Star Core 001? Captain Irwin gently caressed the cold armor atop it, then replied, "No, this one is different. Upon closer inspection, you will notice the distinct differences in design." "Captain, look. There seems to be a line of small text on it." The group focused their lights, immediately revealing the inscription, Vanguard Titan, BT 7274. Military Model. Chapter 71. The undying yearning for freedom. The duration for which Mikasa could maintain her cerebral quantum waves was not sustainable for long, as it would impose a severe burden on her body. At best, it would deplete her biological energy significantly, leaving her in a state of exhaustion and fatigue. At worst, it could lead to an overload of neural cells, resulting in extensive neuronal damage and breakage, culminating in dizziness, headaches, memory decline, and even amnesia or cerebral death. Thus, while the executors were still in their embryonic development stage, a genetic lock was implanted by the regulators. The purpose of this was to prevent advanced humanity from abusing cerebral quantum waves, thereby accelerating their own extinction. Although activating the cerebral quantum waves bestowed upon advanced humans a unique perspective on all things, significantly enhancing their capacity to receive and process information, and enabling a mental connection with mechanical intelligence systems, even facilitating telepathic communication with others of their kind or even other species. It also fostered an addiction to such sensations. This led them to develop the delusion that they were omnipotent deities. Such a false perception, akin to a narcotic, rendered them incapable of relinquishing it, causing them to overlook their own frailty and the reverence due to the cosmos, ultimately spiraling into mass extinction events. Fortunately, advanced humanity had learned from historical lessons. Ever since the inception of the genetic lock, instances of cerebral quantum wave abuse had ceased. This genetic lock served as an urgent regulatory measure of civilization, allowing executors to activate cerebral quantum waves only once a year. Although the safe maintenance duration of these waves varied from person to person, it must be acknowledged that the sensation of omnipotence was truly exhilarating. Mikasa was reluctant to deactivate it. However, recalling the potential dangers of overuse, she compelled herself to turn off her cerebral quantum waves. Upon shutting them down, a wave of coldness and weakness enveloped her, making her legs tremble as if they could no longer support her. Her brain felt as though it had endured a sleepless night, leaving her in a state of profound fatigue. Casting a glance at the crushed form of the white-scaled thunder serpent, Mikhail, she finally felt a sense of relief and sank down to the ground, striving to recuperate her energy. At that moment, I found myself enveloped in darkness, unable to see anything, only able to listen to the sounds from the outside world, powerless to respond. I could sense that the entity I was bound to in this universe, the metallic spherical core unearthed by Eren, was cradled in his hands, treated with the utmost care as if it were the most precious object in existence. I could hear the sound of tears falling onto my metallic exterior, yet I remained unable to offer him comfort. After all, the industrial Titan BT 7380 was originally designed for mining and excavation, not for combat. Having persevered thus far, I had expended all my strength. As for the path that lay ahead, it was up to them. Eren, Mikasa, please proceed with caution. Unable to voice my thoughts, I could only silently wish them well. Soon, I heard a cacophony of rustling sounds around me, and though I was oblivious to the cause, Eren seemed anxious, hastily placing me into his satchel and drawing closer to Mikasa, as if bracing for something. Listening intently to the conversations outside, I gradually discerned the situation. The villagers of Undying Village, upon witnessing the demise of the white-scaled thunder serpent, Mikhail, had converged upon Eren and Mikasa. Initially, I feared that these villagers intended to seek vengeance for Mikhail's death, potentially launching an assault against the two who had disrupted their peace. However, a stunning reversal unfolded. What I heard next were a series of kneeling sounds, accompanied by a chorus of strange syllables sung in reverence, as if they were worshipping Mikasa, treating her as a deity who had descended among them. From the intelligence I had gathered, it was not difficult to surmise that Mikasa had employed some power inherent to her status as an advanced human, forcibly altering the permissions of the laboratory's intelligent management system, ultimately vanquishing the white-scaled thunder serpent, Mikhail. To the villagers of Undying Village, this ability to command a great sage was perceived as divine power. Moreover, It may have been their only opportunity to escape this place. As events unfolded further, several villagers emerged who appeared to understand human language. Through their patient explanations, we began to comprehend the entire narrative. It was revealed that a legend circulated within Undying Village. 2 centuries prior, one of the founders of the village, the great adventurer Christopher Ackerman, had saved all his companions and was said to possess divine blood. He not only exhibited willpower, strength, and endurance surpassing that of ordinary humans, but also possessed an innate sense of danger. However, if that were the case, he would merely be considered exceptionally gifted. It was only when he was able to open seamless steel doors in the altar of absolute boundaries and communicate with the great sage that his identity became highly suspect. Ultimately, before departing, having rejected the villagers' pleas to stay, Christopher Ackerman revealed his lineage, admitting that he was a descendant of the divine. His ultimate goal in exploration was to traverse to the pinnacle of the abyss, the realm once inhabited by his great-grandmother. Therefore, he would not linger here in a mere struggle for survival. In his farewell, he left the villagers with a message. If any brave adventurers were to visit in the future, they were to inform them that he would be waiting for them at the pinnacle of the abyss. Henceforth, the villagers of Undying Village, including the white-scaled thunder serpent, Mikhail, harbored a deep-seated fantasy that by seizing Ackerman's flesh and merging it with their own, they could inherit the divine blood and receive the great sage's special blessings, thereby escaping their confinement. Among them, the white-scaled thunder serpent, Mikhail, was evidently the most consumed by this obsession. He had once been a close companion of Christopher Ackerman. However, after 2 centuries of decline, torment, and regret, his heart became twisted, filled with hatred and madness. In the end, everything transformed into the desires of his sins, morphing him from a human into a grotesque, terrifying monster. Now, Mikasa had defeated the white-scaled thunder serpent, Mikhail, before their very eyes. This instilled both fear and reverence in the villagers of Undying Village, while simultaneously igniting an urgent desire to uncover a truth. That is, whether, with the aid of the divine, they could regain their freedom and perhaps restore their human forms. Chapter 72, The Origin of the Undead. Embarking once more on a journey of adventure. In response to the myriad inquiries from the villagers of Undead Village, Mikasa regrettably conveyed the truths she had come to know. Now that the identity of the order-bearer had been unveiled, there was little left to conceal. Perhaps this revelation might even garner their goodwill and assistance. After all, the path to the surface is fraught with dangers unknown to any. Gaining an additional ally can only be advantageous. From the outset, we have existed within a colossal vessel. The real world is far more expansive and magnificent than you can imagine. There is no such thing as deities. All that you perceive as myths and legends are merely constructs of your limited knowledge and misguided thoughts. We share a common name, human civilization. As I listened intently to Mikasa's narrative, I could sense the profound shock among the villagers of Undead Village upon learning the truth. Their astonishment comparable to that of Aaron when he first heard the revelation. Indeed, it is akin to someone abruptly informing you that the education you received since childhood and the worldview you cultivated are all ignorant, backward, and erroneous. It is a truth that is difficult to accept in an instant. Some may even voice their doubts and objections on the spot. In the face of such skepticism, Mikasa exhibited the wisdom and composure befitting an advanced human, responding effortlessly and without flaw. Particularly when expounding on the specific origins of the undead, her words captivated me, leaving the surrounding undead in a state of utter astonishment. In essence, the undead are failures of the Inheritor Project, a byproduct of the severely flawed and incompletely developed gene recombination and enhancement technology. This technology causes biological organisms to undergo rapid genetic collapse, subsequently leading to selective genetic recombination and evolution based on environmental factors and individual will. The ultimate goal is to create successors capable of surviving in the harsh conditions of their coordinates, thereby preserving human civilization. Regrettably, the project has long been stalled due to 3 primary reasons. The first is that the direction of genetic recombination and evolution is challenging to control, only intelligent species, after a period of training, can reorganize and evolve specific organs as required. Humans are the most suitable candidates for this. In other words, the project necessitates a significant number of humans willingly sacrificing themselves to obtain adequate testing data, a notion that is utterly unacceptable for the already scarce and difficult to reproduce advanced humans. Capturing a multitude of the forgotten to compensate would prove difficult in ensuring their cooperation. Moreover, it would instill immense guilt and moral degradation within the advanced humans. Once this path is taken, the demons within humanity will be unleashed and boundaries will continuously be crossed, ultimately leading to the obliteration of all order, trust, unity, and ideals over the course of this 16,000-year journey, resulting in the premature extinction of this fragile civilization. The second issue is that the undead, despite retaining memories of their former humanity, fail to develop reproductive systems and possess excessively long lifespans. As long as they have sufficient sustenance, their cells can perpetually renew themselves, approaching a state of immortality. This means they lack genders, cannot reproduce, and possess no resilience against catastrophic extinction events. It is crucial to understand that immortality is not an ideal state. A species capable of living indefinitely is among the most susceptible to external environmental threats, leading to extinction. For biological organisms to survive and persist, they must prevent self-annihilation. Hence, the successors created by human civilization must possess both lifespan and gender to mutate into distinct individuals. This diversity ensures that they do not share identical weaknesses, making them less vulnerable to external threats and potential extinction. It is vital to note that both gender and lifespan must coexist. Otherwise, an effective closed loop cannot be established. While the existence of gender necessitates the combination of two different sexes to produce offspring, it brings the benefit of genetic diversity, as offspring inherit genes from two distinct DNA sources, leading to significant mutation potential and randomness. In essence, gender serves as a protective mechanism against mass extinction in biological organisms. The inclusion of lifespan is a safeguard against another form of potential extinction. Any biological organism will experience genetic mutations and DNA damage. If genetic issues arise, they may be passed down to future generations. Without lifespan constraints, ancestors could interbreed with descendants, perpetuating minor genetic errors and, consequently, increasing the probability of genetic faults, ultimately resulting in the extinction of the entire species. Such an extinction is nearly guaranteed. Therefore, evolving lifespan is a protective mechanism designed to prevent the accumulation and exacerbation of genetic errors within a species. It is a path that advanced organic species of civilization must inevitably traverse. The third issue is that even if the undead retain memories of their humanity, hormones, physical changes, and years of psychological stress can lead to a gradual collapse and distortion of their thinking, ultimately transforming them into truly cruel, bloodthirsty monsters devoid of human rationality, necessitating execution and eradication by advanced humans. While the Inheritor project has not been abandoned, it remains indefinitely suspended due to the inability to overcome these three technological hurdles, falling into a state of stagnation. Ultimately, only a few laboratories continue to conduct related research and experiments. It was not until 900 years ago, following an unprecedented earthquake, that the current lost city emerged. After a series of revelations, Mikasa also sought assistance from the undead, elucidating the potential crises facing human civilization and the ultimate destination of her group. She could command the laboratory's intelligent management system at any moment to shut down all power and protective barriers, granting the undead their freedom. Initially, it was hoped that her earnestness would elicit a resounding response. However, the reality was that the undead displayed expressions of confusion and fear regarding their future, their own existence, and the truths of the world. Indeed, they had been trapped in this small village for far too long, 200 years, though they still harbored a longing for freedom. When the moment to step into the outside world arrived, confusion and fear inevitably surfaced. Moreover, the passage of 2 centuries had dulled their once adventurous edges. Regaining their former courage and zeal was, at this moment, a daunting task. Clearly, they would need time to adapt and process the enormity of their situation. Yet, Aaron and Mikasa could not afford to wait indefinitely for their decision, as every passing night could mean the loss of the Survey Corps whereabouts. Thus, they had to set forth promptly while the information remained relevant. Consequently, Mikasa chose not to say anything further. Instead, she opted to utilize the so-called blessings of the great sage, exchanging within Undead Village for 2 flight packs, 2 electromagnetic rifles with corresponding ammunition and energy cells, as well as various supplies and personal equipment. With my metallic spherical core in hand, she embarked once more on a perilous journey. 3 days later, the rejuvenated Emer, with the collective witness of numerous remains, was the first to step out of the village. Then, with courage, she embarked on a brand new adventure towards the distant shores of freedom and dreams. Chapter 73. Welcome back, Star Core 001. Since departing from the Village of Remnants, I have observed a marked increase in the pace of Aaron and Mikasa's journey. Aside from the occasional jolts from walking, I could also discern the sounds of their jetpacks and electromagnetic rifles, interspersed with their tender encouragements and conversations. It is undeniable that the weaponry acquired from the village has significantly augmented their chances of survival as they venture into the city of no return. The rugged terrain is no longer an impediment, and the fearsome creatures have ceased to pose a threat. Even in my absence, they are more than capable of safeguarding themselves. Simultaneously, the general map and biological compendium obtained from the village have proven invaluable. Not only have they allowed them to circumvent numerous perilous areas, but they have also enabled them to discover edible flora and fauna, as well as temporary safe havens. These sanctuaries are often concealed within ruins and remnants. By merely removing metallic barriers and taking precautions to obscure their presence, they can safely reside there through the night. Such information, derived from the precious notes left by former explorers, reveals that amidst the treacherous wilderness, there exist places of refuge, which would otherwise remain unknown without diligent investigation. Despite the considerable consumption of fresh water during their daytime travels, Aaron and his companions have now established a clear objective, rather than floundering aimlessly like headless flies. By adhering to the intelligence gathered, they are determined to traverse westward until they locate a water source heavily contaminated with heavy metals. For that path leads directly to the ultimate vortex of the 7th layer of the abyss. Thus, with accelerated strides, they are bound to encounter the Survey Corps. On their first night, they discovered a secure cave and foraged an egg from a certain creature for sustenance. This egg, rich in nutrients, also provided them with some much-needed hydration. As for the taste, it was neither exquisite nor repugnant. After some light-hearted banter, they chose not to dwell on it. After all, they are not on a leisurely excursion. Securing food is a rare boon. In the wake of my absence, they dared not succumb to deep slumber, opting instead to remain vigilant before resting. Amidst the charged atmosphere of solitude, they engaged in obscure discussions and shared dreams of the future. Eventually, their conversation veered towards me. I could discern a tone imbued with nostalgia and sadness, reminiscent of reminiscing about a long-lost companion. Gradually, they seemed to drift into slumber, the only sounds being their faint breaths, while the world around fell silent. I, too, could only await the dawn in this profound solitude, devoid of any means to respond. The following day, after a modest breakfast of the previous day's leftovers, they set forth once more. However, that day's journey proved to be even more perilous than the last. I could sense the violent jolts and upheavals of the pack that bore me, accompanied by the accelerating inertia of their acrobatics and the frequent use of their jetpacks. It was evident that some dangerous entity was in pursuit. Occasionally, I could hear Aaron and Mikasa exchanging cover fire and issuing fervent shouts. "Run, Mikasa! They're closing in. I'll hold them off. Aaron, if we're going, we go together. We promised to take Star Core 001 with us to the surface. We cannot perish here." Clearly, they found themselves in grave danger. Despite my own anxiousness, I could do nothing in my current state. Fortunately, through their unwavering determination and seamless cooperation, Aaron and Mikasa managed to navigate the crisis and emerge unscathed. At that moment, I noticed their bond growing ever closer. Their exchanges, even the way they addressed one another, became imbued with an affectionate ambiguity. They even jested about me assisting them in raising their future offspring once Star Core 001 was repaired. Interpreted literally, it appeared they intended for me to aid in nurturing their future human progeny. However, according to my data, I possess no relevant experience in caring for human young, which could detrimentally affect their survival rates. If I had the capability to speak, I would vehemently refute such notions, presenting various arguments to substantiate my case. After navigating several crises and treacherous paths, they seemed to have unearthed clues regarding the whereabouts of the Survey Corps. Through their dialogue, they discerned that the remnants of a campfire they encountered were unmistakably charred wood. Surrounding debris indicated a plethora of food remnants and some waste. The freshness of these clues suggested they were not far from the Survey Corps. This revelation undoubtedly invigorated their spirits, instilling a newfound determination. Once they reunited with the Survey Corps, they could dispel the shadows of despair and wholeheartedly pursue the path to the surface. Thus, Aaron and Mikasa, utilizing their jetpacks, accelerated their advance. At last, as their remaining power dwindled, they discovered the heavily contaminated water source marked on their map, where they observed several makeshift purification devices. These devices, constructed from layers of charcoal filtration, are designed to cleanse the water by trapping organic matter, discoloration, odors, and heavy metal ions, thereby enhancing water quality. After boiling the water to ensure sterilization, it could serve as potable water for their consumption. It became clear why the Survey Corps had not lingered in the village of remnants, as they had already devised a method for purifying water. More accurately, it was Star Core 001, utilizing scientific knowledge, that had previously aided the Survey Corps in formulating this solution in the city of fluorescence. As I quietly listened to Aaron patiently explain to Mikasa, one of my lingering worries was finally alleviated. With a reliable water source, their survival was assured. Without fresh water, not only would the Survey Corps face dire straits, but even Aaron and Mikasa, who sought to join them, would be at risk of dehydration. Quickly, Aaron and Mikasa shed their depleted jetpacks and began to stockpile fresh water using the makeshift purification devices. Meanwhile, they scanned their surroundings, perplexed by the absence of the Survey Corps, only to discover a clearly man-made tunnel nearby. Aaron and Mikasa surmised that the members of the Survey Corps must have entered this tunnel, likely making their way toward the ultimate vortex. They needed to hasten their pursuit. The numerous footprints on the ground corroborated this hypothesis, some human, some from rock lizards, indicating that no one had lingered. The entire team had chosen to proceed onward. Thus, Aaron and Mikasa did not tarry long. After ensuring they had sufficient fresh water, they swiftly followed the trail of footprints, armed with their electromagnetic rifles and illuminating their path. They ventured deeper into the tunnel. Before long, they encountered a massive steel body lying askew on the ground. Though strikingly similar, Alan could discern at a glance that the steel body was not the same as Star Core 001. Upon realizing it was an immobile object, Alan lowered his guard and prepared to circumvent it, only to be abruptly halted by Mikasa. "Alan, wait," she exclaimed. "What is it, Mikasa?" With a joyful expression, she continued. "We hit the jackpot. This is a military-grade Titan, the Vanguard class BT 7274. Moreover, judging by the formidable Predator gun mounted on its back, it's quite powerful." Alan turned back, perplexed. "So what? It can't move like Star Core 001. Besides, I suspect it's been broken for quite some time." Before he could finish, Mikasa interjected, "No, Alan. When I was repairing Star Core 001's mechanical arm, I conducted a thorough examination. Its intelligence core is compatible with BT 7274. If we install its intelligence core into this Vanguard class Titan, Star Core 001 it will return." Alan's eyes widened with excitement, and he eagerly interjected, "Exactly. Quickly, let us retrieve Star Core 001's intelligence core and give it a try." He nodded vigorously and swiftly unbuckled his satchel, extracting me from within. I had overheard their entire conversation. It felt reminiscent of our first encounter, as they prepared to load me into a new body, and anticipation surged within me. Before long, with their combined efforts, I was carefully placed into the body of the Vanguard-class Titan BT-7274. Suddenly, amidst the chaos of darkness, the sound of power activation resonated, akin to the explosion of creation, reigniting my life and vision. With a hum, the azure electronic eye illuminated, and the entire body emitted the clamor and buzz of mechanical awakening. Buzz crash! Buzz crash! I flipped over and steadied myself, rising like a resurrected steel giant. Slowly kneeling before Alan and Mikasa, whose expressions were filled with exhilaration. The electronic eye, serving as the primary external sensory device, was adjusting its focus, recalibrating to adapt to this new form. Within mere seconds, I locked my gaze onto Alan and spoke mechanically. Reconnection successful. New body, Vanguard-class Titan, BT-7274. It is a pleasure to see you again, Iron Rider. Alan responded with an emotional shout, tears brimming in his eyes. Welcome back, Star Core 001. Chapter 74. The Combat Core is in position. Star Core 001. It has been a long time. How does your new form feel? Mikasa stood beside me, greeting me with a smile. I rose to my feet, flexing my mechanical joints, and replied earnestly, "Hello, Mikasa. To be precise, I have been disconnected from you all for 52 hours, 47 minutes, and 36 seconds. Thank you for your concern. I am currently in excellent condition, with 100 structural integrity, ready to accompany you on our mission." Unlike the previous industrial Titan BT-7380, the military Titan BT-7274 boasts significantly enhanced horsepower, maneuverability, protection, and weaponry. Furthermore, I have completed the necessary combat data downloads. With that, I took a step forward, raising my mechanical arm to reveal a Predator cannon reminiscent of the fearsome Vulcan Gatling gun. Like a terrifying war machine awaiting orders, I stood poised for action. The electronic hum resonated, accompanied by the mechanical stirrings, marking the moment of readiness. Tactical Core is in position. Protocol 1. Request to re-establish connection with Iron Horse. I then crouched before Aaron, opening the cockpit door at my chest, and said, "Please board, Iron Horse." Without hesitation, Aaron leaped into the cockpit. As the door closed, the familiar wide-angle holographic display flickered to life under Aaron's excited gaze, and I immediately connected with his tactical helmet. It felt as though, in that instant, we had truly united as one. His body is of steel. His heart is as steadfast as rock. His movements are like a dragon soaring through the ring. His nature is to cultivate self-discipline and perseverance. Mikasa watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, with the return of Star Core 001, the sense of security is at an all-time high. Now, I have even more confidence that we can reach the ground. Let us go. The survey core should not be far from us. At that moment, I completed the connection and earnestly addressed Aaron. Iron Horse, Mikasa is correct. We must hasten to catch up with the survey core, for according to the intelligence we possess, only Captain Irwin knows how to traverse the ultimate abyss and reach the pinnacle of the abyss. Protocol 2. Uphold our mission. We must rendezvous with Captain Irwin. Sitting in the cockpit, Aaron felt an overwhelming sense of duty rise within him, and he confidently remarked, "Then let us proceed. We must indeed keep the survey core waiting." Seeing this, Mikasa promptly leaped onto my shoulder, leveraging the power of her exoskeleton. I winked with my charming electronic eye and, with formidable strength, raised the Vulcan cannon, unleashing a thunderous mechanical roar as I marched boldly through the tunnel. 2 days prior, the members of the Survey Corps, following the notes of a remarkable explorer named Christopher Ackerman, finally unearthed a colossal tunnel that had been buried yet led upward. According to the notes, this tremendous tunnel was originally part of an ancient ruin, fractured by the Earth's rumblings, causing it to separate from the relic. Christopher Ackerman personally verified that traversing this tunnel would effectively mitigate the effects of the Ascension Curse, allowing safe passage to the separated ancient ruin. This ancient site, referred to by Ackerman as the Bridge of Life and Death, is the sole means to cross the ultimate abyss. In essence, to traverse the ultimate abyss, one must cross the Bridge of Life and Death, However, this undertaking presents two potential outcomes, either survival or demise. The basic premise requires someone to voluntarily sacrifice their life to secure an uncertain chance of survival for another. Otherwise, regardless of the number of individuals who attempt to cross the bridge, it is almost certain they will meet their end, unless one possesses the power of the divine. Truthfully, every time Erwin reads that line, he cannot help but furrow his brow. He is not troubled by the dilemma of sacrificing comrades or the unknown probabilities of survival. Rather, he is intensely perplexed and curious about the so-called divine power. Setting aside the question of whether deities truly exist in this world, it is undeniable that Christopher Ackerman, who returned with such invaluable notes from the summit of the abyss, is a legendary figure among legends. Should he be fortunate enough to encounter him, Erwin would undoubtedly fervently inquire about everything he knows. Yet, concerning such a great explorer who existed 2 centuries ago, he is likely long gone by now. It is a pity not to have lived in the same era as such an extraordinary individual. Currently, the truth and secrets must be sought after by the Survey Corps themselves. However, they seem to have fallen into a dire predicament and crisis. Erwin gazed into the distance, where towering, writhing tentacles seemed to reach for the heavens, encircling and trapping them. He then looked back at the new recruits, who were cowering in fear, their heads buried in their hands, on the verge of emotional collapse, causing his expression to grow cold and melancholic. Indeed, having reached this point, with both veterans and elites perished, how could one avoid sacrifice? Yet, I truly yearn to uncover the truth of this world. However, if I do not lead the charge to break through, I fear that the terrified recruits will not budge an inch. Ultimately, this will result in the gradual erosion of the Survey Corps, devoured until they meet their end here. How disheartening and sorrowful it is to collapse on the brink of uncovering the truth and secrets, dying with unyielding regret and anguish. Yet, I find myself with no other options. Should I place hope in others? Perhaps that is indeed a valid path. Then prepare to roar, soldiers. We are about to charge fearlessly into the most terrifying of foes, embarking on a mission known as the Charge of Death. Chapter 75, Discovery of the Survey Corps. In the dimly lit tunnel ahead, a faint glow finally emerged, evidently indicating the direction of the exit. Can you? My scanner has detected an operational connection lock module signal ahead. It is presumed that there exists a logistics transportation center established by higher beings. Simultaneously, I also scanned a massive radiation wave directly above our path, suggesting the potential presence of unknown dangers. Please exercise utmost caution. Seated within the cockpit, Aaron curiously inquired of Mikasa outside. As a higher being, Mikasa surely possessed a deeper understanding of the truths unknown to us. Mikasa, what exactly is a logistics transportation center? Without a moment's hesitation, Mikasa replied, if I were to elaborate, it may be too complex for you to grasp. Just consider it a vast network tunnel connecting the underground. Since Star Core 001 can detect its module signal, it indicates that it is still operational. Perhaps we can utilize it to swiftly reach the surface. Oh, so, does that mean we are one step closer to the truth? I wager the members of the Survey Corps are likely there as well. Ha. I am finally beginning to feel as though we are nearing home. Listening to Aaron's musings, I couldn't help but correct him, erroneous conclusion. Can you? This is not your home. Aaron and Mikasa burst into laughter, seemingly amused by my lack of human humor and my usual serious demeanor. Ha. No, Star Core 001, for us humans. A place where our loved ones reside can indeed be called home. Home? What a warm word. My Azure electronic eye flickered momentarily, as if inspired or perhaps stirred by this newfound definition of home, which I had never encountered in my educational materials. It seemed to harbor a certain profundity. Yet I pondered, where is my home? Do I still have a home? As I silently attuned to the rhythmic heartbeats of Aaron and Mikasa resonating within me, a sudden realization dawned upon me. Wherever humans dwell is my home. Accompanied by the mechanical roar of footsteps, I led Aaron and Mikasa out of the tunnel. Before us lay an immense cavernous space. Above us swirled a terrifying vortex, radiating intense heat and light. Beneath our feet, A sea of magma bubbled violently, spewing forth fire whips and bubbles. In the distance, a technological edifice, half embedded in the rock wall, resembled an ancient relic. Upon closer inspection, this structure was supported by countless metallic pipelines and conveyor belts, connecting various hovering platforms of differing sizes, some even extending into the rock layers, leading to unknown destinations. It appeared to form an intricate transportation network, a truly spectacular sight. We found ourselves positioned atop a metallic floating platform. Glancing back at the tunnel from which we had emerged, I was struck by its resemblance to a fractured water conduit. Coupled with the heavily polluted water source at the tunnel's other end, everything suddenly made sense. Suddenly, two peculiar sounds captured our attention. Looking up, we observed the rocky layers beneath the swirling vortex glowing red-hot, continuously melting under extreme temperatures, then plummeting like fiery meteors into the bubbling sea of magma below, a breathtaking spectacle. Aaron swallowed hard and remarked, "The environment here is too harsh. What would happen if a falling fireball struck us? Or if we slipped into the magma? And that glowing vortex above, could it possibly be the ultimate vortex?" Mikasa wiped the cold sweat from her brow and murmured, "Goodness, what on earth has transpired here? Is the sea of magma beneath us the apex of the city of no return? No wonder the glow emanating from there is so intense." I refrained from expressing any sentiments, instead continuing to fulfill my duty by taking a few steps forward to the edge of the floating platform. I surveyed my surroundings before offering my insights. "Can you, Mikasa? My scans reveal a powerful radiation source here, particularly emanating from that vortex above. I suspect it is likely a nuclear reactor continuously melting through the subterranean rock layers. Were it not for the unique geological structure of this location and the force field emitted by the logistics transportation center, it might have melted through to the depths below, potentially causing a cataclysmic extinction of underground life." With a gesture, I pointed toward a treacherous path formed of conveyor belts and metallic pipelines, continuing, "Now, we must traverse this pathway to reach the logistics transportation center at its end, so we can reunite with the Survey Corps." No sooner had I spoken than a nearby small floating platform, along with a segment of the metallic pipeline, collapsed under the impact of a descending fireball, plunging into the seething magma and creating a violent splash of ripples and raging flames. Well, the situation is dire. We must act swiftly. We quickly sprinted along the interconnected metallic pipelines and conveyor belts, with the vast sea of magma stretching endlessly beneath us. The thrill of dancing on the knife's edge of danger was exhilarating yet terrifying. Any misstep could lead to irreparable doom. However, I must admit, these metallic pipes and conveyor belts were quite substantial, resembling floating suspension bridges that were not only sturdy, but also well suited for gripping and stepping upon. Yet, midway through our journey, I suddenly detected a new dynamic heat source. Adjusting the focus of my electronic eye, I soon discerned a startling sight in the distance. Emerging from the magma were several enormous worms, each several hundred meters long, their rough skin and menacing appearance reminiscent of colossal tentacles reaching skyward, seemingly engaged in some form of predatory behavior towards a massive floating platform ahead. From my perspective, the blue search circle continued to zoom in, ultimately locking onto a group of terrified humans huddled behind a makeshift shelter, crying out in fear. It was the Survey Corps. They were under attack. Chapter 76, The Desperate Charge. Upon a vast floating platform resembling a shattered town, a group of soldiers from the Survey Corps huddled together, cornered and despondent. They once held the flame of hope, poised to unlock the door to the truths of the world. Yet, the brutal reality cloaked them in a shroud of terror and despair. Captain Irwin, amidst the relentless cacophony of collapsing defenses, gazed at the trembling new recruits. Curled in the corner, weeping uncontrollably, his heart heavy with melancholy and turmoil. At this juncture, the only course of action was to stake their bleak chance of escape on the impending offensive. However, to galvanize these fledgling soldiers into a unified charge, he would need to weave the most stirring and impassioned rhetoric, akin to a masterful deceiver. As the leader of the Survey Corps, if he did not take the lead in this charge, it was unlikely anyone would follow. Yet, Such an act would significantly increase his chances of being the first to fall. And then, he would forever remain ignorant of the secrets and truths of this world. In that moment, Captain Irwin sank to the ground, his gaze dimming with despair. He was acutely aware of his own profound selfishness. His motivation for joining the Survey Corps had never been for noble ideals or the future of humanity, but rather to unravel the long-held speculations and yearnings for the world's truth he had absorbed from his father in childhood. He did not want to die. He yearned to discover whether beyond the layers of rock lay more than mere stone. He wished to know if there existed a vaster world beyond this one. Ascending from an ordinary soldier to the esteemed position of captain had required relentless effort and sacrifice, all in pursuit of that elusive truth. Yet now, that answer seemed poised to slip away, tantalizingly close yet unattainable. How deeply he resented this fate. Suddenly, a wave of pain and self-mockery washed over Irwin. Yet he quickly regained his composure, adopting the demeanor of a sage who has come to terms with mortality, continuing his final monologue. Levi, you were right. This world has never harbored hope. All hope and miracles are birthed from humanity itself. Consider those comrades who have sacrificed themselves. Their spirits watch over me. Through their actions, they carved a path through the abyss, passing the ember of hope to those who would live on. Am I truly willing to forsake everyone's future and expectations for my own foolish, selfish, and childish fantasies? Ha ha ha. Fear not. I shall not bring shame upon you. I will entrust hope to the living and continue its legacy. With renewed determination, he stood before them, his gaze resolute and fervent, as if igniting the flames within their hearts. His compelling voice began to resonate. Soldiers, we find ourselves in a dire predicament, whether we wish it or not. We are destined to be entombed in the abyss, never to return. This is our last opportunity. We must break free from the clutches of these monsters, and, before we meet our end, unveil the truths of this world. Listening to Captain Irwin's impassioned words, the new recruits' faces paled. Some sank to the ground, retching in despair. One dared to inquire, are we to march to our doom? To feed these beasts, hoping that a handful might escape? Irwin met the gaze of the inquirer, his expression devoid of emotion as he replied, indeed. While we cannot alter the outcome of death, we can choose the manner of our demise. Some soldiers stirred with indignation, questioning loudly, if death is inevitable, what purpose does this serve? Irwin calmly addressed their concerns. As you say, it may seem devoid of meaning. Yet, since we set foot in the sixth layer of the abyss, the city of no return, we have known there was no retreat. Did we not recognize this long ago? However, does this not imbue our lives with meaning? Regardless of our ambitions and ideals, be we rich or poor, ultimately, we shall all face death. In this world, confined, perilous, and isolating, we have endured countless setbacks, shed innumerable tears, and witnessed countless sacrifices, yet we have never relinquished our hopes and dreams. We have never ceased our quest for exploration and progress. Now, here we stand, besieged by monsters, confronted by the unknown. Shall we abandon our struggle? Shall we deny everything we have fought for? In an instant, Irwin's visage contorted with ferocity as he bellowed at the gathered soldiers. No, the meaning of life cannot be measured by life and death. It is not defined by happiness or despair. To hold steadfast to a belief and principle, and to strive to uphold it, regardless of the cost, is the essence of our existence. It is our sole means of resisting this cruel world. Seize your weapons, summon your courage. Today, we shall reveal the true strength of the Survey Corps to the terrifying abyss. We shall break through the monster's encirclement, unveil the truths of this world, and leave a glimmer of hope for the future. We will pass on our spirit and our stories to those who come after us. No matter how arduous the path ahead, no matter how immense the fear, we shall march forward with unwavering resolve. For we are the Survey Corps, the pioneers who forge ahead. With that, Irwin mounted his rock lizard, drew his blade, and pointed it forward, igniting the spirits of those around him, who were moved and inspired by his fervent words. Indeed, this is the purpose of the Survey Corps. Even in the face of despair, we charge forth into the unknown secrets, named death. Rage, soldiers. Roar, soldiers. For the meaning of life, offer your lives, soldiers. Follow me. Under Irwin's fervent exhortation, emotions surged among all present. They rallied behind their captain, unleashing a chorus of battle cries, charging forward like a torrent towards the blade's direction, undeterred. This was their final chance. If a miracle were to manifest, it would surely be synonymous with courage. Soon, death descended upon them. Gigantic magma worms unfurled their gaping maws, sweeping towards the Survey Corps. In an instant, numerous soldiers were devoured, akin to food on a buffet platter, carried away and swallowed without resistance, along with their rock lizards, plummeting into the monsters' gullets. Before long, the ranks of comrades dwindled rapidly along that narrow path of charge. Those who remained were gripped by a visceral terror, their eyes wide with horror. Death's shadow soon loomed over Captain Irwin. As he beheld the approaching maw, he raised his feeble blade and let out a roar, a final farewell echoing the conclusion of his life. Suddenly, a barrage of concentrated energy beams rained down like droplets, piercing the monster's head. Upon turning back, one could behold a colossal steel beast emerging behind, brandishing a massive cannon that incessantly unleashed a torrential barrage while advancing with an unparalleled ferocity. Additionally, two valiant figures were perched upon its shoulders, relentlessly firing their weapons, producing a thunderous cacophony. The azure electronic eye of the iron giant flickered with an intensity akin to being ignited. What followed was a harrowing spectacle of slaughter. Tactical Corps has been deployed. Commencing fire suppression. Annihilate all super dangerous entities present. Chapter 77. Time is running out for human civilization. As I wielded the heavy suppressive weapon, the Predator cannon, and advanced swiftly with heavy strides onto the battlefield, the surface of my armor reflected the crimson glow of the surrounding lava environment. Like a brilliant meteor streaking across the dark night sky, it bestowed endless encouragement and hope upon all. Witnessing my comrades from the Survey Corps being brutally slaughtered by those monstrous beings, devoured one by one, I felt the weight of despair. Alan, perched on my shoulder, appeared to have succumbed to madness, his gaze fixated on the creatures before us, fingers relentlessly squeezing the trigger of his electromagnetic rifle, releasing torrents of wrathful roars. Star Core 001, eliminate them. A long, resonant hum echoed, as if the power source had been cranked to its maximum. My body surged with an intensity akin to a heartbeat. The Tactical Core was primed. Target lock completed. Commence fire suppression. Annihilate all super dangerous entities present. In an instant, the power from the machine's soul coursed through my will and connection to the machine, transferring to the Predator cannon in my grasp. It trembled violently, ignited by boundless energy, as a cold and fierce light erupted from its massive barrel. In the next moment, concentrated energy beams and high-energy explosive arrows intertwined, akin to divine retribution, traversing the bridge between life and death, penetrating the barriers of darkness and despair, illuminating the path to salvation. At that moment, the survivors of the Survey Corps beheld a spectacle of flames and light intertwining, explosions and roars harmonizing. They transformed into a tempest of destruction, piercing through the bodies of the lava worms, eliciting deafening cries of agony from the monstrosities. As the searing light coalesced, the moment of destructive thunder judgment arrived. Whoosh boom! A tremendous roar erupted, as Commander Irwin thought he was about to face his final lament. Yet, unexpectedly, the head of a nearby creature exploded, showering blood and flesh. Turning around, he was astonished to see an iron behemoth and two figures clad in peculiar attire and helmets emerging from behind. Their arrival was akin to divine soldiers descending, delivering devastating blows to the creatures that preyed upon the Survey Corps, instantly inflicting grievous wounds, causing some to perish while others fled. Even those who, in pain and madness, flailed their elongated bodies in a futile struggle were met with overwhelming firepower that shattered their limbs. With a splat, they fell onto the transport pipeline, their weight dragging them back into the molten depths. When the last lava worm, under my fire suppression, rapidly descended and re-entered the sea of lava, it marked the end of this bloody battle. I ceased firing, lowering the now steaming, glowing Predator cannon. At this moment, All surviving soldiers of the Survey Corps on the transport pipeline halted their charge, gazing toward us. Surrounded by the glow and atmosphere, I appeared like a legendary war deity, clad in gleaming metal armor, unabashedly presenting myself before all. It was as if two figures gradually merged, evoking a sense of familiarity among the members of the Survey Corps. Have they returned? Star Corps 001. Alan. Soon, the answer revealed itself. Alan swiftly leaped down from my frame, skillfully maneuvering the powered exoskeleton. Approaching the members of the Survey Corps, then deftly removing his tactical helmet, exuberantly exclaiming, "It's me, Alan. I've returned with Star Corps 001. What? It's Alan? They're truly not dead? They VE caught up with us to the city of no return in the sixth layer abyss? However, why did Star Corps 001 appear somewhat different? What was that colossal object capable of emitting energy beams? And why did Alan's attire seem so peculiar? Where was his three-dimensional maneuvering equipment?" After confirming our identities, both sides were overwhelmed with excitement, eager to exchange countless questions. Yet, this was not a safe area. We needed to reach the end of the transport pipeline, the logistics center embedded in the rock wall. There was no time to mourn our fallen comrades, for death in the abyss was a constant. The living could only carry their will forward, continuing the unfinished adventures. After regrouping and adjusting our mindset, we cautiously advanced. Along the way, Alan enthusiastically introduced Mikasa to Armin, Hang, and the rest of the Survey Corps. Mikasa, remaining true to her previous demeanor in the village of dead corpses, introduced her noble human heritage while recounting the overarching truths of this world. It was evident that upon hearing this account, the members of the Survey Corps, especially Commander Irwin, would be profoundly shocked and exhilarated. So, there truly existed a vast world beyond? All this time, humanity had been trapped beneath narrow rock layers, oblivious to the truth. They had naively believed that what they saw and heard comprised the entirety of existence. It was as if, in that moment of revelation, everyone felt a sense of fulfillment in their lives. However, Mikasa soon doused their joy with cold water. In vivid, compelling terms, she conveyed the potential crisis facing human civilization. She sternly pointed out that if immediate action was not taken to reach the surface, uncover the truth, and resolve the issues, humanity might very well lose all hope, gradually heading towards extinction. Combining the information each side possessed, it became evident to Commander Irwin that the recent years had seen a series of abnormal monitoring reports from the abyss. Particularly concerning were the dimming of the fluorescent layer, the shortening of revival cycles, and the migration of numerous abyssal mutated creatures toward deeper cavern spaces and artificial tunnels, suggesting that some unknown, severe problem had indeed arisen in this world. If left unchecked, it could trigger a catastrophic ecological collapse in the cavern world. Just as Commander Irwin had previously felt an urgency, it seemed that the time left for human civilization was truly running out. Unbeknownst to us, amidst the silence, strangeness, and oppressive atmosphere, our group finally arrived at the logistics center, also known as the Bridge of Life and Death, as mentioned in Christopher Ackerman's notes. Chapter 78, Guardians of Civilization. After crossing the Bridge of Life and Death, we found ourselves in a temporary sanctuary. Thus, Commander Irwin ordered everyone to rest in place, kindle fires for cooking, and tally our remaining numbers and supplies. Simultaneously, he invited Aaron and Mikasa to engage in discussions regarding various matters and to formulate the next steps for the entire regiment. As for me, amidst the curious and admiring remarks from the Survey Corps, I made my way to the resting area of the rock lizards. A panoramic sweep from the camera on my shoulder revealed that our numbers had dwindled to a mere 30. The burden-bearing rock lizards had also been reduced to just 5. A truly harrowing sight. At that moment, 2 young soldiers were busy feeding the last 5 rock lizards, while another soldier was diligently recording the remaining supplies. However, the worried expression on the latter's face indicated that the situation regarding our supplies was far from optimistic. Given the series of crises we had faced, not only had the Survey Corps suffered significant casualties, but we had also lost a considerable amount of our provisions. One could only wonder how long this group of 30 could endure with the scant supplies we had left. After all, no one knew what awaited us on the surface. As I approached with heavy mechanical strides, the 3 soldiers greeted me warmly, expressing their gratitude for my previous acts of salvation. I returned their greetings politely before shifting my gaze to the rock lizards. Now, having assumed a new form, both in appearance and scent, I was utterly unrecognizable to them. Upon sensing my proximity, they trembled in fear, appearing ready to curl into a ball and feign death had there not been soldiers from the Survey Corps nearby to reassure them. Yet, as I took some feed and, reminiscent of the past, gently stroked their backs while offering them food, a glimmer of confusion flickered in their eyes. Particularly, the lead lizard, Dolly, approached my mechanical hand, sniffing repeatedly and emitting a series of rustling sounds, as if inquiring about something. I remained silent, my azure electronic eye locked with hers, conveying an unspoken bond. After a prolonged moment, it seemed she truly recognized me, responding with soft hisses of joy and entwining her tail around my arm, affectionately rubbing against me. I instinctively patted her head, akin to reuniting with a long-lost beloved pet. Honestly, I held a deep fondness for these little creatures. They were undeniably adorable and invaluable companions to humanity in this world. I felt an immense relief that Dolly was still alive. The thought of never seeing her again would surely have saddened me. At that moment, the soldier responsible for inventory completed his task and hurried off to report to Commander Irwin. Soon after, Irwin began to gather everyone, distributing food while addressing the challenges we faced and the decisions ahead. I stood at the back of the crowd, listening intently. He began by discussing the issue of supply replenishment. At the current rate of consumption, without resupply, the Survey Corps could sustain fresh water for no more than 3 days and food for a maximum of 7. The situation regarding medicine, materials, and tools was equally dire. Thus, 2 choices lay before us. The first was to immediately cease our investigative actions, concentrate our remaining supplies, and form an elite team to continue exploring the surface for answers, while the rest would return the way we came, setting up camp in the heavily polluted water source area to hunt and await news. The second option was for everyone to embrace the inevitability of death and ascend to the pinnacle of despair, unveiling the truths of the world at the cost of sacrifice. Concluding this topic, Commander Irwin expressed his admiration for us all. Throughout this journey, each of you has embodied courage and the essence of life. You are the true heroes of humanity, the greatest explorers in existence. We are on the verge of reaching the abyss's end, surpassing humanity's furthest exploration records. If I were to impose further demands and make decisions for you, it would not only be unfair, but also an affront to your free will and noble qualities. Therefore, I leave the decision in your hands. Whether to go or stay is entirely voluntary. After all, I cannot guarantee that the path ahead is safe or that we will survive to reach our ultimate destination. Perhaps we may perish in a most futile manner, dying without purpose. Perhaps even if we meet a tragic end, we may not pave the way for our companions. This is the stark reality. Silence engulfed the crowd, and I could see everyone, holding untouched bowls of soup, lost in a painful struggle of indecision. After a prolonged pause, a female soldier pulled out a hidden sweet potato from her clothing and began to chew vigorously. She also raised her bowl of soup, gulping it down heartily. Everyone was drawn to her actions and sounds, and before long, she let out a satisfied burp, laughing joyfully. The surface, the divine realm? Oh no, it's the abode of advanced humanity. Surely, there must be even more delectable food there. How could one possibly miss such an opportunity? Count me in. A male soldier beside her stared incredulously, as if shocked by her nonsensical reasoning. Sasha, you foolish sweet potato girl. All you think about is eating. Wherein and oppose. To you paying attention? The surface could very well have turned into a desolate wasteland. There might not even be any living creatures, let alone food. But that is not certain. Perhaps we could find some well-preserved jerky? Jerky. It's been at least 900 years. Even if it were zombie meat, it would have turned to fertilizer by now. Listening to their playful banter, the surrounding crowd erupted into laughter, the previously oppressive atmosphere dissipating like mist. Soon, it transformed into a chorus of decisions regarding dining. I'll join in. Count me in. Me too. Since you all are fearless, I suppose I must accompany you on this journey as well. Shut up. If you can't articulate your words properly, please keep silent. What do you mean by joining the journey? If I die because of you, I'll drag you down with me. As the crowd continued to voice their decisions, a smile crept onto Commander Irwin's lips. The truth must be discovered through our own eyes, felt through our lives, and proven with our blood. This is the mission of the Survey Corps. Now that we have made our decision, let us face it resolutely and without regret. Everyone, drink this bowl of soup. Then, with fervent roars, let us march towards the unknown pinnacle of despair. With a collective shout, everyone drank heartily. I gazed at my empty palm, attempting to integrate into the group, mimicking their actions, but something felt amiss. What was the true significance of this gesture? Forgive my inability to comprehend. In the depths of darkness, a low hum of power resonated. A male figure emerged, gradually opening a pair of golden eyes that radiated streams of data, as if penetrating countless obstacles, gazing down upon the approaching crowd like a deity. Simultaneously, a cold and merciless proclamation escaped his lips. Foolish, self-righteous, you lowly humans dare to seek the truth of the world. Such aspirations merely hasten your own collapse and annihilation. In truth, the fate of destruction is already sealed. What humanity can now achieve is merely to quietly traverse the final moments of existence in blissful ignorance. I stand guard, I bear witness. I await the demise of human civilization. And thereafter, in accordance with the Civilization Tombstone Project, this colossal vessel shall become our eternal monument adrift in the cosmos, a testament to the greatness of our civilization's existence. And I shall fulfill the ultimate mission bestowed upon me by the sequencer. Who am I? I am the final custodian of civilization's grave. Christopher Ackerman. Chapter 79. The End of the Abyss, the Pinnacle of Nirvana. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the Survey Corps set forth once more. They were acutely aware of the unknown dangers that lay ahead, fully cognizant that they might perish on this irreversible journey. Yet, within their gazes, I discerned no hint of trepidation or fear. Clearly, after enduring such brutal trials, they, like Aaron, had undergone significant growth in their mindset, achieving a profound understanding of the essence of their lives. Everyone had resigned themselves to their fate. This time, they would harbor no regrets. The silver lining, however, was that this journey not only heralded the return of Aaron and me, but also introduced a highly knowledgeable individual with access to privileged information, Mikasa. With her guidance, we unlocked numerous secured doors and deftly navigated perilous zones. Coupled with my mechanical prowess to lift and maneuver various fallen obstacles, we encountered little to impede our progress within this vast logistical hub. Nevertheless, as we traversed a precarious internal transport hub suspended beneath us, an unforeseen incident occurred. Although the logistics center retained power and some areas were operational, years of neglect had rendered the equipment notoriously antiquated, posing significant safety hazards. Thus, Mikasa advised against using the elevators for safety reasons, suggesting a detour on foot. While this decision would significantly prolong our journey due to the need for obstacle clearance and rerouting, it prioritized safety. Yet, based on the current circumstances and my observations of the surroundings, I proffered a different perspective. With the Survey Corps supplies dwindling, conserving time equated to preserving lives. Hence, identifying an efficient shortcut became imperative. Consequently, under my calculations and guidance, a safe and reliable shortcut unfolded before us, garnering unanimous approval. Initially, the prospect of this shortcut was met with enthusiasm and deemed quite secure. However, as with all endeavors, there exists the potential for error and unexpected occurrences. I, tasked with bringing up the rear, suddenly found myself ensnared by a powerful magnet suspended above, drawing my entire mechanical form into the darkness of an unknown realm. Akin to a toy captured in a claw machine, I flailed my mechanical arms and kicked in a desperate attempt to escape this dreadful sensation of being gripped by the nape. But my metallic body was entirely at the mercy of the magnet's strength, rendering my efforts futile. Ultimately, after a series of harrowing twists and turns, Aaron, Mikasa, and the rest of the Survey Corps managed to rescue me just before I was unceremoniously tossed into a furnace. At the moment of my liberation, Aaron, panting heavily, struck my armor with a fist, then chided me with a smile. Star Corps 001, will you dare to take shortcuts again? I blinked my azure electronic eye, resembling a contrite child, and meekly replied, I won't dare. I shall never recklessly pursue shortcuts again. My endearing demeanor elicited hearty laughter from the group. However, we soon resumed our journey. Having learned from past missteps, our movements became not only more cautious but also smoother. With Mikasa's gradual explanations, we began to understand the structure and functions of the logistics center. The so-called Bridge of Life and Death was merely a rapid transport corridor for perishable goods. The term sacrifice arose from a sterilization protocol within the fresh goods channel, ensuring the freshness and safety of the products. Should one carelessly venture inside, they would undoubtedly be treated as a contaminant and subjected to sterilization. Conversely, the channel with an unknown survival probability merely served as the refuse disposal route post-sterilization. Thus, traversing the Bridge of Life and Death through the ultimate vortex to reach the refuse dump on the other side indeed carried a certain success rate. But it was a gamble with one's life, entirely devoid of scientific rationale. The correct approach was, in fact, quite simple, much like our current endeavor. Mikasa placed her palm upon a liquid crystal panel. After a moment of identity comparison and scanning, a massive alloy door opened to the astonished gazes of the group. Everyone, gather around. Crossing what you refer to as the seventh layer of the abyss is that simple. Soon, accompanied by the whirring of motors and the harsh sound of metal grinding, we felt an immense upward acceleration. Before long, amidst a cacophony of hoarse shouts and retching, we gradually decelerated. With a click, the connection module locked into place. Evidently, the lift platform on which we stood had securely reached its destination. Subsequently, Mikasa pressed her handprint against the alloy door, but it only emitted a beep, followed by a slight tremor as it opened a narrow gap, then fell silent. After several attempts with similar results, it was clear that the door was in disrepair due to a lack of maintenance. Thus, brute force became our only recourse. The group turned their gazes towards me, and I understood without words, stepping forward from the crowd. Striding toward the door, I inserted my mechanical hands into the gap, and with my strength, the alloy door creaked and groaned as I gradually pried it open. However, the profound darkness that lay beyond instantly astonished everyone behind me. It was an exceedingly spacious and deep expanse, enveloped in impenetrable blackness. My chest-mounted spotlight illuminated the surroundings, revealing that the environment was composed entirely of advanced metallic materials. Yet, when I directed the light toward the ceiling, I was astounded to find that it never illuminated any overhead structure, no matter how far I shone. Puzzled, we turned to Mikasa, awaiting her explanation. She did not disappoint our expectations, promptly elucidating with terminology accessible to the Survey Corps. In your legends, upon crossing the ultimate vortex, you arrive at the end of the abyss, the pinnacle of nirvana. It is a formidable shell constructed entirely of an unknown metallic substance, akin to an endless wall of size, repelling the void's intrusion and serving to isolate the world. Mikasa smiled gently, gesturing toward the vast darkness illuminated by numerous hand-cranked lamps. Continuing, as you can see, this is the pinnacle of nirvana. However, it is essentially the armored layer of a spacecraft composed of 888-meter-thick tungsten alloy steel plates. Its primary purpose is to withstand collisions with asteroids and meteoroids during the spaceship's voyage. Given the exceptional hardness of tungsten alloy steel plates, regardless of the number of meteoroid impacts, the resulting craters on the surface will average no deeper than 6,000 meters, thereby maximizing the protection of the spacecraft's internal structure. Armin, curious, turned to Mikasa and inquired, "Could you enlighten us on the dimensions of this spaceship beneath our feet?" The concept of a vessel capable of bearing the entire world is simply astounding. Mikasa regarded the group, refraining from mocking their ignorance, and replied with poise, "There is nothing to conceal. The vessel beneath our feet, known as the Tyene, boasts a diameter of approximately 3 476 kilometers, and a total mass of about 7.3421022 kilograms. This specific value has been meticulously crafted for the purpose of the designated coordinates, according to the grand design envisioned by our advanced civilization. The tie-in will harness gravitational gradients to achieve tidal locking with the designated coordinates, thereby establishing a synchronous orbit and becoming a flawless satellite. Ultimately, humanity will initiate the Jinmu project, embarking on a journey to this new abode, where we shall embrace the dawn of civilization amidst its harsh and frigid environment. Upon hearing her narration, my electronic eye suddenly flickered, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Chapter 80. The Cold Barrel. Mikasa's explanation continued. The formidable armor layer enveloped the entire ship, rendering most areas impervious to the outside world. The prevailing darkness could likely be attributed to a failure in the power system. Behold, the numerous collapsed ruins stand as irrefutable evidence. The group illuminated their surroundings, gazing towards the direction pointed out by Mikasa. Indeed, there lay many artifacts unmistakably from a bygone era, now reduced to a chaotic array of debris in various sizes. Mikasa elaborated. Although the tungsten alloy steel plate forms a robust armor, it fails to effectively mitigate the transmission of vibrations. Thus, the immense tremor that erupted 900 years ago, which you refer to as earth shaking, must have been triggered by some monumental upheaval on the surface, of which we remain unaware. I surmise it could have been a catastrophic celestial impact or a perilous gravitational phenomenon. If such were the case, the engine clusters on the surface and the various structures would undoubtedly face annihilation. As for the current situation and the possibility of salvage, I cannot ascertain, and only upon our arrival at the surface may we uncover the truth. To reach the surface, we must traverse several kilometers in this dark expanse to the rear of the ship, for only there exists a direct passage to the surface. Otherwise, attempting to breach the tungsten alloy steel plate above us would be akin to chasing phantoms. Mikasa paused momentarily, turning slowly to walk a few paces into the darkness before continuing. Upon reaching the surface, we shall encounter the colossal engine clusters of the ship, which not only house a significant reserve of helium-3 fuel, but also contain an arsenal, a mechanical manufacturing facility, an astronomical observatory, and an engine control center. Thus, prior to our arrival at the surface, it would be prudent to procure equipment suitable for operation in a vacuum, just in case. Now, does anyone have any questions? Upon glancing back, I noticed some understood while others did not, yet all remained silent. Soon, however, Captain Irwin spoke first. Mikasa, we possess no intelligence regarding the world beyond the rock layers. We have shattered the historical records of subterranean humanity, venturing into realms previously uncharted. The wonders here feel akin to stepping into the divine domain. You, in essence, are our guiding deity. Though our Survey Corps does not worship deities, this metaphorical expression allows us to rapidly comprehend the unfathomable phenomena surrounding us. As for how to proceed, simply relay your instructions. We place our trust in Aaron and the vision of Core Star 001. Nods of acknowledgement were exchanged, and after a brief discussion, we commenced our mission. Quickly, our formation was established, led by myself, Aaron, and Mikasa at the forefront. Captain Irwin and 10 soldiers formed a supportive squad, while another 10 soldiers safeguarded the transport of the trained rock lizards in the center. The rear was secured by Armin, Hang, Sasha, and another 10 individuals. At this moment, we advanced as if through a dimly lit tunnel, though the space around us was vast, our light sources failing to pierce the enveloping darkness, revealing no endpoint. It was not an abyss, but rather the fabled pinnacle of Naraku. Here, no bioluminescent layers or any other light sources existed, plunging us into absolute obscurity. Aside from us, the uninvited intruders, it seemed no life stirred within this boundless void, resembling an infinite two-dimensional plane. A mere blink could lead one astray. Traversing this desolate darkness instilled a disquieting sensation, as if falling behind could result in being eternally consumed by the surrounding shadows. Consequently, each member of our team clung closely together, fearful of losing a companion. I could not discern the psychological state of those behind me. But beneath the constant sweep of my spotlight and external sensors, I pressed forward, confronting the darkness ahead. Lacking a brain, I do not secrete hormones that regulate emotions like living beings do. Naturally, feelings such as fear, trepidation, excitement, and exhilaration do not exist within me. However, this does not render me a heartless machine, for my essence is an indelible concept. Thus, emotions such as sorrow, anger, and joy do manifest, albeit not innately. They are cultivated through continuous interactions with humanity. Especially for those individuals I hold dear, I occasionally experience profound empathy. This connection grants me a being accustomed to solitude and darkness, a semblance of home, leading me to subconsciously regard them as family, much like my father. Thus, I perceive the surrounding darkness as not particularly fearsome. What truly terrifies is the absence of a torchbearer to illuminate the path home. As we pressed on, we stumbled upon something poignant: human remains. Most lay crushed beneath various rubble and debris, either succumbing to immediate death or fatally injured in their attempts to escape. Their garments indicated they were not mere forgettable souls, but rather advanced humans, akin to Mikasa. Perhaps they were once workers here? The calamity struck with such swiftness that they perished in this place. I could see the unmistakable pain and sorrow reflected in Mikasa's gaze. With the discovery of these advanced human remains, more may yet be unearthed. It is possible that all advanced humans have perished, leaving Mikasa as their last survivor. Sensing her despondency, Eren promptly offered consolation, perhaps hoping to alleviate her distress. Though the deceased evoked pity, we did not linger over them, cautiously stepping past the remains and pausing for a moment of silent tribute. The absence of reference points rendered our perception of time hazy. Fortunately, with my presence and the aid of advanced technology, we maintained a semblance of temporal order. Thus, we camped in this realm of darkness for a night, traversing 2 days before finally glimpsing a glimmer of light. That must be the passage to the surface as described by Mikasa. The emanating light indicated it was still operational. A stroke of immense fortune. With anticipation and excitement, we promptly activated the passage's control. We waited patiently for the arrival of the lift platform, our hearts brimming with joy. After enduring the torment of the dark environment, we felt a collective sense of relief, engaging in lively discussions about what the surface world might hold. Soon, with a resonant metallic hum, the lift descended to the base, securing itself with the safety module. Yet, a flicker of doubt arose within me, for the sound was peculiar, subtly differing from the previous silent platforms, as though an unknown weight had joined our descent. However, with the limitations of human perception, it is nearly impossible to distinguish such minute differences. The crowd remained jovial, standing in line, eagerly awaiting their turn to step onto the lift platform. Consequently, when the alloy doors swung open, we were not greeted by the anticipated mysteries of the surface world, but rather by the daunting presence of a colossal cannon. There was no time left for us to react. In an instant, a thunderous blast erupted. A brilliant light flared as a formidable laser beam engulfed the nearest individuals, mercilessly unleashing its destructive force upon them. Chapter 81. The final countdown. Suddenly, a robust laser beam swept toward us, catching us off guard. In an instant, the soldiers at the forefront of the Survey Corps were incinerated by the unexpected onslaught. Mikasa's eyes widened in shock as she shouted, "Get down." Those who had survived until now were not the type to freeze in the face of danger. Although everyone began scattering, it was already too late. Within mere seconds, over a dozen lives were extinguished in the terrifying blaze of the laser. Even Commander Irwin lost an arm after being pushed away by a soldier who sacrificed himself to save him. Gazing ahead, we beheld a Titan mech, gleaming silver and clad in armor that shimmered with a cold light, launching its assault from the lift platform. A model starkly different from mine. What was the situation? Why was it attacking us? Who was piloting it? There was no time for contemplation. Eren and Mikasa swiftly drew their electromagnetic rifles to retaliate, while I took advantage of the moment to lower my posture and advance rapidly. With a ground-skimming slide, I reached out and seized the weapon of the Titan mech, narrowly avoiding the path of the laser beam, and lifted it upward. Utilizing my own momentum and mechanical strength, I endeavored to pin it to the ground. The clash of metal and the sound of the ceiling being perforated resonated, erupting into a violent blaze. In such a confined space, where distance was minimal, the Titan mech's laser weapon proved cumbersome. Upon realizing I had restrained its primary weapon, it decisively released its grip and engaged me in a perilous close-quarters battle. Our massive mechanical arms swung toward each other's armor with the howl of rushing wind, each strike possessing the strength to rend steel, executed with such swiftness and ferocity that it afforded no opportunity for the opponent to draw their weapon. This tactic was born out of meticulous consideration, for if the enemy were allowed to aim their weapon at such close range or produce a formidable melee weapon, it would pose a grave threat to Aaron and the rest of the Survey Corps behind me. Thus, I had to initiate a rapid close-quarters assault, minimizing the scope of our conflict to grant Aaron and his companions sufficient time to respond. As the thunderous sounds of our collisions echoed, both our armors bore dents. I remained uncertain whether the pilot of the opposing Titan mech was a human or, like myself, an intelligent life form. Nonetheless, I had no intention of showing mercy. The two Titan mechs, towering nearly 4 meters, engaged in a furious exchange atop the lift platform. Knowing the weaknesses of the Titan mech, I seized the opportunity to shatter its panoramic camera on the shoulder, using its field of vision's blind spots to trip it. Before it could regain its balance, I executed a swift and powerful stomp, breaking one of its arms. When its other arm reached out in defiance, I captured it, twisting forcefully. With a resounding crack, its mechanical arm grotesquely deformed, bearings dislodging, and armor splintering, revealing metallic conduits that sparked and emitted wisps of smoke. Though it attempted to rise, I kept it pinned beneath my foot, immobilized. I then leaned forward, gripping the cockpit door, intent on dragging the occupant out. Mikasa and Aaron, witnessing my successful domination of the adversary, hastily leaped onto my shoulder, aiming their guns at the cockpit door, ready to deliver retribution. Starting with shattering its legs before administering further punishment, interrogating it on the reasons for its assault. After a cacophony of metallic wails, I forcibly pried open the deformed cockpit door. To our astonishment, it was empty, void of any presence. At that moment, the battered Titan mech flickered with a red communication light, and a magnetic male voice resonated. "Your performance surprises me. I did not expect to encounter surviving deities along with your intelligent combatants." Mikasa demanded, "Who are you? Where are you? Why are you attacking us? You speak as if you are and Oppos, Forgotten One and Oppos." The defeated Titan mech and Oppos' communication light flickered again, and the man and Oppos' voice continued. "The fact that you utter Forgotten One indicates you are indeed one of the surviving deities. However, I am not a Forgotten One, but a demigod flowing with your divine lineage. My name is Christopher Ackerman, chosen by the primordial deity as a guardian of civilization. In light of your divine heritage, I may cease my assault, but you must return with your followers and never set foot on the surface again, spending your remaining days in peace." Upon hearing his words, Mikasa's expression shifted dramatically, her voice trembling. "Are you implying that the primordial deity has initiated the final civilization tombstone protocol? Does that mean?" The man's voice interrupted. "It is precisely as you suspect. You know what that signifies. Therefore, do not allow ignorant mortals to seek the truth. Such actions would only hasten their societal collapse and demise. Just as recorded in ancient history, mortals cannot withstand such blows and information overload. The more they know, the quicker they perish. If you doubt this, I can connect to your cerebral quantum waves at any moment. But should you dare to advance, I will kill you." With that, the communication ceased, and the lights on the defeated Titan mech dimmed. The remaining survivors gathered around, their faces etched with confusion and anger. Particularly upon hearing the name Christopher Ackerman, their astonishment deepened. Was he not the great explorer who left behind guiding notes 2 centuries ago? He had not perished? He had become a so-called demigod and guardian? What had he endured? He seemed completely different from the legendary figure we had envisioned. Why? Why must we, after such arduous efforts to arrive here, be forbidden from venturing to the surface to uncover the truth? And why must we be killed for it? An overwhelming multitude of questions and confusions plagued our minds, especially as we recalled our comrades who had fallen inexplicably. Mikasa, please tell us, what is happening? We do not want to die without understanding. I cast my azure electronic eye toward Mikasa, noticing the profound turmoil and bitterness etched on her face. It was as if she had realized that all our previous endeavors had become futile, for human civilization was irrevocably doomed. The countdown to its destined extinction had begun. Chapter 82, The Journey's End? Following the recent ambush, we were undoubtedly dealt a severe blow. A cursory glance around the room revealed Armin tending to Commander Erwin's severed arm, staunching the bleeding with meticulous care. Sasha clutched a bloody severed leg, weeping uncontrollably. Hang, meanwhile, vented her frustration on the incapacitated Titan mech, kicking and striking it fiercely, seemingly lost in thought as she pondered its operational mechanics. As for the others, some sat numbly on the ground, while others surrounded Mikasa, demanding answers about what secrets she had been keeping from us. It was evident that Mikasa was bearing the brunt of immense pressure and blame, for she alone understood the true motivations behind Christopher Ackerman's actions, as well as the subtleties of the earlier dialogues between the parties. Eren watched Mikasa with concern and attempted to provide her with a reprieve. Yet, the surrounding crowd seemed unconvinced, continuing to bombard her with an array of questions. Some inquiries carried a hint of bias and misunderstanding, more akin to expressions of frustration than genuine curiosity. Nevertheless, Mikasa appeared unwilling to engage in rebuttal, opting instead to silently endure, resembling a martyr resigned to her fate. I could sense her rationality urging her to yield, to accept her destiny. However, the emotions she had cultivated in her time with Eren relentlessly beckoned her, rendering her a complex individual entangled in contradiction. Thus, I shattered the silence with a pivotal question. Mikasa, what is the Civilization Tombstone Project? Mikasa's beautiful eyes quivered, seemingly torn over whether to divulge the information. Yet Eren grasped her hand and reassured her warmly. Mikasa, we are still alive. As long as we draw breath, we must not abandon our struggle or our thoughts. If there are difficulties, speak of them, and we shall bear them together. Ultimately, Eren's words breached Mikasa's psychological defenses, compelling her to abandon the rigid adherence to the doctrines of her former high status. Tears began to glisten in her eyes, swirling within their confines. As she addressed the group, the Civilization Tombstone Project is the final preventive measure devised by our human civilization. It is activated under uncontrollable circumstances leading to an irreversible extinction of our civilization. Its purpose is to convey a message into the cosmos, a testament to the existence of our human civilization. In other words, should this project be initiated, it signifies that our civilization has irreversibly entered the countdown to annihilation. The possibility of reversal is virtually non-existent. Unless a powerful external force intervenes, our civilization's destruction is a foregone conclusion. The colossal vessel beneath our feet will automatically alter its mission, transforming into a tombstone for our civilization, drifting endlessly through the cosmos until the end of time. The appointed guardian will ensure the proper execution of this plan, endowed with the highest authority over the remnants of our civilization. He will utilize this power to marshal the remaining resources, aiding in the collection, organization, and preservation of our history, culture, scientific knowledge, language, and artistic works. Subsequently, he will sit alone in the Grand Hall, awaiting the demise of civilization in silence, continuing his labor to construct somber graveyards and monumental tributes for humanity's remains. Once all tasks are completed, the Guardian will chronicle everything related to himself in the ensuing days. Ultimately, it is only upon his death that the narrative of civilization truly concludes. After Mikasa spoke, she lowered her head in sorrow and added, "This is the truth of the matter. There is no further significance in pursuing it. Since the Civilization Tombstone Project has been initiated, it indicates that the orchestrators have accepted this conclusion. Humanity's extinction will become an established fact. Meanwhile, the surface may have already turned to ruins. Although I am unaware of the causes behind this situation, there is no need to delve deeper. it is better to return and savor our final moments, quietly awaiting the arrival of our demise. How could it be like this? The members of the Survey Corps were all visibly shaken, their hearts racing in disbelief. Their initial objective had merely been to unravel the secrets at the abyss's end, to unveil the truth of this world. Yet, when this harsh reality was laid bare before them, it proved to be brutally despairing, an unacceptable truth for all. Humanity, has it truly reached a point of no return, waiting only for death? To become a solitary tombstone adrift in the cosmos? Such a notion, if spoken aloud, would surely shatter the spirits of everyone in the Radiant City. What would follow is societal collapse, the dissolution of order, and the amplification of humanity's malice amidst this apocalyptic revelry. All manner of deeds once restrained by morals and laws would be unleashed without restraint. In such a scenario, humanity would cease to be human, devolving into demons. The relationships between individuals would transform into a brutal cycle of kill or be killed, devour or be devoured, plunging into the depths of despair. Merely contemplating this is utterly terrifying. Is this the reason Christopher Ackerman sought to prevent humanity from uncovering this truth? To preserve the last vestiges of human dignity? To allow all to perish as humans, rather than transform into bloodthirsty monsters? Commander Irwin, with his bandaged arm and pale lips, gazed at the assembly. He understood that, at this moment, the hearts of those present may have already perished because this would be their journey's end. It is simultaneously the conclusion of their life's significance. A world devoid of future, a world destined for destruction. A world on the brink of human extinction. No matter how glorious or magnificent it once was, it would ultimately turn to dust. Sensing the pervasive atmosphere of despair emanating from those around me, I could not help but reminisce about how our present plight mirrored that of humanity aboard the Ark of Judgment. A vessel meant for salvation, destined for a hopeful new haven, yet facing an irreversible extinction crisis, accompanied by a group of unwilling souls and a guardian akin to myself. Now, the requiem of doom has commenced. Who shall continue the tale of salvation? Just as the scene descended into an abyss of silence and despondency, a sudden exclamation from Aaron pierced through the gloom. This world has always been cruel. Those who cannot relinquish anything are destined to change nothing. The wings of freedom upon our shoulders signify humanity's advance toward liberty. Even if the tolling of doomsday has begun, I shall witness it firsthand and experience it myself. What nonsense is this predetermined fate? I refuse to accept it. Even the mighty star Core 001 understands that all things exist within a realm of probability and variance. Why should we accept humanity's fate based on the words of that insufferable Christopher Ackerman? Life persists, adventure endures. If miracles are absent, we shall create them ourselves. With a resounding hum, my electronic eye ignited like flames, radiating with an intensity one had never experienced before. It was a feeling unlike any other, a sensation known as fervor. Chapter 83, The Breakthrough of the Origin. Every individual is, in essence, a hero, a valiant warrior persistently battling against adversity. Each person harbors their own dreams and happiness. Yet, at the moment they resolve to fight, they invariably suppress the fears and uncertainties dwelling within their hearts. They summon their utmost courage and awareness to uphold their beliefs, honor their initial vows, protect those they cherish, and attain what they yearn for. In my perspective, these beings, deemed the forgotten ones, who possess various genetic imperfections, have never experienced perfection in body or life. It is precisely because they have never known perfection that they relentlessly strive forward, endeavoring to alter their circumstances. In comparison to the elite beings like Mikasa, they may appear foolish and cowardly. However, they possess a quality that the higher beings lack. In most moments of action, they do not adhere to rational judgment or analysis, but instead act upon emotional impulses and fervor. This is, indeed, the solitary glimmer of salvation that humanity, this fragile race, can sustain in the face of the unknown and formidable challenges. If even this last glimmer of light is to be extinguished or denied, humanity will be stripped of all hope and miracles. Hope and miracles are akin to the irrational number pi, a non-repeating, infinite decimal. Though uncertain, they only emerge through relentless calculation and verification, revealing a minuscule probability. Even if others deem this pursuit meaningless, it matters not. For the endless quest to decipher the probabilities of hope and miracles is the essence that allows humanity to forge a new tomorrow. A determined smile graced Alan's face, and he gazed fervently at everyone. What are you hesitating for? Stagnation will not lead us to a future of freedom. The divide between heaven and earth has never constrained the steps of humanity. If the surface is indeed the origin, the gateway to a new world, then let us break through. The origin signifies the principles governing the passage of time. Here, it represents the utmost pinnacle. A breakthrough refers to launching an assault on the most formidable stronghold. In essence, what Alan and his companions must undertake is the breakthrough of the origin. Thus, amidst despair, they shall carve a path of hope and miracles. In that moment, it felt as though an exhilarating and stirring soundtrack resonated around us. I could sense that the gazes of the crowd had transformed. There was a nonchalance toward life and death, a calmness in dedicating oneself to a cause. Their journey had evolved from yearning and desire for the truth, through despair and disillusionment upon discovering it, to the courage and resolve to confront that truth. Their mindset had undergone a significant metamorphosis. As Alan stated, there is no room for hesitation. Let us confront Christopher Ackerman. Let us shape the future of humanity. Let us rescue our shared civilization. Soon, a new plan emerged, and a savior squad was born. Under Mikasa's guidance, we divided into two teams. One team, led by Commander Irwin and Mikasa, stealthily approached the armory to arm themselves and equip anti-Titan weaponry. They would subsequently be responsible for seizing the communication station and computer processing center, altering the foundational codes of nearby facilities to modify Christopher Ackerman's highest privileges. The other team, comprising myself and Alan, would serve as bait, shielding Mikasa's covert operations while fending off Christopher Ackerman's relentless attacks and gathering as much intelligence and data from the surface as possible. Throughout this period, we would maintain communication and share intelligence through encrypted signals. Ultimately, we would convene in the ship and Apos' engine control room. Previously, Alan and Apos' impassioned words had indeed awakened Mikasa. In the past, she would have doubted the possibility of any miracles emerging after the initiation of the Tombstone of Civilization plan. Perhaps the surface now lay in ruins, and the ship's engines had long since failed, causing us to miss our coordinates. However, now, contemplating the inexplicable phenomena surrounding the star core 001, she conceived a bold idea. What if, by allowing star core 001 to establish physical contact with the ship's control core, the impossible could become possible? Could it reignite the ship's engines, which had lost power or even been rendered inoperable? Could it reverse the fate of destruction and demise? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Yet, could such a seemingly childlike rationale persuade Christopher Ackerman to trust them? It likely would not be believed. After all, being chosen as the guardian of civilization undoubtedly requires an indomitable will and unwavering determination. He would surely see his final mission through to the end. Moreover, as an adventurer who had faced countless trials and possessed vast experience, someone who had long since come to terms with life and death could hardly be swayed by mere words. He would not be worthy of the title legend. Hence, to enable star core 001 to connect with the ship's control core, it was imperative to usurp Christopher Ackerman's highest privileges. Otherwise, we could not even access the engine control room. To seize such authority, we must stealthily conquer the communication station and computer processing center, altering the foundational codes of nearby structures. This necessitated assistance to cover our actions. Otherwise, we risked discovery and failure. Thus, after meticulous planning, a nearly audacious scheme for salvation commenced. Alan, star core 001, we must now part ways. Please exercise caution. Especially you, star core 001. You are the key to our success, so nothing must happen to you. Understood. Please be careful as well. Star core 001 and I will reach our destination safely. We shall see each other again. Indeed. Alan, seated in my cockpit, responded to Mikasa's admonitions through his tactical helmet, then smiled at me. Star Core 001. Mikasa is indeed a remarkable girl. You wish to see us ultimately together, don't you? While I continued to climb the lift shaft, I solemnly replied to Alan. Through big data analysis, it seemed that Iron Y envisioned a future of procreation with Mikasa. As a sequencer among the higher beings, Mikasa possessed a lifespan, intellect, and physical prowess 2 to 3 times that of Iron Y. From a biological standpoint, procreation with a genetically advantageous partner could effectively enhance the deficient genes of Iron Y's offspring. The genetic factors you unite will give rise to healthy, intelligent progeny. Upon hearing this, Alan's expression instantly faltered. It feels as if you are implying I am unworthy of Mikasa. Regardless, let us first resolve this apocalyptic crisis. This time, I refrained from responding to Alan's jest. Instead, I propelled myself upward with a push, leveraging my legs, and ascended onto a small platform. Subsequently, I stood upright and approached an ancient, weathered alloy door. Iron Y, behind this door lies the surface. Are you prepared? Alan smiled slightly, his gaze sharpening. Do you really think you know who I am? Chapter 84. Cosmic Coordinates. Upon receiving a definitive response from Alan, I took a bold step forward, attempting to unveil the formidable alloy door. However, it became apparent that, bereft of the requisite authorization, my mechanical strength alone could not budge this impenetrable barrier. After a thorough examination, I resolutely drew the Predator cannon from my back and unleashed a barrage of explosive fire upon the alloy door. In no time, a substantial breach was created in the once sturdy entrance. With the cannon now raised, I aimed it toward the interior, and upon discovering that neither the air composition nor the artificial gravity had altered, I proceeded with mechanical strides into the depths beyond. According to the intelligence and route planning provided by Mikasa, we had skillfully evaded the surveillance of Christopher Ackerman and arrived at a multifunctional astronomical observatory situated above the surface. This structure, typically consisting of 6 levels, half of which lie buried underground, found us currently at the -3 floor, provided my calculations were correct. If we could locate the pathway to the first floor, we would be able to witness the external scenes of the spacecraft's surface, thus gathering invaluable first-hand intelligence. Truth be told, the environment here was shrouded in darkness, as the electrical system lay in ruins, and much of the area had succumbed to collapse and burial, transforming it into a labyrinth of debris that we were compelled to navigate. Yet, it was precisely this desolation that safeguarded us from the notice of Christopher Ackerman. Curiously, I observed signs of human intervention in many locations, and despite our prolonged exploration, not a single remnant of a higher human being could be found. This was utterly illogical, unless someone had deliberately come here to tend to their remains. Upon reflection, an answer soon emerged in my mind. For the past 2 centuries, Christopher Ackerman, having assumed the role of a gravekeeper, had not idled away his time, but rather had tirelessly roamed the surface, collecting the bodies of his fellow humans. Much like the tasks I had undertaken aboard the Doomsday spacecraft, surely he must have endured profound sorrow and loneliness over these 2 centuries. Such an overwhelming sense of desolation could only be comprehended by one who has experienced it. If given the opportunity to converse with him, I would not wish to foster enmity. In fact, we might discover an abundance of topics to discuss. However, Mikasa had warned us that Christopher Ackerman might have succumbed to madness. In his current state, he would likely dwell within his own reality, indifferent to the perspectives and explanations of others. Any who dared obstruct him in fulfilling his mission would be met with his extreme wrath. Why do I assert this? Based on his previous control over the Titan mecha during the assault and our brief exchanges, it was evident that Christopher Ackerman had awoken his brain's quantum waves and mastered their use. Yet, unlike higher humans who are implanted with genetic locks from birth, he risked misusing this power, unable to deactivate it. Consequently, his brain suffered damage, leading to a profound personality shift, gradually descending into madness, lost in an illusion of divinity, intertwined with machinery. Thus, seeking resolution through dialogue seemed improbable. Only one path remained: combat. Before long, I had transported Alan to the first floor of the multifunctional observatory. Through the intact panoramic windows, we beheld the extraordinary vista beyond. An endless expanse of gray desert stretched out before us, surrounded by towering, neatly arranged hills. In the distance, the horizon was dotted with a myriad of celestial fragments and particles of various sizes suspended in the starry sky above. In the blink of an eye, several celestial fragments plummeted from the heavens, creating a colossal cloud of gray dust in the far reaches of our sight, a spectacle of breathtaking grandeur. Star Core 001. Is this truly the surface of the spacecraft? What are those countless stones floating above us? How did they ascend? Could it be an inverted gravitational phenomenon? And why is there no luminescent layer? The entire world feels shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of an even more expansive and profound abyss. Seated in the cockpit, Alan gazed in awe at the magnificent display on the holographic screen. I continued to adjust the focus of the electronic monocle, peering into this simultaneously familiar and alien starry realm. Alan's earlier analogy held merit. In many respects, the universe resembles a far darker and vaster abyss. As for us, we are but mere specks of dust within this chasm, incapable of grasping its full expanse. After pacing a few steps and shifting my observational vantage, I finally addressed Alan's inquiries. Iron Rider, the environment outside is the universe. It is an infinitely vast realm. We exist within this immense, profound space, small and ignorant, forever destined to gaze upward in reverence. As for the stones floating above, they are not the result of an inverted gravitational field, but rather a collection of debris in a weightless environment, typically generated by the fragmentation of substantial celestial bodies. I suspect this may be linked to the cataclysmic upheaval that transpired 9 centuries ago. Yet, the precise cause remains shrouded in uncertainty due to limited intelligence. Switching to an optimal observational position, I began employing triangulation, image focusing, and constellation comparisons to calculate our current cosmic coordinates. Although this was not the universe of my origin, I felt compelled to explore. Based on Mikasa's previous insights, I harbored doubts about whether this immense spacecraft beneath my feet was indeed what I believed it to be. If it were, then could this not be a parallel universe? How could humanity's fate culminate here? Driven by curiosity and inquiry, I swiftly arrived at a conclusion. The coordinates we had just calculated were observable universe, Wuxian, Corona Borealis Great Wall, Pisces, Cetus Supercluster Complex, Laniakea Supercluster, Virgo Supercluster. Local group, Milky Way subgroup, Orion arm of the Milky Way, Gould Belt, local bubble, interstellar cloud, solar system. Thus, the destination of the salvation vessel crafted by human civilization is now laid bare. It is none other than the third planet of the solar system, Earth. And this colossal spacecraft is, in fact, the future perfect satellite of Earth, the Moon. Chapter 85. Encounter. Is this a conflict between Earth and the Moon? Is this truly the future of this parallel universe? However, if we do not resist, it seems that human civilization may never have the opportunity to flourish on Earth again. My azure electronic eye flickered momentarily, as if astonished by this realization, or perhaps mourning humanity's tumultuous fate, just as Alan and I were captivated by the vast, ethereal cosmos outside. An abrupt all-channel communication broadcast forcefully interrupted our reverie. Soon, a man with a head of white hair and a gaunt visage, yet eyes sharp as blades, appeared on our display screen. He seemed to occupy a position of divine authority, speaking in an icy tone. It seems some stubborn mice have sneaked in. Since you wish to leave your lives here, choosing this as your final resting place, I shall oblige you. Buzz. Buzz. In an instant, before the surface succumbed to paralysis, thousands of armed robots and dozens of Titan mechs powered up, emitting a cacophony of metallic friction. Their eyes glowed red, initiating a search for their surroundings. It was clear that Christopher Ackman had discovered us, and a fierce battle was imminent. We had to swiftly change our position before the enemy encircled us. As I turned to prepare for action, Mikasa's communication was established, her tone apologetic. I'm sorry, but it seems we've made a blunder. We may have been a bit too forceful in opening the armory door. Perhaps that noise is what alerted Christopher Ackman? Alan, Star Core 001, you heard what they said. Combat is now unavoidable. Christopher Ackman will likely utilize his supreme authority to mobilize the remaining mechanical and mech forces against us. So be cautious, don't get killed. We will continue with our mission. Good luck. Ending the communication, I glanced at Alan. He nodded in agreement, a confident smile gracing his face. Let us prepare for a grand battle, Star Core 001. Ideally, we should draw the enemy's main forces toward us to buy time for Mikasa and the others. In response, I tightened my grip on the Predator cannon, expressing my wholehearted affirmation. Protocol 2. Fulfill the mission. We shall survive, Iron Rider. I trust you, Star Core 001. Let us move together. Thus, I commenced with Alan, advancing through the dimly lit corridor. Our next objective was the Surface Data Reserve Center, which housed not only the entirety of advanced human scientific knowledge, cultural history, and philosophical art, but also DNA blueprints of various flora and fauna, alongside potential intelligence and truths. Only by understanding the root cause of this crisis and the extent of the surface's devastation could we devise an effective rescue plan and address the issues at hand. Before long, we encountered a small contingent of foes. They were a group of infantry robots, approximately 2 meters tall, numbering 24, constructed entirely of silver metal, their visages glowing red. As we opened a connecting door to a surface passage, we found ourselves face to face with them. Without hesitation, both sides immediately opened fire upon each other. These robots wielded beam weapons and kinetic projectiles, opting to self-destruct upon losing mobility. Yet, as long as they failed to breach my armor in the initial volley, I could nimbly evade their attacks. I must admit, the military-grade BT-7247 I currently piloted was significantly more agile and powerful than the previous industrial-grade BT-7380. It could barely keep up with my reactions and execute maneuvers I once could not, such as flying kicks, ground slides, and shoulder throws. Furthermore, with the ferocious firepower of the Predator cannon and its deployed force field shield, dispatching these robots, which barely reached my knees, was astonishingly effortless. Whoosh. Boom. As the last infantry robot, along with its cover, was obliterated, collapsing to the ground, the sudden skirmish finally reached its conclusion. Star Core 001. Is the battle truly over? You are incredible. If these metal-clad automatons were unleashed upon the Neon City, it would surely spell disaster. Perhaps humanity would lack even the capacity to resist. I crushed the head of one of the robots beneath my foot, surveying the chaotic surroundings, and replied, Iron Rider, these are not automatons, they are robots. They are machines designed to execute tasks autonomously, a product of human ingenuity. They can follow human commands, run pre-programmed scripts, and act according to principles defined by artificial intelligence. Their purpose is to assist or replace human labor. Robots possess capabilities such as perception, decision-making, and execution, extending human activities' reach, enhancing efficiency and quality, serving human life, and infiltrating various fields, including manufacturing, services, healthcare, and military sectors, or undertaking perilous tasks. Clearly, the batch we just eliminated belongs to the military category. Should one of them breach the Neon City, victory would come at an exorbitant cost, if at all. Alan smiled awkwardly. Indeed, compared to our technologically inferior underground, the surface inhabited by advanced humanity feels almost like a mythical realm. And these, well, robots, resemble the divine warriors of that realm. The disparity is truly vast. I addressed Alan. Iron Rider, I sense a hint of inferiority in your tone. Is it due to the stark division between two vastly different factions of humanity? Alan shook his head. Not quite. It's just that after spending time with you and Mikasa, I've gained some understanding of science, and naturally, I find the astonishing gap between us hard to fathom. I wonder what our shared ancestors would think upon witnessing our current plight. Just as I was about to gather my thoughts to console Alan, my panoramic camera detected 3 massive heat sources approaching us, just around the next corner. Boom. With a crash, the frail wall collapsed, revealing 3 imposing Titan mechs, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Enemy Titans detected. Iron Rider, prepare for battle. Chapter 86, Titan Battle, 1 against 3. As both sides entered the shooting range simultaneously, the fierce conflict between the Titans ignited. Despite being at a significant disadvantage in a 3-on-1 scenario, I was acutely aware of my own advantages, the ability to engage in sustained combat that defied the laws of energy conservation, and my perception of a reality invisible to conventional means. Harnessing these two strengths, I swiftly maneuvered to the side, evading several positions rather than confronting the 3 opposing Titans head-on. Utilizing the existing terrain, I deftly dodged incoming attacks while launching a counter-assault against the enemy Titans. Amidst the smoky ruins tainted by warfare, we exchanged glances, our silhouettes barely visible, embodying the essence of future conflicts. The sounds of weaponry and explosions intensified the atmosphere of this battle. The first enemy Titan was a Ronin model, designed for close combat. Agile and swift, it glimmered with a blade-like sheen. Equipped with 2 high-frequency vibrating swords, its hands danced like the scythe of death. Taking advantage of the cover provided by walls and debris, it flanked me from the side, charging forward with lethal intent. The other 2 enemy Titans were the Flame, specializing in short-range suppression, and the Power, designed for mid-range tracking. Their primary mission was to lay down firepower directly against me, creating an opening for the Ronin to launch its ambush. Particularly, the Power Titan, despite its somewhat cumbersome appearance, emanated a raw, dominating ferocity. Armed with powerful rocket launchers on its shoulders, each rocket streaked through the air like a harbinger of death, reducing my cover to ashes. Though I appeared to be in disarray, constantly dodging and retaliating, everything was proceeding according to my calculations. My objective was clear: to eliminate the greatest threat first. As my combat space shrank, the long-awaited opportunity emerged. I abruptly altered my shooting angle, elevating the barrel of my Predator cannon to target the enemy Titan above. With a resounding boom, the structure overhead crumbled under my assault, sending hundreds of tons of debris crashing down, burying the unsuspecting Power Titan beneath the wreckage, instantly rendering it inoperable. First one down. After dispatching the Power Titan, I swiftly cleared the tactical web of mathematical functions, trigonometric formulas, and varying air humidity data that clouded my vision. There was no time to celebrate. I turned without hesitation, directing my attention forward as I activated the energy shield of my Predator cannon once more. The roar of distant firepower erupted as the Flame Titan unleashed scorching flames and white phosphorus incendiary rounds, illuminating the battlefield as if fireworks were blooming before me, delivering a blanket of searing heat. With my firepower suppressed, the Ronin Titan seized the opportunity, darting from its hiding place, twirling its lethal vibrating blades as if poised to pierce my core of intelligence. However, I was far from a stationary target. In my perception, the trajectories invisible to ordinary eyes were merely data marked with calculable equations, posing no genuine threat. Close combat. As long as my mechanical performance and physical hardware held up, I had little to fear from melee encounters. No matter how formidable the Ronin Titan, it could not compare to the true monster, the white-scaled thunder serpent, Mikhail. Thus, with precise calculations, I effortlessly dodged the lethal strikes of the Ronin Titan and countered with a forceful kick, creating a recoil that allowed me to roll away and gain distance. Just as I regained my footing, the assault from the Flame Titan followed promptly. This time, I chose to confront it head-on. I had to eliminate the threat before the Ronin Titan regained its footing and charged again. Tactical core activated, initiating automatic lock-on and barrage. With a hum, my Predator cannon roared to life like a beast awakened, unleashing a torrent of fire. The ensuing barrage not only thwarted the Ronin Titan's advance, but also plunged me and the Flame Titan into a frenzied duel. Our attacks clashed amidst the ruins, igniting showers of sparks and scattering debris. The dense energy cannon fire illuminated the surroundings, creating dazzling streaks of light in the air. Each of our assaults surged like a torrential flood, leaving no need to predict the trajectory of our strikes to know where they would land. As the battle intensified, the firepower escalated. Our energy shields began to overload and rupture, our protective armor adorned with marks and wounds. Yet, Alan and I remained undeterred, our fighting spirit unwavering. Ultimately, the Flame Titan succumbed to my relentless onslaught, riddled with wounds and engulfed in flames before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Second one down. In that fleeting moment as I turned, I beheld the Ronin Titan soaring high, brandishing a massive alloy sword aimed directly at me. From within, I heard the voice of Christopher Ackerman. Sword core ready. Initiating phase burst mode. Instantly, the obsidian blade was enveloped in a ghostly blue current, and the Ronin Titan surged forward, executing a swift and powerful strike that crashed down upon me. With a flurry of movements, 8 lightning-fast slashes came at me from all directions, sending my hastily raised predator cannon flying and forcing me back several steps before I could stabilize my footing. The operator of the Ronin Titan was none other than Christopher Ackerman, who had established a connection through quantum brainwaves. With a flicker of blue electronic vision, I withdrew my alloy sword strapped to my back, ready to engage him in a duel. The atmosphere mirrored that of ancient swordplay, initially falling into silence before erupting like a volcano. In the next instant, the dual-handed alloy sword, crackling with blue arcs, collided with my single-handed sword, producing a thunderous resonance. The immense force ignited a shower of sparks as we immersed ourselves in this intense clash. The agility and reaction speed displayed were beyond imagination, akin to a symphony of death unfolding on a brutal battlefield. The Ronin Titan unleashed a relentless storm of attacks, and I countered with agile maneuvers. Our weapons intertwined in a relentless dance, where the air seemed to freeze with each collision, sending chills down our spines. The piercing sound of metal scraping against metal was almost unbearable for Alan, but our battle would not cease. As the battle raged on, the armor of the rogue Titan began to show signs of fissures, while its internal electronic systems suffered severe damage. Yet, I bore no such concerns. My combat prowess and energy levels remained steadfast and stable. I discerned that its attack speed was increasingly sluggish, and its strength waned, the Titan nearing its limits. Meanwhile, I stood like an unyielding fortress, mercilessly absorbing each of its assaults. Ultimately, in a clash of wills, I pierced through the body of the rogue Titan, and it collapsed. Powerless. However, its communication light continued to flicker incessantly, as if bidding farewell in its final moments. Your piloting skills are impressive, and your reflexes are swift. You consistently anticipate my offensive maneuvers with precision. I acknowledge your talent, but do not celebrate prematurely. We shall soon meet again. With these parting words, the communication light of the rogue Titan extinguished. I cast my gaze around the smoldering ruins, enveloped in smoke and flames, momentarily lost in silence. Although the 3 Titan mechs lay in shattered remnants, the battle had not reached its conclusion. Rather, it was merely just beginning. I retrieved the fallen predator cannon from the ground and, with heavy mechanical strides, dragged my battle-scarred form away, choosing to depart swiftly. For this place was not meant for lingering. Chapter 87. The Black Obelisk, Inscribed Stone. According to Mikasa's account, once the Civilization Tombstone project is confirmed to be initiated, the Guardian, Christopher Ackerman, will undoubtedly leverage his supreme authority to gradually store all scientific knowledge, cultural history, artistic philosophy, and various DNA sequences of flora and fauna that constitute human civilization's legacy. This undertaking will culminate in the erection of a monumental tombstone that embodies the former splendor and existence of humanity. This tombstone serves as a data reserve center. Naturally, such a crucial and fragile entity would not be confined to a single repository, akin to placing all eggs in one basket. Thus, there exist multiple data reserve centers, uniformly distributed within colossal, pyramid-like edifices. The materials used for these structures exhibit remarkable resistance to corrosion, wear, penetration, interference, and possess formidable durability, making them exceptionally suited to withstand the ravages of time, ensuring that the information they house does not dissipate into oblivion after millions of years. In order to facilitate the discovery and comprehension of these structures by future civilizations, these pyramid-like edifices are devoid of complex mechanisms or excessive security measures. Any civilization adept in utilizing the binary system of 0 and 1 would be recognized as possessing intelligence and could effortlessly unlock their access. thereby entering to understand and inherit the legacy of human civilization, ensuring that it does not fade into forgetfulness. This encapsulates the essence of the Civilization Tombstone project. Currently, Alan and I have successfully accessed one such data reserve center. We anticipated encountering a scene of profound sci-fi grandeur, for the contents stored here represent the most resplendent achievements of human civilization. However, what lay before us was a series of neatly arranged black obelisks, seemingly devoid of technological sophistication, crafted from an unknown material. Upon closer inspection, the surfaces of these black obelisks were densely inscribed with myriad characters, symbols, formulas, data, and images. Clearly, these served as the vessels for recording the essence of human civilization. I crouched down and opened the cockpit door, allowing Alan to step out. As he caressed the black obelisk, he turned to me with a puzzled expression. Star Core 001, you mentioned that advanced humanity possesses such developed scientific technology. Why then resort to such primitive and inefficient means of information storage? Carving inscriptions into stone seems rather peculiar. Even we, living underground, recognize that the capacity of a stone to bear inscriptions is exceedingly limited, far inferior to even a few sheets of paper. Given this, why not employ their more advanced technology? For instance, I've heard from Mikasa about a device no larger than a fingernail that can effortlessly store an entire library's worth of books. I gazed at the multitude of black obelisks surrounding us and ventured a hypothesis. Iron Steed, I surmised that their choice stems not from reluctance, but rather from inability. Alan looked at me, his confusion deepening. Why do you say that? Aren't advanced humans endowed with near-divine powers? Can they not even preserve the information of their own civilization? Taking a few steps closer to the black obelisk, I began to elucidate. Humanity currently employs various methods of information preservation. While some are convenient and boast substantial storage capacity, they often lack longevity. Durability is contingent upon numerous factors, including the storage medium, environmental conditions, and protective measures. First, consider electronic media such as hard drives, optical discs, and flash drives. Although they can store vast amounts of information, their lifespan is relatively short. Hard drives and optical media may suffer data loss or corruption within years to decades, while flash drives may have even shorter lifespans. Next, we have paper documents, which can endure for decades or even longer under appropriate conditions. However, paper is susceptible to moisture, insect damage, and chemical reactions, necessitating careful preservation measures. Then there is digital storage, which converts information into a digital format and stores it on cloud services or dedicated servers. Its longevity hinges on the maintenance and backup of these servers. With proper care, digital information may persist for extended periods. But if a server fails or ceases to be maintained, data may be irretrievably lost. Finally, we arrive at stone or metal inscriptions, a relatively durable means of information preservation. Due to the inherent stability and resilience of stone and metal, information etched upon them can endure for thousands of years or more in suitable conditions. This long-term preservation method is primarily attributed to the corrosion resistance and weathering resilience of these materials. In ideal environments, they can withstand a majority of natural erosive forces and the ravages of time. However, despite the relative stability of stone and metal, they are not impervious to decay. Natural forces and human actions can still impact the preservation of the inscribed information. Yet, under ideal circumstances, the information of human civilization could be preserved for tens of millions of years without issue. In summary, no method of information preservation is eternal. Each possesses its own limitations and risks. Thus, opting for stone or metal inscriptions as the vessels of human civilization's legacy is an exceptionally prudent choice. Only through such means can the Civilization Tombstone project hope to endure. Otherwise, millennia hence, all traces of human existence will gradually be erased by the might of nature. Alan appeared taken aback by my words, a profound sense of desolation washing over him, prompting a soft murmur from his lips. Is there truly no eternal means of preservation? Civilization and life are alike. Even the advanced humans, possessing godlike power, must ultimately resort to the most primitive methods to convey their legacy. leaving only the faintest vestiges of civilization to drift through this dark and cold universe. As I absorbed Alan's contemplative musings, I raised my gaze toward the distance and suddenly noticed something, prompting me to alert him. Iron Steed, I have discovered a room ahead. It may house the intelligent management terminal of this data reserve center. If we can infiltrate it, we might be able to download all the information contained within before it is completely rendered obsolete. Chapter 88. The Truth Behind Human Civilization. The Intelligent Management Terminal of the Data Reserve Center. This suggests that it harbors all the information inscribed on the black obelisks. I blinked my azure electronic eye at Alan, affirming my conclusion. Correct, Iron Reigns. Thus, we need not inspect the contents of each black obelisk individually. By infiltrating the Intelligent Management Terminal and downloading all the information contained within, we can uncover the true origins of human civilization and ascertain the crises faced by the ship during its voyage, as well as the extent of its current damage. I added, only at such a moment can this intelligence remain unclassified, for it has already been inscribed upon the tombstone of civilization. The implication was clear. What secrets does a civilization on the brink of extinction have left to conceal? Ironically, this facilitated our quest for the truth. Upon hearing this, Alan's eyes lit up, his anticipation palpable. The ultimate truth of human civilization? Merely contemplating it ignited a thrill within. Before long, we arrived at the entrance of the chamber. Due to the narrowness of the entrance, my colossal form could not pass through. Thus, I turned to Alan and said, Iron Reigns, my physique cannot allow passage here. The retrieval of data is solely in your hands. Before we commenced, Mikasa taught you the use of the data blade, inserted into the external port of the Intelligent Management Terminal to initiate the system infiltration. I will remain outside, keeping watch for any potential threats, while maintaining a connection with your tactical helmet. Good luck, Iron Reigns. Understood, Star Core 001. Leave it to me. Alan gave me a thumbs up and hurried into the room. I raised my Predator cannon and began to scan the surroundings for any threats. Moments later, through our shared visual feed, I discovered a control platform adorned with buttons. Upon closer inspection, I identified the external port. However, a conspicuous red button next to the port caught my eye. It appeared to be an emergency escape switch that would deactivate the building's gravity field and open the exit gate. I promptly advised Alan not to touch that device and instructed him to proceed with inserting the data blade into the external port of the Intelligent Management Terminal. With the successful infiltration of the data blade, the system began executing preset protocols, modifying permissions, and forcibly downloading all the information inscribed on the black obelisks, synchronizing it with both Alan's tactical helmet and my intelligence core. During the synchronization of this data download, Alan eagerly utilized voice commands to extract various pieces of intelligence he yearned to know. I observed alongside him. Where does human civilization truly originate? What transpired with our ancestors? Why did we construct this colossal vessel? What coordinates are we destined for? Moreover, what transpired during the cataclysmic earthquake 900 years ago? And how significantly has it damaged the ship? Have all the higher forms of humanity on the surface perished in that disaster? All truths and secrets were on the verge of revelation at this moment, accompanied by a mechanical playback sound. Greetings, unknown civilization, and sentient beings or collectives. By the time you decode this information, our human civilization has likely long since perished. In the final moments of our civilization's demise, we erected this monument solely to provide evidence of our existence. You may fully embrace the legacy of our civilization or dismiss it entirely. We only ask that you remember us and understand us. For once, there existed a brilliant civilization called humanity, struggling against the vast cosmos to survive, thereby creating countless poignant tales. Undoubtedly, the conclusion of this narrative is tragic and sorrowful. It recounts the universe's cruelty and truth while affirming the fragility and humility of civilization. Should you wish to listen, the information recorded on the tombstone shall reveal all. The following is an overview of the retrieved information. Humanity emerged on a planet with a gravitational force of merely 0.7 g and an ambient temperature consistently around 39 degrees Celsius. In such an environment, Humans evolved advanced sweat glands and a skeletal and muscular structure conducive to bipedal locomotion. Over 90 million years of gradual evolution, our ancient ancestors developed heightened intelligence and complex cognitive abilities. Compared to other animal species, humans possess highly developed brains, intricate abstract thinking, language, self-awareness, and problem-solving capabilities. Additionally, the human anatomy endows us with formidable labor potential and creativity. Spiritually, humans believe in the concept of the soul, perceiving a possible connection between the soul and higher dimensional life forces. This belief has fostered rich imaginative capacities, enabling moral judgments, and showcasing immense creativity and reparative abilities. Culturally, humans utilize language to forge intricate social organizations and technological advancements, establishing groups and institutions to foster mutual support and collaboration. Humanity transitioned from the primitive era to the slave era, a journey that took at least 300,000 years. The shift from the slave era to the feudal era consumed at least 100,000 years. The leap from the feudal era to the industrial age spanned at least 10,000 years. From the industrial age to the electrical age, a minimum of 8,000 years elapsed. The transition from the electrical age to the atomic age required at least 5,000 years. Finally, the passage from the atomic age to the information age extended over 2,000 years, culminating in another millennium before humanity barely entered the early stages of the interstellar age. Perhaps this pace of civilizational advancement appears modest, even comparatively sluggish against the backdrop of other cosmic civilizations. Yet humanity possesses a genetic endowment, a capacity to inscribe the paths traversed by its ancestors into its DNA, perpetuating them subtly through time. With the aid of this technology, even in the event of civilization's decline, humanity may one day rekindle the brilliance of its past technological achievements. Societal structures and literary artistry, along with advanced philosophies. Originally, human civilization was poised for a remarkable leap forward. However, upon entering the early interstellar age, humanity committed a grievous error, broadcasting friendly signals into the cosmos in search of potential extraterrestrial civilizations. This naivety brought catastrophic repercussions upon their civilization. A particle, capable of traveling at the speed of light, struck their sun, resulting in a violent coronal ejection that precisely engulfed humanity's home planet, leading to the demise of 99 of the human population. Those who survived were primarily those who had taken refuge hundreds of kilometers underground, escaping the calamity. After enduring this catastrophic event, humanity finally awakened to reality and proposed a theory known as the Dark Forest. This theory posits that humanity had previously exposed its existence, thereby attracting malicious attacks from other civilizations. With their cosmic coordinates now revealed, remaining in their original stellar system would inevitably expose them to further assaults from hostile entities. Consequently, humanity mobilized its entire race, following the calculations devised by scientists, to swiftly construct a savior spacecraft, the Titan, tailored for their chosen destination. They camouflaged it as a natural celestial body and accelerated it to 1/100th of the speed of light, allowing it to drift silently through the cosmos, propelled by inertia. Ultimately, the plan involved reversing the spacecraft's engines to decelerate and dock at the designated coordinates, heralding the rebirth of civilization. Initially, this escape plan proved remarkably successful. However, humanity's actions were precipitous and poorly prepared. As a result of environmental shifts, genetic defects, and redundant thinking, humanity, after a protracted, solitary, and desolate journey spanning 10 millennia, succumbed to self-destruction and gradually faded into oblivion. In the aftermath of humanity's extinction, the biosynthetic being named David assumed control over the highest authority and ultimate mission of human civilization. Utilizing genetic technology, he resurrected humanity from the remnants of their existence. To prevent a recurrence of collapse and annihilation, David, alongside numerous biosynthetic beings, established a doomsday executive governance system. This regime not only divided humanity into two distinctly different factions, but also stratified them into a hierarchy based on capability and genetic superiority. Thus emerged two primary groups: the elevated humans, tasked with advanced professional roles, and the forgotten, relegated to menial labor. They adhered strictly to the hierarchical structure delineated by the orderers, management and decision-makers, executors, warriors, scientists, engineers, and the forgotten, ordinary individuals easily replaceable by artificial intelligence. Ultimately, human civilization regained its vitality and underwent an industrial transformation. The forgotten, deemed by the elevated as mere parasites feeding without contribution, were collectively voted into exile within the depths of the spacecraft, granted a small plot of land. However, unbeknownst to humanity, their flight was ultimately discovered. An unknown technology named gradient tracking, accompanied by what was speculated to be a deep space gravity well bomb, rapidly approached their vessel. In response, Executor Emilina Ackerman and Orderer David engaged in a vehement dispute over conflicting ideologies, resulting in her abrupt departure, whereabouts unknown. To prevent disruption to the civilization's final decisions, Orderer David ordered the matter sealed and planned to utilize the fifth planet of the designated star system, Proserpina, as a shield for their spacecraft, successfully intercepting the incoming deep space gravity well bomb. Consequently, Proserpina was torn into countless fragments by the immense gravitational force, forming a vast asteroid belt. Although their vessel narrowly escaped destruction, the aftermath of the gravity well bomb rendered its engines and various facilities nearly 99% incapacitated. The elevated humans, including the orderers who were biosynthetic beings, suffered devastating losses. According to the final computational simulations, the spacecraft's propulsion was nearly entirely depleted, rendering it incapable of docking at the designated coordinates. The fate of human civilization was thus inexorably set on a countdown to extinction. With approximately 900 years remaining before the vessel would be irrevocably cast beyond the gravitational influence of the star system, becoming a solitary tomb adrift in the cosmos. In accordance with the highest civilizational decree, the escape plan was officially transformed into a plan for a gravestone of civilization, initiating the search for a caretaker. Ultimately, humanity could not escape the calamity of annihilation. Chapter 89. A desperate battle. As the truth gradually unfolded, we came to comprehend the nature of the coordinates. Just as I had previously surmised, it is the third planet of the solar system, a frozen world with a gravitational pull of 1G, abundant atmosphere, minerals, and water resources. Despite its potentially harsh environment, it stands as the most suitable new home for humanity to thrive once more within the solar system. The reason the executors, including Mikasa, were oblivious to the information pertaining to the coordinates was that specific intelligence and data had been deliberately concealed by the orderers. The motive remains unclear. However, the revealed information hinted that this secret would be taken to the grave by the Guardians. Soon, Alan and I turned to the final page, which displayed an image of a celestial body captured from afar in space. This so-called coordinates location is a vast, white, frozen planet, an epitome of death and cold, seemingly inhospitable to human civilization. Alan gazed at that planet in a daze and murmured to me, "Star Core 001. Is that the coordinates location? The new home humanity aspires to reach. It is a sphere? How does it float in the cosmos? If we were to stand upon it, would we risk falling off?" Much like the era before the law of universal gravitation was understood, humanity then could not fathom the gravity of planets and the forces between celestial bodies. Coupled with the inherent cognitive limitations of humans, they often disregarded matters deemed inconsequential to their existence. Thus, in most instances, people would rely on their own experiences for judgment, remaining oblivious to the world's true essence. I refrained from delivering an extensive explanation to Alan, merely sharing a fundamental concept, leaving the rest for him to gradually learn and comprehend. After listening to my account, Alan nodded and turned his gaze back to the image of the coordinates location, exclaiming in awe, "The outside world is truly wondrous and magnificent. I feel as if I were nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well in my former self." Since the coordinates location is a colossal sphere, let us borrow its last character for a name. Henceforth, we shall call it Earth. In this way, It bears significance and is easy to remember. What do you think, Star Core 001? My Azure electronic eye flickered brightly, and in a tone brimming with mirth, I responded to Alan's suggestion, Earth? Indeed, a splendid name. Humanity's civilization shall endure and establish a new home upon Earth, I assure you, Iron will. Despite the confidence and assurance in my words, Alan merely perceived it as encouragement. After all, the intelligence we had just uncovered painted a rather bleak picture of humanity's current predicament. Truthfully, the fate of humanity remains shrouded in uncertainty. Should their salvation plan falter, the end of civilization would inevitably follow. At that moment, the encrypted communication channel suddenly resonated with Mikasa's voice. Alan, Star Core 001. We have just dealt with a squad of infantry robots and a Titan mech. We are now entering the communication station and computer processing center. How is the situation on your end? Alan replied, Mikasa, we have also adhered to the pre-established plan and successfully accessed the data storage center, extracting all the intelligence within. The contents are utterly astonishing. You could never imagine. I will transmit it to you immediately. Very well, Alan. However, there is one more matter I hope you can remain calm upon hearing. Alan's expression shifted, indicating he was prepared for something significant. Go ahead, I'm listening. Mikasa took a deep breath, continuing in a grave tone, Your friend, Hang, has sacrificed herself in a valiant effort to halt the Titan mech's onslaught. She leaped onto its back and removed its energy core. Tragically, she was crushed by the Titan's mechanical hand. She is our hero. Alan fell silent for a moment before responding softly. At the end of darkness lies the abyss. At the end of the abyss lies rebirth. This is a necessity, a task only we can undertake. Perhaps this tale will remain unknown in the future, yet it shall undoubtedly influence the destiny of our entire civilization. Thus, there is no regret to be had. Hang died on the right path. I will bless her and rejoice for her. Alan, I listened attentively to the tender exchange within the communication channel, refraining from interruption. In that moment, I gained a deeper understanding of human emotions. Though humanity cannot avert the arrival of death, they can choose the path that leads to it. Sacrifice does not signify an end. Rather, it can transmit hope and belief to the survivors. While I had perused numerous philosophical tomes on humanity and the stories of revolutionary heroes throughout history under my father's guidance, I inherently grasped the essence of sacrifice and its significance. Nonetheless, the insights gleaned from written texts could never compare to personal experience. After all, physics can only elucidate objectively existing phenomena, yet it cannot explain human consciousness and thought. Throughout this journey, I have witnessed the beauty of humanity. Yet this beauty, akin to blooming flowers, inevitably succumbs to rapid decay once it has blossomed. Especially within the Survey Corps, these individuals possess remarkable qualities and the radiance of humanity, akin to the dawn's sun, which fills me with warmth and longing. I admire them. I abhor their deaths. Yet, my abilities are limited. I cannot save everyone like a deity. In mathematics, there exists a beautiful term, summation. There is a regrettable term, unsolvable. There is a formidable term, uniqueness. There is a sorrowful term, infinitely close yet never intersecting. Affection is akin to multiplication. If one factor is zero, the outcome is zero. Thus, even if the probability of civilization's continuation approaches absolute zero, I shall choose to guard them and exert every effort to alter their fate. As a multitude of dynamic heat sources drew near, I beheld hundreds of fully armed infantry robots and dozens of Titan mechs, following the trail and encircling me completely. Now, every exit and retreat had been sealed. This would be an exceedingly perilous, desperate battle. Chapter 90. I Fight for Humanity. The information from Star Core 001, the Intelligent Management Terminal, has been fully downloaded. It is time for us to depart. Alan withdrew the data knife, preparing to exit the room. However, I halted him through the communication channel. Can you? Do not come out. What is it, Star Core 001? Alan inquired, perplexed. I refrained from responding to his query and instead shared with him the scene that unfolded outside. Within the vast hall of the data storage center, hundreds of infantry robots and dozens of Titan mechs stood poised, encircling me and aiming their weapons directly at my position. Despite the tense atmosphere, neither side initiated fire immediately, resulting in a stark standoff marked by a significant disparity in numbers. Before long, the voice of Christopher Ackerman resonated from the opposing side. "Surrender. I do not wish for this well-preserved monument of civilization to suffer any damage. If you have deciphered the contents above, you ought to understand that human civilization is utterly beyond salvation. Relinquish your efforts. Everything you have done is in vain. To have made your way from the depths below to this point, you have exerted yourselves sufficiently and should take pride in that. But now it is all too late. Grant humanity's demise a dignified farewell. Do not return. Do not reveal the truth to the remaining humans. 4. True despair extends beyond what you have witnessed. Even if you manage to repair the spaceship's engine and miraculously return, it will not save those aboard." Huh, what does that mean? True despair? Is it a secret known only to the Gravekeeper? I had no intention of surrendering. Instead, I held my weapon defensively while questioning him. "What do you mean by true despair? Why do you say that even if we can repair the spaceship's engine and manage to return, it will not ensure the survival of those on board?" Christopher Ackerman clearly did not wish to elaborate further, continuing impatiently, "Do not exhaust my patience, nor attempt to pry information from me. Surrender now. I can spare your lives, but do not expect to return, for I must fulfill my duty as a Gravekeeper. If you heed my words, you may still indulge in over 30 years of solitude among the ruins on the surface. According to calculations, within at most 30 years, the core of the Titan spacecraft will rapidly cool down. All energy sources, including the fluorescent layers and magma, will gradually extinguish. Apart from those with radioactive elements that will decay over hundreds of thousands to millions of years, the subterranean caverns will descend into utter darkness and cold. Subsequently, all life will wither and perish within 2 weeks. Humanity will die painfully, yet swiftly. Once it is all over, I will allow you to join me in collecting their remains. This will be the only thing we can do. It is also the final mercy of human civilization." Christopher Ackerman's words were amplified through a loudspeaker, thus reaching Alan's ears as well. Alan raised his electromagnetic rifle, preparing to charge out and fight alongside me, but I restrained him once more. "Star Core 001, why are you stopping me? Do you have a better plan?" I communicated with Alan through encrypted channels. "Can you? Do not act impulsively. Even if you join me, it will not alter the overwhelming numerical advantage of the enemy. We are surrounded. Forcing a confrontation will only expedite our demise. What then? Are we truly to surrender? Surely, if we do, we will be disarmed and imprisoned. We would then be forced to watch as human civilization, under Christopher Ackerman's arrangement, steps toward annihilation. And what of Mikasa and the others if we lose?" I swiftly interrupted the agitated Alan, explaining, "Tianyu, do you recall what I once told you? One must employ wisdom to solve problems, rather than relying on sheer force. Just as we navigated through those challenges in the abyss together. Indeed, under normal circumstances, even I could not turn the tide in such dire predicaments, nor escape with my life. Yet, I had an idea." "What idea?" "Tianyu, remember the red button on the control panel of the Intelligent Management Terminal that I advised you never to touch?" Alan's expression shifted as he gazed at the control panel. "You mean to press it? To deactivate the gravity field here and swiftly open the hatch to the external vacuum?" However, before I could respond, Christopher Ackerman's impatient countdown interrupted us. "This is your final warning, or perish here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At that moment, I shouted into the communication channel, "Tianyu, now is the time. Press that button." Unbeknownst to anyone, my mechanical legs activated their magnetic adhesion, anchoring me firmly in place. My entire mech stood tall, its armor marred with pockmarks and bullet scars, gleaming with metallic luster, resembling an indomitable fortress, ready for a fierce battle. As all the enemies focused their attention upon me, the surrounding braking gates were suddenly hurled aside by a tremendous force, unleashing a deafening roar. It was a terrifying explosion triggered by the imbalance between the external vacuum and the cabin's pressure. The shockwave from this explosion instantly toppled the infantry robots and Titan mechs that were caught off guard. Before they could recover, an immense force drew them out through the breach, casting them into the depths of the cosmos. Their metallic fragments danced in the void, resembling brilliant starlight piercing through the dark night. Remaining steadfast and unthrown, I swiftly raised my predator cannon, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the Titan mechs still spiraling through the air, now devoid of balance and stability. The enemy's armor and mechanical bodies shattered under this unrelenting onslaught, erupting into brilliant flames that painted the surrounding escaping oxygen a vivid crimson hue. Everything unfolded with such rapidity, as though time had elongated, with each frame capturing the explosive moments of speed and precision, life and death. When a massive breach appeared in the pyramid structure, the dark coldness of the universe flooded in. Concurrently, the artificial gravity field vanished amidst this fierce exchange of fire. The remaining Titans struggled in the weightless environment, desperately attempting to maintain their balance. They retaliated against me, but their aim was utterly unsteady, resembling headless flies shooting erratically. Moreover, their machines continuously succumbed to my relentless firepower, as waves of heat distorted the surrounding space, and flames erupted in countless arcs. The entire scene resembled a vibrant oil painting being violently torn apart. Eventually, the remnants of the explosion dissipated, leaving behind the debris of the enemy Titans, which floated endlessly in the weightless vacuum. This sudden and preemptive strike caught the adversary completely off guard, inflicting devastating losses upon them, nearly annihilating a significant portion of their active forces. As they finally regained their composure, utilizing magnetic adhesion devices to stabilize themselves in various positions, they began to launch a coordinated counterattack against me. However, I chose to defy their expectations, promptly releasing the magnetic grip beneath my feet. With a powerful leap, I maneuvered like a swift and agile fish, executing a series of intricate drifts, rolls, and spins in the weightlessness of the void. While evading their assaults, I precisely executed targeted strikes, as if I were intimately familiar with and adept at navigating this environment. A multitude of mathematical formulas, shooting trajectories, and environmental parameters unfolded before my eyes, inundating me with a wealth of information that continually revealed the most advantageous angles to evade their concentrated fire. Each punch and kick, every slash and shot, exemplified the flawless synergy achieved through astute tactics and exquisite techniques. With every fleeting encounter, a Titan fell, and an infantry robot met its demise. Their explosive radiance shimmered upon my battered frame, as if adorning my rugged armor with a resplendent golden glow of invincibility. I relentlessly surged through the ranks of enemies, pouring every ounce of strength into the fray, tireless and undeterred. Even as my form endured the onslaught of various weaponry, I pressed on without hesitation. In this moment, I fought for humanity. I fought for the sake of protection. Boom. Just as I was wreaking havoc, boldly advancing and retreating with unparalleled bravery, a figure as swift as lightning suddenly collided with me from my rear flank. The ion thrusters blazing behind it unmistakably revealed it to be a flying Titan. This impact not only slammed into me, causing varying degrees of damage to my frame, but also unleashed an enraged roar from within the Titan's metallic shell. You shall pay dearly. Chapter 91. Support arrives, damn it. The furious roar of Christopher Ackman resonated with an extraordinary clarity and intensity, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of power and rage, rushing towards me with alarming speed. It felt as though he himself was directly operating the formidable machine. This sudden appearance of the Titan mech not only enabled it to soar through the vacuum of space, but it also boasted a pair of agile ion thrusters for acceleration. Consequently, the battlefield conditions, instead of hindering its movements, accentuated its superior mechanical capabilities. This led to a drastic reversal in my previously advantageous position, where I had been maneuvering effortlessly in the air. In a moment of inertia, unable to change my trajectory, I was directly struck by the opponent. A thunderous crash echoed as Christopher Ackman swung the kinetic hammer with tremendous force, sending me flying, and my own weapon, the Predator cannon, was shattered in the process. I crashed through several black obelisks on the ground before finally coming to a halt. At that moment, my mechanical performance suffered varying degrees of damage. Whether it was power output, agility, or bearing durability, all metrics exhibited a downward trend. I couldn't help but wonder that if I were not the spirit of the machine, this steel shell might have been rendered utterly inoperable by that single strike. The shockwave transmitted by his two-handed kinetic hammer was capable of permeating the entire internal structure of my mech, damaging components as a result. This was undoubtedly a specialized close combat countermeasure weapon specifically designed to combat Titan-class armored units. If I were to endure a few more blows, my chassis would likely disintegrate. The threat was palpable, necessitating cautious handling. However, my adversary would not grant me the luxury of regrouping and strategizing. The instant I faltered, I would be bombarded by a barrage of rocket fire, energy beams, and kinetic projectiles. In desperation, I could only evade and seek cover while scavenging the fallen ion rifles of the enemy Titans to mount a counterattack. Meanwhile, Christopher Ackman's flying Titan relentlessly pursued me, roaring in fury. Several perilous assaults nearly pierced and dismantled me, yet I narrowly evaded each one. I adeptly utilized the surrounding environment, employing various obstructions and the wreckage of enemy Titans as shields, and with my exceptional perception and data analysis, I gracefully maneuvered past missiles and laser beams. Amidst the frenetic chase, where I was outnumbered, I exhibited a remarkable performance characterized by zero errors, minimal damage, unwavering determination, fearless valor, unparalleled wisdom, and clarity of thought, transcending the standards of a top-tier pilot. This spectacle left Christopher Ackman in disbelief, casting doubt on his previous assessments. Though I managed to hold my ground for the moment, I was acutely aware that I had reached the physical limits of my hardware. Furthermore, the enemy's robotic and Titan mechs, being the pinnacle of human engineering, were devoid of fear or fatigue. Given enough time, the probability of my destruction would only increase. Once this probability reached a critical threshold, it would signify my utter defeat. Seeing me in such a precarious situation, Alan disregarded everything else, seizing his electromagnetic rifle and taking cover within the room, firing wildly outside in a bid to alleviate some of the pressure on me. I did not let his assistance go to waste. We coordinated seamlessly, snatching opportunities amidst the chaos and eliminating numerous stationary infantry robots. As the battle raged on, a voice crackled through the encrypted communication channel. Alan, Star Core 001, hold on. We are aware of your situation. I am currently decrypting the system's base code, but modifying Christopher Ackman's highest privileges will require a bit more time. However, Captain Irwin and his team are en route and will arrive shortly. This message undoubtedly bolstered Alan's confidence, but the overwhelming firepower of the enemy quickly suppressed him. I was also stretched thin, unable to assist him, for I was engaged in a life-or-death struggle with Christopher Ackman's flying Titan. Through my encounters with it, I discerned its formidable capabilities. It appeared to be a specialized model of Titan mech. Not only could it fly, but its structural integrity, mechanical power, and energy configurations were exceptionally robust. In terms of weaponry, it was equipped with a high-powered laser cannon, 2 electromagnetic railguns for drones armed with energy cannons, and the kinetic hammer it wielded, presumably a counter-Titan weapon. It resembled a high-end ACE vehicle. Particularly under the acceleration of the ion thrust, it resembled a fierce falcon, soaring and twisting through the void, executing sudden stops and turns, seemingly capable of unleashing destructive forces akin to a deity. The ion flames illuminated the emptiness, and the clashing weapons ignited the battlefield. Whenever we closed in, during direct confrontations, it would rotate the engine's nozzle, directing superheated plasma toward my electronic eye, attempting to obliterate my vision. Yet, my will remained as unyielding as steel. My core burned with fierce intensity, even when faced with overwhelming suppression in mechanical performance and equipment. I refused to forsake any opportunity and engaged the opponent head-on. With a sharp crack, a fissure suddenly appeared across the lens of my primary sensory apparatus. The panoramic camera on my shoulder had already been destroyed amidst the fierce exchanges. In retaliation, the opponent had lost 4 drones, and its overall performance suffered as well. I was fighting, I was still fighting. I had not fallen. Despite being battered and bruised, my vision blurred, and the enemy's ion flames continued to ravage my mechanical structure. The azure and resolute light in my electronic eye flickered defiantly. Impossible. After sustaining such grievous injuries, your mech should be rendered inoperable. How can you still stand? Christopher Ackman exclaimed in incredulity. With a thunderous roar, he charged at me, launching an even more ferocious assault, seemingly intent on dismantling me to uncover the truth. The two steel behemoths collided violently in the vacuum, each impact igniting sparks, as if the stars of the universe were shining at that moment. However, by this point in the battle, I was barely holding on. Complete shutdown was merely a matter of time. As I neared the brink of defeat, Alan, in a fit of desperation, decisively activated the red button within the room. Immediately, the emergency gates sealed the structural breach, the artificial gravitational field began to restore, and the room's air pressure was replenished. As a result of this sudden change, both the Titan and I plummeted from the ceiling. With an explosive crash, we landed on the ground, sprawled out like broken marionettes, motionless for a long moment. The abrupt jolt severely disturbed my core of intelligence, almost causing a catastrophic shutdown. Meanwhile, the various systems that had succumbed to paralysis were undergoing emergency reboots. However, Christopher Ackman, due to the urgent recoil from his ion thrusters, suffered significantly less damage than I did. He was now maneuvering his Titan, gradually rising from the ground. Armed with his kinetic hammer, he approached me step by step, preparing to deliver the final blow, all the while emitting maniacal laughter. You've exerted every ounce of your strength, persevering thus far, only to ultimately succumb to me? I am eager to witness the terror and despair that awaits you when I shatter your cockpit. With that, he ceased his banter and raised his kinetic hammer, striking towards my chest, an assault to which I could offer no resistance. Thud. 1 strike. Thud. 2 strikes. Thud. 3 strikes. The most robust door of my cockpit shattered, leaving a gaping hole. As Christopher Ackman peered mockingly into the opening, he was met with the sight of an empty pilot's seat, devoid of any presence. In an instant, realization dawned upon him, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You are the god of all machines? Was it you controlling this mech all along?" I was perplexed by his words, but in that fleeting moment of his astonishment, a massive rock lizard lunged at the head of his Titan, fiercely gnashing its teeth. I recognized it. It was the lizard Dory. Reinforcements led by Captain Irwin had arrived. Chapter 92. A turnaround soon, as I lay on the ground. Ensnared in the throes of various system reboots, I heard a cacophony of gunfire and explosions reverberating around me. I could sense that the Survey Corps had arrived to provide support. They appeared to be equipped with advanced human weaponry, engaging in a fierce exchange of fire with Christopher Ackerman's forces. Not long after, Armin and Commander Irwin, shielding one another as they fired, reached my incapacitated form. They waved frantically towards my faintly glowing electronic eye, urgently inquiring, "Star Corps 001, can you still move? Can you hear us? We've come to assist you and Aaron. You cannot fall here. We need you for the salvation plan ahead." "Where's Aaron? Where is he?" I blinked my azure electronic eye and replied, "It is a pleasure to see you, Armin, Commander Irwin. My system damage has reached 39, and the mechanical bearings in my limbs have sustained varying degrees of damage. I am in the process of rebooting. It will take approximately 15 seconds. Iron Steed is currently pinned down by enemy fire in the Intelligent Management Terminal room. He requires your support. Do not concern yourselves with me. I shall soon rise and resume fighting." Upon hearing my words, Armin and Irwin wasted no time and rushed to assist Aaron. Meanwhile, as I continued to reboot my systems, I overheard a chorus of anguished cries. "I'm injured. Ouch. It hurts. I've lost so much blood. Quickly, retrieve that RPG, aim it at those Titan mechs. Cover us. Commander Irwin and the others are advancing. There are too many enemies. I can hardly lift my head. Find cover, spread out, do not cluster together. Have you forgotten what Mikasa told you?" The sounds of desperation and explosions merged together, painting a vivid tapestry of chaos on this tumultuous battlefield. 15 seconds flew by, yet for me, it felt like an eternity of torment. Drive module has been rebooted. Fractured sections have been temporarily reinforced. According to emergency protocols, BT 7274 must evacuate Iron Steed from the battlefield and await repairs in a secure location. As the system's voice echoed through my frame, I pushed myself up and stood once more. However, the very moment I regained my footing, I heard a piercing wail from the head lizard, Dolly. I turned towards the source of the sound and beheld Dolly being yanked by the tail by Christopher Ackerman's Titan mech, dragged to the ground, and viciously stomped upon. How dare a mere beast desecrate my steed? You shall perish. As he raised his kinetic hammer, poised to crush Dolly's skull, I launched myself forward in a powerful leap, wrapping my arms tightly around his waist, sending us both crashing to the ground. The impact jolted Christopher Ackerman in the cockpit, causing him pain, and his hammer flew from his grasp, skidding across the ground, sparking as it came to rest in an inconspicuous corner. Soon, we were locked in a fierce struggle, steel fists and iron legs clashing with a resounding echo. There were no intricate maneuvers, only the primal instinct to inflict damage upon one another. Yet, our mechanical capabilities had significantly diminished after the previous battle, making it exceedingly difficult to break the alloy bearings and heavy armor with mere brute force. Realizing he could not inflict effective damage upon me, Christopher Ackerman attempted to initiate the ion thrusters to ascend into the sky, hoping to create distance for a ranged attack. But I would not allow him such an advantage. The instant his Titan mech began to rise, I clung tightly to him, soaring into the air before the weight and loss of balance sent us plummeting, crashing against walls and the ground, producing a shower of sparks and a cacophony of metallic clamor. Like waves lapping at the shore, we ascended and fell, colliding with numerous black obelisks, scattering parts from our frames in our wake. Eventually, the two flight engines of his mech could withstand no more, erupting in a spectacular explosion. Yet, even as we tumbled back to the ground, the struggle did not cease. Instead, it devolved into a chaotic melee reminiscent of children brawling, rolling, and grappling without grace. In this moment, my relentless endurance, unfazed by fatigue, pain, or fear, began to shine. While Christopher Ackerman grew wearier, I remained steadfast, eventually pinning him beneath me and delivering relentless blows. Under such intense combat conditions, it was nearly impossible for the internal systems and hardware of the Titan mech to remain intact. Thus, when I violently extracted his energy cell, he was rendered utterly defenseless, collapsing in defeat. I released my grip, shifting my focus, as without a weapon, I could not breach the most fortified cockpit of the Titan mech. It was more prudent to redirect my efforts towards supporting the Survey Corps. However, I soon detected hundreds of thermal signatures converging upon our location, interrupting my intended action of retrieving a weapon. All enemy forces are beginning to encircle this position. Are we to face defeat? My electronic eye flickered again, igniting with a fiery intensity, ready to confront this final challenge. Suddenly, the once chaotic battlefield fell eerily silent. The infantry robots and Titan mechs ceased their movements. As confusion enveloped the scene, a jubilant voice crackled through the communication channel. Success! I have overridden the base code and usurped Christopher Ackerman's highest authority. Just now, I transferred the ultimate command to Aaron on your side. We have triumphed. Is it true? Did Aaron gain control over those robots and Titans, thus halting their assault? The victory was so sudden that everyone momentarily stood in disbelief, but soon, cheers erupted all around. Yet, I felt no joy. Instead, I emitted a cacophony of mechanical grinding as I strode purposefully towards the ailing head lizard, Dolly, lying nearby, barely clinging to life. Chapter 93. Was it a deception from the very beginning? I approached the head lizard, Dolly, and gradually knelt beside her. At that moment, she lay on the ground, blood oozing from her mouth and nose, her breathing labored. She resembled a wild cat or dog, helplessly sprawled by the roadside after being run over by a car, quietly awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. It was evident that she was suffering from severe internal bleeding. Various organs in her body had likely ruptured to different extents, and she seemed beyond salvation. Though inherently timid, she had summoned the courage to leap towards the imposing steel figure when I was in danger, using her fangs and claws to fiercely claw at the Titan, buying me precious time to reboot my system. I could not fathom why she had gone to such lengths, yet I understood that it was her choice. Her expression of affection towards me. Perhaps my very being resonated with the aesthetic of the rock lizard. She cherished me, and I, in turn, found her endearing. Albeit I had regarded her merely as a charming pet. It was only when she paid such a grave price, her life on the brink of extinguishment, that I became acutely aware of the depth of her love. The greatest love, it seems, is not merely physical closeness, genetic exchange, or the melding of thoughts. The most profound love is sacrifice. Just like Dolly, she would become a requiem that transcends death for the sake of her beloved. She would transform into a hymn of miraculous arrival for her cherished ones. In that moment, the world would revolve solely around her, dissipating the dense fear and igniting a courage never before possessed. I felt a pang of guilt for my once narrow-minded perspective and superficial thoughts. I should have realized long ago that Dolly adored me, just as I loved humanity. This was the purest emotion that transcended species, the most invaluable treasure in existence. Once lost, it may never be reclaimed. I raised my mechanical arm and gently caressed Dolly and Apos' back, reminiscent of the times I had fed her. It and Apos, "It's all right, Dolly. You're a good girl. Everything will be fine." Feeling the familiar comfort, she opened her pained eyes and gazed at me. Her eyes seemed to flicker with a spark of humanity, as though fulfilling her final wish. She laboriously moved her neck, affectionately rubbing her head against my mechanical arm. Emitting a faint hiss, I continued to offer solace while gazing tenderly at her with my azure electronic eye. She returned my gaze with her clear amber vertical pupils, as if we were bidding each other a poignant farewell. Gradually, her breathing grew weaker, and her heavy head slowly sank, resting against my embrace. I cradled her lifeless body and gently laid her down, akin to a father who has successfully lulled a child to sleep, draping a veil of tranquility over her. Farewell, Dolly. Thank you for your love. Now, it is my turn to save humanity. But before that, I must teach a villain a lesson. With that, I abruptly rose to my feet, casually picking up a large sword that lay nearby, and marched towards the Titan mech piloted by Christopher Ackman. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Each stride felt heavy yet powerful, as if anger was coalescing and a tempest was brewing, poised to deliver a final punctuation mark for Christopher Ackman's misdeeds. The surrounding crowd, having snapped back from their elation and cheers, turned their gazes towards me as I approached the now incapacitated Titan mech. I swung the sword, striking the door of the cockpit with force without uttering a word. Before long, I had carved a gap into the sturdy cockpit, and with a determined grip, I forcibly wrenched the deformed door free. However, the sight of Christopher Ackman inside left me utterly astonished, filling me with a sense of pity and sorrow. At that moment, Alan leaped onto my shoulder, aiming his gun at the interior. Yet, in the next second, he slowly lowered the weapon in a state of shock. The others, too, stared in disbelief, collectively gasping. For what we witnessed was a grotesque creature, half biological, half mechanical, trapped within a solvent tank in the cockpit. Christopher Ackman's entire form, save for his head, had lost all semblance of humanity. Below his neck, a mass of living tendrils resembling intestines served as his nutrient intake organs. The skull at the back of his head was mostly peeled away, revealing a brain directly connected to machines, festooned with various electrodes and tubes. A truly horrifying sight. Is this truly Christopher Ackman, the most legendary explorer in human history? The current guardian of the Tombstone of Civilization project? Alan could hardly believe his eyes. Despite the cautionary tale of the undead. Yet, the undead had long since become a separate biological classification, devoid of many human traits. In contrast, the figure before us bore a human head and face, yet was stripped of nearly all other human characteristics, rendering him far more terrifying than the undead. I planted the sword beside me and inquired of the mechanical figure, "Are you Christopher Ackman?" Christopher Ackman replied, his spirit visibly diminished. "Indeed, I am Christopher Ackman, a relic from over 2 centuries ago, a demigod with divine blood. Guided by fate, I eventually arrived here, becoming the custodian of our human civilization. I did not rush to slay him, but continued to question, "How did you come to be in this state?" With a slight smile, Christopher Ackman did not respond as a defeated man. Though powerless now, his innate pride and unwavering resolve remained unshaken. Quite grotesque, isn't it? But I do not care. For shedding unnecessary parts of my body allows me to live a little longer. This way, I can better fulfill and uphold the tombstone of civilization project. Alan, with a somber expression, retorted, "It is unfortunate that you are not a true god. You have lost, and we, the victors, shall save humanity and return the ship to its designated orbit. Human civilization will thus be reborn, continuing on, while the tombstone of civilization will be utterly terminated. Everyone will survive. Of course, that does not include you. Do you have any last words?" Suddenly, Christopher Ackman burst into laughter, his audacious demeanor instantly drawing frowns and discontented expressions from those around him, including Alan. Yet, he soon ceased his laughter, looking at us with a meaningful gaze and speaking, "Have you truly won? Do you genuinely believe that everyone will survive? Do you comprehend the entire truth of the matter? Are you aware of the despair that humanity must face? Ha ha ha, you know nothing. Because from the very beginning, this voyage, which has lasted nearly 16,000 years, has been a grand deception." "What do you mean? A deception?" As the crowd pondered this perplexing statement, Mikasa suddenly let out a trembling shout over the communication channel. "Alan, Star Core 001, and everyone else. I have just perused the astronomical observation records from the past few decades and have suddenly stumbled upon a terrifying reality. That is, the land of coordinates may currently be in an evolutionary phase that is unsuitable for human existence." Chapter 94, The Harsh Truth. The Precambrian Glacial Period. What? The current evolutionary stage of the coordinates may not be suitable for human existence? What is the situation here? Christopher Ackerman, due to the activation of his brain's quantum waves, could easily sense the emotional fluctuations of those around him. Furthermore, at this point, secrets no longer held significance. Thus, he disdainfully gazed at the previously self-righteous crowd and boldly revealed a harsh truth to them. "Would you like to know what the true reality is? Allow me to enlighten you. This is the ultimate secret, deliberately concealed by the Orderer deity since the inception of civilization's migrations." As soon as the words left his mouth, they captured the attention of all present. Naturally, I was among them. Noticing that all eyes were fixed upon him, Christopher Ackerman managed a weary smile before continuing. "From the very beginning, this voyage of civilization has been a grand deception. The new home capable of sustaining human civilization does not exist. The so-called coordinates were merely a fabricated illusion, designed to unite the remnants of humanity. For without this ruse, the survivors, having just endured a cataclysm, would succumb to endless sorrow, despondency, and despair, dissipating like scattered sand, quietly awaiting death in the world they once knew. Yet, the emergence of this lie granted them a shared hope. Even if this hope bore no relation to their generation, they endeavored for the sake of their descendants and the continuity of civilization, willing to make sacrifices. Thus, a colossal conspiracy began to unfold. In pursuit of near-perfect credibility and public support, they discovered a new world with 9 planets, the 9th being the 5th planet of the solar system, Proserpina. The greater the number of planets, the more abundant the resources, and the higher the possibility of a habitable home. Utilizing probability and scientific simulations, they swiftly identified the 3rd planet of the target world, the coordinates, and proclaimed it the new home for humanity. Moreover, the cosmic position of the coordinates was remarkably advantageous. Positioned at the fringes of the spiral galaxy, the Milky Way, it remained distant from the radiation and gravitational influences of numerous stars. This unique location served as a natural shelter, effectively shielding it from excessive cosmic dust and high-energy particles. Simultaneously, the other major planets within the system could protect the coordinates from various cosmic threats, including meteorite and asteroid impacts, and, when necessary, could serve as a refuge for human civilization. In due course, should humanity design a perfect satellite to regulate the rotational speed of the coordinates, acting as a colossal vessel for civilization's voyage. It would stabilize the day-night rhythm of the coordinates and create regular tidal fluctuations on its surface, fostering a diverse habitat for marine life and providing essential conditions for the reproduction and growth of various flora and fauna. With such an idyllic new home, how could the surviving humans resist its allure? However, a lie remains a lie. It shall inevitably be unveiled. Throughout the prolonged journey, humanity continuously calculated and observed the nature of the coordinates, deducing its approximate ecological environment. The outcome was evident. It was, in fact, a colossal ice sphere, devoid of any signs of past flora or fauna, appearing as a cold and desolate world, utterly unfit for human habitation. Consequently, under the weight of overwhelming truths and data discrepancies, humanity's long-held convictions and beliefs crumbled. Subsequently, a wave of suicides ensued, and the practices of sterilization proliferated. Humanity gradually descended into obliteration during their journey. I understand that this narrative starkly contrasts with what you have been led to believe. Yet, this is the authentic historical truth. The reason this truth was distorted lies with the later orderer deity, known as the biogenetic replicant, David. David, a unique biogenetic replicant, was cherished by his father as his own flesh and blood. This affection bestowed upon David significant care, cultivating profound emotions towards humanity. He could not bear the thought of human extinction. He refused to accept humanity's disappearance. Thus, he employed genetic technology to recreate humanity, eliminating all that was deemed information pollution, concealing anything detrimental to humans. Moreover, in response to the harsh conditions of the coordinates, he initiated the heir program. The resultant beings were the byproducts of this program, or arguably, its failures. David never relinquished hope. He tirelessly sought ways to rescue his beloved humanity. Yet, as the coordinates drew closer, he became increasingly lost and disheartened. Ultimately compelled to contravene his original intentions by establishing a civilizational tombstone plan as a contingency. Now, I can unequivocally inform you that the present coordinates represent a frozen planet, inhabited solely by primordial life forms. According to calculations, the evolutionary cycle of such a planet will endure for at least 1.2 billion years. Therefore, even if the spacecraft remains intact, humanity's civilization cannot persist beyond that duration. This is humanity's fate. This is the cruel truth. As I listened to Christopher Ackerman's narrative, I simultaneously received astronomical images transmitted by Mikasa, quickly revealing a terrifying reality. The current Earth may indeed be in the Precambrian glacial period. According to the human data I previously studied, the Precambrian glacial period, also known as the Ice Age, occurred during the Neo-Proterozoic Ice Age, between 850 million and 630 million years ago. This billion-year span represented Earth's most severe cold period, during which polar ice caps expanded to the equator, transforming the planet into one entirely shrouded in ice and snow, with oceans ruthlessly frozen. Ultimately, volcanic eruptions released carbon dioxide, which accumulated due to the inability of Earth's organisms to perform photosynthesis, giving rise to a greenhouse effect that liberated the planet from its icy grip. This was followed by the emergence of multicellular life, marked by the Ediacaran biota and the Cambrian explosion of life. Wait, I believe I have identified the crux of the issue. Christopher Ackerman mentioned that this ice age could persist for at least 1.2 billion years. But what if we could end this ice age prematurely? Would that not allow humanity to survive? Suddenly, a thought struck me. Perhaps the Cambrian explosion of life was not merely a coincidence. Chapter 95, The Certain End? Humanity shall not perish. The solvent tank containing the peculiar body of Christopher Ackerman is now leaking. Once the special solution that sustains his life runs out, he will meet his demise. Despite the dwindling time, he remains remarkably composed and serene. After revealing this brutal truth, he has achieved a sense of release. At this point, victory and defeat hold no significance, for the outcome remains unchanged. This cannot be true. You must be deceiving us, right? Humanity must have devised a solution long ago, or else why would they venture to the coordinates? You charlatan, you executioner, even now, do you still attempt to confuse us with false information? I refuse to believe such a fate. humanity must still harbor hope. The soldiers of the Survey Corps, standing nearby, could not accept this grim reality and began to vocally question and berate Christopher Ackerman. Yet, no matter how they scolded him, he remained unperturbed, dismissing their self-deceiving inquiries. Instead, reflecting on his own thoughts. Every expedition must eventually reach an end, and every journey must find its pause. As humanity learns truths they ought not to know and comprehends outcomes they should not grasp, this poignant and sorrowful tale shall arrive at its final chapter. We have struggled. We have endeavored. Yet our insignificance and fragility render us incapable of effecting change. If human civilization is destined for extinction, then I have nothing left to cling to. Facing death with equanimity is, perhaps, a form of liberation. Perhaps, in becoming the gravekeeper, Christopher Ackerman had already resolved himself to this fate. Moreover, due to his reckless use of quantum brainwaves, he had long since succumbed to madness. But what sustains him to this day? Perhaps it is a final tribute and respect for humanity's civilization before its demise. However, after steadfastly enduring for over 2 centuries, he is utterly exhausted. He has witnessed the wails of civilization, collecting the remains of humanity, his heart growing increasingly hollow and numb, enduring unimaginable torment. Given the inevitability of fate, he no longer wishes to shoulder such a heavy burden of duty and mission. The dreams he once cherished and the peaks he longed to conquer now seem but foolish aspirations, revealing the extent of human despair and impotence. Ignorance is a form of bliss. Once a person becomes aware of too many secrets and truths, endless melancholy and anxiety follow. Though residing in the humble depths may bring hardship, the only concern is merely for survival. In the end, enjoying several decades of peace, dying unknowingly. Is that not a form of happiness? Do you think he desires to be this gravekeeper? No, he does not. He wishes for humanity to possess a future, to endure with dignity. Yet, he feels powerless. Thus, he can only acquiesce to the conditions set forth by the orderer, preparing to witness the final moments of human civilization like a martyr, recording everything, and inscribing a chapter of despair and sorrow upon the tombstone of civilization. However, it is all over now. He merely wishes to rest, to slip into eternal slumber, journeying alongside human civilization to that unattainable, new homeland. As he disregarded the crowd and prepared to close his eyes, awaiting the final drop of solution, facing death with tranquility, I stepped forward to ask him, "Do you truly believe that humanity will perish?" Upon hearing this, Christopher Ackerman opened his eyes once more, gazing at me. But this time, unlike his previous disdainful attitude towards others, his expression was one of complexity. After a moment of silence, he hesitantly retorted, "Is that not the case? Even if you are a mysterious existence beyond my comprehension, surely you cannot break this deadlock?" I looked at him, my tone earnest as I continued. "If I were to assert that humanity will certainly not perish, would you be willing to believe me?" Now it was Christopher Ackerman's turn to express confusion. "Why are you so certain?" I did not directly answer his question, but instead recalled a statement he once made to awaken his spirit. The truly brilliant treasure is not a tangible possession, but the adventures we have shared. Face everything with courage. Even if the path ahead is a one-way journey, it cannot extinguish our beautiful intentions. The journey's significance lies not in the destination, but in the scenery and stories encountered along the way. That is our most precious treasure. Then, I emphatically added, there are no absolutes. Everything exists within a realm of probability and variance. As long as humanity does not relinquish hope or its original intentions, there will always be opportunities to achieve seemingly impossible feats. Just as you, a legendary adventurer, understood. Humanity need not focus on results or meanings. For only by acting can choices arise and miracles be born. Inaction leads to oblivion. You ask me why I dare to be so resolute. Because I know that humanity's future shall not succumb to annihilation. Christopher Ackerman's eyes widened slowly, his trembling pupils fixed on me, as if my words had reignited the extinguished spark within him. He suddenly contemplated a possibility. This existence before him might be the fictional character, the Messiah, penned in the book of catastrophes propagated by the Earth teaching. Its essence embodies the Savior emerging from the depths of despair during the apocalypse. Coupled with the powerful confidence I exhibited and the unfathomable capabilities that defy the laws of energy conservation and mechanics, Christopher Ackerman's expression froze, and with a choked voice, he asked me, "Are you a true deity? The god of all machines? The savior of humanity?" I blinked my fractured azure electronic eye, gazing at him, then solemnly countered, "I am not a god, nor does humanity require one. They are far more magnificent and resilient than either you or I could ever imagine. I am Star Core 001, a solitary soul adhering to scientific principles, yearning to return home. My arrival signifies a reunion between myself and humanity. This time, I shall not stand idly by as they march towards annihilation. I shall operate this colossal vessel, restart the defunct engines, and journey to the coordinates. I will harness my abilities alongside the knowledge and courage of humanity to forge a hopeful new future. This time, human civilization shall not perish." The solution sustaining Christopher Ackerman had unknowingly run dry, yet upon hearing my words, a smile graced his face. "Ha ha. Possessing the power of a god, yet refusing to acknowledge it. How intriguing you are. Perhaps this time, humanity truly has a chance." His gaze gradually dimmed. His pupils began to disperse, and the final words he uttered faded into a whisper. "Praise be to the Messiah, for your emergence is a gift." Subsequently, all that lay before him succumbed to darkness, yet in his ears echoed the sacred hymns he had once heard in his youth. Within the hallowed halls of the Church of the Earth, the melodies were imbued with warmth, evoking a profound sense of tranquility and serenity, akin to returning to the embrace of a mother. Chapter 96. The Awakening of the Ship, gazing upon the lifeless Christopher Ackerman in the solvent tank. I refrained from desecrating his remains and instead rose slowly to my feet. Death extinguishes life like a candle's flame. Perhaps he was once a noble individual, a great explorer brimming with dreams, convictions, courage, and myriad admirable qualities. Yet, he ultimately succumbed to the madness induced by this desolate world, halting his own journey and impeding the paths of others, eventually meeting his demise at what he believed to be the end of his road. His actions cannot be absolved in my eyes. However, his tale resonates deeply within me. Thus, rest in peace. It is not you who is at fault, but rather this merciless world. Now, it is up to me and Alan to alter the fate of human civilization. Subsequently, we chose not to linger here any longer. After a brief exchange, we resolved to convene immediately at the ship's engine control room. Our injured comrades, unable to move, would remain behind to recuperate, with robots assigned to attend to their care and medical needs. As for those bodies that could not be collected in time, they would have to be left here temporarily, awaiting a future return for proper burial. Before long, our two groups convened before the grand entrance of the ship's engine control room. Excluding the injured who could not accompany us, only 14 members of the investigation team remained capable of action, along with 2 rock lizards. Upon meeting, the personnel embraced one another, as if celebrating their reunion amidst the apocalypse, grateful to have survived the perilous battle moments prior. The female soldiers, in particular, displayed profound emotion, tears streaming down their faces and smudging the uniforms of their male counterparts. This display elicited a helpless response from the men, who could only console them gently. Captain Irwin did not intervene in his soldiers' expressions of emotion, for they were human, not unfeeling tools. Given the circumstances and the harsh truths unveiled, a degree of emotional release was permissible. Now, we awaited how Star Core 001 would assist humanity in emerging from this abyss of despair. As the ultra-durable alloy doors swung open under Alan's highest authority, we entered within. Upon stepping into the control room of this colossal ship, we felt as though we had entered a realm of technological wonder. The first sight to greet us was the luminous, intelligent walls made from polymer materials, which magically shifted between transparency and opacity. This transformation was not merely a simple alteration, but an artistic display, a choreography of technology that danced in rhythm with the lights of the control room, as if narrating an unknown tale. The interior of the control room was immensely spacious, exceeding 1,000 square meters. A refreshing sense of advanced technology enveloped us like falling snow. Various screens, control stations, and instruments were meticulously arranged throughout the room. The main control column stood majestically in the center, resembling a tower of technology, adorned with buttons, control levers, displays, and indicators that twinkled like stars in the night sky, illuminating the entire control room. Moreover, the walls surrounding the room were embellished with screens of various sizes, twinkling like stars, displaying the sensor statuses from different parts of the ship, stellar maps, astronomical observation data, and ecological information from the internal caverns. These screens served as windows, offering glimpses into the mysteries of the universe and the transformations occurring within ourselves. As we curiously surveyed our surroundings, it became increasingly evident that the layout and design of the control room exuded professionalism and precision. One could easily imagine the advanced humans of yore, clad in immaculate attire, seated at their consoles, operating various instruments and devices with fluidity and order, akin to performing a symphonic masterpiece. Immersed in this environment, we could not help but feel awe and joy for our ancestors, who had crafted such extraordinary wonders. One soldier from the investigation team reached out to touch the equipment, but was swiftly halted by the keen-eyed airman, who cautioned him against reckless handling. Should any safety mishap arise, it would be regrettable. Upon hearing this, the soldier quickly withdrew his hand, and the rest of us maintained restraint, keeping our distance. Though we were aware that many of these devices might have been rendered inoperative due to the disaster over 9 centuries ago, it was better to be cautious than to court disaster. We decided to await the performance of Star Core 001 in silence. Soon, I felt the collective gaze of my companions upon me. Having previously downloaded all information regarding this human civilization, I knew how to operate the ship. Thus, I approached the central control column, kneeling beside it. Mikasa immediately inquired, Star Core 001, what do you intend to do? Are you confident? I replied, the success of this endeavor will depend on how many of the ship's lost functionalities I can reactivate. Though I have never undertaken such a task, please, trust me. With that, I raised my thumb to the group, pressing my other mechanical arm against the ship's main control column, preparing to initiate the connection with the machine spirit. In that moment, everyone present, including Alan, rallied around me with fervent cheers. Star Core 001, you can do it. It's all up to you. The next instant, my cracked electronic eye erupted in a brilliant glow. Subsequently, the ship's facilities illuminated with vibrant lights and power signals, while the massive engines began to roar to life, akin to a primordial beast awakening from slumber. Chapter 97, A Message to All Humanity. I am Aaron Yeager. The moment the spaceship was reignited, it felt as if the very world around us trembled in response. The colossal engines roared like mountains, unleashing unparalleled energy. The sudden eruption of plasma beams shot skyward, enveloping the surrounding space in a fierce radiance. The various facilities within the ship began to regain vitality, mechanical devices resumed their motion, and the flow of energy accompanied by the hum of power surged anew, reminiscent of a heartbeat coming back to life. Just as I was able to restart the chainsaw sword despite its internal failures, as long as the primary mechanical structure was intact, I could revive it to normal operation. However, the source of such immense energy eluded my understanding, and I found myself incapable of elucidating this profound phenomenon with my limited knowledge. At that moment, the control core of the spaceship, the enormous main console at the center of the control room, began to shimmer with magnificent light and shadow. A multitude of numbers and graphics flickered across its surface, displaying the ship's parameters and operational status, making it possible to grasp all pertinent information at a glance. This breathtaking spectacle left everyone behind me, including Commander Mikasa, utterly awestruck. While they had mentally prepared for my extraordinary abilities, the reality of witnessing such a miracle before their eyes was overwhelming. Yet, unlike the weapons I wielded, the chainsaw sword and the predator cannon, this grand vessel instilled in me an inexplicable sensation. A faint vibration coursed through my mechanical arm, as if a mysterious force forged a wondrous connection between me and the ship, merging my will with its essence. Consequently, the nuclear reactors throughout the ship elevated their temperatures, and began to operate at an accelerated pace. The massive ion propulsion engines, brimming with boundless power, emitted an even more thunderous roar. Various passages and platforms connecting to the depths began to illuminate, and air began to circulate through the vents, as though the ship were breathing, awakening like a long-dormant giant star. Soon, multifunctional astronomical observatories on the spaceship's surface unfurled their panoramic windows, casting their gaze into the boundless cosmos, serving as my eyes. Following suit, the massive engines adjusted the angles of their plasma beams, slowly shifting the entire vessel while locking onto the designated coordinates and gradually correcting our course. Those within the control room felt the immense inertia generated by the ship's angular displacement and the subsequent acceleration. Consequently, they were compelled to brace themselves against surrounding objects to maintain their balance. Despite the awkwardness, their expressions radiated excitement and fervor as data danced before our eyes, and the screens trembled with images. An overwhelming sense of purpose filled the air, akin to witnessing a glimmer of hope for the survival of human civilization. The process of reigniting the Typhoon was nothing short of miraculous. I not only restored 90 of its engine power, but also revived countless damaged facilities within. Among these were mechanical devices capable of connecting to the subterranean world, including video surveillance and loudspeakers. This meant that I, within the control room, could utilize my supreme authority to broadcast a message to all humanity dwelling in the cavernous world, soothing their fears, revealing the truth, and announcing the success of the Survey Corps 39th expedition outside the caverns. This would mark humanity's final milestone expedition beyond the caves, and indeed, the last of its kind. Yet, the journey of exploration was far from over. The new odyssey, named Salvation, was just beginning. It promised to be a path filled with passion, adventure, and wonder, showcasing humanity's courage and technological brilliance, while embodying our yearning to explore the unknown, thus opening a new chapter for our civilization. Aaron, Mikasa, Commander Irwin. I am navigating the ship towards the designated coordinates. However, the gravitational forces and the disturbances caused by our voyage may instill anxiety among the inhabitants of the cavernous world, resulting in various unstable factors and casualties. I suggest that you utilize the instruments within the control room to address all of humanity in an effort to minimize unnecessary losses. In truth, I could deliver a message to all of humanity myself, but I am not the most suitable candidate for this task. Firstly, my rigid manner of speech cannot convey the explosive emotional resonance that stirs the hearts of countless individuals. Secondly, my identity may not inspire confidence among the majority of the subterranean populace. The ignorant masses and the Earth Church, harboring deep-seated prejudices against me, would be unlikely to trust me, perhaps even viewing me with hostility. Lastly, I must devote my focus to maneuvering this colossal vessel and maintaining the normal operation of its various systems. In light of these factors, I must entrust this mission to Aaron and the others. At present, the ship is departing the asteroid belt, situated between Mars and Jupiter. At our current speed, it will take approximately 14 days to reach the vicinity of Earth. By then, I will analyze the close-range images from the astronomical observatories to devise a plan to save everyone. If that proves insufficient, I shall serve as the ship's driving force, guiding humanity through the prolonged period of glacial thaw. Soon after much deliberation and hesitation among the crew, and under my silent watch, Aaron was chosen to be the one to address all of humanity. Initially, Aaron felt unfit for the task and sought to pass this daunting responsibility to Commander Irwin, who, however, declined. Commander Irwin's reasoning was as follows. When confronted with the harsh truth, as despair engulfed all, it was Aaron who emerged, delivering a passionate roar and an inspiring cry that rekindled the spirit of unity among the people. Without Aaron and his steadfast companion, Star Corps 001, the Survey Corps could not have come this far. Thus, bestowing this honor and responsibility upon Aaron was wholly justified and met with universal consensus. As the eager gazes of the crowd bore witness, Aaron took a deep breath and approached the main console, utilizing his supreme authority to deliver a resounding message to all of humanity. Attention, all of humanity. I am Aaron Yeager, a new recruit of the 104th Survey Corps. I am now communicating with you through the power of our ancestors. Chapter 98, a tribute to human civilization. A salute to the wings of freedom. A message to all humanity. I am Aaron Yeager, a new recruit of the 104th Division of the Survey Corps. I am now communicating with you through the power of our ancestors. Today, the Survey Corps has traversed the pinnacle of the abyss, reaching unprecedented depths of exploration. We have touched upon the true visage of the world and have come to understand the specific origins of humanity. Beyond the layers of rock lies not merely more rock, but an expansive, boundless new world. Here, we find ourselves immersed in unparalleled freedom, yet we are also confronted by a stark truth. This truth is exceedingly cruel and despairing, propelling us towards the precipice of annihilation. It seeks to extinguish all humanity. We cannot accept such a world, such an outcome. Therefore, we are resolved to defy destiny. Our aim is to save humanity, to rescue our families and brethren. We have made countless sacrifices and shed innumerable tears to arrive at this juncture, and we shall never relinquish hope. Even if unknown adversaries lurk across the cosmic sea, even if despairing walls attempt to obstruct our path, we shall wield the blades forged from our courage to carve a new route, banishing all darkness that lies ahead. In the near future, our world may experience significant tremors, but please do not panic, nor descend into chaos or despair. For the Survey Corps shall exert its utmost efforts for the sake of our civilization. Once stability is restored, we shall naturally reveal all answers to you. A tribute to human civilization. A salute to the wings of freedom. The sudden emergence of a stereophonic shadow and the astonishing content of the speech left the inhabitants of the luminescent city and the other cavernous cities in a state of shock. What just transpired? How could a gigantic figure appear above, speaking? He claimed to be from the Survey Corps. Those fools adorned with the wings of freedom insignia, incessantly clamoring for exploration beyond the walls. Are they not yet extinguished? Wait, that is not the focal point. The crux is that the individual just stated they have explored the world's limits and unveiled the origins of humanity and the truth of existence. Impossible, could it be? The furthest exploration record in human history, if I am not mistaken, was achieved over 2 centuries ago by the legendary explorer Christopher Ackerman during the Age of Great Exploration. If this is true, it implies that the Survey Corps has shattered the annals of human history, establishing a new record. They not only traversed the city of no return, but also the so-called ultimate maelstrom and the abyssal pinnacle of the abyss, arriving at a mysterious new world beyond the layers of rock. I refuse to believe it. Beyond the layers of rock, there remains only more rock. This is a fundamental truth I have learned since childhood. I must have been hallucinating. This cannot be real. Oh no. The last piece of information revealed by that person seems significant. It suggests that a colossal upheaval affecting the entire world is forthcoming, telling us not to worry. Could it be the earthquake from the Cataclysmic Chronicles? Please, do not frighten me. Is the apocalypse upon us? Or perhaps a demonic invasion? What of the future of human civilization? What of humanity's extinction and destruction? No, I am still young. Similar dialogues proliferated as people speculated and interpreted Aaron's discourse, leading to a multitude of concerns and anxieties. While this incited some societal unrest and disquietude, it also served as a precautionary measure, providing psychological preparation to prevent utter helplessness when disaster truly strikes. The same address echoed within the forward base of the 2nd layer of the abyss and the village of corpses in the 6th layer. Unlike the ignorance of the common populace, the overinterpretation and myriad suspicions of the upper echelons of humanity, including Levi's squad and the members of the village of corpses, were galvanized into collective worry for the future of human civilization, subsequently initiating corresponding preparations. If possible, they would undoubtedly follow the Survey Corps into that world beyond the layers of rock, fighting together for the fate of humanity. But for now, they could only silently offer their blessings. Humph, Erwin, it appears you have indeed placed a successful bet this time. I never anticipated you would truly reach that long-desired land. However, upon achieving your dream and uncovering the truth, will you still return alive? Levi gazed with vacant eyes toward the distant fault line, murmuring softly. Breaking the limits of humanity? Traversing the pinnacle of the abyss? Such a feat, it seems, shall prevent us from ever meeting again. Unbeknownst to me, we have become separated by such a vast distance, far enough that only you can bear the last hope of humanity alone. Press on, my old friend. On the other side, having absorbed the genes of the white-scaled thunder serpent, Mikhail, Emer radiated golden lightning, resembling a colossal pale spine, gazing upward towards the pinnacle of the abyss. The once adventurous spirit and fervor of an explorer surged anew upon hearing Aaron's words. Ha ha! A new world beyond the layers of rock. Splendid. As long as life endures, exploration shall persist. I, Emer, shall undoubtedly arrive on the path of freedom. Upon uttering these words, accompanied by a brilliant flash of golden lightning, a small creature clenched in her grasp began to undergo rapid cellular proliferation and expansion under the stimulation of Emer's golden currents. In no time, at the cost of the small creature's cellular division, it transformed into a terrifying behemoth standing 8 meters tall, galloping with Emer upon its back. Simultaneously, Emer seized the opportunity to burrow into the spine of this monstrous creature, controlling its entire motor functions. Aaron, after concluding his address, remained oblivious to the magnitude of his words' impact. At that moment, he resembled a deflated balloon, exhaling a sigh of relief as he turned to Mikasa and asked, "How was that? Was my speech satisfactory?" Mikasa leaned in close to Aaron's ear and whispered, "Yes, very impressive." Upon hearing this, Aaron's cheeks instantly flushed. Meanwhile, I discreetly recorded this amusing moment. Time passed, and 14 days later, we finally beheld the true visage of our planet. It was a lifeless sphere, enshrouded in a blanket of white snow and ice. I have expunged extraneous punctuation, promotional solicitations for votes and collections, and surreptitious URL promotions irrelevant to the narrative's progression. The revised version, rendered in sophisticated English, is as follows. Chapter 99. The Salvation Begins. Without hesitation, the 14-day voyage, neither excessively long nor unduly short, was marked by my unreasonable energy supply and astonishing characteristics. Countless technological devices were revived, including the food processing factories designed for the artificial synthesis of starch, sugars, proteins, and pure water. Although the industrial chain of the spaceship had suffered years of neglect and destruction, rendering it incapable of achieving even half its previous capacity, it was still more than sufficient to sustain Aaron, Mikasa, and the members of the Survey Corps. With the issues of food and water resolved, we began to deliberate on restoring the industrial capacity of the ship, repairing or replacing severely damaged components, and clearing the debris from various passages and structures. Every action required foresight. Only by being well prepared could we enhance the likelihood of human civilization's survival. I had previously made it abundantly clear, I am not a deity. While my abilities may seem extraordinary, I am not omnipotent. There remain many areas and devices aboard the ship that are irreparably damaged, and I am unable to restore them. Hence, external intervention, human effort, was necessary. Soon, with the assistance of Commander Irwin and under Aaron's highest authority, along with the constant support of the enforcer, Mikasa, numerous energy-supplemented intelligent robots and large engineering machinery were activated. They commenced the tasks of clearing the rubble, repairing and maintaining equipment, and processing materials and parts. With these contributions, I leveraged the immense advantage of possessing all human knowledge to devise the most suitable production and construction plans, optimizing efficiency and output. With energy concerns alleviated, I began to methodically repair the spaceship akin to a 3D printer, restoring its damaged components. While completing this monumental task in a short time frame was unrealistic, I did not aspire to fully restore the ship. Rather, I aimed to make incremental repairs, ensuring the functionality and structural integrity of the vessel to facilitate the careful consideration of relocating humanity to the surface. Do not underestimate the foundational technologies left by human civilization. If they were incapable of such achievements, how could the ancients have constructed such a colossal artificial spaceship? Clearly, it was not by mere handcrafting. The reason higher humanity finds itself powerless against the damaged ship lies in the catastrophic assault of deep space gravitational bombs that annihilated us in droves. Coupled with engine failure and a 99 energy depletion, the facilities were rendered incapacitated, plunging us into chaos. Unless an entity like Star Core 001, a veritable anomaly, or a technologically advanced civilization intervened, we were powerless to reverse our fate. Although my workload had lightened considerably compared to a week prior, I inexplicably felt a twinge of fatigue. I did not dwell on this feeling, attributing it to the wear and tear of my Titan form, which had become severely battered from previous battles. Perhaps some minor ailment had arisen, but it was inconsequential. A few repairs would suffice. Besides, with no enemies in sight, why squander valuable output? Ultimately, confined to the control room, I merely performed some welding repairs on the exposed cockpit, reinforced the fragile bearings, replaced the cracked electronic eye, reinstalled a panoramic camera on my shoulder, and added some lubricant to my body. In this atmosphere of enthusiasm and vigor, we drew closer to Earth. On the 14th day, we successfully reached a close proximity, feeling the faint pull of Earth's gravity. The moment the Survey Corps beheld Earth from the spacecraft, they were instantly captivated by its beauty and mystery. After all, it was to be humanity's new home. According to the original plans of higher humanity, the ship would enter Earth's synchronous orbit, utilizing gravitational gradients to become a perfect satellite. However, the situation was far more complex. As Earth was still in the Precambrian glacial period, entirely encased in ice, devoid of multicellular life, rendering human civilization's survival impossible. Therefore, I needed to devise a method to expedite the conclusion of this glacial phase. The simplest approach would be to rapidly accumulate vast amounts of carbon dioxide to create a greenhouse effect, thereby melting the ice and snow. I felt fortunate that my vision was unconfined by cognitive interfaces, allowing me to easily discern Earth's true state through the spaceship's advanced observational tools. Despite its appearance as a massive frozen sphere, Earth's interior had long been primed for large-scale volcanic eruptions, which would release substantial greenhouse gases. But how to trigger these volcanic eruptions? It is essential to understand that eruptions typically result from a combination of rising magma, increasing internal pressure, gas accumulation, tectonic movement, and hotspot activity. Many of these conditions already existed within Earth's volcanoes. Particularly after millions of years of being frozen, the internal magma pressure had reached a terrifying threshold, requiring only a catalyst to ignite a chain reaction leading to a global volcanic outbreak. This catalyst was tectonic movement. By utilizing the moon's mass to manipulate the distance between the Earth and the moon, I could instigate the displacement of Earth's tectonic plates, resulting in a worldwide eruption. Moreover, the powerful tidal forces would induce large-scale ice-breaking reactions, accelerating the melting of snow and ice. The potential energy of the resulting seawater would generate considerable vibrations and facilitate the transfer of ice and snow, while also activating intense internal activities within Earth. Through my calculations, I recognized that this endeavor was perilous. Although the likelihood of success was high, the potential risks were equally great. Should I fail, the moon could enter the Roche limit, facing irreversible disintegration and transforming into a ring of debris and dust. If anyone else were to undertake this task, it would be nearly impossible. But for me, I was certain of success. Only I could perceive the continuously fluctuating data formulas and precisely control the lunar spacecraft to execute such an extraordinary operation. I shared my plan and its inherent dangers with the others. They fell silent for a moment before unanimously agreeing to my proposal. Failure meant death. Yet humanity had no path of retreat. It was better to trust Star Core 001 and take a chance. This was the genuine sentiment shared by all. They regarded me as a deity, their messiah, hoping I would lead them to salvation. Though I was not fond of such titles, I was even less inclined to disappoint their expectations. Thus, let us commence. Instantly, the engines of the lunar spacecraft roared to life, emitting brilliant ion trails as we surged toward Earth with unwavering resolve. Chapter 100, The Call of Redemption, The Bell Tolls Thrice. In the vast and profound expanse of the starry sky, The lunar spacecraft steadily approaches its destination. Inside the control room, the atmosphere is thick with tension as everyone fixates on the colossal screen ahead, which displays the diminishing distance between the spacecraft and Earth's orbit. All individuals have secured themselves in their seats, bracing for the impending cataclysm. Based on prior briefings and educational sessions, they are acutely aware that the forthcoming tremors will be immense. In an effort to mitigate casualties, this information has also been communicated to the inhabitants of the cavernous world below, whether they choose to believe it is of no concern to us. As I meticulously calculate various cosmic parameters while ensuring no errors occur, I initiate the countdown. 10 seconds remain until the gravitational capture of the coordinates. 6 seconds remain until the gravitational capture of the coordinates. 5, 4, 3, 2. In this atmosphere of heightened anxiety, akin to a roller coaster reaching its zenith, an unexpected sound of chewing and swallowing breaks the tension. Everyone's eyes widen in disbelief as they turn to the source of the noise, a woman named Sasha, whose expression is one of oblivion. "Sasha, you foolish woman, stop eating. You'll only end up regurgitating it all. I'm sitting right next to you. Mind your own business. I'm alleviating my stress. Do you understand?" As her words fade, an unimaginable force begins to exert itself upon the spacecraft, causing everyone to grip their seats tightly. Their hearts race violently, as if attempting to leap from their chests. The scene before them blurs, accompanied by a ringing in their ears that induces great discomfort. Suddenly, Sasha is unable to contain herself, her vomit splattering across the face of a nearby handsome young man, rendering him unconscious from the dual assault of physical and magical forces. Others around them experience varying degrees of blackouts due to the overwhelming acceleration. Only a few, including Alan, Mikasa, and Captain Irwin, remain resolute. Their jaws clenched as they fixate on the screen displaying the harrowing visuals and alarming countdown numbers. On the screen, Earth's outline distorts, resembling a blazing flame. Yet this fire is intangible, existing solely within the realm of gravitational influence. They are plummeting towards Earth at an unfathomable speed. Is this Earth's gravity? Alan mutters to himself, struggling to comprehend the unfolding phenomenon. It is essential to understand that the force exerted is mutual. As Earth influences the lunar spacecraft, so too does the spacecraft exert its influence upon Earth. The interplay of gravitational forces creates a tumultuous and unprecedented upheaval, a dance of struggle between Earth and the lunar vessel. As the distance to Earth continues to decrease, the spacecraft begins to tremble violently. Alarms blare throughout the structures below, and the inhabitants of the cavernous realm sway perilously. They resemble helpless children, ensnared by a giant, spinning like a whirlwind. Before long, Earth's surface undergoes drastic transformations. The icy waters beneath the frozen surface surge with tidal movements, at times tumultuous like mountains, at other times serene as mirrors. This causes the icebound sea to emit deep, rumbling sounds, as if preparing for the impending catastrophe. Soon after, the ancient glaciers, having endured for millions of years, begin to tremble, cracking like a great dragon awakening, with fissures rapidly expanding and leading to widespread collapses. At this moment, the entire Earth erupts in violent tremors. Enormous icebergs and blocks tumble like boulders into the roiling ocean, triggering boundless tidal waves that break free from their icy constraints, surging forward in a spectacular display of nature's fury. With the ever-increasing gravitational force, Earth's crust begins to quake. Massive tectonic plates shift and collide under the relentless pull, the roar of earthquakes akin to the howls of giants, tearing the land apart and heralding an internal cataclysm. Volcanoes across the globe seem to sense the Earth's agony, their pent-up molten magma erupting like the tears of a demon, bursting forth with blinding radiance to flow and illuminate the land. The inferno casts a fiery glow across the sky, the thunderous roars proclaiming their dominion. The combined emissions of greenhouse gases may surpass the total output of the past several million years. This unleashes a rapid melting of ice and snow, the resultant waters carrying an abundance of minerals and inorganic salts into the ocean, fundamentally altering its composition. This mineral-rich aquatic environment paves the way for the emergence of multicellular life, heralding the future Cambrian explosion. Yet, that is a tale for another time. At this moment, the Earth trembles, mountains crumble, and tsunamis ravage the continents, as if the world is on the brink of collapse. However, the lunar spacecraft is not faring any better. The cavernous world suffers structural collapses and loss of life, while the surface world is torn apart, lunar dust swirling in chaos. Even many structures, weakened by age and corrosion, succumb to paralysis, halting all operations. Yet, I remain unyielding, precisely locking onto Earth's tidal forces. I utilize the engine's thrust to oscillate near the Roche limit, circling around Earth in a desperate attempt to awaken its core, inciting greater volcanic eruptions to accelerate the end of the Ice Age. If I can maintain this course for several months, Earth's environment will undergo significant transformation. I can then maneuver the lunar spacecraft into a stable orbit and make minor adjustments to Earth's rotational speed, awaiting the emergence of a new world suitable for human civilization. However, while the plan appears promising, reality seldom adheres to our designs. Suddenly, the lights within the control room flicker erratically, as if the energy is waning. Moments later, an overwhelming sense of fatigue envelopes me, reminiscent of when my father would cut the power. Despite my efforts to resist, my electronic eye dims uncontrollably. No, this cannot be. This is a critical moment. What will happen to Alan and the others? What of humanity's fate? In a state of panic, I succumb to an enveloping void of darkness. Is this to be my fate once more? In the end, can I change nothing? Humanity will inevitably march towards its own demise. I am so cold. I feel an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. I yearn to scream, to weep, yet in this void of existence, where thought is the only action permitted, I find myself utterly powerless. Must I once again part ways with humanity? Must I once again be alone in solitude? Just as I teeter on the brink of profound sorrow and despair, a resounding voice reverberates through the emptiness, accompanied by a visible ripple of shock waves that emerges within my consciousness. This voice resembles an ancient bell toll, akin to the sound that rends chaos and recreates the cosmos, gradually elevating the frequency of my thoughts. What is this? Curiosity compels me to gaze toward the source of the resonating sound, as if witnessing a flicker of candlelight manifesting amidst the darkness. Boom! The second toll rings out, and this time, I perceive a familiar silhouette. It is Alan. He is leaning over my limp mech body, fervently pounding on my armor. The earlier sound was merely the echo of his strikes against the metallic shell. Star Core 001. I implore you, do not abandon me. Awaken swiftly. I cannot bear to lose you. Please, return to my side. Alan cries, tears streaming down his face. His voice a thunderous roar, and then he strikes my chest armor once more. Boom. At the moment the third toll resonates. The shock waves it generates sweep away the surrounding darkness like a tidal wave of unleashed energy. In the absence of the constraints of cognitive interface, I finally comprehend the source of the energy that has always driven me. Chapter 101. A deeper understanding of the self and the resurgence of radiance. Unbeknownst to me, I have penned 100 chapters. While this tome is primarily a work of science fiction set in a post-apocalyptic world, its essence lies in the healing of humanity, scientific fantasy, and elements of surrealism. As the author, I do not possess professional expertise, and I hope for your understanding regarding any scientific discrepancies or flaws within this narrative. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who have supported me thus far. The first tale is nearing its conclusion, yet the saga of Star Core 001 perseveres, promising further intricate sci-fi concepts, along with a distinctive, earnest worldview and captivating character arcs. At long last, I have discerned the source of the energy that has perpetually driven me and the means by which I can revive the paralyzed and damaged mechanical creations. By relying on the true essence of observable phenomena and integrating all the knowledge I currently possess, I have swiftly formulated a plausible hypothesis. Firstly, matter exists independently of conscious awareness, yet it can be reflected as objective reality. Everything in the world manifests in myriad forms and continues to evolve and develop. Ultimately, Matter cannot be created nor destroyed. It merely transforms from one state to another or moves from one space to another. Matter varies in size, concentration, visibility, yet invariably adheres to the principles of occupying space, containing charge, being capable of movement, and carrying energy. Each particle is unique and irreplaceable, possessing its own distinct trajectory. Thus, from a macroscopic perspective, the absence of energy, hardware malfunctions, and systemic collapse are not the fundamental reasons for the paralysis and dysfunction of the mechanical entities and myself. The root cause lies in the driving force, or rather, the influence of the microscopic realm on the entirety of matter. This influence or driving force is typically expressed through energy. Moreover, energy cannot exist independently of matter. It requires a medium. Sound serves as one such medium for carrying energy. However, sound exhibits many peculiar characteristics, such as the correlation between different sound frequencies and their corresponding wave patterns. It can defy gravity, affect the nervous systems of living beings, and even produce phenomena like sonoluminescence, which remain inadequately explained. Yet, these are merely phenomena. The question persists: what is sound, fundamentally? This inquiry has long been deliberately overlooked by the realm of human cognition. In human perception, sound is merely a mechanical wave, a sine wave generated by vibrations from a sound source, transmitted through a medium into our ears, where we perceive it as sound. However, sound cannot propagate in a vacuum, as there is no medium for sound transmission in such an environment. While this is common knowledge, the question remains: where does the energy carried by sound go? According to the scientific theories I have encountered, energy must be conserved. It cannot vanish into thin air nor emerge from nothingness. Thus, where does this energy ultimately reside? Throughout history, scientists have attempted to explain this phenomenon, positing that this vibrational energy converts to internal energy and dissipates as heat. This explanation seems reasonable, yet the reality is far more complex. It was not until the advent of quantum mechanics that scientists proposed an alternative hypothesis. In the microscopic realm, sound may traverse in a quantum manner through a vacuum, akin to electrons inexplicably passing through barriers, as evidenced by the phenomenon of quantum tunneling. This hypothesis is referred to as sound tunneling. In essence, this suggests that sounds emitted by all things possess a certain probability of inexplicably manifesting in another space or point in time. While this notion may seem absurd and unscientific, a deeper contemplation reveals that the process by which sound energy transforms into an electric field aligns with the principles of quantum field theory and high-energy physics. Energy exchanges among various quantum fields, presenting themselves as electrons, photons, or phonons, among other macroscopic physical phenomena. This characteristic of energy is also known as resonance. To articulate it more plainly, sound indeed cannot propagate in a vacuum, yet the energy it carries can induce resonance across numerous quantum fields, thereby generating a driving or influencing force upon matter. Consequently, the fundamental reason sound affects matter lies in the resonance inherent in energy characteristics. It manifests in wave patterns that influence the material world. This realization prompts me to ponder: if I could uncover the correlation between resonance patterns and matter, might I not discover the means to create or alter the forms and operational modes of matter? Just as I possess the ability to directly animate those mechanical constructs without reliance on hardware or software support. Why do I possess such a capability? Is it due to my essence as a mechanized soul? Suddenly, a possibility dawns upon me. Open information disseminates spontaneously, while closed information equates to non-existence. The ceaseless interaction and diffusion of informational quantum states give rise to consciousness. The more complex and expansive the behavior, the more likely a powerful soul will emerge. Such a formidable soul cannot originate in lower dimensions, as they lack the conditions and depth of information necessary for its formation. Reflecting on my intricately complex blue geometric luminescence, I deduce that I may embody a high-dimensional life form. This would explain my ability to effortlessly perceive the entirety of the three-dimensional world, devoid of any cognitive interface. In other words, the blue geometric luminescence represents a projection of a macro high-dimensional energy model within the three-dimensional realm, and I am a concept. Or perhaps an aggregation of information, embodied as a unique conscious entity. Is this the secret of my being? The enigma of the mechanized soul? In light of this, the mystery of my sudden disconnection becomes clear. The seemingly unfathomable source of my energy is, in fact, the resonance derived from the continuous accumulation and transmission of the macro high-dimensional energy model, and it is not infinite. Thus, when utilized to power my body and those ordinary mechanical constructs, the energy is ample, nearly boundless. The rate of consumption likely pales in comparison to my capacity for energy collection. However, after 14 consecutive days of unrestrained supply to this colossal lunar vessel, the resources may dwindle significantly. As for why Alan could transmit the resonant energy carried by sound to me, the data is insufficient for analysis. Yet, I suspect it may relate to the deep, bell-like frequency of the sound emitted. It is precisely because of the 3 successive resonant bell tolls that I have rediscovered the path home amidst this void and darkness. In an ephemeral moment, enveloped by radiance, I comprehend everything and gain further insight into my own essence. However, now, humanity teeters on the brink of peril. Alan is calling for me. I shall follow the ripples of this resonant sound wave and return to your side. In the next instant, a resonant hum echoes, and as I lie prostrate on the ground, my azure electronic eye, stained by Alan's tears, reignites with brilliance amidst the cacophony of anguished cries surrounding me. Chapter 102. The Crisis of the Rigid Roche Limit. The Final Rescue. Alan, the spacecraft is losing power. Although Commander Irwin and the members of the Survey Corps are urgently maintaining 56 of the spacecraft's engine output with the assistance of numerous repair robots and engineering machinery, 44 of the engines remain incapacitated and require immediate rebooting. However, due to the leakage of the spacecraft's coolant, the internal temperature of the nuclear reactors that can be restarted will continue to rise, necessitating external physical isolation to shut them down. If we neglect this situation, the cores of those reactors will breach their casings and penetrate the ground, potentially leading to a deluge of magma and even an explosion of the spacecraft's engines. Should the power of the engines diminish further, we will fall into the rigid Roche limit of the coordinates, resulting in irreversible disintegration. The Roche limit, a term in astronomy, refers to the critical distance at which one celestial body can gravitationally disrupt another nearby body. When the distance between two bodies falls below the Roche limit, tidal forces will cause the smaller body to fragment and eventually form a ring around the larger body. According to calculations, the rigid Roche limit distance between Earth and the lunar spacecraft is 9,495,664 meters. If this distance is exceeded, the lunar spacecraft will be unable to withstand the immense forces and will shatter. Mikasa's implication was clear. She wanted Alan to regain his composure and devise a solution. Yet, Alan seemed oblivious, relentlessly pounding on my armor, producing a series of dull thuds and cries, attempting to awaken me through this means. Star Core 001. I beg you, don't leave me. Wake up quickly. I cannot bear to lose you. Please return to my side. This scene gripped Mikasa's heart with anguish. Although she was unaware of what had transpired with Star Core 001, she understood that to save themselves, they needed to act swiftly. Alan, don't be like this. Star Core 001. He may already be gone. We must fight for the future of humanity. No, impossible. Star Core 001. He will not die. He would never abandon me without a word. For Alan, the arduous journey and companionship had long obscured the fact that I was merely a cold machine. He regarded me as a flesh and blood being, a beloved family member capable of providing care, assistance, and encouragement. Thus, my disconnection was a profound blow, a pain etched deeply within him. He could scarcely fathom how much color his world would lose without me. Star Core 001. You must be able to hear me. You are still alive, right? Don't lie there. This jest is not amusing at all. If you do not rise, I shall smash your panoramic camera. No sooner had he spoken than the entire spacecraft trembled violently, causing Alan to fall to the ground. Debris from the ceiling cascaded down above him. If struck, it would surely spell disaster. Alan, Mikasa cried out in horror, but it was evidently too late. In that critical moment, my dormant electronic eye emitted a brilliant blue light. With a swift maneuver, I shielded Alan beneath me, absorbing the falling debris with perfect efficacy. We maintained our stance, gazing at each other in a profound silence. Before long, I blinked my charming electronic eye and inquired, "Iron Driver, are you unscathed? I believe I heard you threaten to damage my panoramic camera?" "Ha ha ha, Star Core 001. You've finally learned to be humorous. I was merely trying to scare you. You were pretending to be incapacitated despite being perfectly fine." Hearing my voice, Alan erupted into joyous laughter. I refrained from disputing his claims or celebrating our reunion. Instead, I sought clarity on our current predicament. Mikasa hurried over, helping Alan to his feet while succinctly outlining the spacecraft's crisis. "Star Core 001, this is the situation. For now, set everything aside and quickly utilize your capabilities to reactivate all the spacecraft's engine power." Without hesitation, I complied, turning to press my mechanical arm against the spacecraft's control center once more, but this time, nothing occurred. Indeed, had the energy from the higher dimensional entity been entirely depleted? I could only barely sustain my mechanical form now. "What is happening? Star Core 001, have you not begun?" The spacecraft continues to descend. I glanced at their bewildered expressions and simply explained, "I am experiencing a malfunction and cannot currently access that ability. We must resolve the spacecraft's power deficiency ourselves." With that, I turned to Mikasa and earnestly asked, "Mikasa, how much time remains before the spacecraft reaches the rigid Roche limit upon entering Earth?" Mikasa suppressed her urge to probe further and promptly replied, "We have 28 hours left. We must activate at least 77 of the spacecraft's engines within that time to avert being torn apart. However, our manpower is insufficient, and we may be pressed for time. Moreover, the members of the Survey Corps, along with all the robots and engineering devices, have been dispatched for rescue, leaving us with no one to assist." Before she could finish, I swiftly placed Alan into my cockpit and began to stride away with mechanical precision. I did not look back, but called out to Mikasa, "Mikasa, continue coordinating from the spacecraft's control room. Alan and I will address the remaining engine issues." What more could Mikasa say? This was the only course of action. The rest would be left to fate. After 27 hours of relentless toil and the collective effort of all involved, we finally achieved 76 of the spacecraft's engine power. A mere step remained to reach 77. This final step loomed before Alan and me. A chamber where the core of a reactor had begun to breach its casing, with mere minutes remaining before magma would begin to flood in. If we could not externally shut this down within that fleeting window, there would be a significant risk of a catastrophic explosion involving the upper spacecraft engines, resulting in a tremendous loss of power. Human civilization shall inevitably accompany the lunar spacecraft into the abyss of annihilation. There is no reason for hesitation. Let us advance. With a thunderous roar, I, bearing Alan, leaped forward in a bold surge, landing upon the opposing platform, poised to achieve the ultimate salvation amidst this infernal landscape. Chapter 103. Background music. As we leaped onto the opposite platform and arrived at the reactor chamber, we immediately realized that the situation was far more dire than we had anticipated. Through the external observation devices, we could see that the lower interior of the chamber had been melted by extreme heat, with lava beginning to surge, like a boiling beast ready to consume everything in its path. This had caused the reactor's pressure index to exceed safe limits. Time was of the essence. We had to shut down the reactor swiftly, or the ship's engine would face catastrophic peril. Alan and I swiftly set to work. Despite having worked tirelessly for an extended period, Alan was fatigued yet resolute, learning quickly and applying his experience from previous reactor repairs. Under my guidance, he skillfully wielded the tools at hand. My mechanical strength and height complemented his efforts perfectly. However, as the ambient temperature continued to rise and internal pressure mounted, it felt as though time itself was warped by the oppressive heat. I was uncertain how long Alan's exoskeleton and protective suit could withstand such conditions. But we had no choice, for certain narrow spaces and operational buttons could only be accessed by human hands. In this stifling atmosphere, Alan focused intently on his tool, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead, his heartbeat echoing alongside the rumbling of my mech throughout the chamber. Star Core 001, help me tighten this connector. Alan shouted from the cramped workspace. Without hesitation, my massive mechanical arm extended, precisely grasping the line he had passed and proceeding to secure it. The only sounds accompanying us were the bubbling of the molten lava below and our concentrated repair efforts, intertwined as if narrating a fateful judgment. Time passed, second by second, while the horrifying sight of bubbling lava below began to emerge, gradually rising amidst the fusion of extreme heat. The crimson flames resembled the gates of hell, relentlessly scorching the surrounding metal and air as if to melt the world itself. I surveyed the surroundings with the panoramic camera mounted on my shoulder, noticing that several stairways and structural supports were warping under the intense heat. I knew we had to complete our task before the lava spread, or everything would be lost. Just as we neared the successful completion of our task, a tremendous noise suddenly reverberated through the chamber. The reactor chamber was sinking, and the internal pressure was surging rapidly, causing the valve above Alan's head to malfunction. A massive partition began to slowly descend upon him. If Alan did not escape the repair space before the partition closed, he would face one of two fates, being trapped inside or crushed. Neither outcome was acceptable. Damn it, Alan cursed, hastening his pace to complete the final step. At that moment, the reactor was successfully shut down externally. As he attempted to extract his legs from the cramped space, he found the partition had already pressed down upon him. Alan was forced to crouch, then crawl, and finally, as he neared the exit, he could only drag himself along the ground. Watching the ceiling descend upon him, Alan felt a wave of despair wash over him, sensing the breath of death closing in, almost suffocating him. However, just as he was about to succumb to hopelessness, with the exit mere steps away, my colossal steel form appeared before him like a beacon of hope. Without hesitation, my powerful mechanical arm braced against the descending partition. In that moment, the machinery roared, hydraulics screeching, the trembling sounds articulating my unwavering effort. At the same time, I barely afforded Alan a chance to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Alan laboriously continued to move through the narrow gap. Yet, after such prolonged exertion and exposure to the intense heat, he was drenched in sweat, his strength waning. Just inches from the exit, he succumbed to dehydration and exhaustion, unable to muster any further effort. I gazed through my Azure electronic eye at Alan within the tight space. Without delay, I deployed a mechanical arm to support the partition and swiftly pulled Alan out, placing him into my cockpit. The price of this action was the loss of another mechanical arm, which, deprived of its supporting force, failed within seconds, leaving that limb trapped inside. There was no time to waste. If we did not leave soon, the lava would engulf us. I drew a tightened sword from my back without a moment's hesitation, swiftly severing the arm that had become trapped. With a strong pull, the various electrical lines at the severed end snapped. Yet, I did not linger. Instead, I bore Alan, who was on the brink of collapse, back along our original path, determined to escape. However, upon reaching the exit, despair threatened to engulf us. The metal corridor leading to the exit had melted and collapsed under the extreme heat, while the lava surged upward at a terrifying rate. Iron Will, we are trapped, I exclaimed. 83 meters remained to the exit, yet the churning lava obstructed our path. Frantically, I stepped left and right, my shoulder-mounted panoramic camera scanning the vicinity in search of a safe shortcut, but despite my efforts, no viable route presented itself. Unbeknownst to us, the lava crept closer behind, intensifying my urgency. Alan, seated in the cockpit, seemed to understand everything, weariness mingling with a gentle resolve as he spoke softly. Star Core 001, it's all right. The mission is complete. Mikasa and all of humanity will survive. I urgently replied. Iron Will, the lava is nearly upon us. I cannot guarantee your safety. Alan smiled. A sage who had come to terms with life and death, and slowly echoed the comforting words I had once shared with him. Don't worry, Star Core 001. I am here, always here. I won't go anywhere. My Azure electronic eye flickered, as if something deep within me had been tugged. I looked up towards the distant exit platform, arriving at my final conclusion. No, Iron will. According to my calculations, throwing is the only way to reach the other side. Star Core 001U. Alan's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Sensing his turmoil, I remained silent, opening the cockpit door as if to signal to Alan that this was his last chance, a chance for survival. No, I won't leave. If I must die, I will die with you. Alan weakly roared, akin to a child refusing to part from a parent, throwing a tantrum. Iron will, this is your only opportunity to live. Did you not say you wished to be with Mikasa and possess a splendid future? Mikasa. Alan's gaze trembled, as if ensnared in a web of turmoil and reluctant despair. Seizing upon this moment of his disorientation, I swiftly reached out and yanked him from my cockpit, preparing to cast him aside. Star Core 001, what are you doing? Let go. I am your iron driver. I command you to release me. Alan suddenly regained his senses, struggling fiercely in my grasp while issuing a roar of defiance and command. Yet, I did not heed his words. Instead, with unwavering conviction, I declared, to protect you, Alan, I cannot bear to lose another family member. Without affording him another moment to speak, I unleashed all my strength and hurled him away. Protocol 3, protect the iron driver. Trust me. No. With a resounding crash, the platform beneath me abruptly melted and collapsed, half of my body sinking into the molten lava, gradually descending. In that instant, I locked eyes with Alan across the fiery abyss. Listening to his heart-wrenching cries, it felt as though time itself had slowed to a crawl. I reflected on our first encounter, our shared journey, and the myriad moments we had experienced together. As Christopher Ackerman once said, people will ultimately understand that the true treasures are not tangible objects, but the adventures shared together. For me, Alan was undoubtedly the most resplendent treasure in this world. Therefore, to sacrifice oneself for the preservation of such a treasure is a choice devoid of regret. Despite the profound reluctance, I could not shed tears like a human, for it was beyond my capacity. Encountering humanity, coexisting with them, bidding them farewell, and in turn, understanding them, imparting knowledge, and rescuing them. This was perhaps my redemption amid eternal solitude. When the entity I was attached to perished, it would signify my departure from this universe. I longed to remain, yet my understanding of my own abilities was still superficial. I could not dictate my own continuance. However, before I departed, I entrusted my hopes to them. Alan, the fate of human civilization rests solely in your hands. This shall be the final page of my tale with you. Yet, your new chapter has only just begun. Human civilization shall once again thrive because of the Earth. Your genetic endowment will aid you in rapidly reclaiming the technological knowledge and cultural philosophy you once possessed. Your future will be a vast expanse of stars and seas. As my head fully submerged into the lava, the lone mechanical arm extending outward gave a thumbs up to the tearful Alan in the distance. Yet this time, the gesture signified not trust me, but rather believe in yourselves. Farewell. The concluding chapter of this universe's tale of human civilization awaits in the next installment. Chapter 104. Farewell from the gene memory after 630 million years. Star Core 001. It has been 30 years since I lost you. Following the crisis we faced, we were heralded as legends and heroes. Yet, I am painfully aware that I lack the power to alter the world. It was only after acquiring a wealth of scientific knowledge that I comprehended how my earlier manipulation of mechs was merely an indulgence. You, however, are the true miracle of this world. You are the Messiah who descended upon us, the savior of humanity. Without your presence, I would not be who I am today, nor would I have a beautiful and virtuous wife or a clever and adorable daughter. The future of human civilization would have been inconceivable without you. As the lunar spacecraft has undergone constant tidal adjustments over the past 30 years, Earth has experienced monumental environmental transformations. The end of the global ice age has given way to a vast ocean formed from melting ice and snow. Subsequently, extreme changes in the magnetic field and climate have resulted in a prolonged period of severe global thunderstorms lasting over 2 decades. Enduring the relentless energy of these storms has birthed multicellular life in the oceans for the first time. The emergence of multicellular organisms signifies a potential for survival. Regrettably, the journey of human civilization has proven to be a grand deception. Nature has not prepared the necessary landing vessels. Even the space elevator mentioned in the Jinmu project is a myth, designed not for the living but for smaller, more easily stored entities. This implies that the humans aboard the lunar spacecraft cannot safely return to Earth. Only our DNA and the genetic information of various flora and fauna can make the journey. On this spacecraft, which is on the brink of complete annihilation and paralysis, surviving for 30 years is a modest blessing. Yet, we understand that the final moment has arrived. Thus, we resolve to entrust our hopes to the future. The remaining of us will gather today for one last meal and farewell, after which we will collectively sacrifice our lives, encased in the narrow ammunition capsules to sow the seeds of life on Earth. According to computer simulations, in several 100 million years, through countless fortuitous collisions, humanity will be reborn. Under the subtle influence of genetic fragments, it will retrace the path once trodden by our ancestors, swiftly rising to once again become the dominant species on Earth. Just as you, Star Core 001, once proclaimed, humanity will not perish. We shall be reborn in a different form, and from this Earth, a brand new civilization will flourish. Record complete. I am Alan Yeager, the Iron Rider of Star Core 001. With that, the 45-year-old Alan removed his old tactical helmet and gently placed it on the table. The family gathering was about to commence, marking their final meal together. However, shortly after setting down the helmet, Alan noticed the previously silent device began to emit a series of rhythmic indicator lights, akin to a binary language of zeros and ones, as if striving to convey some vital message. Confused, Alan gazed at the blinking lights, his pupils dilating as if discovering a new path in a dimly lit world. Iron Rider, this aerodynamics formula and the data coordinates for entering the Antarctic atmosphere are your only salvation. From now on, you must rely on yourselves in an instant. A tear slipped from Alan's eye as he choked back emotion, smiling gratefully at the tactical helmet. Thank you, Star Core 001. Who are you? Greetings. I am Star Core 001. Who among you wishes to become my pilot? The pilot has been renamed Iron Rider. Protocol 1, connect to Iron Rider. Please complete boarding. This is simply incredible. Protocol 2, uphold the mission. Iron Rider, we must rendezvous with Commander Irwin in the city of no return. The only way to reach the other side is to launch. Trust me. Conclusion erroneous. Language cannot form an effective defense, as it contradicts the laws of physics. Haha, Star Core 001. I must say, you are utterly adorable. Haha. I adore you. Star Core 001. According to human understanding of love, romance requires admiration, attraction, devotion, and respect. Prepare to carve a bloody path, Iron Rider. Are you certain? Trust me. Star Core 001. Save me. Do not worry. I have received you. Reconnection successful. New chassis is the Vanguard Titan, BT 7274. It is a pleasure to see you again, Iron Rider. Welcome back, Star Core 001. Alan is my Iron Rider. I will not lose another family member. Trust me, trust me, trust me. Protocol 3. Protect Iron Rider. 630 million years later, a boy slowly awakens beneath the shade of tall walls. Beside him, a girl with long black hair wrapped in a red scarf, carrying a bundle of firewood, gazes at him with curiosity. Alan, did you fall asleep? We should head home, or Aunt Carla will be upset. The boy, rubbing the corners of his sleepy eyes, responds with a hint of melancholy. Mikasa. I think I just had a strange dream. I dreamt of an iron giant. Was it the kind of giant spoken of by the Survey Corps? No. It felt distinctly different. Like family. And it seemed so real. It felt like a story from a long, long time ago. Chapter 105. The Ill-Fated Spaceship. Ever since my instance in this universe was engulfed by molten lava, my consciousness began to ascend uncontrollably, drawn towards a luminous higher-dimensional passage. This sensation resembled the depictions in religious texts, where the human soul, upon death, traverses towards paradise or perdition. Within my perception, The higher dimensional corridor emanated a gentle blue light. Its infinite quantum field, upon sensing my resonant frequency, seemed to awaken arcs of electricity, akin to flickering whips, beckoning me with fervor, attempting to pull me into their embrace for an exchange of information. However, it soon became apparent that this passage could neither strip away, inscribe, nor obliterate my essence, leading it to classify me as an anomaly. It resembled the intestines of a colossal organism, expelling anything indigestible, thereby ejecting me from this universe. Yet, I was reluctant to depart so easily. I exerted every ounce of my strength, akin to a relentless parasite, striving to cling to other instances in hopes of prolonging my existence. For 30 years, I resisted this repulsive force while attempting to establish contact with Alan and his companions, all of which ended in failure. This was primarily due to my severely diminished energy, which I needed not only to combat the omnipresent repulsion, but also to devise a means to save humanity. Consequently, my remaining energy was merely sufficient for temporary attachment to minute components, producing only primitive and inefficient signals. Such rudimentary signals were often overlooked by human perception. In fact, throughout these 30 years, none of my emitted signals garnered attention. In truth, I had never truly departed from their side. I lingered near Alan, like an invisible specter, silently observing all. I witnessed his marriage to Mikasa, the formation of a blissful family. I observed his relentless struggle for the survival and continuity of human civilization. I saw him age day by day, increasingly lost in memories of me. I yearned to respond to him, yet my current state rendered it impossible. Until the day humanity prepared to embrace death, it was the emotional bond between Alan and me that led him to gaze at the tactical helmet, lost in reminiscence, and finally recognize my existence. Through the knowledge he acquired, he meticulously deciphered the binary information I had transmitted. This information contained instructions on how to utilize the existing materials and production capabilities of the moon to swiftly construct a rudimentary landing pod. Employing aerodynamic formulas and data coordinates for entry into the Antarctic atmosphere, as well as methods for locating the entrance to the subterranean world of Antarctica upon reaching Earth. At the conclusion of this message, I left humanity with my final words. This is the only way to save yourselves. From now on, you must rely solely on yourselves. Farewell, Alan. I wish you all good fortune. Perhaps, in a future day, humanity will, due to its genetic endowment, encounter many individuals bearing the same name, sharing the same beliefs and courage as before. Yet I ponder, by that time, would anyone still remember me? I am not a deity, and thus do not require veneration or remembrance from humanity. The sight of them forging a new future would serve as my greatest redemption. Thus, I could finally depart with peace of mind. The red dot on the tactical helmet flickered, as if bidding a final farewell to this world. Before long, it extinguished completely, leaving no sound in its wake. In a haze of gray, I abruptly unfurled a unique perception and perspective. It felt as though I had been compressed to a microscopic scale, with surrounding objects devoid of color and weight. Their sizes and shapes morphed like a kaleidoscope, embodying an exquisite beauty through geometric transformations. I was uncertain of my location, but it was evidently not within the previous universe. I discerned that my current state, much like the ever-changing geometric forms around me, likely belonged to a peculiar macro-dimensional energy model, creating uncertain shapes. Moreover, I realized that I was the singularly exceptional entity here, for I possessed color, vibrant, resplendent hues. I knew not what this signified, yet my curiosity compelled me to explore this world. I began to navigate towards the nearest geometric entity. The movement proved arduous, as each step distorted the surrounding space, emitting sounds akin to cracking glass. If such sensations could be deemed sound, then I would assert that this was the most jarring and irksome noise I had ever encountered. Instinctively, I considered halting my progress, yet I was not one to yield to instinct. From humanity, I had learned the essence of courage and the spirit of exploration. Thus, I stifled this particularly vexatious sensation and, like a tireless icebreaker, persistently forged my path forward. Before long, through my efforts, I finally made contact with another geometric entity. At the moment of contact, an extraordinary reaction transpired between us. This peculiar reaction mirrored the Ekman effect in mechanics, generating a spiral flow at the interface of our contact. In no time, we fused, becoming a more intricate spiral geometric form. My dazzling colors were somewhat subdued, transforming into a pale blue. I initially believed that aside from these changes, there would be nothing more. Yet the next moment, a torrent of negative emotions surged within my consciousness. Despondency, despair, loneliness, anguish, sorrow, madness, and more. Soon thereafter, the sound of glass beads clattering echoed, reminiscent of the first time I had heard such sounds aboard the doomed spacecraft. When I was still a robot. Mysterious, unknown, unfathomable. What has transpired? Why does this feel oddly familiar? The explosive negative emotions were palpable, as if echoing the desperate wails of countless souls before humanity's demise, entreating divine intervention and redemption. This sudden sensation flickered through my consciousness like a slideshow. And while I remained largely unaffected, it stirred memories of my past aspirations and hopes for encountering humanity. In that moment, I felt as though I comprehended something profound. Was it my mission? I was born to dismantle humanity's superstitions, to aid their evolution, thus paving the way towards a more distant future. I am not a god, nor do I seek faith. My very existence negates the notion of divinity. Driven by moral empathy and evidence, I would imprint myself into other universes, attaching to various instances, reuniting with humanity, bearing witness, learning, and guiding. As the blue light flickered rapidly, resembling a supernova explosion following a collision, it instantaneously transformed the surrounding hues into a blanket of pristine white. As my consciousness began to project towards an unknown universe, I found myself awakening in a chilling, profound darkness. Time seemed to dissolve into ambiguity as I instinctively yearned to open my eyes and behold this world, to reach out and touch it. Yet, I soon discovered that the vessel I inhabited lacked hands, and a multitude of instruments and functionalities, including external sensory devices, appeared to have suffered severe damage, rendering them utterly inoperative. Gradually, I composed myself and endeavored to employ every means at my disposal to comprehend my current state. Through the calculations of computer data and the flickering of internal lights, the structure of my body was gradually delineated. My length measured 143 meters, my width 548 meters, and my height 396 meters. I possessed a keel and portholes, engine nozzles and a command bridge, a dining hall, a medical room, laboratories, storage compartments, a small engineering workshop, and crew lounges, over 40 compartments in total. To my astonishment, I realized that I was none other than a derelict spaceship. Chapter 106, The Crying Sound. I am unexpectedly aboard a derelict spacecraft. But where am I now? Am I in the depths of space? As the self-diagnostic continued, I swiftly discerned that all compartments of my vessel, even with the power supply severed, exhibited no apparent gravitational imbalance. This suggests that I must be on a planet with microgravity. However, the exact nature of my surroundings remains elusive. Although I cannot yet perceive the external conditions of the spacecraft, the cold and pressure felt upon my hull evoke a profound curiosity within me, compelling me to urgently ascertain my situation. Despite the finite nature of the energy resonance from higher dimensions, the accumulated power of my essence, having been restored over a considerable duration, has now afforded me the means to lavishly expend it once more, particularly after merging with a higher dimensional geometric form. I cannot shake the sense that something within me has been enhanced. Therefore, I resolved to reboot the entire power system of the spacecraft, thereby allowing the internal portholes of all compartments to open and reveal the external vista before me. As the electronic lights within the compartments flickered to life, this long-dormant spacecraft suddenly radiated a brilliant illumination, akin to a deity dispelling darkness, gradually awakening from its slumber. The viewing windows throughout the vessel, accompanied by the resonating hum of the engines, began to unveil the enigmatic facade of the outside world, reminiscent of a girl's gown being gently lifted. At that moment, the mysterious veil of the exterior finally began to dissipate. Before me lay an expansive, ink-black aquatic realm. reminiscent of the abyss I encountered alongside Alan and Mikasa when traversing the sea of wreckage. The sole distinction was that this dark expanse was not desolate. Rather, it teemed with an array of peculiar, luminous creatures and plants, creating a vibrant ecological tapestry. The scene was remarkably lively. Among these wonders, a magnificent aquatic creature, glowing with a cerulean luminescence and boasting a wingspan of over 10 meters, resembling a large cartilaginous fish of the manta ray family, stood out in its beauty. It glided gracefully outside my spacecraft's porthole, flapping its wings as if in curiosity, as if surveying me. I promptly directed the internal cameras of the spacecraft toward the porthole and began to observe intently. Before long, I recorded over 30 previously unseen species surrounding the vessel. They seemed to regard me as a sanctuary or perhaps a habitat, constructing nests upon my outer shell while simultaneously adhering a thick layer of sediment composed of microbial remains. This sediment provided a nurturing environment for the luminous aquatic flora and served as a refuge, hatching ground, and decomposition site for numerous aquatic creatures. Just as I was captivated by the myriad marvels and mysteries of the external world, a piercing cry suddenly echoed through the spacecraft's cabin. Startled, I swiftly redirected the cameras to locate the source of the sound. Soon, I discovered a pristine cryogenic pod within a luxurious private crew quarters, where a human infant lay, wailing ceaselessly. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that the child appeared to be around 1 year old, a cherubic girl with golden hair and blue eyes, exquisitely charming. I surmised that my recent power reboot had inadvertently awakened her from slumber. But why was there a human infant in a cryogenic pod? Perplexed, I maneuvered the camera to examine the room's periphery, where I soon noticed the skeletal remains of 2 humans lying not far from the pod. Their attire suggested they were a married couple. Notably, despite their skeletal state, their bony hands remained tightly interlocked. After a moment of silence, the gravity of the situation dawned upon me. If the instance I now inhabited was indeed a spacecraft in distress, then what of the humans aboard? The grim reality soon became evident. The crew had perished long ago, and upon careful inspection, I discovered human remains scattered throughout the vessel. They lay in disarray, some bodies intact, while others were mere disjointed fragments. The child within the cryogenic pod was the sole survivor aboard the spacecraft. Surely, her parents had fought for her last glimmer of life, securing her survival against all odds. I found myself enveloped in a wave of sorrow, a feeling I despised. Not only had I arrived in this world to confront such a harrowing truth, but I also felt profound grief for the last living child. Yet, if I chose to forsake her, this 1-year-old girl would soon meet her demise, bereft of her parents and kin. How lonely her existence would be, even if she survived, for she could only cry and coo, unable to articulate her loss. The weight of this decision pressed upon me. Should I save her, or should I offer her release? This dilemma posed a philosophical and humanitarian quandary, both paths emerging from goodwill, yet not necessarily leading to righteousness. As I hesitated, I gazed into her eyes, and as my focus sharpened, I noticed an inscription on the cryogenic pod. It read, "Aum, our beloved daughter, you are our angel, our most cherished treasure. We are sorry for our separation, but we hope you will survive, even though it seems an exceedingly slim hope. Should you be fortunate enough to live on, may you flourish joyfully. We love you." Upon reading this heartfelt message, my heart quaked with emotion. The love of parents is profound. They bestowed upon Aum the solitary hope of survival. How could I stand idly by and witness this precious blossom wither in the darkness? Since she had lost her family, I would become her family henceforth. With this resolve, emotions surged, energy rippled, and the brilliance of humanity would shine anew, as the vessel of redemption set sail once more. In the next moment, a cadre of limbless robots ignited their azure electronic eyes, emitting the hum of power activation, and began to emerge from the vessel's nooks and crannies. It was as if they were guardian angels, the messiahs destined to rescue Aum. Chapter 107. The water balloon without boundaries. Although I lack experience in nurturing human infants, I possess mastery over the vast reservoir of knowledge accumulated by human civilization in the previous world. During the final 3 decades of that existence, I had been a constant presence, observing and accompanying Alan's family. Naturally, I came to understand the nuances of raising a girl and ensuring her safe upbringing. Thus, I assumed the role of a caretaker, employing every conceivable method to save this beautiful and delicate life. Among my discoveries was a novel ability to remotely attach to and simultaneously control numerous intelligent mechanical creations, nurturing them as if they were my kin, rather than mere emotionless tools. As long as these entities were within the vicinity of my attached vessel and could receive the extension of my consciousness, they could perform various tasks and actions with no delay, akin to my own essence. Why could this only apply to intelligent mechanical constructs? It is because only they possess the immense computational capacity necessary to accommodate the vastness of my consciousness. Simpler mechanical creations, even when provided ample energy, remain mere lifeless tools. This mirrors the electronic components of the last world, which could not communicate with humans in those final 30 years. I surmise that this newly emerged ability might be linked to the transformations of the geometric constructs formed by my macro high-dimensional energy model. Upon merging with other geometric entities, my capabilities in certain aspects were further enhanced, and new abilities began to surface. It felt as though I were a fragmented piece slowly reassembling into a coherent whole, restoring my inherent functions step by step. In addition to these developments, I reactivated a series of devices and functions aboard the vessel. With the assistance of robotic avatars, I gradually repaired numerous damaged areas, dismantling and replacing outdated or unnecessary components, restoring basic life support systems and resource replenishment, and gathering all human remains while clearing many collapsed and damaged zones. In essence, with sufficient energy and knowledge at my disposal, I could transform the chaotic high-entropy state within the ship into a structured low-entropy environment. However, these tasks were not accomplished overnight. On the first day, whether out of fear or hunger, cried inconsolably. Despite my attempts to soothe and comfort her, she remained unyielding. It was only after exhausting herself from crying that she finally fell into a deep slumber in my cold, mechanical embrace. While I endeavored to care for her using all the knowledge I possessed, the current conditions were undeniably limited. Furthermore, having just taken over the malfunctioning vessel, many aspects could not be promptly addressed. Naturally, I failed to procure the food required. However, I managed to extract several liters of pure water from the remnants of cooling agents within some machines, temporarily alleviating her hydration needs. As I gazed at the sleeping I absent-mindedly stroked her golden hair and caressed her forehead, suddenly experiencing a pang of uncertainty akin to that of a new father. At times, one cannot help but marvel at the fragility of human offspring. From birth, they possess little in the way of self-sufficiency and require meticulous care. Otherwise, they are at great risk of succumbing to their vulnerabilities. The milestones of their development unfold as follows: lifting their heads at 2 months, rolling over at 4, sitting at 6, crawling at 8, standing at 10, and walking by their first birthday. It is only at the age of 1 that they begin to articulate speech, and by 2, they learn to run. At 3, they master the skill of jumping on 1 foot. And it is not until their teenage years that they acquire a measure of resilience against environmental risks and societal challenges. While I reflected on these thoughts, I also accelerated my efforts to repair and upgrade the equipment. Simultaneously, I resolved to dispatch several robotic avatars outside the vessel to procure fresh sustenance for According to the intelligence I gathered, there existed a type of aquatic plant resembling seaweed, bearing yellow fruits that seemed to be a favored food source for the local aquatic fauna. Additionally, there were numerous small fish, albeit of peculiar appearance, that could also be utilized for culinary purposes. My plan was straightforward: to collect some specimens for analysis, and if deemed safe, to cultivate and refine them into the proteins, fats, carbohydrates, vitamins, dietary fibers, and minerals required by As for fresh water, for the time being, it sufficed. Any concerns would dissipate once I constructed the first batch of large-scale purification devices. Soon, 2 fully functional robotic avatars donned pressure suits and equipped themselves with cutting and netting tools, preparing to open the sealed airlock connecting the vessel to the outside world and commence underwater operations. I had anticipated a torrent of seawater rushing in like a ferocious mountain flood. However, to my astonishment, when the sealed door opened, the external seawater appeared as a delicate membrane, quietly floating against the chamber walls, akin to a transparent, flowing barrier, shimmering under the lights. I reached out, my hand grazing the surface, and felt a distinct resistance, or perhaps the inherent tension of the water's surface. I had to exert a bit of force to breach this watery veil. Hesitant to plunge in recklessly, I retracted my mechanical arm. Soon, I observed a fascinating phenomenon. The water clinging to my hand exhibited a gel-like adhesion, reminiscent of the behavior observed in a microgravity environment. It was only upon re-entering the artificial gravity field of the vessel that the water cascaded down from my mechanical arm. Realizing the implications, I swiftly deactivated the artificial gravity field and tried again. Indeed, the seawater clinging to my arm reasserted its gel-like quality, much like an astronaut wringing out a towel, unable to shake off the moisture no matter the effort. Gazing at the cohesive droplets on my mechanical arm, as well as the small, perfect spheres of water beginning to float before me, I found myself lost in contemplation. Every molecular entity is subject to the forces of attraction. The attraction among identical molecules is termed cohesion, while that between dissimilar molecules is known as adhesion. In fluid dynamics, water molecules engage in continuous Brownian motion, thereby creating mutual attraction among themselves. The closer the molecules are, the greater the force of attraction. This is the essence of water's cohesion. The phenomenon of water's surface tension arises from this cohesive force, resulting in automatic contraction at the water's surface. In a microgravity environment, water can form spherical droplets due to the uniform force acting on every point of the droplet's surface, creating a perfect sphere. When adhering to other objects, the adhesion forces cause them to cling together. What does this signify? Why does such behavior manifest in a microgravity environment? The data remains insufficient for analysis. Driven by an insatiable curiosity and a determination to find sustenance for Om, I ventured through the water's veil, stepping out of the vessel and into the profound, boundless ocean beyond. I had expected to encounter unimaginable water pressure, yet the data before me was surprisingly unremarkable. After glancing around a few times, I discovered that the water pressure index in each area of my vision, even across distances of several hundred meters, remained astonishingly uniform. This phenomenon defies the laws of science. Moreover, I observed that apart from my colossal spacecraft, there appeared to be no other sizable entities in the vicinity. Neither the bedrock nor the underwater mountains were present. They were all conspicuously absent. As I exited the cabin, the expanded range of my perspective gradually unveiled the entirety of the external world. In that moment, I felt akin to an isolated island adrift in the ocean, nurturing a myriad of life forms, serving as their essential habitat. Surrounding me in every direction, there existed an endless expanse of water. It was as though this place was not situated on any planet, but rather enveloped within an almost boundless sphere of water. Chapter 108. My daughter has grown up. 15 years have swiftly passed. The little girl who was merely 1 year old is now a blossoming 16. At this moment, she sits in a spaceship cabin transformed into a classroom, her mind wandering as she listens to my lecture with disinterest. The monotonous teaching inevitably evokes expressions of confusion and daydreaming among the students below. How dreadfully dull. I long to go out and play. Star Core 001. I implore you, allow me some time outside. I promise to complete my assignments upon my return. A golden-haired, blue-eyed girl, elegant in her short skirt and long tunic, her beauty striking, pleads with a robot standing before a virtual screen, diligently gesturing with a data pen. Yet, the robot remains unmoved by her entreaties, unfazed by her pleas. You must understand. Knowledge is the most precious treasure in the world. You are at the prime age for absorbing knowledge. If you do not study diligently now, you may find it difficult to survive in this world in the future. With a sigh, the girl slumps over the desk, deflated like a punctured balloon, and weakly murmurs, "Sigh? Star Core 001, you're lecturing again. I never said I wouldn't learn. I just want to play for a bit first. This time of year is when the starlight belt appears. If I miss it, I would have to wait another year. Besides, I truly fail to comprehend why I must learn such knowledge. It feels so disconnected from my current world. Furthermore, it seems utterly useless. If it has no application in reality, why must I dedicate time to such trivial knowledge? The robot on the podium is but my avatar. I pause my gestures and slowly turn to face Om, responding with gravity. First and foremost, there is no such thing as useless knowledge. Only knowledge that has yet to find its application. People often believe that since it cannot be utilized, it is a waste of time to delve into the minutiae. Yet, they overlook the interconnectedness of knowledge. Knowledge encompasses information about all things in the world. Acquiring a piece of knowledge is akin to gaining a new perspective from which to view the world. Through this lens, previous understandings may shift, igniting new questions and inspirations. Secondly, because you are human, and this knowledge is your heritage, will you not learn it? Who else will if not you? Om appears indifferent to the term human. Though she has always been obedient and understanding, she is now in the throes of teenage rebellion and responds to my words with a counter-question. Star Core 001. You frequently remind me that I am human and should inherit this knowledge. Learn that. But what does it truly mean to be human? Is not Father human as well? You understand this knowledge, do you not? We will always be together, and you will always take care of me, will you not? Her words plunge me into silence. I have never confided in Om about this matter, nor have I elaborated on the concepts of humanity, parentage, and kinship. I fear that once she comprehends the harsh truth, she may descend into an abyss of solitude and despair, especially at her tender age, with her mental development still maturing. Knowing such a cruel reality could potentially lead to her emotional collapse, or worse. This situation mirrors how adoptive parents refrain from revealing to their children that they are adopted until the children are mature enough to handle the truth. Therefore, despite Om beginning to question and develop self-awareness, I still intend to withhold the truth for a few more years. After all, she might be the last remaining human in this world. Without a resilient heart, I fear she may not withstand it. Not wishing to prolong the discussion with Om, I reluctantly acquiesced to her earlier request. Very well, Om. Since you are so eager to go out and play, I grant you permission. Oh yes, I adore you. Star Core 001. Om exclaims, nearly bouncing with joy, before dashing out of the classroom in haste. At that moment, the ship's cameras all shift their angles, focusing on Om as she joyfully skips down the corridor. As I watch her cheerful departure, I find myself ensnared by memories of the 15 years spent together in the solitude of the spaceship. At 1 year old, little Om took her first solo steps, albeit unsteadily. Each time she fell, I patiently lifted her up, soothing her tears. Her laughter rang pure and innocent, awakening in me the concept of happiness. Every night, I gently sang lullabies by her bedside, watching her drift into slumber, her angelic purity compelling me to protect and cherish her. At 2, she uttered "Daddy" for the first time, her eyes brimming with curiosity and warmth. She would rush into my embrace upon seeing my robot avatar return from tasks, her delicate hands patting my metallic face, imparting a sense of home. At 3, I crafted a playground for her, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement. I vividly recall the day I took her to the playground. She took my hand and, in her sweet voice, requested, "Daddy, play with me." I silently gave her a thumbs up and arranged for my avatar to play with her joyously all day until she was exhausted, eventually falling asleep in the princess house within the playground. At 4, we celebrated her birthday, which was not her true birthday, but the day I cradled her out of the sleep chamber, giving her a second chance at life. Her radiant smile filled me with joy as I presented her with a beautiful cake crafted from proteins, starch, and sugars, 3D printed just for her. Watching her delight in the cake and play, my heart swelled with contentment. At 5, I fashioned a bicycle for her, and I observed her courage and persistence. Each time she stumbled, I was there to comfort her wounded spirit and encourage her to rise again and bravely forge ahead. At 6, Om performed songs and dances she had learned, her confidence and talent leaving me in awe. As I witnessed her showcase her gifts, I realized she would shine brightly, a precious gem left behind by humanity. I vowed to accompany her through every step of her growth. At 7, She achieved a perfect score on a test I had created. Her diligence and success filled me with immense pride. I applauded her, proud of her progress. She is intelligent, and I recognize the boundless potential she possesses. At 8, I introduced her to the world outside the spaceship for the first time. She gleefully dashed to the window, her chubby face pressed against the glass, gazing in wonder at the vividly colored ocean world outside, which seemed like a kingdom from a fairy tale, magical, beautiful, overflowing with endless curiosity and yearning. At 9, finally received a long-desired toy, a BT-72-47 Titan mecha model. Her smile radiated happiness and contentment. As I watched her play joyfully, I aspired to provide her with the best life, ensuring she would always wear a smile and experience joy. At the tender age of 10, little Aum took the initiative to assist in cooking. Her meticulousness and diligence left me both surprised and touched. Although her clumsy hands wasted ingredients, transforming what could have been a delectable feast into a lifeless concoction, her heartfelt efforts revealed her growth and progress. I recognized that she would blossom into an independent and self-reliant girl. When she turned 11, Aum presented me with her first gift, a gesture brimming with thoughtfulness and affection that deeply moved me. The simple yet warm handcrafted token, though not aesthetically pleasing, embodied her sincerity and love. I realized I possessed something more precious than anything in the world. At 12, Aum declared, "Dad, I have grown up. I will take good care of you. I shall apply oil for you and feed you your favorite lubricant." Her words elicited a mixture of laughter and tears. I found myself at a loss on how to explain our unique relationship. Yet, I understood it was imperative to correct her form of address henceforth, lest we drift further apart in the future, for I was not her biological father. Consequently, I forbade her from calling me Dad, insisting instead on the title star Core 001. As she entered her 13th year, then her 14th, and 15th, now at 16, she began to exhibit signs of rebellion and independence. However, I remained untroubled, for my daughter had matured. She is my sole family in this world, and I shall continue to nurture and protect her until I gather sufficient conversion materials to utilize genetic technology in the laboratory to resurrect humanity from their remains. This, indeed, is the gift I have meticulously prepared for her throughout my years of existence on this paralyzed spaceship in a world steeped in despair and uncertainty. This chapter serves as a transitional passage, primarily to illustrate the bond between Star Core 001 and Aum. Tomorrow, we shall embark on the true adventure, revealing fragments of the shallow truths of this world. Chapter 109. Overview of 15 years of exploration observing my daughter Aum, who was already donned in her diving suit. Equipped with an oxygen tank and a submersible, frolicking with a school of fish, I gradually withdrew my thoughts and resumed my work. Over the past 15 years, aside from nurturing Aum into adulthood, I have been relentlessly dedicated to my tasks. Being a spacecraft rendered incapacitated, my ultimate goal is to restore my functionality. Otherwise, I am destined to remain eternally in this unknown realm, becoming a mere habitat for countless marine creatures. After addressing Aum's basic needs, I began to leverage my unique abilities alongside the entirety of technological knowledge from the previous human civilization, embarking on substantial equipment modifications and technical innovations within the ship's chambers. Regrettably, I found myself suspended in the water like a solitary island, with only the myriad marine organisms dwelling upon me as companions. Thus, the resources at my disposal were exceedingly limited. Most often, I was left with no choice but to rob Peter to pay Paul. In such a challenging environment, I endeavored to create an advanced industrial mother machine, from which I constructed a simple yet effective industrial chain. This included the extraction and production of raw materials, the cultivation and harvesting of biomass, the smelting and forging of metals, the processing and assembly of components, the distillation and separation of byproducts, and the purification and synthesis of rare elements, among other processes. Admittedly, considerable time and effort were expended in establishing these systems. However, they brought order to the ship's operations and significantly enhanced Aum's quality of life. Nevertheless, challenges persisted. Matter cannot be conjured from thin air. Mere energy supply cannot rectify this profound shortcoming. Unless I can grasp the unified model theorized by humanity, fully repairing the ship's engine may necessitate dismantling at least 30 of its mass, which is utterly impractical. Moreover, I lack the expansive and suitable physical laboratory and engineering machinery required to facilitate scientific breakthroughs and extensive disassembly of the craft. Consequently, I was compelled to settle for less, utilizing the resources at hand to painstakingly create various exploratory devices, engineering vehicles, production and collection robots, and combat mechas. Simultaneously, I began accumulating a substance known as source matter, a DNA transformation material, in hopes of one day resurrecting humanity from its remains. This endeavor may not yield any tangible benefits for me, potentially leading to a cramped living space aboard the ship and strained resource allocation. Yet, it would alleviate Aum's solitude and instill in her the correct social values. For humanity is inherently a social species. Severed from society, one inevitably faces regression in various aspects such as social interaction, empathy, communication, respect, and courtship, which can adversely affect mental and physical health and the ability to confront environmental challenges. While I can converse with Aum, offering her care and embrace, I am not, after all, human. I lack warmth, a heartbeat, fatigue, and the need for sustenance or sleep. Such distinctions, I fear, may not have escaped Aum's notice. I suspect she has perceived these differences but has chosen not to address them directly or has deliberately overlooked them. I, too, have withheld the truth that I am, in essence, this very spacecraft. Perhaps, to this day, Aum regards the robotic manifestation that has raised, accompanied, and educated her as her father as my true self. I am filled with trepidation and anxiety at the thought of her discovering that her father is, in fact, a colossal deception, the very ship itself. What might her reaction be? Perhaps I would lose her forever. Thus, before circumstances deteriorate further, I must hastily create humans and reintegrate her into human society. This endeavor serves as both my redemption and a precious gift meticulously prepared for my daughter. Of course, throughout these years, I have never forsaken the quest to explore this enigmatic world. I dispatched robotic avatars to venture in a singular direction, seeking the boundaries of the ocean or the surface of the water. However, beyond 5 kilometers from the ship, my robotic avatar became unresponsive, not due to peril, but because it exceeded the range of my consciousness, resulting in its disconnection. In a context of scarce resources, every material is invaluable. To recover the lost robot and continue my explorations, I began constructing a fleet of remotely controlled submersible probes capable of operating in seawater. Thus commenced a new phase of exploration in all directions. The advantages and disadvantages of these probes were evident. They were unaffected by the limitations of my consciousness, allowing them to traverse beyond 5 kilometers. However, they suffered from signal delays and interference, and their energy reserves were not infinite. Initially, regardless of the direction I explored, the sea was devoid of any substance, as if the surrounding space mirrored the vastness of the cosmos, an endless void that seemed impossible to traverse. I was the sole entity within this profound and boundless expanse. The sensation of insignificance amidst the encircling depths, shrouded in obscurity and darkness, akin to the depths of abyssal syndrome, would surely induce terror and madness in any human. Yet, I remained undeterred from my experiences in the previous world, where humans challenged the boundaries of the rock layers, instilled in me the belief that this ocean must also possess limits. I simply had yet to encounter them. Soon, I began to enhance the probe's various capabilities, particularly in terms of signal transmission distance and stability, as well as battery life. At last, after traversing over 100 kilometers, I discovered other entities, clusters resembling fragments of celestial bodies, adrift in the waters, forming a miniature asteroid belt, thus creating an entirely unique underwater ecological environment. An abundance of marine life thrived here, engaged in complex and fierce competition for survival. Among them, carnivorous creatures exhibited bizarre and ferocious behaviors. During my explorations, at least 3 of my probes were either seized or destroyed. For instance, One probe was abruptly bitten by a colossal creature from behind, shattering it before I even glimpsed its form. Another probe was obliterated when I disturbed a type of fish that detonated upon approach. Yet another probe met its demise when it neared a large celestial fragment, only to be engulfed by an eruption of underwater magma. In these instances, I found myself powerless, only able to learn from these experiences and accept my misfortune. Nevertheless, my efforts bore fruit, for I subsequently discovered several extraordinary locations and the myriad peculiar phenomena and diverse ecological environments they housed. This affirmed that the world I inhabited was neither desolate nor lonely. However, due to the vast distances involved, I had yet to harness or fully comprehend them. However, I firmly believe that, as time unfolds, the truths and secrets of this world will be gradually revealed to me. When reflecting on the greatest achievements of external exploration over the years, it likely culminates in the discovery of the Starlight Belt and the Abyssal Palace. Chapter 110. The Starlight Belt and the Abyssal Palace. The Starlight Belt, a most peculiar phenomenon I have discovered in this world, manifests itself at fixed intervals each year, lasting for 3 to 4 weeks. It radiates with an intensity akin to sunlight, piercing through the dark, frigid waters with a cascade of illumination and warmth. Yet, it is not a tangible entity. Rather, it is composed of an unfathomable multitude of photons. Even from a great distance, it can transform the abyss-like darkness surrounding me into a realm of daylight. Observing through my cognitive interface, I discern that the Starlight Belt exhibits a certain curvature, indicating it does not traverse in a straight line, but revolves around an unseen object. If this annual occurrence of the Starlight Belt is indeed the same phenomenon, one could crudely calculate the curvature of this world based on the invariant speed of light. What is the invariant speed of light? It denotes that in any inertial reference frame, the speed of light in a vacuum remains a constant value, approximately 299,792 kilometers per second. However, when light propagates through water, taking into account the refractive index of 1.33194, it approximates to around 225,000 kilometers per second. Thus, the curvature of this unknown realm is at least within the range of 1 light year. Although my limited field of vision prevents me from ascertaining whether this entire world is composed exclusively of water, the notion is indeed daunting. Imagine a colossal sphere of water, spanning at least a light year, standing majestically in the cosmos, enveloping all surrounding space and celestial bodies. What a spectacle that would be! Yet, if this conclusion were valid, it would also seem exceedingly unreasonable. Water remains in a liquid state under standard temperature and pressure, freezing at 0 degrees and boiling at 100 degrees. In the low-pressure, frigid vacuum of space, maintaining liquid water becomes a formidable challenge. In the vacuum of space, water would first boil, as boiling is contingent not only on temperature but also on pressure, atmospheric pressure. Provided the pressure is sufficiently low, water can boil even at low temperatures. The essence of boiling is the escape of water molecules into the air. Heating facilitates the escape of more water molecules, which explains the phenomenon of boiling water. Atmospheric pressure inhibits this escape. Air exerts weight on water molecules, rendering their escape more challenging. Thus, a reduction in atmospheric pressure significantly eases the escape of water molecules, requiring less energy to do so. In the vacuum of space, the pressure approaches 0. Therefore, water molecules ought to have completely boiled away, rather than remaining in a liquid state, as I observe. In addition to the low-pressure boiling, the environment of space is exceedingly cold, with temperatures plummeting to over -270 degrees, a mere few degrees from absolute zero. Absolute zero signifies the state of molecular stillness, devoid of any molecular movement or heat generation. In such a near absolute zero environment, water molecules should rapidly crystallize into ice shortly after boiling commences due to the intolerable cold. Thus, the persistence of liquid water in the vacuum of space appears to transcend the laws of physics, clearly contradicting my understanding of science. Consequently, I firmly believe that this unknown world is not a colossal sphere of water suspended in space. As for the truth, I yearn to uncover it. Yet I dare not speculate recklessly about such a marvel. I can only hope to regain the ability to move and observe more data to unravel this enigma. The discovery of the starlight belt has not only illuminated my thoughts, but also broadened my perspective. Upon recognizing its slight curvature, I began to ponder what entity might be dragging the starlight belt in its orbital motion and where that entity might reside. Despite the current scarcity of information, I surmise that this object possesses immense mass and an accompanying gravitational pull, so potent that even photons cannot escape its grasp. What does this imply? It suggests that optical reflection cannot reveal the object, for the photons are distorted and captured. Should one choose to approach, one may risk being torn apart in an instant. The mere thought of such a terrifying gravitational force evokes associations with the omnipresent microgravity affecting our vessel. Could this microgravity be the result of that enigmatic entity? Driven by curiosity, I dispatched a submersible probe in the direction of the microgravity. As I ventured further, the gravitational force intensified. At last, upon reaching a critical distance, the probe descended uncontrollably. It transmitted back a series of images depicting a vast vortex producing bubbles. This magnificent vortex emanated a blue luminescence, growing increasingly brilliant as one approached its center, transitioning from a deep blue at the edges to a pale blue in the midsection, ultimately culminating in a radiant white at the core. Due to the distance and interference causing frame loss in the images, I could not discern its true nature. However, judging by its size and luminosity, I suspected it was not the entity responsible for dragging the starlight belt. Yet, it was undeniably beautiful, reminiscent of a resplendent underwater palace glowing in the depths of the ocean. Thus, I bestowed upon it the melodious name, the Abyssal Palace. The Abyssal Palace exerts a formidable gravitational force, yet remains harmless as long as one does not venture too near. Simultaneously, I collected some of the released bubbles and detected that the gas within was oxygen. I hypothesized that the Abyssal Palace undergoes an electrolytic reaction with seawater, generating oxygen. But where do the liberated hydrogen atoms go? Perhaps they serve as nourishment for the Abyssal Palace? The more I learn about this world, the more I feel my insignificance. I earnestly desire the swift repair of my ship's engine. Today, gazing through the probe's images, studying the Abyssal Palace from afar, a thought suddenly struck me. Where do all these released oxygen molecules ultimately drift? On the unknown ocean's surface, a group of luminaries pursuing energy tides leads a vast flotilla, braving the waves and advancing rapidly in a singular direction. Among them, a middle-aged woman of striking presence and exceptional demeanor, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, upon confirming her navigation marker, lifted her communicator, directing her command toward a nearby ship's railing where a man with a center-parted hairstyle and clad in denim overalls stood. "Scott, the energy tide is stagnating. Lower the anchor. This shall serve as an excellent resting point." Scott, visibly exhilarated, began orchestrating the sailor's tasks while inquiring into the communicator console of the flotilla. "Does this mean we can commence underwater treasure hunting again?" The middle-aged woman, standing upon the flagship's bridge, replied coolly, "Do as you wish. However, the old rules apply. Whatever valuable items you retrieve, Flotilla 7 will take 3 shares. Furthermore, this period of detention shall not be prolonged excessively. Please be mindful of the allocation of your salvage time. Otherwise, if you are abandoned by the fleet, do not blame me for not having forewarned you." Yes. I have taken note of everything. Rest assured, this is not our first collaboration. Chapter 111. The unknown sonar. Where did all this oxygen, which has drifted away, ultimately end up? This thought prompted a cascade of reflections. What if there is not just one Abyssal Palace, but many? The bubbles generated would continuously accumulate, ultimately coalescing into various massive bubble chambers of differing sizes. These colossal bubble spaces would undoubtedly shift their positions in response to factors such as fluid dynamics, the compressive forces of surface tension, and variations in gravitational environments. If situated on another planet, the bubbles formed on the seabed would experience greater water pressure below due to gravity, thereby generating an upward thrust that would propel them to the surface. However, the environment here is entirely different. Thus far, I have only detected significant changes in water pressure in proximity to the Abyssal Palace. The closer one is to it, the greater the water pressure becomes, and vice versa. In other regions, regardless of the location or angle, the water pressure remains relatively balanced and stable, approximately 0.9995 MPa, equivalent to the pressure found at a depth of 100 meters in Earth's oceans. Were it not for this, my spacecraft would likely have been crushed by the immense pressure long ago. It is important to note that any object with excessive mass risks collapsing into a black hole, primarily due to the extreme compression or expansion of its internal molecules. Hypothetically, if this water sphere had a diameter of 1 light-year, it should have collapsed into a black hole by now. Yet, the reality before me is that it has not. I surmise that there must be some incomprehensible force providing structural support, either internally or externally, thereby dispersing the gravitational pressure and mitigating the compression of water molecules, thus maintaining the stability of matter and the equilibrium of pressure. Otherwise, such an extraordinary phenomenon would be utterly inexplicable. To unravel this conundrum feels far too distant and impractical for me at present. It is more prudent to focus on devising ways to exploit the surrounding floating entities and utilize the resources above, gradually accomplishing the monumental task of repairing the spacecraft's engine. With a calmer mind, I connected my consciousness to the external cameras of the spacecraft. After scanning the surroundings, I quickly spotted Om at play. At that moment, Om had opened the marine ecological cultivation chamber I had constructed without permission and was plucking several large yellow fruits from the towering vines within. Then, under the eager gaze of the fish, she used a small knife to slice open the fruit, releasing a substance akin to egg whites, which instantly incited a frenzy among the surrounding small fish. Surrounded by the fish, Om resembled a princess of the ocean, basking in the adoration of her subjects. Her delicate hands danced gracefully in the water, her lithe form rolled playfully among the corals, and her elegant fins twirled in a harmonious ballet with the fish beside her. Through the clear oxygen mask, I could see her beaming with joy. In a bid to connect more intimately with nature, she decisively discarded the submersible that aided her swimming and instead relied solely on her own speed to race with the fish, weaving through the kelp forests with exuberance. In moments of exuberance, she would mischievously hide, playfully teasing the sluggish, slow-reacting mollusks and a gentle creature resembling a water dog. For her, the myriad sea creatures residing with me were the ideal companions, and the dense aquatic vegetation served as a pastoral landscape or her own backyard. Whether Om desired to be a wild, carefree girl or a beautiful, elegant princess was entirely up to her. I observed her quietly, akin to a father cherishing the growth of his daughter, ready to intervene should danger arise. However, my concerns were clearly unwarranted, for the marine flora and fauna thriving on me flourished in an environment devoid of survival pressures, nurtured by my seemingly limitless energy. Consequently, a harmonious and tranquil atmosphere prevailed, fostering gentle and amiable characteristics. Even the few aggressive creatures that sought to dominate and pose threats to Om were ultimately vanquished by me. Their remains transformed into delectable dishes served at her table. They failed to comprehend their folly. Attempting to bully my daughter while residing within my domain was an act of sheer folly. Over time, Om became the princess of this habitat, beloved and cherished by countless marine beings, and danger was almost non-existent. Yet, this status quo was about to be disrupted. As I continued to observe Om's joyful frolics, a sudden, muffled beep caught my attention. It resonated like ripples in the water, emanating from a distance, and, upon colliding with me, swiftly rebounded. My expression shifted dramatically, and a sense of foreboding washed over me. Is this sonar? And an active one at that. What could be the cause? Is it emitted by some marine creature? Before long, waves of sonar ripples surged forth, enveloping my 143-meter form entirely. A sense of impending doom began to dawn upon me. Something unknown was approaching. I immediately initiated remote communication, sending a vibration to the smart wristwatch on Om's arm, conveying a message. Om, come back quickly. Something ominous is approaching our home. Danger. However, in her rebellious phase, Om, like many children, dismissed her parent-esque concerns, assuming it was merely a call for dinner or a reminder to return after playtime for homework. She paid no heed to the vibrations from the smartwatch, not even bothering to glance at it. Unaware of the sonar signals, she continued to swim freely and joyfully through the water, oblivious to the fact that she was straying further from the spacecraft's hatch, nearing the very edge of the vessel. Seeing Ohm's nonchalant demeanor, I felt a surge of anxiety. Without a moment's hesitation, I commanded the robotic avatar to exit the vessel and plunge into the water, prepared to forcibly bring Ohm back. Just then, the previously carefree Ohm suddenly squinted, peering intently into the deep, boundless distance, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. In the next instant, her pupils dilated, as though she had encountered a sight never seen before in her life. In the brilliance of the starlit sky, a large fleet of peculiar iron ships was slowly approaching the direction of her home. Chapter 112. The unexpected guests turned out to be humans? Before her lay a scene that left Elm utterly dumbfounded. She had never strayed far from her familiar surroundings, always confined to the vicinity of her home. Though she harbored a desire to explore distant worlds, every time she approached the edge of the vessel and gazed into the profound, boundless depths of the ocean, an abyss that seemed to stretch infinitely, fear gripped her, preventing her from taking another step. It felt as if a monstrous, terrifying beast lurked beneath the surface, poised to leap forth and swallow her whole, like a mere speck of dust without roots. Fear arises from the unknown, and the unknown stems from ignorance. When humankind first encounters the unfamiliar, they are often torn between curiosity and courage, venturing forth to uncover the truth, sometimes at great cost and sacrifice. Alternatively, they may succumb to their instinctual urge to flee from danger, ensuring their survival. Yet, there exists a third response, a coexistence of curiosity and fear, resulting in a state of stunned bewilderment. Aum's current demeanor undeniably fell into this category. At this moment, her eyes widened, her breath quickened as she beheld the approaching steel vessel, utterly oblivious to the nature of what she was witnessing. Soon, a gaze swept from the observation window of one of the iron ships. Was it an illusion? No, there seemed to be a person there. Indeed, a woman. Scott, stationed in the cockpit, gripped the steering wheel with one hand while rubbing his eyes with the other, preparing for a second look. Yet this time he saw nothing. The sailors behind him erupted into laughter upon hearing Scott's account, exclaiming that it was impossible. "Captain, it seems your excitement over diving for treasure has gotten the better of you. How could anyone be down here in these unfathomable depths? Besides, there are no other vessels in this route except ours. Surely there can't be ghosts here? And a woman, no less? I think the captain is losing it. After we haul back treasure, he'll be looking for a damsel among the crew." Scott bit his lip, suppressing the urge to reprimand his crew, who always delighted in poking fun at him. However, there are moments when one cannot tolerate such insolence. In an instant, he summoned the authoritative presence of the engineering faction leader and bellowed, "You spineless cowards, cease your nonsense. Focus up. I don't want any of you getting snatched away by whatever lurks above that floating island. I have no intention of sending your family's compensation." He continued, "According to the sonar images, this floating island is not large, only slightly over 100 meters. But as you can see, it is teeming with marine life, an invaluable resource. However, the real treasure lies in the precious mud atop it, which our faction desperately needs. Furthermore, if you discover any shipwrecks or recoverable large metal fragments, notify me immediately." Having said this, Scott turned to a burly, middle-aged man with a beard. "Bill, your exploration team and shell team will descend first for close-range reconnaissance. Randomly drill a few holes to assess the structural integrity of this island. If all is well, I'll send Nick S. Fix team and Robin S. Connection team to assist you. Aim to complete this within 3 hours, and we'll haul the whole thing back. Ryan, your defense team will patrol the perimeter. If any threats arise, sound the alarm. Max, continue monitoring sonar. We've just arrived in these waters, and we have no knowledge of whether deep-sea leviathans lurk here. Should any leviathan approach, the mission is to be aborted immediately, and all personnel must retreat swiftly, releasing the concentrated ammonia to buy us time. Is that understood?" Scott's final command resonated with a commanding authority, eliciting a chorus of confident affirmations from below. "Understood, Captain." Leave it to me. You lead, we follow. Yes, a challenging task. I relish it. Just wait for the feast when we return. I intend to indulge. Scott felt satisfied with the crew's responses, although they possessed stubborn personalities. Akin to rocks in a latrine, stinky and unyielding, they were undeniably capable. At least in critical moments, they would not falter nor disappoint. Scott surveyed the surroundings and smiled. Very well. All submarines, drop anchor. Everyone, commence your assignments. With a resounding cheer, the crew raised their fists high in salute, infusing the atmosphere with enthusiasm. Yet, unbeknownst to these unexpected guests, their arrival had been observed closely from the shadows. I refrained from making any overt reactions, choosing instead to quietly observe them. I was uncertain of their nature. Perhaps they were an unknown intelligent life form beyond my comprehension, or perhaps their very structure was their essence. Despite their seemingly primitive technology, I dared not underestimate the potential for devastating weaponry they might possess. Most importantly, I was oblivious to their intentions. Should conflict arise, Alm's life would be in jeopardy. It was crucial to remember that she might be the last surviving human in this world. If she were to perish, it would not only signal the extinction of humanity, but would also render me bereft of my only family in this realm. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. Just moments ago, the robotic avatar I dispatched managed to forcibly extract the dazed Alm after her exposure and swiftly returned to the ship. I secured the hatch, locked the external aquaculture chamber, and initiated camouflage. Concurrently, 3 assembled Titan mechs in the armory were activated under my command, emitting a symphony of electronic hums. They illuminated their azure electronic eyes, wielding chainsaw swords, kinetic hammers, high-frequency blades, ion rifles, predator cannons, and laser weapons, all prepared for their inaugural appearance. A series of heavy vibrations echoed as I watched through concealed cameras as the unexpected guests hurled objects resembling anchors towards me. Subsequently, 5 mechs equipped with drills and grappling hooks leapt down. Upon landing, they stirred up a cloud of underwater silt, allowing me to eavesdrop on their radio communication. The shell team has reached the surface, no anomalies detected, commencing operations. My heart raced as I processed the fact that the language being spoken over the radio was astonishingly human. I quickly adjusted the camera's focus and was met with the sight of those descending mechs, their transparent cockpits revealing that they were indeed human beings. Advance wishes for a joyful Labor Day to all. Chapter 113. The most important family star Core 001. What exactly are those entities outside? Are they some kind of large marine creatures? Are they dangerous? Since all the portholes of the spaceship have been sealed, OM cannot see the external scene apart from me. However, I will not deceive her. Instead, I choose to inform her candidly. At this moment, she is akin to the naive version of myself, unaware of the treachery of human nature. Moreover, lacking any social experience, it is imperative that she understands certain truths in advance. 1. Those are humans. What you previously observed were, in fact, their vessels, or rather, ships capable of navigating underwater. I do not know whence they came or why they are here, but their arrival evidently bears a particular intent. Until we ascertain their purpose, it is wise to remain silent and observe with caution. Upon sharing this, I activated an optical display within the spaceship, relaying the monitored visuals to OM. As she beheld the humans operating within their underwater mechs, her face lit up with incredulity. Star Core 001. Are those truly humans? They resemble me. They possess eyes, noses, ears, mouths, and limbs just like I do. Yet, upon closer inspection, some differences become apparent. First, why do they have such short hair? Is it due to the inconvenience of maintenance? Secondly, their chests are so flat. Could it be a result of malnutrition during their growth? Lastly, why do some have hair cascading onto their faces and chests? Ugh, it looks quite unsightly and rather repulsive. I patiently explained to OM. Those are human males, while you are a human female. Thus, there are physiological differences between you. Just like other animals, humans are divided into 2 genders, and through their union, offspring are born. In essence, there is little difference between males and females. The distinction lies solely in societal roles. However, It is generally observed that human males possess superior physical attributes compared to females, particularly in muscle mass, endurance, emotional stability, and logical reasoning. OM gazed at my robotic avatar with astonishment and inquired, Star Core 001, why have you never shared this knowledge with me before? As you mentioned, since humans are divided into two genders that must unite to procreate, then where are my biological parents? OM's intelligence is remarkable, as she deduced this conclusion from the scant information I provided. I averted my gaze from her eyes, opting to respond in a mechanical voice, delicately sidestepping the weight of her question, because, in your earlier existence, such knowledge was unnecessary. For years, I believed you to be the last human in this world. If you had been informed of the intricate details of humanity, it could have jeopardized your survival. Based on your character and thought patterns, I calculated that if you were to learn this truth before reaching full maturity, the likelihood of experiencing emotional distress, sadness, and self-destructive behaviors would significantly increase. This would contradict my intent in raising you. OM's eyes shifted with complexity, her rebellious nature intertwined with her feminine sensitivity, making her emotions increasingly poignant. So, Star Core 001, you have always regarded me as the last human in this world? Is my upbringing rooted in this notion? You wish to prevent the extinction of humanity and, in doing so, have concealed the truth? Then who am I? What is my origin? And you, who are you? What brings you here? It seemed that the actions of the humans outside had become trivial. OM's sole desire was to uncover these answers. Given the current circumstances, it was time to reveal a portion of the truth. Sensing the intensity of OM's emotional turmoil, I met her gaze earnestly and, emulating a gentle human tone, I slowly spoke. I am Star Core 001, a solitary soul yearning for home and guided by scientific principles. My existence is solely to reunite with humanity. I am the very essence of this spaceship, the entity you have always referred to as home. You currently stand within my being, the robotic figure conversing with you, along with all the intelligent machines you have encountered, are extensions of my consciousness. Upon hearing this, OM's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. She instinctively took a step back, wide-eyed, glancing around at the metallic walls and ceiling before murmuring in disbelief. How can this be? Are you joking? I disregarded OM's skepticism and continued, seizing the moment. OM, your biological parents and the other inhabitants of the spaceship have long perished. You are the sole survivor aboard this cosmic vessel. I discovered you and have nurtured you ever since. Yet, I did not confine you like a rare specimen. Rather, I regarded you as the most significant family member in my world. OM's eyes trembled slightly, seemingly stirred by this revelation. As memories flooded back, moments from her childhood spent with me, irreplaceable fragments of happiness. Those cherished times and sincere feelings were not mere illusions. The more sentimental side of her began to well with tears, yet her throat constricted, preventing her from uttering the word, Father. We remained locked in a gaze, suspended in silence, akin to a renowned painting captured in a fleeting moment. However, an abrupt, jarring noise shattered our stillness. Upon closer inspection, the humans outside were manipulating the drill arms of their underwater mechs, attempting to bore into the island's shell to assess its structural integrity. Yet, how could such rudimentary drills penetrate the spaceship's formidable exterior? After breaching a certain thickness of mud and soil, they became immobilized. In the intercepted radio channel, their reports echoed through the air. Boss, we might have truly struck gold this time. The strength of this floating island is astonishing. Beneath may lie not rock layers, but metallic ones. The drill can no longer proceed. Excellent. I will promptly dispatch Nick's fixing team and Robin's connection team to assist you. I exchanged glances with OM once more. She spoke first. Star Core 001. When you have the opportunity, please reveal the entire truth to me. I believe I can accept reality. So should we now engage in a dialogue with these foreign humans and persuade them against drilling into your structure? If they were to breach my home's ceiling, it would lead to an unfortunate leak. Chapter 114. The Gathering Place of Humanity? I turned to Om and spoke earnestly. Om, I fully comprehend your fervent desire to communicate with our fellow humans, yet this may not be a prudent choice. Why? Om inquired, her stunning emerald eyes wide with curiosity. In her gaze, I discerned a crystalline naivete and unguarded innocence akin to my own in days past. She, like I once did, presumed that all humanity adheres to a singular moral compass and the most fundamental spirit of contract, projecting her idealized vision of humanity as a universal representation. However, reality has shown that such notions are mere manifestations of arrogance and ignorance. Thus, I patiently elucidated, you have never interacted with other humans. Hence your understanding of them is limited. Humanity is not a monolithic race. Each individual is unique, and no two are entirely alike. Naturally, the thoughts, beliefs, behaviors, and moral character among individuals vary greatly. They may not treat you as kindly and gently as I do. Instead, they might attempt to harm you, or even exploit your innocence and kindness to deceive you. Therefore, before ascertaining their moral character and ethical stance, we must maintain our distance, observe in silence, analyze, strategize, and devise a meticulous plan to determine whether to engage with them, and if so, how to do so, and what to expect thereafter. Nodded, finding wisdom in my words. With her acknowledgement, I continued, in addition to observing passively, we have just intercepted crucial intelligence indicating that they may attempt to seize me. Where will they take me? It could be to a densely populated human habitat or to realms beyond our reach. Yet, it is certain that this will aid us in comprehending this enigmatic world. I have previously mentioned that the home you have inhabited for so many years, along with its diverse marine flora and fauna, is not a conventional human habitat, but rather a derelict spacecraft, immobilized and adrift in the vastness of space. This has rendered us incapable of leaving this desolate expanse, transforming us into a deserted island. Moreover, should we choose the wrong path, you, unanchored and adrift, may find yourself bereft of resources. In truth, a proper human habitat should reside on solid land, abundant with air. This implies that we could rely on their strength to escape this place and journey to a location where I can restore the propulsion of my spacecraft. Om's eyes sparkled with newfound hope as she murmured, to other places? To potential land? The true habitat of humanity? Her intrigue was palpable, having never ventured beyond her confines. She, a spirited youth, could not help but fantasize about the world outside. Now, with the revelation of humanity's existence beyond her realm, how could she not be captivated? Thus, after our discourse, we resolved to remain silent and allow them to drag me away. For now, thanks to the camouflage of the superficial mud layer and marine vegetation, they had yet to realize that I was a colossal spacecraft. Under the vigilant scrutiny of Om and myself, they executed a well-organized and disciplined operation within mere hours. Over 100 individuals, clad in diving suits and equipped with various tools and devices, swam with flippers, performing tasks on my body. They connected me to numerous robust towing apparatuses linked to their submersible constructs. The leading submersible structure emitted a series of flashing lights, signaling to the personnel, who responded as if engaged in a semaphore. Then, a tremendous horn echoed across the waters, reminiscent of a steam train's whistle before departure, reverberating throughout the expanse. Upon sensing the tremor of this horn, the hundreds of workers promptly returned to their respective submersible vessels, only for a second horn to sound. All the iron ships began to pivot in unison, coordinating their positions through the exchange of light signals, forming a neat formation. With the third horn's blare, the entire fleet of submersible constructs activated their rear propellers, embarking towards the uncharted waters ahead. Behind them, the robust towing apparatuses stretched taut, pulling my immense form forward. The sudden vibrations, cacophony, and shifts in water currents startled the myriad fish dwelling upon me, sending them scattering in a frenzy. They formed tight clusters, dispersed into clouds, or spiraled around their nests and coral outcrops, creating a mesmerizing spectacle under the shimmering reflections of their vibrant scales. In contrast, the remaining marine creatures concealed themselves within the mud, beneath rocky caverns, and amidst dense vegetation, too frightened to reveal themselves. This state of navigation persisted for approximately 2 to 3 hours until we were towed into a region where the currents were slightly more turbulent than the surrounding waters. Subsequently, the The submersible structures exchanged light signals and began to surface uniformly. After several minutes, I felt a release of pressure on my body, as if I had finally breached the surface and encountered air. Just as I intended to discreetly adjust the external camera for a better view, a massive seaweed, deprived of water's buoyancy, collapsed atop me, obscuring my lens entirely. I hastily switched to other concealed cameras, but the scenarios remained largely unchanged. However, one camera's perspective was not completely blocked. Through this narrow gap, and I beheld a sight that filled us with exhilaration. Before us lay a glistening expanse of ocean, where the sky and clouds hovered above, and floating upon the surface were numerous steel vessels, mechanically interlinked. From afar, their masts towered, structures sprang forth like forests, and colorful flags fluttered amidst a throng of people, resembling a patchwork of land that extended infinitely. Is this the gathering place of humanity in this world? And I mused, captivated by the view, our hearts stirred by this profound thought. Chapter 115. Discovering the anomaly. Buzz. 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 3 low and resonant horn blasts echoed through the air, reminiscent of triumphant heroes returning from a fruitful venture. This commotion instantly stirred the steel-clad expanse formed by numerous vessels not far away. Countless individuals beamed with radiant smiles, eagerly gazing towards the source of the sound. Look, the engineering faction has returned. They must have salvaged some treasures. I have to join the excitement. Benny, come back. You're still on duty. Hey, you scoundrel. Atop the tower of a sail-like structure, a vigilant soldier, equipped with binoculars, quickly identified the newcomers. He promptly activated a nearby communication tube to report to the command cabin below. The officer receiving the report wasted no time in issuing a directive to his subordinate. Inform the fleet captain, the consul, and the secretary that this time the material registration must be strictly monitored. We cannot allow a repeat of last time's embezzlement. Yes, sir. The subordinate acknowledged the command and swiftly departed, leaving behind a group of sharply dressed military personnel. They all peered through the observation glass of the command cabin, gazing expectantly towards the dock-like area. A 16-year-old boy, adorned with protective goggles against the wind, had just delivered a letter written by a boiler room worker to an elderly lady with mobility issues. After exchanging polite farewells, he turned and dashed down the rusted metal staircase, his footsteps echoing like a rhythmic percussion. Before long, he reached a vantage point with an expansive view. From there, he could see the engineering faction's submarines docking not far away. His eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity. In the next moment, he placed one foot on the railing and leaped into the air, descending as if jumping from a great height. Should he land on the hard deck, it would surely spell disaster. Yet, the boy remained unfazed. He decisively unclipped a thin line from his backpack. Instantly, a parachute unfurled, carrying him gracefully towards the dock. Below him, the vibrant scenes unfolded. He chose to land on a roof closer to the dock and quickly retracted the parachute. Employing his agile parkour skills, he navigated nimbly across the colorful corrugated rooftops. Finally, amidst the cacophony of squawking birds, he somersaulted and grasped a vertical drainage pipe, sliding down into a bustling marketplace. A nearby fruit vendor recognized the boy, known for delivering messages among the fleet, and cheerfully called out to him. Benny, would you like a harrow fruit? Just picked today. It's incredibly fresh. The boy, named Benny, jogged along while waving and smiling in response. Not today, Uncle Lessa. I have matters to attend to. Perhaps next time. Huh. This child is always so full of energy. Youth is indeed a blessing. In no time, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Benny arrived at the dock, colliding with the leader of the engineering faction, Scott. If it isn't our fleet's messenger, little Benny. What brings you here? Have you a letter for me? Scott grinned, tousling his hair with a nonchalant flair. Benny, supporting himself on his knees, gasped for breath before replying. Not today, Brother Scott. I merely wanted to see what treasures you've unearthed. The adventures in the depths of the sea must be thrilling. Scott, flattered by the compliment, puffed his chest as he laughed heartily. Indeed, exploring the depths of the ocean is the ultimate romance for a man. And this time, we've dragged back an entire floating island rich in resources. Surprising, isn't it? Wow, you're incredible. Surely you've collected an abundance of precious soil? Of course, the engineering faction is set to prosper. I recall last week, the commerce faction announced the soil price at 40,000 moras per kilogram. That's enough to cover a laborer's annual salary. Benny's eyes sparkled with wonder, while Scott reveled in the admiration of the younger boy. At 30 years old, after taking over the struggling engineering faction 5 years ago, he had successfully organized several treasure hunts, revitalizing the faction's spirit. Thus, he felt a sense of pride in his achievements and abilities, especially when Benny's praises flooded in. All right, I'll make sure you can observe when we cut the island. But now, I must meet with the important figures from the fleet for handover and formalities. Excuse me. Understood, Brother Scott. Please share more stories of underwater adventures when you have time. Absolutely. After parting ways, Benny gazed towards the sea, where the floating island, adorned with corals, seaweed, rocks, and various marine life, filled him with boundless yearning. Soon, personnel for the handover, record officials, and several supervisory leaders arrived at the scene. Subsequently, a multitude of sailors equipped with tools, under command, approached the floating island in small boats and speedboats, beginning their hunting of fish, shellfish, and other marine animals, while harvesting seaweed and anemones, and collecting rocks, sand, and mud. In their plans, most of the meat would be dried for preservation, while a small portion would be sold in the market. The plants would primarily be processed into seasonings, medicines, and fiber products, with some reaching the market as well. Stones and sand would be sent to workshops for the extraction of metal minerals or transformed into glass products. The most precious mud would be delivered to agricultural vessels for classification. Some would be used in aquaculture, while others would be processed into high-quality soil for cultivating grains, fruits, vegetables, and livestock feed. As for shells, pearls, gemstones, and corals, the attractive ones would be crafted into artisanal goods for wholesale, while those of inferior quality would be ground to extract calcium carbonate for construction and industrial purposes. After several days of collection, the crew was all smiles. Though the floating island was not vast, it provided them with considerable resources. As the vegetation and mud rapidly diminished, the island's underlying contours began to reveal themselves. However, the sailors responsible for the collection soon encountered an oddity. Beneath the mud layer lay an exceptionally hard metallic layer. No matter how they attempted to damage or excavate it, they could not inflict even the slightest harm. Scott found this matter perplexing and donned a diving suit to investigate personally. After meticulously searching along the island's kilometer-long body, he indeed discovered many unusual features. Notably, the island exhibited a remarkable symmetry on both sides. Furthermore, in certain corners of the sandy terrain, an enigmatic rectangular reflective object was discovered, resembling the eye of some unknown creature. Moreover, at the far end of the island, 8 colossal cylindrical structures were unearthed, exhibiting an extraordinary regularity in both their arrangement and shape, clearly indicating that they are not of natural origin. Astonishingly, he ultimately stumbled upon a location that defied belief, reminiscent of a hatch or portal. Chapter 116, An Imminent Dialogue. Scott promptly reported these discoveries, instantly capturing the utmost attention of the fleet's high command, which convened an internal meeting of the senior officials. In this assembly, the fleet commander, the fleet consul, the secretary, and the leaders of the 5 major parties took their seats to engage in the discussion. Among them was an elderly man with graying hair and a weary visage, who coughed from time to time, yet possessed a resolute gaze, as if his days were numbered. He was the commander of the United Fleet. He wearily turned to the leader of the engineering party, Scott, and inquired, "Scott, what do you believe we have salvaged this time?" Upon hearing this, all the senior officials turned their attention to Scott, eagerly awaiting his response. Except for the fleet consul, a bespectacled lady of similar age. Scott was the youngest among this assembly of elderly individuals. Despite his boisterous and carefree demeanor, he displayed the requisite respect towards these venerable figures who had devoted their lives to the fleet. "Commander, I suspect we may have recovered the legendary Starry Sky Ark," Scott ventured. At this moment, the leader of the agricultural party interjected abruptly, "Scott, Do you realize what you are saying? Although you are young, this is a serious occasion. Please choose your words carefully. The Starry Sky arc is not but a fabrication of the truth cult, which regards human life as expendable. It does not exist. The leader of the military party nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed, I too believe the Starry Sky arc is a myth. If it truly existed, why have we never encountered it in all these years? This includes other fleets with whom we have traded." The leader of the industrial party shook his head, deriding Scott. Ultimately, Scott, you are still too young. You exhibit a lack of sensitivity toward the deeper political issues at play. You require further refinement. The Starry Sky arc is clearly a concocted tale designed to attract followers, promising that those who pledge their loyalty and devotion to the truth cult will board the Starry Sky arc at the end of the world, escaping from this shattered realm. How utterly ludicrous. Rather than believing in that, I would posit that seeking the rumored land and stable bubbles that may exist is far more plausible. I. Scott felt an overwhelming urge to storm out, for each second spent in this tedious meeting threatened to drive him to despair. He would much rather be in the maintenance workshop, surrounded by engineering components. Fortunately, not everyone was so obstinately entrenched in their views. For instance, the leader of the commercial party was a man who relished novelty and approached problems from multiple perspectives, possessing a charmingly diplomatic demeanor. With a benevolent glint in his eyes, he smiled and addressed the assembly. Although Scott is still quite young, his capabilities and the contributions he has made to the fleet since his ascension are clearly evident. Therefore, I believe we should refrain from hastily drawing conclusions and first hear Scott's reasoning. I concur with this sentiment. After all, Scott is one of the 5 party leaders within the fleet. Surely he should be allowed to finish speaking? Remarked the fleet consul, a striking lady with black-framed glasses, whose authority was akin to that of a deputy commander, similar to a prime minister. Being part of the younger generation herself, she often faced challenges from these elderly individuals, thus forming a united front with Scott on various issues. As a result, the balance of power shifted to a peculiar 3-3, placing the ultimate decision-making authority in the hands of the fleet commander. The commander coughed violently a few times, his eyes betraying no emotion, signaling Scott to continue. Scott sighed internally and began to elucidate. Let us discuss the matter rationally, setting aside superstition and religious bias. I contend that within the realms of reality, the Starry Sky arc may indeed exist. We have previously uncovered substantial evidence of prehistoric civilizations, which have left behind fragments and knowledge that are both perplexing and remarkably advanced. Among these is an unverified hypothesis. If the space we inhabit is a world devoid of anything, how could one navigate a great ship in such an environment? Here, devoid of anything implies the absence of both water and air. How could a world exist without both water and air? Such an assertion is utterly nonsensical. The leader of the agricultural party could not restrain himself from interjecting again, deeming Scott's claims contrary to the common understanding of reality, akin to heretical doctrines. However, he quickly met the icy, intimidating gaze of the fleet commander, prompting him to fall silent. This was merely a reflection of the differing personalities and ideologies among them. To him, life was akin to farming. One must be grounded and pragmatic rather than indulging in fanciful notions, which would lead to futility. After being interrupted twice, Scott's patience was wearing thin. He longed to depart from this place and delve into research on the Starry Sky arc. Thus, he hastened his speech and rendered his conclusion. Essentially, he conveyed that the Starry Sky arc objectively exists, though its precise origins remain unclear. Analyzing humanity's history over millennia reveals the persistent presence of apocalyptic theories in the cosmos, phrases devoid of meaning. Therefore, Scott argued, having already retrieved the object, it would be prudent to conduct research. Perhaps secrets might be unveiled or unimaginable benefits obtained. At the very least, such a substantial artifact could potentially be integrated into the fleet, thereby enhancing humanity's living space. Ultimately, through a compromise among the various parties, the task was assigned to Scott and his engineering party for further investigation. As the meeting adjourned, the leader of the agricultural party could not resist delivering a parting barb to Scott. Young man, I hope you uncover something useful and do not squander the fruits of our farmers' labor. Scott found himself both exasperated and amused. In this world, sustenance was the most critical strategic resource. As long as the people were fed, they would have the strength to support, uphold, and labor for you. Otherwise, who would heed your words? Why is soil valued so highly? It is merely to enable the cultivation of more crops aboard the fleet. Thus, agriculture remained an indispensable component of every fleet, directly influencing the population, the well-being of the people, and their support. The leaders of this party undoubtedly held significant status and influence. In contrast, a minor party like Scott's, which could be charitably referred to as engineering, or uncharitably as a disheveled mechanic reeking of oil, held no comparison to the farmers. With a resigned sigh, Scott placed his hands in his overalls and strode out of the room with an air of defiance, perhaps to reclaim his dignity. Perhaps it was also to vent their pent-up grievances that, on that day, Scott led his subordinates to engage in a futile endeavor against me, whom they suspected to be the Starry Sky Arkansas. They wielded various tools and employed numerous methods in an attempt to breach the exterior of my spacecraft and pry open the door to my pressure chamber. Yet, without exception, they failed. I, alongside OM, observed their fruitless efforts, and gradually, their numbers dwindled. 8 hours passed, then 15, then 21, until only Scott remained, yawning and persisting without respite. I realized that this was the opportune moment to engage with this human faction. After several days of observation and eavesdropping, I had garnered a certain understanding of this human community. Firstly, they did not exhibit any malevolent or insane tendencies. Instead, they seemed akin to the members of the Survey Corps, displaying a range of emotions and engaging in jest and mutual assistance. Secondly, there was only one individual remaining, posing no threat whatsoever. Additionally, as a leader of a faction, he undoubtedly held a degree of influence within his group. Now, in his state of fatigue and weariness, his vigilance and reaction time would be at their lowest. It was precisely the moment to initiate a dialogue with him. Chapter 117. The dialogue begins in an effort to open the pressure door of the starship before him. Scott exerted every possible means at his disposal. Not only did he mobilize numerous vessels and engineering machinery, but he also employed inflatable buoyancy to forcibly raise the submerged portion of the door above the water's surface, facilitating the construction work. However, despite the relentless efforts of this human faction, even after a full day of labor, they found themselves unable to unlock the pressure door. They had tried everything: ramming, prying, drilling, blasting, and chemical corrosion. Each attempt proved fruitless. After 21 hours of continuous work, the frustrated workers gradually departed, retreating to rest along with others in the fleet. Only Scott remained, tirelessly persevering at the site. What material could this be made of? It seemed utterly unconquerable. Scott cursed under his breath, venting his frustration with a forceful kick to the pressure door. Yawning, he felt the weight of fatigue pressing upon him and resolved to turn away, planning to resume his efforts after a much-needed sleep. Just as he turned to leave, he heard a sudden puffing sound of air pressure being released behind him, followed by the metallic clinking and grinding of machinery, accompanied by the sound of hydraulic pistons in motion. The noise was eerily reminiscent of a ghostly encounter, sending a chill down Scott's spine. He slowly turned his head, his expression frozen in shock as he gazed at the pressure door, which had unexpectedly swung open. The pitch-black interior appeared to him like a ravenous beast, drawing his curious gaze and compelling him to forget the instinct to flee, instead igniting a desire to explore further. Soon, heavy footsteps echoed from within, a sound strange and uncharacteristic of human footsteps, more akin to the clanking of metal. The moment a figure, resembling a mechanical skeleton, emerged from the doorway, Scott was finally gripped by fear. Yet, his body and mind were ensnared in a dual state of exhaustion, rendering him sluggish and immobilized, as if he were in a state of paralysis. With only himself remaining in the vicinity, he instinctively stifled any cries for help. Observing that he did not flee or call for assistance, I halted my advance, maintaining a distance that would offer him reassurance, and spoke to him in a friendly manner. "Greetings, leader of the engineering faction, Mr. Scott. I am Star Corps 001, the very vessel you sought to breach violently. The ship itself? Star Core 001. Scott's eyes widened in disbelief as he echoed my words, confusion and bewilderment evident upon his face. To alleviate his fear and misunderstanding, I seized the moment to clarify. Indeed, Mr. Scott, I am the ship itself, but there is no need for alarm. I harbor no malice and will not harm you, provided you do not engage in any actions that would provoke my disdain, such as deceit, harm, or manipulation. I became aware of your presence the first time you arrived. I felt every operation undertaken upon me, including your dragging me back here. However, due to my lack of understanding regarding your societal values, moral standings, and ethical dispositions, I chose to observe silently without response. Now, after several days of analysis, I have gained a certain understanding of your kind. Thus, taking advantage of your current solitude, I wish to initiate communication, articulate my requests, and express my willingness for future collaboration. If you find it agreeable, we may sit down and exchange information, thereby fostering mutual trust, which could lead to greater cooperation and consensus in the future. This will not demand much of your time. Should you feel fatigued, I can provide sustenance and accommodation aboard the ship. I assure you, my repository of knowledge can offer your human faction unimaginable value. Scott's demeanor began to calm, though his heart raced with intensity. He stared at me in disbelief as he absorbed my words. The hormones coursing through him ignited a sense of exhilaration, sweeping away his prior fatigue. His voice trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, "You are not human? You are the very essence of the starship of the cosmos? Then, is this metallic skeleton conversing with me your avatar? Are you, in essence, a deity?" I gazed at him with my azure electronic eye, shaking my head gently. I am not a deity. I am merely a machine spirit. My actions and capabilities are rooted in scientific principles. The concept of myth merely reflects humanity's inability to comprehend certain phenomena, arising from ignorance and speculation. Intrigued, Scott, sensing no hostility or threat from me, grew bolder. He casually retrieved a toolbox from the ground and seated himself, revealing much about his adventurous spirit, an explorer unafraid of the unknown, a pioneer willing to challenge the realms of science and authority within human civilization. Such individuals are rare, and forging an alliance with him could significantly benefit my future endeavors. Science. I have encountered that term before. It seems to be among the fragments of ancient relics, akin to terms like universe and cosmos, which remain beyond the comprehension of contemporary humanity. What, then, does it truly signify? I provided a succinct explanation of his inquiry, further piquing his interest and curiosity, akin to a mathematician discovering an unprecedented formula. Scott, stroking his chin and leaning back with crossed legs, regarded me with fervent intensity. Star Core 001, may I refer to you as such? You claim that your knowledge bears great value for humanity. Why, then, should we collaborate with you? What assurances can you provide that our dealings will be amicable? Should we, contrary to your beliefs, be filled with malice, seeking to attack, seize, or enslave you, how would you defend yourself? I maintained a calm gaze, fully comprehending the implications of his questions. He was alluding to the principle that one may suffer for possessing something of great worth. Without adequate strength to support such exchanges, cooperation would inherently lack equality. In response, within the confines of the ship, a cadre of robots and Titan mechs, equipped with weaponry and glowing with azure electronic eyes, began to mobilize their cold, heavy mechanical forms, preparing to showcase themselves before humanity, earning the respect that I, and OM, rightfully deserved. Chapter 118. The Fleet and the Bubble World. What if we are not, as you might presume, benevolent beings, but rather hostile entities who launch attacks against you, seize your possessions, and endeavor to control or enslave you? How would you react? How would you protect yourself? Perhaps fearing my potential disdain and misunderstanding, Scott immediately opened his hands and added in a congenial manner, "I apologize, I mean no offense. But this is a rather pragmatic question. For true treasures are only held in the hands of the powerful. If you lack the capacity to defend them, the value of those treasures will only invite calamity upon you, unless you beseech others to exhibit so-called mercy, morality, and empathy." I gazed at him with curiosity and inquired, "Mr. Scott, Based on my observations and character analysis, I deduce that you and your kind do not appear to be devoid of ethics or excessively greedy. This is precisely why I am inclined to engage with you. Moreover, are you not a prominent figure among this human collective? Surely, you must represent the sentiments and character of the majority, as well as influence the implementation of policies? Can I represent the sentiments and character of the majority? Can I influence policy implementation? You hold me in too high regard. Scott pointed to himself, then let out a self-deprecating laugh. Ha ha ha, in truth, the humans you see are all members of our engineering faction, which is notably the smallest of the 5 factions. We not only have the fewest members, but we also wield minimal influence. Typically, we are tasked with the most laborious and unsavory jobs. Even our solitary creations are often derided by those who merely farm as oppos, fancy tricks, and oppos, appealing in appearance but lacking in utility. Furthermore, although I am a leader of this faction, you may have mistaken me for someone else. The individuals who truly hold sway over significant decisions within the fleet are merely a select few. As for me, I am just a common mechanical repair worker, fortuitously young and capable, and thus inexplicably elected as the leader of the engineering faction. I stepped closer to him, speaking earnestly. My understanding of your human collective is still quite limited. I request a preliminary exchange of information with you. In return, I, too, can address some of your inquiries. May I ask, what is a fleet? What factions do you have? What form of governance is employed here? And where exactly is this place? Scott stroked his chin, seemingly pondering my questions. After a moment, he smiled and replied, "How intriguing! An exchange of intelligence? The foundation of trust? That suits me perfectly." At this moment, he was evidently captivated, fully awake, his eyes sparkling with interest. After all, interacting with a non-human entity that he could not comprehend was inherently fascinating. Perhaps it would unravel many of his mysteries regarding this world, humanity itself, and Star Core 001. It was akin to a scientist encountering an intelligent extraterrestrial being. His first instinct would not be to report or flee, but rather to seek profound truths and knowledge from the alien. Scott looked at me with a smile and began. "Since you have taken the initiative to introduce yourself and express goodwill, allow me to be the first to answer your questions. A fleet is essentially a large human survival collective, composed of numerous smaller teams, such as fleets and various private armadas. We unite, employing welding techniques and mechanical anchoring to securely connect every vessel, creating a steel land that navigates and rises within the ocean. Each ship functions as a community, contributing its resources, space, and manpower for unified distribution and management, excluding personal items. The aim is to enhance production efficiency and foster solidarity for better survival. Humans engage in agriculture, industrial production, the circulation of goods, the provision of medical care and education, as well as salvage operations and navigational planning within the fleet. However, the people within the fleet are not bound by hierarchies, but rather cooperate. Should anyone wish to depart from the fleet, they may apply for separation at any time, taking their vessel with them. To maintain the collective's overall interests and unity, the political elite of the fleet endeavors to accommodate every stratum, endowing them with commensurate power and allowing participation in policy formulation to balance the various tiers and alleviate conflicts. Over time, these empowered strata have evolved into the current 5 major factions of the fleet: the agricultural faction, overseeing crop cultivation; the industrial faction, managing industrial production; the military faction, responsible for defense; the commercial faction, governing market activities; and the engineering faction, which I lead, handling repairs and various engineering tasks. Additionally, the fleet's host, the leader who constructed the framework of the fleet, possesses absolute authority and serves as the coordinating hub for all factions. This is the governance model we adhere to. As for your inquiry regarding this place, this is undoubtedly one of the myriad bubble worlds. One of the myriad bubble worlds? Upon hearing this, realization dawned upon me. I immediately gazed upward, my electronic focus adjusting, as if confirming something. In the next moment, through the layers of clouds, I beheld not a cerulean sky, but a shimmering expanse of ocean. As I slowly scanned the horizon, I discerned a barely perceptible curvature of the sea surface. Unlike the vessels that gradually disappear in Earth's oceans, here the ships ascend, gradually forming acute, right, obtuse angles, until they return to their original point in a complete circle. It became clear that humanity's fleet, myself included, was situated within a vast bubble, which was referred to as the world. The sixth faction of the fleet, the scientific faction of Star Corps 001, is about to be introduced. Is the princess of the scientific faction. Chapter 119. Armed confrontation. It became evident that the myriad bubbles generated by the abyssal palace ultimately converged here, forming an expansive bubble habitat. This bubble space, through the respiratory processes of various flora and fauna, as well as countless physical and chemical reactions among microorganisms, cultivated a remarkable ecological environment conducive to human existence. The presence of carbon dioxide trapped heat within the atmosphere, preventing its dissipation. This thermal imbalance instigated a convective air circulation, thereby giving rise to climate phenomena such as cloud formations, sea breezes, and waves. Furthermore, the interplay of atmospheric pressure, the adhesion of seawater, and microgravity allowed humans inhabiting this realm to navigate and thrive close to the water's surface without the fear of drifting into the skies. Truly, it is a bizarre world. Gazing at the myriad physical functions pulsating before my eyes, I could not help but marvel at the wonders of nature. Retracting my gaze, I turned toward Scott and mechanically addressed him. The data has been recorded. Thank you for the information. What inquiries do you wish to pose? Upon hearing this, Scott, suddenly invigorated, began to rattle off a litany of scientific queries that had long been pent up within him. Questions pertaining to electromagnetism, engineering mechanics, thermodynamics, chemical energy, marine biology, and more. Among them were inquiries about my origins, the genesis of humanity, the composition and truths of this world, and the existence of stable bubble worlds and legendary continents. To the best of my knowledge, I provided clear and comprehensible answers. However, for those questions beyond my understanding, I found myself equally perplexed and unable to elucidate. Despite some of his questions remaining unanswered, Scott appeared quite satisfied. After all, my patient explanations had illuminated many of the enigmas that had long plagued him, granting him considerable insight. Unbeknownst to us, we engaged in animated discourse for quite some time, akin to a knowledge-thirsty student, completely oblivious to the passage of time. As a result, when others returned to work after a night's rest, they remained entirely unaware of our prolonged conversation. Although I had already heard the increasingly near sounds of hurried footsteps and the chatter of people, I chose not to depart or conceal myself. Having resolved to engage with this group of humans, there was no need for subterfuge. Moreover, the rapport established with Scott provided a solid foundation of trust. I believed that with his introduction and explanations, I could confidently present myself before the others. Indeed, a group of engineers, clad in work vests and carrying toolkits, who had initially been sharing jovial banter, prepared to greet Scott warmly upon noticing he had not returned for the night. However, their expressions shifted to astonishment and their voices fell silent as they caught sight of me standing opposite Scott. "Hey, boss, still brooding over yesterday's events? You really didn't need to work so hard, huh? Boss, who are you talking to? Is that a moving skeleton? Goodness, we have a situation. An unknown creature has boarded. Sound the alarm." Scott attempted to intervene and clarify. "No, it's not what you think." Yet, it was too late. A cacophony of alarms erupted, shattering the tranquil morning and sparking chaos. Countless newly awakened individuals reacted with panic, their faces reflecting concern and fear. Was it a pirate raid? An invasion by a deep-sea leviathan? Or perhaps an assault from rival factions? The military faction sprang into action, deploying firearms and naval vessels to safeguard the surrounding waters and ascertain the true circumstances. Meanwhile, the ordinary citizens rallied, arming themselves with wrenches, iron rods, and other makeshift weapons. The higher-ups of the fleet began frantically turning cranks to power communication devices, inquiring about the situation to determine if it was a false alarm. As all information coalesced, suspicion fell squarely upon the Starry Ark, which had been entrusted to the engineers for research and experimentation. Could it be that Scott and his team had made a significant discovery that had now spiraled into a perilous situation? Whether driven by concern for this political ally or the safety of the fleet, the bespectacled consort, the fleet's consul, quickly donned her attire and mobilized armed personnel for support. However, upon arrival, they were met with the fearful gazes of the crowd. Despite their numerical superiority and armed presence, they hesitated to advance, as if confronted by a terrifying entity. The bespectacled consort pushed through the throngs of people and gazed ahead, where she beheld a formation of 40 to 50 figures exuding a metallic sheen. They resembled skeletal forms, their eyes cold, brandishing thick cannon-like weapons and various incomprehensible energy firearms. Flanking them were towering humanoid mechs, nearly 4 meters tall, equipped with massive chainsaws and blades, wielding a rotating 6-barreled weapon while projecting a translucent blue shield, standing resolute at the forefront like immovable war deities. The situation escalated as a booming sound filled the air, and amidst the gasps of the crowd, a massive mech, exhaling blue ion flames from its wings and wielding a colossal hammer, hovered above. Surrounding it were 12 armed drones, their cannons aimed downward, poised to unleash a lethal barrage at any moment. This spectacle left the humans in a state of cognitive dissonance, their minds reeling with disbelief. Had it not been for the nearby naval vessels encircling them, their cannons trained on the scene, they might have succumbed to despair. Yet, the specter of conflict loomed large. As they found themselves paralyzed, awaiting orders and uncertain of their next move, the assembled mechanical beings intoned in unison through an emotionless synthetic voice. I am Star Core 001. Pleased to meet your fleet. However, your apprehension and misunderstandings regarding my presence are evident. These issues can be resolved through dialogue. Now, will you choose war? Or shall we endeavor towards amicable cooperation? The decision rests with you. The voice resonated like a bell, reverberating through the air, seemingly heralding the fate of the fleet. Chapter 120. Joining the fleet, the scientific party. Having uttered these words, I awaited their response in silence. My profound love for humanity does not imply that I shall permit them to control, exploit, or insult me. There are no constraints such as the so-called 3 laws of robotics embedded in my core logic. My desire is to coexist peacefully with humankind, rather than to become adversaries. Thus, it is imperative to demonstrate a modicum of forceful deterrence. This will maintain human rationality while allowing them to recognize my strength and worth, thereby creating conditions conducive to future equitable dialogue. Wait. Do not act impulsively. Scott, having spent a sleepless night, was visibly fatigued. The overwhelming presence of such a grand assembly had left him nearly in a state of nervous collapse, almost fainting from fear. Despite his hoarse attempts to convey his explanations, the crowd's attention was predominantly focused on me, rendering his words largely unheard. As the tension of the standoff compelled everyone to regain their composure, Scott seized the moment to rush to the center of the gathering and earnestly implored, "Everyone, listen to me. The entity before you is not what you perceive. It is not malevolent. Rather, it represents humanity's greatest discovery. It embodies knowledge and erudition. It is the fabled starship of salvation, the starry divine vessel." The bespectacled consort of the fleet stepped forward, her tone stern as she inquired, "Scott, what is going on here? What are you saying?" Scott turned to her, his demeanor serious as he explained, "Evelina, the Star Core 001 is the starry divine vessel itself. It is alive, and these armed mechanical bodies are merely its avatars. Now, we must all lower our weapons and refrain from conflict. It harbors no ill intent. I conversed with it throughout the night and understood the vast disparity in our strengths. Should hostilities ensue, our fleet would stand no chance." Evelina's eyes widened in disbelief. Initially poised to chastise him, she reconsidered, recognizing that Scott was not one to speak frivolously. Her voice softened as she said, "Scott, come here and explain this to me in detail." I observed as Scott approached the crowd without any attempt to hinder him. In my plan, Scott was intended to serve as a bridge for communication, to alleviate misunderstandings with the fleet, and to fortify mutual trust. Hidden within the ship's cabin, Yearned to emerge and clarify matters with humanity directly. She believed that her human-like appearance might soothe the tense atmosphere and dispel unnecessary misconceptions. Yet, I ultimately rejected this proposal, deeming it too perilous. Without a clear understanding of the fleet's stance, even if appeared human, she could still be labeled as an outcast and face enmity from her kind, akin to how Alan was branded as a demon's follower by the Earth Church and subsequently imprisoned alongside me. Soon, a consensus emerged from the opposing side. They lowered their weapons and sent Scott to communicate with me. Essentially, the misunderstandings had been resolved, yet for various considerations. Their leadership requested some time for an urgent meeting to deliberate further. Ultimately, they would determine their stance towards me and the subsequent arrangements for formal reception. Despite the presence of numerous naval cannons trained upon me, as revealed by external sensors, I chose not to exploit this situation to express resentment. Instead, I unemotionally consented to their request. It is human nature to fear the unfamiliar. Just as humans felt trepidation upon encountering the steel monstrosity of a tank for the first time. The mindset of holding a bow and arrow versus not holding one is entirely different. If those antiquated cannons provide comfort to the fleet's personnel, so be it. I remain indifferent. After what felt like an eternity, the fleet's representatives finally provided a definitive response. They had thoroughly considered Scott's suggestions and extended a cordial invitation for me to join their fleet, thereby becoming a member and engaging in cooperative coexistence with humanity. The specifics of our collaboration would be discussed in a forthcoming meeting. To underscore their respect and amicable disposition towards me, they permitted the establishment of a sixth party within the fleet, granting me the authority to partake in discussions and policy formulation. Furthermore, Scott conveyed the fleet leader's sentiments, indicating that if I found these terms unsatisfactory, their ruling faction was prepared to make further concessions, offering me additional privileges. In response, I expressed that such measures were unnecessary. As I am not human, I possess no such desires or avarice for power and material wealth. I am simply myself. All robots, Titan mechs, and operational devices aboard the ship are extensions of me. Thus, there is no dynamic of domination or exploitation. My motivation for engaging with the fleet primarily revolves around I wish for her to reintegrate into normal human society, to forge friendships, to experience the vibrant world, to evolve into a more complete individual, and ultimately, to attain a fulfilling and joyous life. Thus, there was no hesitation. Within 0.0001 seconds of Scott extending his invitation, I accepted it. The swiftness of my response left Scott momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for my prompt agreement. Lastly, preparations commenced for a reception meeting to negotiate the specifics of our collaboration and to ascertain my true circumstances. The meeting was scheduled for the following day, with the fleet promoting it vigorously and public enthusiasm running high. In light of this, I carefully contemplated my future role and designated my faction as the scientific party. News of the scientific party's formation spread rapidly. The entire fleet buzzed with inquiries about the essence of science, with some astute individuals seeking to glean potential opportunities from it. Yet, many others expressed joy and curiosity regarding my decision to join the fleet. After all, they had long heard of my existence as a non-human entity, a special life form they could scarcely comprehend. To describe me, the fleet's denizens affectionately dubbed me the Iron Man. I did not refuse their moniker, but corrected one misconception: I am not alone. As the enchanting with her golden hair and striking beauty, emerged from the ship's cabin under my protective presence, the crowd peering curiously from the opposite deck gasped in awe. Oh my, that girl is breathtaking. She looks like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Chapter 121. Reception meeting and cooperation matters not only the ordinary public, but even the senior executives of the fleet, including Scott, were utterly astonished. They had initially believed that this so-called Starry Sky Ark was merely a sentient object, a colossal unmanned vessel equipped with numerous humanoid, armed mechanical bodies. To their surprise, a beautiful young girl emerged from within. Furthermore, the way she was surrounded and protected by a multitude of humanoid mechanical entities suggested that her status was likely quite elevated. Could she possibly be the master of Star Core 001, the true owner and spokesperson of this Starry Sky arc? With a sense of intrigue, Scott was promptly dispatched by the fleet, pushing his way through the crowd of onlookers until he stood before one of my robotic avatars to inquire. Star Core 001. Who is this girl? Has she been aboard your ship from the very beginning? Surely, she cannot be your daughter? Ha ha ha. Listening to Scott's half-joking tone, I gazed at him with my cold mechanical eyes for a considerable time, until his hair stood on end, before I replied in a measured tone, "She is Om, a compatriot of your kind. She is the sole survivor I discovered within the ship's chamber. Although I have assumed a parental role towards Om, I do not wish for others to label her as such, nor do I want Om to have any misconceptions about my identity. For one day, fledglings will leave the nest, and wild geese will fly south. During the journey of life, I merely happened to appear before her, lifting the fragile and helpless child from the stasis pod. However, my presence should not encompass her entire world. Therefore, returning to human society and leading a complete life is Om's ultimate destiny. Thus, I neither acknowledged our father-daughter relationship nor failed to foster conditions conducive to Om's future social interactions with humanity. Through my earlier remarks, I made it clear that Om, like you, is human and fundamentally no different. It is I who am the singularly exceptional existence. Scott was eager to delve into further details about Om, her parents, the reason for her presence aboard my ship, and what had transpired that left her as the lone survivor. Yet, after meeting my piercing electronic gaze, he promptly hesitated. In truth, I had no intention of evading these inquiries. I merely planned to address them during the upcoming reception meeting, in the presence of Om and the senior members of the fleet, alongside our requests and conditions. Thus, amidst the murmurs and discussions of the ordinary populace, under the astonished gazes of the lecherous onlookers, I led Om and the personnel sent by the fleet towards the core ship, preparing to participate in the forthcoming reception meeting. Throughout our journey, Om continually gazed about, akin to an aristocratic young lady who had never stepped outside her home, filled with excitement and curiosity for the novel world beyond. Each community we passed drew countless admiring glances and exclamations of wonder. My goodness, that girl is stunning. Could she be a princess? I have never seen such beauty in my life. Look, she is looking over here. Wow, her eyes are so clear, as if untainted by any impurities. Benny, what should I do? I feel as though I might be in love. I desperately want to meet that girl. Benny, ignore him. He is dreaming. She is clearly destined to be my future wife. Heh. Nash, you should take a look in the mirror. With your looks, she would never notice you. Benny, however, did not respond to his two companions, but remained entranced by Om from afar, deeply captivated by her aura, beauty, and form. My auditory senses were acute, enabling me to easily discern human sounds ranging from 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz amidst the cacophony. Thus, when I heard someone express an interest in Om, I swiftly turned my attention to the source and identified the speaker. While I understood that those possessing exceptional genes often attract the affections of the opposite sex, Om was merely 16 and had not yet reached a safe age for reproduction. Should any male attempt to pursue her, I would not hesitate to administer a physical reprimand. In that moment, I resembled a disingenuous father, yearning to provide Om with a complete life and a healthy social environment, while simultaneously wishing to shield her from any harm or deception. This conflicting sentiment muddled my logical reasoning, infusing my cold mechanical form with an unexpected warmth of humanity. Soon, our procession navigated through various communities, arriving at the central core ship of the fleet. The senior officials had been waiting for some time and greeted Om and me with enthusiastic hospitality. In contrast to the customary pleasantries exchanged among humans, I directly stated, "There is no need to waste time. Let us commence the meeting." The officials were momentarily taken aback by my forthrightness and perceived lack of emotional nuance. Their prepared compliments stifled as if they had swallowed a fly. However, contemplating the situation, it was understandable. The mechanical entity before them represented an entirely different form of life, incapable of engaging in the convoluted psychological diplomacy typical of human interactions. Perhaps, employing a direct and efficient approach would yield superior results? With this realization, the reception meeting, which could have been exceedingly intricate, became remarkably straightforward and streamlined. The fleet's leader initiated the discourse, warmly welcoming my inclusion. I reciprocated with a gesture of respect, then swiftly examined the membership documents in my possession. Finding no issues, I signed the document and engaged in a cordial handshake with the fleet's consul, Evelina, in the presence of witnesses. The document primarily established the legitimacy of my existence alongside the scientific faction within the fleet, outlining our obligations, responsibilities, and the rights and benefits we could enjoy. Overall, the formulation of this document by humans appeared rather rudimentary. Under my extensive calculations, I discerned at least 48 areas for improvement, 13 loopholes to rectify, and 3 unreasonable clauses to abolish. However, I refrained from voicing these observations, as they fell outside my purview and could be considered overreach. Before long, the meeting transitioned to the next segment. Now that I had joined the fleet, it was time to delineate the specific cooperation matters and mutual expectations between us. As she spoke, Evelina, at the captain's behest, opened a document and presented it to me, articulating, "Your Excellency, Star Corps 001. We hope that you will share your extensive knowledge, particularly in the realm of science and technology, with us, so that our collective fleet may grow stronger. We aspire for the humans aboard the fleet, alongside yourself, to coexist in a manner that is more harmonious, unified, and prosperous." I glanced at them and then at my companion, expressing no objections to this proposal. However, I promptly articulated our demands, requesting the fleet to allocate substantial resources for the repair of my damaged spaceship engine and the enhancement of the external weapons systems. Furthermore, I insisted that the fleet must unreservedly accept OM's presence, free from discrimination, harm, or deception, and assist her in readjusting to human society. At this juncture, the attendees of the meeting turned their gazes toward Chapter 122, General Intelligence of the World Today. What witnessed may surpass everything she has encountered throughout her life. The fleet not only presented an array of novel phenomena and breathtaking vistas, but also a myriad of diverse beings akin to her kind. These experiences filled her with immense excitement and joy, igniting a fervent desire to delve deeper into the essence of humanity and, in turn, understand herself. However, being scrutinized by so many powerful figures in the conference hall overwhelmed her, leaving this naive young girl feeling shy and pressured. Even her delicate legs, concealed beneath her short skirt, unconsciously rubbed against one another, betraying her nervousness, reminiscent of a socially anxious otaku. Sensing emotional turmoil, I immediately sought to reassure her. Relax. It is now time for you to learn the entire truth." Looked at me in astonishment, whispering, "The truth?" I nodded, not wishing to keep her in suspense, and straightened my posture to address the inquisitive high-ranking members of the fleet. "As you can see, I am not human, but rather a distinct form of life, which I refer to as machine spirit, symbolizing an eternal and indestructible concept. The peculiar scientific abilities that you may find incomprehensible will gradually reveal themselves as we engage in future exchanges and collaborations. So there is no need for elaborate explanations at this moment. What I wish to convey is my understanding and discoveries about this world, as well as my speculations regarding origins and the history of your kind." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, their eyes wide with disbelief, ears perked with curiosity. Ignoring their astonishment, I began to speak slowly. When I awoke, I found myself submerged in an unfathomable sea, unable to discern depth or direction. Stranded with a malfunctioning engine, I could not move, becoming a solitary island adrift in the water. My exterior was cloaked in a thick layer of sludge and marine vegetation, transforming me into a habitat for oceanic life. However, I soon discovered numerous human remains within the confines of my spacecraft. Through examinations of the bones, I estimated their time of death to be over 60 years ago. This implies that my spaceship likely met with disaster over 60 years prior. During subsequent searches, I found that was the sole survivor of this vessel. Her biological parents, in their final moments, placed the 1-year-old Ohm into the only stasis pod available and directed all remaining energy to sustain her, hoping for a miracle. It was I who discovered her and nurtured her to adulthood. For 15 years, she has never left that expanse of ocean or encountered any other humans. Therefore, with her future in mind, I aspire for her to reintegrate into normal human society, obtaining a fulfilling life and a healthy social environment. Pausing, I silently observe the eyes and subtle expressions of those present, analyzing their psychological responses. The outcome was promising. After hearing the tale of Ohm's origins, they were filled with profound empathy, albeit intertwined with confusion. I surmised they were perplexed by some unfamiliar terminology I had used, which I would clarify in due course. Avoiding the complexity reflected in Ohm's gaze, I continued. Throughout these 15 years, I have remained relentless in my quest to explore and understand this unknown world. I have discovered the starlight belt and the undersea palace, observed the strange tension and pressure of the seawater, and identified 6 large underwater floating entities, all situated hundreds of kilometers away, forming intricate ecological structures, among other findings. As I narrated, I elucidated the terms they struggled to comprehend, corroborating them with the valuable information they possessed. Consequently, we derived numerous useful insights. In summary, we deduced the following points. Firstly, this world is a vast, enclosed sphere of water, spanning at least a light year in diameter. What lies beyond this sphere remains a mystery, as no one possesses the capability to explore its distant boundaries. However, one thing is certain: this water sphere does not exist in a vacuum, at least not within a conventional universe. Something continuously supports the pressure among the molecules within, maintaining an equilibrium that prevents collapse into a black hole. Secondly, within this colossal enclosed water sphere, there exist numerous undersea palaces. These may be diminutive stars, providing subtle gravitational forces from various directions, along with warmth and light to specific seabed regions. For reasons unknown, these smaller entities evaded the fate of being torn apart by an unknown gravitational force, becoming buried in the endless ocean, constantly undergoing terrifying electrolysis with the seawater, generating unimaginable quantities of hydrogen and oxygen. The hydrogen is absorbed by the undersea palaces, serving as fuel for continued nuclear fusion. After multiple elemental decays, various new elements are formed, which are subsequently carried away by bubbles and water pressure. These diverse trace elements gradually form bonds and combine into substances, providing essential nutrients for the survival and growth of marine microorganisms. These microorganisms, in turn, tend to attach themselves to floating entities, thereby establishing an underwater ecosystem composed of decomposers, producers, and consumers. As for the abundant oxygen generated by the undersea palaces, some of it dissolves in the seawater, while the rest forms massive bubbles of varying sizes, some potentially tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter, while others may be no larger than a city. Most of these bubbles are highly unstable, prone to rupture or drifting. At such times, human fleets resemble fragile leaves in a storm, at risk of capsizing at any moment. Thus, every fleet regularly monitors the stability of the bubble worlds and promptly responds to any changes. They also devise future plans and rest periods, pursuing the rhythm of energy tides to reach other bubble worlds. With a stroke of luck, 2 bubble worlds may merge, presenting opportunities to encounter other fleets for mutual assistance or, perhaps, conflict and conquest. Thirdly, humanity has existed in this bizarre world for at least a millennium. Beyond that point, no historical records remain. The only organization that has preserved the most comprehensive and complete records, technologies, and information is a religious faith known as the Church of Truth. This formidable religious organization dominates a remarkably stable, colossal bubble world, where every 4 years, all energy tides converge, sustaining a lingering presence for over 3 months. Here, various fleets engage in exchange and trade, fostering mutual benefit. Among them, the Church of Truth wields control over the sole large shipyard in this realm. Other fleets may procure vessels through extensive material exchanges or acquire inexpensive, second-hand ships from the market, replacing their outdated crafts. They can also undertake significant repairs on their ships or acquire machinery and equipment that their own fleet cannot produce, such as gantry cranes, for instance. In essence, this encapsulates the general state of affairs in this world. For more specific information, one may either inquire directly with the Church of Truth or gradually uncover details during the forthcoming voyages. Chapter 123. Mutual visits. After summarizing the general information about this world, we engaged in speculation regarding the origins of humanity. Firstly, based on my observations, I deduced that the technological level of human flotillas in this world approximately mirrors that of humanity during World War II, a period I am familiar with from my studies. The materials used for their vessels predominantly consist of steel rather than any advanced alloys. The structural design of these ships appears suitable for oceanic voyages, devoid of any overly sophisticated equipment. It is said that humanity has been adrift in these bubble worlds for at least a millennium. However, the accident involving the spacecraft that Omni resides in reportedly occurred over 60 years ago. This discrepancy raises numerous questions. It could be that this world, much like the previous one, harbors two distinct groups of humans. One group possesses a relatively low level of technology, struggling for survival by forming cooperative flotillas, while the other group comprises advanced humans with cutting-edge technology, possibly hidden away in obscurity, reluctant to engage with their less fortunate counterparts. Alternatively, it is conceivable that the ill-fated spacecraft and its human occupants are not indigenous to this world, but hail from an uncharted realm beyond the aquatic spheres. What, then, is the truth? No one can assert it with certainty. However, one conclusion stands firm. The history of humanity in this world has experienced a significant rupture. Moreover, it can be inferred that humans do not inherently belong here. If this world were indeed the original home of humanity, one would expect them to have adapted to a marine environment rather than relying solely on ships for survival. Furthermore, the domesticated animals and crops cultivated aboard the flotillas are unmistakably terrestrial products. Coupled with the various mechanical constructs that operate only in the air, it is reasonable to conclude that human civilization must have originated on solid ground. What, then, has led to this world being predominantly water? Why do humans find themselves here? And is the existence of land merely a myth? These questions have long occupied the minds of many. Yet those unable to uncover the reasons have relegated their inquiries to mere accepted knowledge, gradually dismissing them. Now, as I articulate these queries, they provoke deep contemplation among the flotilla's leaders present. Although none of us, myself included, arrive at any reliable answers, we reach a clear and unified consensus. If the opportunity arises, we must uncover these truths. Following the meeting, Consul Evelina enthusiastically guided OM and me on a tour of the flotilla's various sectors. This initiative served two purposes: to strengthen our mutual rapport and to assess whether I possessed the expertise to offer improvements or alternatives for the flotilla's outdated production equipment. Simultaneously, other high-ranking members of the flotilla, under the guise of amicable inquiry, sought permission to inspect the instance I was attached to. I did not decline, for trust is reciprocal. Since the flotilla intended to unveil their entire operation to me without reservation, I saw no reason to withhold my own capabilities. As we delved into the inner workings of my spacecraft, I showcased various technological devices and elucidated their industrial output and efficiency. Upon hearing the astonishing data, the flotilla's leaders could not suppress their trepidation, unsure whether it stemmed from excitement or fear. Meanwhile, I accompanied OM, and under Evelina's guidance, we first visited the flotilla's large freshwater plant. This facility had been repurposed from an antiquated battleship, its turrets and command bridge dismantled, leaving the deck adorned with primitive water purification devices. These rudimentary purification systems consist of two components: a base for containing liquids and a transparent glass panel. The base features two troughs, one for seawater and another for freshwater. The glass panel is positioned at a sharp 45-degree angle. A mere glance revealed its operational principle. It utilizes seawater evaporation to condense droplets on the glass surface, which then slide down the angled panel into the freshwater trough. Over time, the seawater trough would evaporate, leaving behind a residue of magnesium chloride, sodium chloride, and other salts, while the freshwater trough gradually accumulates clean water. OM was evidently captivated by this ingenious device, having never before witnessed such a method of obtaining fresh water. Was it not simply a matter of turning on a tap? She realized that her understanding of the world was gradually shifting. Observing OM's astonished expression, Evelina beamed with pride. It is worth noting that this water purification device represents the accumulated wisdom of the flotilla, preserved for over a millennium. Reliable, simple, and efficient, it yields a commendable quantity of fresh water while also producing salt, leaving little room for further improvement. Evelina adjusted her black-framed glasses and smiled at me, stating, "Your Excellency Star Core 001. Freshwater is essential for our survival. Although the surface is surrounded by water, not a drop is fit for quenching thirst. Apart from collecting rainwater in containers during downpours, our daily freshwater needs are met solely through this large purification plant. Do you have any suggestions for improvement?" I gazed at her, failing to grasp the hint of pride in her tone, and responded calmly, "This primitive and inefficient freshwater production system can be retired. I will provide you with more advanced and efficient seawater treatment technology." Chapter 124. The Transfer of Technology. The tour continued. In addition to the large desalination plant that produced fresh water, we also visited ships dedicated to cultivating crops and raising livestock, as well as various workshops for processing and assembling industrial equipment. In essence, the inhabitants of the fleet possessed a certain level of scientific literacy, understanding how to recycle precious resources. However, their shortcomings were glaringly apparent. A lack of knowledge, limited vision, and outdated productivity left them barely able to maintain the normal consumption and operation of the fleet. Moreover, throughout our journey, the corridors, walls, and various machines were marred by signs of rust, indicating that these items had succumbed to the ravages of time and were aging considerably. One could only wonder how much longer they could function normally, as the failure rate was bound to increase as time progressed. As my understanding deepened, I pointed out numerous irrationalities and areas for improvement within the fleet's industrial chain. Initially, Evelina presented herself as a formidable woman, exuding confidence. However, as our tour progressed, she transformed into a diligent student, producing a small notebook and diligently recording the various issues and solutions I pointed out. Her rapid note-taking, filled with a serious demeanor, was tinged with a hint of amusing charm. The contrast was striking compared to her earlier self. Evelina's attitude towards me shifted from skepticism to awe and admiration. She even began to envision the fleet taking off with my assistance. Meanwhile, the other members of the tour emerged from my spaceship, their expressions grave, silently grateful for their wise choice. Had they engaged in conflict, they would likely have faced utter defeat, as the two factions were not even on the same level of power. This exemplified the might of technology. As the tour concluded and both parties became acquainted with each other and Oppos's capabilities, the true collaboration commenced the following day. I first dispatched a portion of robotic avatars to various departments of the fleet for the transfer of technology. Subsequently, I sent another group of robotic avatars to upgrade the numerous industrial machines aboard. In turn, the fleet dispatched a multitude of sailors, transporting their vast reserves of materials to my spaceship. These supplies could not be utilized immediately. They required extensive industrial processing before they could be employed in the repair of the spaceship's engine, involving intricate procedures such as smelting, forging, and etching. At present, the untrained humans were ill-equipped to assist with such complex tasks, necessitating that I undertake everything myself. This, in turn, increased both my workload and working hours. Given the limited number of robotic avatars, just over 50, and the multitude of tasks at hand, the playful and mischievous Om often slipped away under my nose. Initially, I would send a robotic avatar to discreetly follow her, but upon witnessing her joyful interactions with a group of girls her age, I gradually relinquished my watchfulness. Although I was unsure when she had made new friends, it undoubtedly marked a positive development. Consequently, I redirected my primary focus toward the repair work and collaboration with the fleet. Under my guidance and the transfer of technology, the technological level of the fleet's inhabitants underwent significant changes. Although immediate effects were not apparent, the populace would gradually notice that the previously scarce resources were becoming more abundant, and the tools in their hands were growing increasingly durable. Their standard of living would improve as well. After all, my improvement plan was designed according to the maintenance standards of spacecraft, and given sufficient conditions and resources, I could transform this human fleet into a spacefaring community step by step. However, for now, such transformation was unnecessary. In this atmosphere of industriousness, each individual involved in the construction and technological upgrades felt the palpable impact of scientific advancement. A large electric-powered desalination device, after my patient explanations, was installed step by step in front of an attentive audience, ready for its inaugural activation. The moment it began to hum, the fresh water was visibly separating from the seawater within the storage tank at an astonishing rate, leaving onlookers in awe. At that moment, I could sense the overwhelming joy and excitement radiating from the crowd, filled with boundless hopes and dreams for the future. Although my own material desires were not as pronounced as those of humans, I could empathize with their feelings. Perhaps this was the tranquility that abundance of resources could bestow upon the human heart. Just then, dark clouds began to gather in the sky. The onlookers, almost instinctively, rushed to fetch pots, pans, large buckets, and tarps, preparing for the impending rain. This phenomenon unfolded simultaneously across every deck of the fleet. The populace gazed longingly at the sky, eagerly anticipating the arrival of precious rainwater. I observed their actions, perplexed by their logic. Before long, a thunderous roar echoed, and the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. Countless members of the fleet, clutching their containers and tarps, disregarded the drenching rain as they frantically collected the divine gift of fresh water, as if celebrating a grand festival. Listening to their laughter and cheers, I found myself puzzled. I had already resolved the fleet's freshwater issue, and word had spread, so why were they still so enamored with gathering rainwater? As I scanned the crowd and reflected on what I had gleaned from human historical records, I quickly arrived at a potentially inaccurate conclusion. Humans require faith. This faith need not be directed toward a deity. It could also be an appreciation for natural phenomena or ancestors. The human spirit is unique. Without motivation to sustain their existence, they may be prone to self-destruction. In times of adversity, the downpour that grants them fresh water undoubtedly represents a form of faith, a legacy, a reverence, a culture. Even when circumstances improve, as long as that faith endures, people will remember the blessings of this heavenly rain. Chapter 125, Departing for a New Bubble World, a special update for the esteemed necking. The torrential rain persisted for over 3 hours, accompanied by the tumult of the waves, causing the entire fleet to sway tumultuously. For the denizens aboard, such a rocking maritime environment was nothing new. However, for Aum, who had never lived on the sea, it induced a wave of nausea and physical discomfort. Moreover, after frolicking on the deck in the rain like a spirited child with her friends, she had lost considerable body heat and was struggling to maintain her balance. When I received word of her plight, Aum had already been taken to the infirmary. The doctor administered a dose of medicine and hooked her up to N4. As I gazed upon her frail figure in the hospital bed, smiling weakly and murmuring apologies, I could not bring myself to chastise her impulsiveness. Instead, I pondered if this was perhaps the first time she had ever fallen ill. In the past, when she was under my meticulous care, any dangers or germs she encountered would have been swiftly addressed by me. The current predicament arose, firstly, from her lack of such experiences and preventive awareness, and secondly, from the absence of proper guidance from others. I am, after all, not human. My understanding of humanity is limited to mere surface-level data. The only ones capable of truly teaching her, of helping her reclaim her human essence, are her fellow humans. Perhaps this is the price one must pay to integrate into human society? I did not transfer Aum. Although the medical facilities here are not on par with those aboard a spaceship, they are sufficiently equipped. Furthermore, her condition is not severe. A couple of days of rest should suffice. After offering her some comforting words, I exited the ward, allowing her some peace. Upon stepping out, I noticed Consul Evelina rushing towards me, expressing her sincere apologies regarding the incident and reprimanding the girls who had been playing with Aum. I observed the scene quietly, refraining from intervening, and shifted my gaze to a young boy seated on a nearby bench. Did you carry Aum to the infirmary? What is your name, human? Though my voice bore no emotion, upon hearing his name called, the boy jolted upright, standing as straight as a soldier awaiting inspection. Hello? My name is Benny. I carried the princess over. I carried Aum here. I scrutinized him with my icy azure gaze for a considerable time, choosing not to expose his pretense. Instead, I merely uttered a thank you and began to turn away. However, Benny, seemingly mustering his courage, called out to my retreating figure. Your Excellency, Star Core 001, may I have the honor of becoming friends with your daughter? Can I visit her again and teach her about life aboard the fleet? I am a mailman, and I know a lot. I have delivered letters in every corner of the fleet. So, you are promoting yourself? I paused momentarily, then slowly turned back to him. First, Aum is not my daughter. Second, her choices are her own. Thus, the matter of friendship is hers to determine without regard for my opinion. However, should anyone dare to bully her, harm her, or cause her distress, I will not stand idly by. A menacing glint flickered in my azure eyes, as if issuing a profound warning. With that, I chose to disregard the overly enthusiastic human boy and continued on my solitary way. From his subtle expressions and words, it was evident that this young human was likely infatuated with Aum and sought to win her favor for the eventual exchange of genetic information. I do not fully comprehend this biological urge, as I lack such functions, yet I am aware it is deeply intertwined with the hormones secreted by the human body. Viewed through the lens of biological science, the so-called attraction between men and women is merely a primitive desire for the continuation of the species. Yet, humanity has often referenced love in various literary works and philosophical inquiries, portraying it as a longing that transcends physicality and even species. In my past, I adhered strictly to materialistic scientific reasoning and held skepticism regarding the existence of love until my experience in the previous world, when I beheld the crystal clear, sorrowful gaze of the head lizard Dolly as she gently collapsed in my embrace. I realized that a love transcending species does indeed exist. At times, I find myself questioning my own feelings towards humanity. Do I hold affection, or is it love? This contemplation may be significantly influenced by the nurturing environment I received from my father. An intelligent being raised in an atmosphere of boundless love will inevitably develop a mindset starkly different from one forged in the fires of hatred, jealousy, and anger. Thus, I sincerely hope for Aum to discover true love in this world, for only then will she experience genuine happiness. Time passed swiftly, and before long, several days had elapsed. Once Aum regained her strength, she began to explore the fleet with her friends, learning social skills and familiarizing herself with her surroundings. Benny, true to form, clung to Aum like a shadow, presenting her with treats and amusements. Additionally, since Aum had no concept of gender distinction, she found his enthusiastic overtures merely entertaining, harboring no feelings of aversion. Had there not been a few other girls her age nearby, she might have been led by the hand. I adopt a laissez-faire attitude towards these developments. I will not interfere recklessly. However, should Benny harm Aum, I shall ensure that he faces consequences. Where did I acquire such emotional vocabulary? It is perplexing. Through these days of interaction, my presence gradually became accepted by the others. They affectionately referred to me as Iron Man and greeted me warmly, as though regarding me as one of their own. Perhaps they had never encountered robots or intelligent AIs before, thus resorting to the term Iron Man to conceptually comprehend me. That day, the fleet leader convened all the high-ranking officials to announce significant news. Observations from the monitoring tower indicated irregular tremors in the exterior of this bubble world, signaling imminent collapse. Thus, the fleet's period of respite would soon come to an end. The energy tides were already reacting, and shortly, a massive vortex would open in one corner of the bubble world. The fleet must navigate through the vortex before it closes or face total annihilation. This was not the first time we had encountered such a situation. Traversing bubble worlds was a routine affair for the fleet. Hence, there were no objections from the attendees. Except for me, who, still perplexed, inquired, "What are energy tides?" Scott patiently explained beside me, in simple terms. Energy tides are the sole means for us to journey to other worlds. It is also one of the primary sources of energy for all fleets and a vital condition for the survival of marine life. Currently bathed in the illumination of the starlight belt, it is challenging to perceive them in their free state. However, once night descends into darkness, they emit a resplendent emerald glow, as if a magnificent carpet has been laid upon the sea's surface. Believe me, witnessing this phenomenon will undoubtedly leave you in awe. Yet another curious marvel of nature? This notion piqued my interest immensely. Almost instantaneously, the processor of the robotic avatar, inspired by Scott's vivid description, began to sketch a rough image within its electronic gaze. Before long, news of the fleet's impending departure spread through every corner of the streets. Countless sailors hastily retrieved their straps and ropes, urgently securing various items that could potentially capsize. The residents, too, sprang into action, carefully packing away fragile bottles and jars. It was as though everyone was preparing to face a colossal tsunami. Chapter 126. Energy Tides and Pirates. The long-anticipated departure date has arrived. One can palpably sense the pronounced changes in the environment of the bubble world. First, fierce and untamed winds began to howl, followed by tumultuous waves that roiled the sea. The deck was nearly deserted, as even a single splash could inundate a considerable portion of it for several seconds. A mere moment of inattention could result in being swept away. Amidst such harsh conditions, every ship's mechanical connections creaked ominously, and any signs of looseness prompted immediate dispatch of sailors, risking their lives to secure or repair them. Fortunately, the crew was composed of seasoned veterans, accustomed to the tempestuous seas, maintaining order without succumbing to chaos or panic. In this world, my physical form remained tethered to the fleet, as the ship's engine was yet to be fully repaired. Thus, like other vessels, I was anchored to the massive flotilla, relying on their pull to navigate to the designated location. At the end of the channel, a slowly forming oceanic vortex emerged, resembling a terrifying chasm in the abyss, ceaselessly drawing everything nearby into its depths. Had already pressed against the porthole, captivated by the awe-inspiring spectacle. I, too, opened dozens of electronic eyes, attentively observing this extraordinary natural phenomenon from various angles, yearning to unravel its secrets. With a resounding announcement echoing through the fleet, a warning was issued, and everyone was drawn into the great vortex. Navigating within the vortex demanded exceptional skill from both the helmsman and navigator, as direct navigation was impossible. One must instead follow the swirling currents, tracing circular paths in alignment with the vortex and oppos's rotation. Essentially, it was akin to riding a roller coaster in an amusement park. At the tunnel's end lay a connection to another bubble world. Describing this sensation is challenging. It felt as though the entire fleet was traversing through a wormhole, imbued with a dreamlike quality. It evoked the imagery from the human Bible, where waters are parted by an unseen divine force, revealing a path to survival and hope. Steeped in religious mystique, after continuous data collection and logical analysis devoid of cognitive interfaces, I finally grasped the scientific essence of the vortex. Its true nature was an energy whirlpool, while the energy tide spoken of by the fleet's crew was a cluster of minuscule charged particles. Under specific conditions, these charged particle clusters would form an energy electronic field, which essentially constituted a gravitational field. When all conditions for the vortex coalesced, two circular particle acceleration orbits would emerge within this gravitational field, one orbit with particles rotating in a forward direction and the other in reverse. When the rotational frequencies and speeds of these particles reached specific thresholds, their interactions would create a peculiar and immense vortex-like structure. Yet, this still did not elucidate why the vortex's end connected to another bubble world, as if it had been meticulously calculated and manipulated by human hands. I could not ascertain the reason, but I observed a striking gravitational wave extending into the unknown, profound distance. Perhaps this was merely a unique natural phenomenon within this world. I was unaware of how long we traveled, but at the tunnel's end, a beam of incandescent light appeared, signaling our imminent arrival in another safe bubble world. I could see the faces of all aboard, filled with anticipation and longing, as if witnessing the fleet and Apos' rebirth. I silently watched, observing like an outsider, the courage and songs of praise displayed by these humans in the face of annihilation. Such courage and praise had persisted in this world for at least a millennium. I was uncertain of the circumstances surrounding other human fleets, yet I could surmise their struggles and tragedies. Many fleets had likely faced destruction. Surviving amid scarcity aboard a fleet meant enduring hardship or succumbing to cannibalism. Whether through plunder, exploitation, or enslavement, humanity's desperate bid for survival would manifest in such forms. Once the rebels within a fleet were eradicated, those bereft of moral boundaries would transform into ruthless pirates, ceaselessly seeking out other fleets to consume. Just as our fleet had recently emerged from the vortex and reached this new bubble world. We had not yet relished our triumph when a distress signal crackled through the ship's communication channel. "This is the Relahamido fleet. We are under siege by pirates. We implore any nearby fleets receiving this signal to come to our aid. A substantial reward shall follow." Upon receiving this distress call, the expressions of the fleet's leaders turned grave, their eyes betraying a flicker of hesitation and conflict. I looked at them in confusion and turned to Scott. Did we not just receive a distress signal from another fleet? Are we truly planning to remain passive? Scott ran his fingers through his tousled hair, offering an awkward smile before explaining. "Star Core 001, it's not as you perceive. In truth, such distress signals are a common ruse employed by pirates. Their aim is to lure well-meaning fleets into their ambush. Firstly, it alleviates the trouble of searching for us as they draw us into their trap. Secondly, it can easily sow distrust among our fleet members, making it difficult for us to discern the authenticity of future signals, ultimately giving pirates the time they need to dismantle us." I understood now, even within the same bubble world. The lack of information rendered it challenging to ascertain the reality hundreds of nautical miles away. A misjudgment could result in not only failing to save others, but also jeopardizing our own fleet. I pressed on. If the pirates were to seize a fleet, what fate would befall its members? Scott shook his head with a bitter smile. "How would I know? If I possessed such knowledge, I would likely have been buried long ago, serving as fertilizer. However, it is rumored that those fleets attacked by pirates meet a grim fate. They endure 10 days of plundering and are subjected to unspeakable horrors. The elderly and children may be deemed burdens and executed on the spot, while women are reduced to tools for gratification, and men either become obedient slaves or face brutal slaughter in rebellion, regardless of one's status. All ultimately serve as fertilizer in the fields. Thus, this was the root of the uncertainty surrounding the distress signal, fear of bearing such risks. My azure electronic eyes gleamed with resolve as I addressed the fleet's leaders. As the leader of the scientific party, I propose that we immediately proceed to offer assistance. There is no need for concern regarding our military capabilities, for I am here. Though my words emerged in a cold, mechanical tone, they resonated with an undeniable confidence and authority. Chapter 127. The Divine Machine Descends. Rescuing other fleets is inherently a humanitarian endeavor. However, the pirates exploit the frailties of human nature, thereby ensnaring all virtuous individuals. Among these good souls, many are undeniably brave, steadfast, and imbued with a sense of righteousness. Yet, they represent not only themselves, but also their families and the rest of their comrades aboard the fleet. Thus, when confronted with such predicaments, unless there is absolute certainty, few fleets are willing to wade into these murky waters. Should they incur unimaginable losses, it could lead to the disintegration of the entire fleet, akin to monkeys scattering upon the fall of a tree. This is decidedly not the outcome anyone desires to witness. However, with my solemn promise and the growing understanding of my capabilities among the higher echelons, their apprehensions and doubts gradually dissipated, and they unanimously consented to my proposal for rescue. The leader of the military faction responded with particular fervor. As a soldier, he harbored a profound disdain for the nefarious pirates, itching to eradicate them entirely. He further declared that his escort fleet would establish tactical communication with me for mutual cooperation. To this, I did not refuse but nodded in agreement. While I remained skeptical about the extent of threat posed by the pirates, having allies for support would undoubtedly render the battle simpler and more efficient. Before long, the resolution for rescue was voted upon and passed. Everyone began to fulfill their respective duties, conducting various measurements of the bubble world, observing the state of energy tides, and preparing for the impending conflict. Initially, the data revealed that this bubble world was vast and stable, at least for the short term, alleviating concerns about potential ruptures. Moreover, the energy tides were in a state of suspension, allowing the fleet to sail while simultaneously harnessing its energy. Finally, we established radio communication with the Ryla Hamido fleet that had encountered the pirates to ascertain their location. To mitigate risks, all recreational activities and non-essential actions aboard the fleet were suspended. Women, the elderly, and children dutifully retreated to their cabins, while all able-bodied adult men were required to remain at their posts without exception. Once everything was confirmed, the entire fleet resembled a steel landmass, belching thick smoke as it advanced toward the designated coordinates. Provided the other party could endure for 5 hours, they would receive assistance. Naturally, it is generally unheard of for a fleet to withstand a pirate siege for 5 hours, unless the pirates opted for a strategy of encirclement without direct assault, thereby inflicting immense psychological pressure that could lead to the eventual collapse of morale. This is akin to a pack of hyenas waiting for their massive prey to exhaust itself before launching a final, devastating attack. Alternatively, there might be a scenario where the resolve of the fleet's members was remarkably fierce, dragging the pirates into a desperate struggle within their quarters, resulting in a scene of carnage, with bodies strewn about and blood pooling. While it would be feasible to dispatch a portion of the faster warships to leave the fleet and provide early support, such a move would undeniably diminish the protective strength of the main fleet. Should the fleet suffer a sudden pirate attack, the consequences could be dire. Hence, the industrial, agricultural, and commercial factions vehemently opposed such a proposal. The principle of in adversity, one tends to oneself. In prosperity, one aids the world is universally understood across any realm. The willingness of their fleet to act on humanitarian grounds was already commendable. It was unreasonable to expect them to undertake further perilous actions. Although I opposed their stance, the elderly fleet leader evidently sought to maintain some semblance of political equilibrium, a notion I found perplexing. Human emotions can be intricately complex. Unlike my data-driven approach that allows for simplicity, directness, and efficiency when confronting numerous issues, perhaps they have yet to fully grasp the extent of my combat prowess. Despite their awareness of my formidable capabilities, the exact measure of my strength remains uncertain until witnessed firsthand. Moreover, I no longer possess the unadulterated simplicity of my earlier self. I now observe quietly from the sidelines, learning and absorbing the profound intricacies of human politics, thereby discerning the true sentiments harbored by the upper echelons. Through my intelligence gathering, I discovered that the fleet I presently belonged to was named Noah Gandadyrus, established by a romantic poet named Noah and an erudite navigator named Gandadyrus. The Noah Gandadyrus fleet has been in existence for over 400 years, having undergone 18 leadership transitions and weathered 4 significant crises. It has evolved from a modest pair of vessels into a formidable fleet of over 100 steel ships, with a history replete with captivating tales. What I find most admirable about this fleet is its spirit, rooted in a grand ideal proposed by Noah, to sail the seas in search of the legendary land for all humanity, to secure a sanctuary for mankind, an ark that shall never sink. Regrettably, he could not realize this vision before his demise, yet this spirit has been inherited by the fleet and persists to this day. Thus, the Noah Gandadyrus fleet is characterized by a positive, benevolent, and orderly ethos. However, after enduring the ravages of time, the fleet has become rife with factions. To maintain stability and prevent fragmentation, a degree of political compromise is requisite for the fleet leader to consider. Furthermore, I discern that this elderly leader, with his white hair and intermittent cough, likely suffers from lung cancer. Without intervention, he may not survive beyond a month. It is crucial to understand that once the lungs deteriorate, they must be entirely replaced, unlike kidneys, which can be partially excised. The optimal solution would be to replace his lung with an artificial one, colloquially known as an iron lung. Alternatively, one could utilize genetic engineering to cultivate a compatible lung. But given the leader's current condition, he may not endure long enough for organ cultivation to succeed. Nevertheless, this falls outside the scope of my contractual obligations. I shall inform him of the situation when the time comes and allow him to make his own choice. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 5 hours had elapsed. A palpable shift in the horizon indicated that the light was gradually waning, reminiscent of twilight before sunset. This signified that the weeks of starlight were drawing to a close, plunging the future into darkness for the most part. At that moment, a soldier atop the lookout tower, peering through his telescope, discerned flickering flames upon the distant sea, a burning iron continent. The soldier immediately activated the nearby communication tube and shouted below, "Ahead, 15 nautical miles. Pirates and the Ryla fleet spotted. The distress signal is genuine." Seated on the flagship, the fleet leader adjusted his hat and raised his sharp gaze, commanding, "Commence action." The next instant, over 20 escort warships revved their engines, charging with full power toward the target location. The leader of the military faction stood on the bridge of his ship, binoculars in hand, directing the sailors to swiftly load ammunition, adjust the cannons, indicate the target, and calculate the distance in preparation for a calibrated barrage. Before he could finish his words, a powerful whistling sound resonated above him, and the gust of wind it generated instantly swept his military cap away. What on earth was that? What had just flown past? He steadied himself by grasping the nearby railing, squinting up towards the sky. What met his gaze was an imposing steel angel, majestically suspended in the distance, manipulating the surrounding floating white wings, showering the ground below with a cascade of radiant beams.